What would happen if a simple Chinese chef suddenly became the most important man inside a brutal Russian prison? Prisoners feared him, guards respected him, even the warden treated him like a national treasure. And all of this started with a failed blind date. This is the story of Tang Lei. After a disastrous blind date ruined his confidence, Tang Lei packed his bags and ran away overnight, hoping to start a new life somewhere far away. But fate had other plans. Because the moment he arrived, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Culinary system activated. Before he could even react, the system randomly assigned him a workplace. Not a restaurant, not a hotel, but the canteen of a high-security Russian prison. The prison was cold, harsh, and filled with violent criminals. The inmates here were known for fighting, causing trouble, and making guards' lives miserable. But when Tang Lei started cooking, everything changed. He served dishes the prisoners had never tasted in their entire lives. Braised pork with potatoes, sweet and sour pork ribs, ate treasure duck, and rich, fragrant braised pork belly. Simple home-style Chinese cooking, yet for the people living in the food desert of Siberia, it tasted like heaven. The toughest prisoner in the entire block suddenly approached Tang Lei nervously and asked, "Big brother, do you need someone to wash dishes?" Another prisoner begged, "Please, just give me another bite." Soon, fights inside the prison disappeared. Not because the prisoners became good people, but because everyone was afraid of getting banned from the canteen. Even the cold-faced prison guards couldn't resist. One guard quietly whispered, "Brother, leave a portion for me tonight. In return, I'll make sure nobody messes with you." Within weeks, Tang Lei had become the most protected person in the prison. Then one day, the mysterious prison warden tasted Tang Lei's cooking. After one bite, he slammed the table and shouted, "Expand the canteen. The prison's development cannot continue without this man." Plans were immediately made to build an even larger cafeteria, because Tang Lei's food was now the greatest source of peace inside the prison. But the madness didn't stop there. Word about the legendary prison chef began spreading outside. Wealthy businessmen, powerful figures, even mysterious tycoons started visiting the prison just to taste his cooking. Some even joked, "Don't release him. If he leaves prison, the entire city will fight for his restaurant." Meanwhile, Tang Lei himself was completely confused. Because deep down, he didn't want fame, he didn't want power. He only wanted something simple: a stable job, a warm bed, and maybe, one day, a loving wife. But just as he was thinking that, a beautiful village girl from the fighting nation suddenly grabbed his rice bowl and refused to let go. Then she smiled and said, "Come on, follow me inside." And just like that, Tang Lei realized something shocking. His life inside this prison was only just beginning. He cooked Chinese food in Russia's toughest prison. Now they worship him. If you enjoy insane system stories, food legends, and hilarious prison chaos, welcome to Manhwa Recap Haven. You little brat, are you here to cook, or to die? Tang Lei's response was to pull out a kitchen knife. This was Siberia, a place where temperatures plummeted to -70°C, home to the most terrifying prisons in Russia. And where Tang Lei was standing now was the prison's canteen. The burly, bear-like old chef, Bavan, looked him up and down, utterly bewildered. "A great Xia person? Are you out of your mind? Otherwise, why would anyone bother coming here to take over the prison canteen?" Today was the day of the handover between the old and new head chefs. Tang Lei shrugged. He didn't want to either. A week ago, his family arranged a blind date for him with the daughter of a family friend. The delicate flower opposite him claimed to be a rich, beautiful, and successful woman, making Tang Lei incredibly smitten. But when they met, he weighed a whopping 300 pounds. The delicate flower even seemed to like Tang Lei. That very night, she wanted to take him to a hotel to develop their relationship. Without a word, Tang Lei bought a train ticket that very night and fled to start a new life. On this escape, he happened to be bound to the chef god system, which randomly assigned him a kitchen at the start of the game, the Siberian prison. Mission 1, please survive the first month and accumulate 100 repeat customers. Reward, 1 draw of a mysterious skill. Although this mission sounded a bit dangerous, it was still safer than spending a night with a 300-pound girl. So Tang Lei brought the complete set of equipment provided by the system. Fortunately, the system was quite user-friendly, with a built-in translator and legal contracting. Just by meeting the old chef face-to-face, he spontaneously learned Russian. Now, he's the new head chef of this prison canteen. The old chef, B.A. Wanyan, is over 50 and plans to retire to the sidelines, staying in the canteen to assist Tang Lei. But now, he still had reservations. "Great Xia man, it's not that I look down on you, but look at your skinny arms and legs." His gaze lingered on Tang Lei's arms, which were only half his own thickness. "Can you lift an iron pot? Don't blame me for not warning you, in this canteen, being late for work can be fatal." This was the most terrifying prison in the Russian army, filled with hardened criminals and desperate criminals. After the war, 700,000 young men were exiled to Siberia to grow potatoes. Half of them died before they even planted many. Old Bawan thought that if Tang Lei could survive a week, it would be a miracle. Tang Lei glanced at the time. It was 10:30, an hour and a half before lunch. The canteen served large pots of food. If he cooked now, he could have a hot meal today. He immediately took off his coat and changed into his chef's uniform. Don't panic, I'll show you what I can do. He rummaged around in the kitchen. The prison was huge, with 5 canteens. According to the system, the 5th canteen, where Tang Lei was currently staying, was the smallest and most remote. It was so remote that Tang Lei began to suspect the task of getting 100 repeat customers a month was just an act. Forget repeat customers, were there even any? Fortunately, the kitchen of the small canteen was nearly 200 square meters. Eggs, potatoes, cabbage, and tomatoes, common vegetables, were piled on the floor. Opening the refrigerator, there were several pieces of frozen beef. That was about it. After all, he was eating prison food, and he couldn't expect too much. Tang Lei took out the beef, potatoes, and tomatoes, deciding to talk to the cooks about it later. The instructor had already said it was beef and potatoes. In this cold place, you need something hot. Old Bawan stared, stunned, as Tang Lei effortlessly lifted dozens of kilograms of beef. The next moment, Tang Lei pulled out a cleaver and casually tossed it aside with a clang. It slammed into the cutting board, sinking deep enough to wobble. Old Bawan, this isn't quite what I expected? Tang Lei rummaged through the cupboard for some butter and flour. He lightly chopped the tendons in the beef with the back of the knife, then flipped it over. The frozen, rock-hard beef was obediently cut into large chunks under his knife, then coated with a thin layer of flour and rubbed in butter. Sizzle! Instantly, a fragrant aroma of meat filled the air. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Old Bawan was dumbfounded. Young man, your knife skills are quite impressive. Even he struggled to cut frozen meat. What kind of skill was this? Tang Lei smiled. This is clearly system-generated skill. He was really looking forward to it. If the included basic knife skills and basic kitchen knife were this useful, what would the high-end kitchen utensils be like? Upgrade! Upgrade now! Everyone, come and eat! After searing the beef, under Old Bawan's eager gaze, Tang Lei deftly poured in water, added bay leaves, chili peppers, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, and a suitable amount of salt and pepper. He covered the pot and simmered it over high heat. As the steam rose and the aroma of meat filled the air, Tang Lei chopped a few tomatoes and threw them in, simmering them into a rich broth. He took a sip. Sweet, sour, salty, and savory, so delicious. Let me try some too. Old Bawan had already forgotten how he had complained about Tang Lei not being able to toss the pot properly. He just wanted a taste. However, this despicable great Xia man slammed the lid back on. Wait a minute. Sneaking a bite is a chef's privilege. While the beef stew was cooking, Tang Lei called over Old Bawan and picked out dozens of potatoes to peel and chop. While chopping, Tang Lei asked Old Bawan, "Do you usually get a lot of customers eating here?" He wanted to know how long it would take him to reach his goal of 100 loyal diners. Old Bawan sniffed eagerly, feeling warm all over from the aroma. Not many. There are about 80,000 people in the whole prison, and the number of people who come to eat here is at least 8,000 or 800? That number was incredibly dismal. There was no way around it. This 5th canteen was located in the northernmost part of the prison, in the coldest place, and even the prisoners didn't like to come. Only the most unruly troublemakers and a few unlucky guards on rotation would patronize it. Of course, Tang Lei thought it also had something to do with Old Bawan's specialty, salted frozen fish. So what if it's frozen fish? Old Bawan muttered. My cooking skills are among the top 3 in this prison. The first mess hall serves them canned herring. Enough said, give me a bowl of meat. Tang Lei coldly poured the potatoes into the large pot and put the lid back on. With half an hour to spare, he cooked a pot of rice and a pot of noodles as staples, and also made a pot of mushroom and cheese soup. Considering he didn't know how many people would be eating on the first day, Tang Lei didn't cook too much. But even this was enough to make Old Bawan's mouth water. The burly old man didn't say another word, just held his bowl and waited for his food. Finally, amidst his prayers, Tang Lei stirred the food and found it was tender and mushy. The rich broth and soft potatoes were ladled out together and poured over rice. The crimson sauce looked so delicious it made your tongue tingle. Old Bawan, without a word, scooped up a spoonful. Whoosh, my God. He jumped, burning himself, but didn't spit out the beef. The savory chunks of meat were slightly chewy, bursting with rich juices with a hint of spiciness. It made your mouth water and sweat, and a sip of the broth warmed you right up. So satisfying. Even though it was still hot, Bawan kept stuffing spoonful after spoonful into his mouth, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Tang Lei watched silently as the old man devoured the plate in a few bites, then excitedly waved his large, bear-like hand. Tang, you're the best person I've ever met from Great Xia. Why didn't you come sooner? With you here, Canteen 5 definitely wouldn't be the most remote canteen anymore. His attitude was a complete 180-degree turn from when they first met. Just then, a series of crashing and smashing sounds came from outside the door. Two burly men, each over 6 feet tall and dressed in prison uniforms, followed the sound into the canteen, their voices booming. Did I hear that right? There are people from Great Xia here? Ivan and Dennis were brothers. They fought together as children, committed crimes together as adults, and were eventually sent to Siberia to grow potatoes, a testament to their deep brotherly bond. Of the 5 prison sections in the Siberian prison, they were unlucky enough to be assigned to the northernmost section, leaving them seething with anger after every day's labor. Damn this weather. Damn these potatoes. Damn this frozen fish. The mere thought of old Bavan's salty, fishy, frozen fish at the 5th canteen made them want to vomit. If they hadn't heard that the herring cans at the 1st canteen were even worse, they would have already fought with old Bavan. But today was different. As soon as they returned, the brothers smelled a delicious aroma. They couldn't quite place it, they'd never smelled anything like it before, but their mouths watered instinctively. Following the scent, they found their way here, only to freeze at the door. Was this still the dreaded 5th canteen? 2 burly men squeezed in, hearing old Bawan's voice first. A Great Xia person? Ivan's mind conjured up an image of a skinny, monkey-like man, and he scoffed disdainfully. A Great Xia person here? Looking for death? Tang Lei also saw the 2 men and smiled amicably. Finally, some customers. Old Bawan frowned and whispered, "These 2 brothers are troublemakers, hot-tempered, and look down on the Great Xia people. Be careful." At this moment, old Bawan had completely forgotten that he too had once looked down on the Great Xia people. The new cook. Ivan deliberately raised his fist, his muscular physique clearly defined. "Hurry up and bring the food. If it's not as good as the frozen fish, I'll." He suddenly stopped, because Tang Lei lifted the lid of the pot. A rich aroma of meat wafted out, and Ivan sniffed. Beside him, Dennis swallowed hard. Tang Lei picked up a plate, noodles or rice. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance, then each ordered one. Tang Lei nodded and ladled a spoonful of braised pork with potatoes for them. Ivan eagerly grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment he took a bite, a flavor he'd never experienced before washed over his taste buds. Ivan's eyes widened. Salty, savory, and chewy, with a fragrant aroma, a subtle taste. No, Ivan didn't have time to savor it. He only knew to swallow it in large gulps, without even chewing. With the rich sauce, Ivan hesitated for a moment, then picked up a piece of potato. The moment it entered his mouth, the potato melted into a soft, mushy paste on his lips and teeth. The slightly grainy texture, combined with the savory sauce, made Ivan even think that this potato was tastier than the meat. He ate his food one bite at a time, and within minutes his plate was empty. Ivan, without a word, got another serving. While getting his food, Tang Lei smiled and asked, "How about it? Still want some frozen fish?" Ivan shook his head vigorously. Compared to this meat, was old Bawan's frozen fish even edible? "Brother, am I in heaven?" Dennis ate with bulging eyes. "Don't talk," Ivan said, burying his head in his food, "eat quickly. All those gluttons will be here soon." He had already seen it, the new cook's pot only had so little. Once it was gone, it was gone. Dennis froze, a sense of crisis instantly rising within him. Although there weren't many people at the 5th canteen, there were still a few. Plus, the appetites of the Russians. Dennis thought to himself that his brother was smarter and quickly buried his head in his food. Tang Lei waited by the window for a while, hoping to hear feedback, but the entire canteen was eerily silent. The only sound was the slurping of rice. Tang Lei glanced back at his side. Well, old Bawan had already grabbed a second plate and was eating. No need to ask. Tang Lei smiled helplessly, a sense of relief washing over him. This system was pretty reliable after all. While the others were eating, Tang Lei checked the canteen's infrastructure. The canteen had 8 pots, 4 stoves, and all the necessary cooking utensils. Tang Lei figured he could start preparing 3 dishes and a soup, posting the menu outside each day. Judging from the tableware, the 5th canteen could accommodate a few hundred people at a time, but no more. As for purchasing vegetables, the prison handled that. He only needed to pick up what he needed each week. Besides, the cleaning and tidying of the canteen were also assigned to the prisoners. Today was a handover day, so there weren't many people, but there would be more people to do the work when meals officially started tomorrow. Overall, Tang Lei only needed to cook, which was quite easy. After looking around, Tang Lei suddenly heard a system notification. 3 new diners detected. Please continue your efforts to gain repeat customers. Tang Lei thought to himself, oh, this system's requirements are quite high. 1 meal isn't enough, they have to come back for more. At this moment, Ivan and his brother had finished eating. They conscientiously cleared their plates and eagerly carried them to the window. Hey buddy, coming back tomorrow? Tang Lei smiled. Sure, I'm the head chef of the 5th canteen from now on. Feel free to bring your brothers along. Ivan grinned, forcing a seemingly simple, honest smile onto his fleshy face. Perfect timing, it's our turn to clean tomorrow. If you need any help, just let us know. From now on, you're one of our Xiao brothers. His enthusiasm was so palpable, it was hard to believe he was a troublemaker. Dennis nodded repeatedly. In just one meal, the two brothers had already made up their minds. Cleaning the 5th canteen would definitely be a hot job, so they had to be proactive. They'd even fight for jobs that weren't theirs. Tang Lei, of course, had no objections. He now felt that this prison wasn't as terrifying as old Bawan had described. Look at these two brothers, so enthusiastic. Old Bawan was speechless. When he was the head chef, these prisoners were reluctant to even wash dishes, practically ready to fight. Just one bowl of rice, and they've become like this. Sigh. He took out a lunchbox. Tang, I told everyone today it was a handover, so probably not many people will come. Could you pack some food for me to take home? A smile spread across his stubble-covered face. My daughter has a sweet tooth. Your cooking is excellent, she'll definitely love it. Tang Lei glanced at the pot. There was still enough food for about 10 people. It would be a waste not to eat it, so he kept some for himself and gave the rest to old Bawan. As soon as he finished packing, the system beeped again. The third new customer had arrived. Old Bawan's old face beamed. I'll have my daughter come and thank you another day. She's very beautiful, my pride and joy. Tang Lei immediately thought of that 300-pound delicate flower and coughed lightly. No need, cough cough, as long as she likes it. He'd heard Russian girls were fierce and strong, he didn't want to die. The Ivan brothers, watching old Bawan eat and take things, were also envious. But they didn't have pretty daughters, and being prisoners, they couldn't take them. They could only swallow their saliva repeatedly, promising to come early tomorrow to help. It wasn't until the bell rang, ending the prisoners' exercise break, that the two brothers reluctantly left. Tang Lei shook his head helplessly. This Siberia was truly a food desert. Even eating simple potato and pork made him this hungry. Imagine the Manchu Han Imperial feast. Tang Lei thought about it and felt excited. The prison canteen was only open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Prisoners couldn't come at other times. Plus, there weren't many people during today's shift change, so Tang Lei had plenty of free time. Old Bawan checked the time, took his lunchbox, and went back to find his daughter, planning to return tomorrow. Tang Lei sat down and stretched his shoulders. He had already decided what to do tomorrow. The next day, Tang Lei got up early to collect his groceries. He was currently living and eating in the prison canteen. It wasn't that he couldn't leave the prison, but renting a place would cost money, and being unfamiliar with the area, Tang Lei didn't want to bother. The prison's food was delivered by a centralized procurement team once a week. You could choose what you wanted. Those who arrived late would only get what was left. To avoid eating dozens of potato dishes and canned herring for the next week, Tang Lei was the first to arrive at the groceries area. The procurement officer was a woman with light blonde hair, wrapped in a heavy fur coat. She whistled when she saw Tang Lei. Oh, you're the new chef from Great Xia? Tang Lei smiled. Yes, have the groceries arrived? The woman pushed open the cold storage door and waved her hand. Take whatever you want, but with your build, how much can you carry? Why didn't you send old Bavan? It has to be said, the Russians truly live up to their reputation as a fighting nation. This woman even looked more robust than Tang Lei. Tang Lei shrugged. He's not here yet. I'll call him next time. Old Bawan loved frozen fish. It didn't require getting up early for that. The woman lit a cigarette, and before she could even say I'll help you, her eyes widened. Tang Lei wandered around the cold storage, picking up a pig's leg in one hand and carrying half a sheep in the other. He tossed it around, seemingly satisfied. Enough for a few days. Then, he spotted a package of large red sausages, his eyes lighting up. Russian red sausages and purple-wrapped candy were quite popular foreign goods in Great Xia. Now that he was in their place of origin, he had to try them. Tang Lei looked at his hands and smiled at the blonde woman. Hey, little sister, help me carry this. The woman actually breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this man was indeed about to collapse, and listened as Tang Lei continued. Hang it on my pig's leg. Woman. She dazedly passed out and hung the sausage up for Tang Lei. Then Tang Lei picked out some vegetables, packed them up, and carried them away, inwardly sighing. Being a chef is physically demanding. The physical fitness the system provided to a beginner chef allowed him to easily carry over 100 pounds of meat. He wondered what he'd be capable of after leveling up. If old BA could hear his thoughts, he'd shake his head frantically. No way, no way. A chef just has to flip woks and cook, not fight bears. But right now, obviously no one was correcting Tang Lei's wonderful misunderstanding. He easily carried the meat and vegetables to the blonde woman, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard we can discuss purchasing certain vegetables. The blonde woman nodded. Tang Lei laboriously pulled out a list and handed it over. It was the result of his careful consideration last night. Tofu, I know that. What's qianzhang, 1,000-layer tofu? Pork chops, pork belly, what's wu-hua, 5-layered pork? Chicken, fish, all kinds of mushrooms and fruits. The woman looked at the long list, raised her eyebrows, her deep features appearing even more fierce. Are you kidding me? She'd been working as a purchasing agent for the Siberian prison for 5 years. This was the first time she'd encountered so many requests. Tang Lei explained several terms specific to Great Xia to her, then smiled. Delicious. I'll treat you to dinner at the 5th canteen when I get it back. The blonde woman frowned. Siberia only had so much food. What delicious food could she possibly have never tried before? But somehow, seeing the way this man from Great Xia was carrying the meat, she inexplicably believed him halfway. After I'm done with my work, I'll go to the 5th canteen and see what you're capable of. Tang Lei's smile relaxed a bit more. As long as he was willing to come, there was a way. Building a good relationship with the purchasing department would give him more options for cooking in the future. He picked up the things with satisfaction and said goodbye. Back at the 5th canteen, old Bawan was already back, beaming with joy upon seeing him. Xia, why didn't you wait for me? After that concerned question, the next question was the real focus. What are you planning to make today? There are 3 meals a day in prison, and mornings are short. Tang Lei had already gone to get the vegetables today, so there wasn't enough time. Tang Lei thought for a moment and decided he should start making some semi-finished products, like steamed buns and mantou, to save time. Lunch could start being prepared now. Tang Lei changed his clothes and first brought up the pork leg, chopping it into 3 sections with a few strokes. He carefully selected the lean meat from the trotters and legs, choosing only the top part with a good balance of fat and lean. The main dish he was preparing today was a staple in almost every household in Daxia, a must-have for festivals and celebrations. Braised pork belly. He first singed the pork skin over a fire to remove any remaining pig hair. Then, he placed the pot on the stove, tossed a spoonful of sugar into it, and shook his head. He'd forgotten to include rock sugar on the order, a miscalculation. He'd have to make do with white sugar for now, caramelizing it. As the aroma of caramelized sugar rose from the pot, Lao Bawan helped blanch the chopped pork, skimming off the foam. The cleaned pork chunks were quickly tossed into the pot, the skin instantly turning golden brown. The sugar syrup, through constant stirring, evenly coated the white pork, gradually transforming it into an enticing color. Tang Lei stirred with one hand while precisely adding star anise, bay leaves, and light soy sauce with the other. No oil was added to the pot, yet the fat from the pork was slowly rendered, infusing the seasonings and releasing an even more intense aroma. Old Bawan sniffed, feeling his mouth water again. But this wasn't all. After adding enough ingredients for braised pork, Tang Lei covered the pot and simmered it over low heat, while simultaneously preparing the next dish. He had already written today's menu on the small blackboard. Braised pork, shredded pork with sweet bean sauce, stir-fried shredded vegetables, and borscht. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. A balanced meal. The pork, made from lean pork, was quickly shredded, rinsed to remove blood, and then marinated with cooking wine and egg white. Next, Tang Lei directed Lao Bawan to chop 3 kinds of vegetables, carrots, potatoes, and lettuce. These are all quick and easy dishes. The ingredients can be prepared in advance and started cooking half an hour before dinner. The borscht also needed to be cooked in advance. Tang Lei asked Lao Bawan to help, chopping tomatoes, potatoes, onions, and a little beef into small pieces. The tomatoes were sautéed in a pot to release their sweet and sour juices. A small piece of butter was added, adding a hint of creaminess to the sweet and sour flavor, making it richer. The onions and potatoes were then sautéed until fragrant and browned. Water was added, along with the tomato juice, and the beef pieces were simmered. The result was a delicious combination of sweet, sour, and fragrant. Tang Lei satisfiedly put the lid on the pot. This soup was originally a dish from Russia, later introduced to China, and after several modifications, Tang Lei's version was an adaptation to local tastes. After several busy hours, Tang Lei rubbed his back and stretched. Preparations were almost complete. All that was left was to wait for the diners. It was just past 11 a.m. Brothers Ivan and Dennis, who were working in the fields, hurried to the prison guard. Report. Our task is complete. The guard frowned and glanced at the time. This wasn't normal. These 2 troublemakers hadn't slacked off or dawdled until the last minute. The guard brandished his baton. What mischief are you 2 up to? Dennis honestly replied. Report. Today it's our turn to wash dishes in the 5th canteen. We need to be there early. The guard's frown deepened. These guys were strong, but they hated the delicate work of washing dishes and sweeping. Usually, they'd be a little late if possible. What's going on today? He looked them over, but besides the simple joy on their faces, he couldn't discern anything. He said sullenly, go on, behave yourselves. He suddenly remembered, speaking of which, the 5th canteen seems to have a new cook. How's the food? The brothers exchanged a glance and said in unison, it's awful. Don't go. After speaking, the Ivan brothers took off running. Watching the two brothers' burly yet surprisingly agile figures disappear into the distance, a group of prisoners grumbled and cursed. Is the food at the fifth canteen even worse? Damn it! Another long walk. For these prisoners, all serving sentences of 5 years or more, meals were probably their only hope. Worse than old Bhavan's food? Who could tolerate that? Unless they were exceptionally lazy, they'd rather walk further to the fourth canteen. Even the prison guard, Lattif, cursed in annoyance. He had a shift change today and didn't have much time at lunchtime, so he had to go to the fifth canteen. After supervising the group of burly men until they finished their work, Lattif sighed and headed towards the fifth canteen. However, he froze as soon as he reached the door. He saw the troublesome Ivan brothers, heads down at the table, surrounded by a high stack of plates and bowls, clearly having already eaten more than one meal. This is worse? Lattif stared incredulously at the Ivan brothers, then at the mess hall window. His eyes widened in disbelief. A rich, dark sauce of braised pork belly was prominently displayed. The skin was almost translucent, as if you could almost feel it melting in your mouth. The satisfying aroma of the oil and the fragrance of the sauce wafted over, fiercely stimulating Lattif's appetite. Gurgle. Tang Lei also heard the loud rumble of his stomach. He looked up, somewhat surprised. Sir? This was the first time he'd seen a prison guard. Old Bhavan had told him that the guards ate much better than the prisoners, usually at the best mess hall, the second one. Lattif nodded, his eyes still glued to the braised pork. Give me this, what's it called? Braised pork, Tang Lei explained. Today's menu is written on the blackboard: shredded pork with sweet bean sauce, braised pork, stir-fried shredded vegetables, and a borscht. Want one of these? Lattif's gaze finally shifted to the other dishes, and he hesitated. Choosing something else would inevitably take up space for the braised pork, and he was a little reluctant. Old Bhavan, standing nearby, understood his look perfectly. I guarantee you'll regret it if you only order the braised pork. He pointed to the Ivan brothers, still engrossed in their meal. Lattif glanced over and saw that the two brothers had ordered everything, so he nodded. Okay, one order, please. Old Bhavan filled his plate. Tang Lei observed that, probably because the prison canteen wasn't for profit, Old Bhavan's hand was very steady, not a single piece of meat fell. He felt a pang of regret. The canteen wasn't shaky, but something felt missing. Lattif silently took his food, but the first thing he did wasn't eat. He went to the Ivan brothers. Ahem. Lattif raised his baton and slammed it on the table. The Ivan brothers finally looked up, their eyes meeting. Embarrassed instantly filled their two fleshy faces. If it's not good, don't go, Lattif said expressionlessly. Ahem. Ivan waved his hands frantically. Sir, you can't say that. Dennis nodded vigorously. Sir, you'll understand once you eat it. Lattif snorted and sat down to the side. He tentatively forked a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. The first bite was slightly sweet, followed by a strong, overpowering aroma of meat. The pork, stewed all morning, had a translucent, soft skin that practically melted in your mouth, yet retained a slight chewiness. The bottom part burst with juicy goodness with every bite, the meat tender yet firm. Before Lattif could even process what was happening, he swallowed a piece. His eyes glazed over as he picked up his utensils and began stuffing piece after piece into his mouth, his mind still reeling. He'd been guarding prisons in Siberia for 10 years. When had he ever seen food like this here? No, not just in prisons, but in all of Siberia, there was nothing like this. Lattif finished the braised pork in a few bites, then took a bite of the stir-fried shredded vegetables. The light, refreshing vegetables cleansed the palate, and after a moment, he turned his attention to the shredded pork with sweet bean sauce. This dish was supposedly a famous dish from the Great Xia Kingdom, and the new head chef had even given him scallions, saying they should be eaten together. Normally, he would never have wanted to try such a bizarre way of eating, but now, with the assurance of braised pork, Lattif suddenly felt confident about the food in the fifth canteen. Great Xia cuisine, it can't be a problem. While Lattif was eagerly trying it, the Ivan brothers finally couldn't eat anything more. They regretfully returned the plates and went to the kitchen to wash up. At the same time, Tang Lei heard a system notification. Ding, congratulations host for gaining +2 returning customers. Mission progress 2/100, please keep up the good work. As soon as the voice finished, several burly men with shaved heads, all wearing prison uniforms, walked in. They were the most dawdling group, too lazy to walk far. Their steps into the fifth canteen were reluctant. But the next moment, they saw Lattif silently eating. Sir. The men greeted him, only to find that the prison guard Lattif didn't even glance at them, seemingly completely absorbed in his own world. Soon, the men understood Lattif's intentions. Tang Lei, seeing the newcomers, lifted the pot lid again. The enticing aroma of the food instantly drew the attention of the burly men, while old Bhavan, standing nearby, sniffed contentedly. Although he was already stuffed, the smell was so delicious, he couldn't get enough of it. One after another, the prisoners cried out, "Cook, give me a serving." They sat down and began to devour the food, completely forgetting to talk. While eating, they cursed the Ivan brothers in their minds. This is what you call bad food? Ivan, Dennis, you two are dogs. After this wave, several more prisoners passed by, drawn in by the bustling scene of cooking. Everyone moved in unison. First they looked at the people, then at the food, and then they buried their heads in their food. Tang Lei, while serving food to old Bavan, listened to the system notifications popping up repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 new diners had arrived. Tang Lei nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. But soon, he noticed a problem. These prisoners had an insane appetite. He had prepared enough food for about 100 people, based on his own appetite. And these were less than 30 people, and the 3 dishes and soup were almost gone. Just how much can these Russians eat? What he didn't know was that these prisoners were already quite robust, did manual labor, and this was the first time they'd eaten so well. They were all like starving ghosts, eating one serving after another. As they ate, their eyes were glued to the pot in Tang Lei's hands. Less, just a little bit left. They frantically stuffed food into their mouths, trying to grab that last bite. Tang Lei's hands, tossing the pot, suddenly felt immense pressure. Just then, a voice broke the silence. Latov walked over. Give me one to go. Instantly, all the prisoners' eyes turned to Latov. There wasn't enough food, why were they taking leftovers home? No sportsmanship. This was the first time Latov had encountered so many hostile looks from the prisoners since he started working. He gripped his baton, coughed, and scanned the crowd. Trying to rebel? The prisoners' gazes shifted from displeasure to resentment. Those assigned to this remote 5th district were all people with no connections. The guards dared not offend them. Even so, they still stared intently at Latov, or rather, at the lunchbox in his hand, unwilling to look away. A group of burly men, reduced to complaining women because of this one bowl of food. Tang Lei clicked his tongue and shook his head. Was it really necessary? According to regulations, prisoners were only allowed to eat 2 meals a day in the canteen during designated times, and were not allowed to take any extra food. The prison guards and staff didn't have this restriction, so Tang Lei handed the last serving of braised pork to Latov. Latov nodded in satisfaction, a rare smile appearing on his usually serious face. Great Xia man, you're quite good. He carefully clutched his lunchbox and left the canteen to go on his shift change. Today he had his monthly performance review with his superior, after which he could leave early. When he got home, his Valodia would surely be utterly astonished by the mysterious cuisine of Great Xia, and then love him even more. Latov was lost in his daydreams when he suddenly bumped into his superior. Halt, Latov, what are you carrying? Latov saluted, reporting, Sir, it's my packed dinner. It was common for prison guards to eat a portion of their food in the canteen and take some home when they were busy, and Latov hadn't thought much of it. But today, he instinctively felt something was wrong, and subconsciously tightened his grip on the lunchbox. What are you hiding? Anton frowned, displeased. He was the head of the guards in the entire 5th Ward, known for his ruthless, impartial, and authoritative nature. In the entire 5th Ward, from guards to prisoners, no one was unafraid of him. At this moment, this strict superior was extremely displeased with his subordinate's sudden cowering. He was about to give him a stern reprimand when suddenly his nostrils twitched. He smelled. Put it down, Anton said coldly. Guard Latov, report for duty. Yes, sir. Latov despairingly put down his lunchbox. I'm on my way to the 1st Ward for my shift change. This is the canteen lunchbox I was going to take home. He prayed silently. God, please, boss, don't have any designs on the lunchbox. To everyone's surprise, Anton casually remarked, hand over? Then you'll be off work early today, which is practically a day off. It's a rare holiday, you really shouldn't be bringing a takeout lunch home. Well then, Anton said generously, I have to work at noon anyway, so I won't take advantage of you. Consider this lunch my payment. Anton waved his hand magnanimously, pulling out a stack of rubles. Take your wife out for a stroll, she'll be happy. Anton considered himself a considerate leader, but he saw a complex mix of emotions on Latov's face. Any more questions? Latov had nothing to say and reluctantly accepted the rubles. Fine, this is the boss. Anton took the lunchbox. Speaking of which, where did you get this? I remember the 5th canteen's signature dish is frozen fish, isn't it? Old Baban's specialty dish, something he'd rather die than eat a single bite of. But the hot-boxed lunch in front of him surprisingly gave him a strange sense of anticipation. Latov mumbled, a new chef from Great Xia has arrived. Anton gave an O. He managed tens of thousands of people, such trivial matters were none of his concern. But upon hearing Great Xia, he listlessly put down his lunchbox. He'd heard of the Great Xia. They said the men there were mysterious, but apparently, they were all doting fathers. Humph. Anton felt an instinctive dissatisfaction. What good Russian food could the Great Xia cook? The aroma from earlier, it probably came from somewhere else? Anton didn't think much of it and went back to work. On the other side, the last dish sold out, and Tang Lei prepared to rest. After Lattif left, a few more prisoners slowly made their way in, cursing as they saw the empty food counter. Damn it! I could smell it from way over there, and now it's all gone. He turned to the men sitting there, licking their plates, staring at each other wide-eyed. The food's improved? Not frozen fish anymore? No, 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 the man he pointed at shook his head frantically. It's awful. Brother, I'm telling you, it's terrible. Let's go to another canteen. Tang Lei, goodness, you guys are really my good customers. Fortunately, the latecomers weren't stupid either. They glanced at the food and started cursing. Damn it! If it's so bad, why is your stomach so bulging? Throw it out. Damn buddy. Keep your voice down. One of the earlier eaters quickly coaxed, don't yell, I'll share with you next time. Get lost. The burly man turned to Tang Lei, hey, cook, hurry up and make me some more. Tang Lei calmly put the lid back on the pot. It's past mealtime, come back next time. His pots and pans weren't like old BA ones, the kind you could just chop up and serve. They weren't something you could just have whenever you wanted. The burly man's eyes immediately widened. You're new here, aren't you? Do you know who I am? Tang Lei shook his head, sincerely saying, I don't know. He genuinely didn't know, and in his eyes, all these burly men looked the same. He had no interest in looking closely. I am. What are you? A gruff voice interrupted him, and Dennis, who had just finished washing a batch of dishes, smiled grimly. What, trying to cause trouble? Old Bawan, having finished his work, glanced over coldly. The burly man looked at this one, then that one, looking more dejected than if he'd wilted. Ah, brother Dennis, I just wanted to eat. Get lost. Dennis snapped. Eat? Didn't you see they were washing dishes here just to get a meal? What kind of class do you think you are, daring to threaten the chef? If you idiot, drive Chef Tang away, I'll definitely get you. The burly man was thoroughly scolded and slunk away. Tang Lei shook his head, watching his retreating figure. Never mind, let's continue cleaning. Yes, Chef Tang. Tang Lei also added a note to the sign outside. Limited daily food supply, no exceptions. Just then, a system notification sounded in Tang Lei's mind. Congratulations, host, you have gained 27 new diners. Returning customer task 29/100, please keep up the good work, host. Once this group comes for another meal, that'll be 29 returning customers. Tang Lei felt a sense of relief. They're practically impossible to get rid of now. They seem eager to stay until the second meal. The first task should be completed quickly. However, 100 returning customers. He glanced at the mountain of plates piled up everywhere and the Dennis brothers diligently washing dishes, and clicked his tongue. Damn it, the difficulty wasn't in the returning customers, but in making enough food to feed 100 or so people. But now it's really difficult. There aren't enough pots, and it's just him and old Bawan. As Tang Lei was thinking, he suddenly saw old Bawan standing dejectedly in front of the empty rice bowl. Tang, we're doomed, something terrible is about to happen. Old Bawan cried out as if the sky had fallen. Tang, what do we do? I just remembered that Lattif took the last portion. I haven't packed it for my daughter yet. Tang Lei, that's it. He thought the old man was just exhausted. He casually said, I'll save some for you next time. Old Bawan was a cook too. His daughter wouldn't starve, would she? Old Bawan's face was pained. No. Tang, you don't understand. Tang Lei genuinely didn't understand. He thought for a moment. How about this? I'll teach you a secret cafeteria trick. You can not only get more portions, but also save some for your daughter. Old Bawan, what? Tang Lei smiled mysteriously. Watch me. He picked up a ladle, casually scooped up a spoonful of dishwater, and just as he was about to remove it, suddenly his hand trembled. Splash! Half the water spilled back out. Got it. Tang Lei patiently guided him. This is a skill every great Xia citizen has encountered since childhood, the canteen auntie's amazing technique. How can you serve food in the canteen without your hands shaking? Old Bawan's eyes widened. You can do that. Old Bawan, who had always honestly served frozen fish, never dreamed of such a trick. Tang, great Xia people are all like this. Brilliant? Tang Lei shrugged. Isn't it amazing? Want to learn? Learn. Old Bawan readily agreed. He gradually developed a sense of admiration for the mysterious great Xia people. Given the current state of the fifth canteen, this technique was truly ingenious. Tang Lei grinned. He also gave a sympathetic smile to the 20 or so prisoners who had eaten and drunk their fill. Sorry, guys, this might be your last truly substantial meal. No choice, limited resources. To serve a few more diners and complete the mission sooner, I had to be ruthless. The prisoners, not understanding his smile, foolishly chuckled along. A few quick-wit ones approached. Cook, you have so many bowls, the Dennis brothers won't be able to finish washing them. Yeah, why don't we help out? Lunch break isn't over yet. If their guards were here, they'd probably be utterly speechless. These burly men, who would rather grow potatoes than take turns working in the canteen, were actually volunteering to wash dishes. But even then, they hadn't even started. Dennis and Ivan, hearing the commotion outside and feeling over 20 burning gazes fixed on them and their right to eat first, immediately flew into a rage. Don't even think about it. This was all pre-arranged. Want to fight? While still angry, they didn't forget to explain to Tang Lei, "We can finish." Tang Lei coughed lightly. "It's all right, you've done a great job. These burly men may not have much else, but they certainly don't lack strength. They did the job quickly and well." The other prisoners, envious but unable to eat, were comforted by Tang Lei's reluctance. "This is just a trial run for a few days. I'll figure out how to improve it later, so every brother can have a bite." Although these men were incarcerated for crimes, Tang Lei seemed to them, at least for now, they were all relatively well behaved. As long as they didn't offend him, he was willing to indulge his special group of customers. After all, a cook's job is to feed people. Of course, those who crossed his bottom line didn't count. Soon, the Dennis brothers finished cleaning up the kitchen utensils and tableware. Lunch break was over. The bell rang, and the prisoners hurried back to their assigned positions. The heavy clatter of shackles and locks echoed, and the Siberian prison resumed its daily routine. Old Bavan was also preparing to go back and rest for a while. He said his home was just a few minutes' walk from the prison. He also asked Tang Lei what time he planned to start work that afternoon so he could come and help. Tang Lei thought for a moment. 5 o'clock then. Old Bavan went back, and Tang Lei returned to his bunk, slumped down for a while, then sat up again, unable to stay still. After thinking for a moment, he slapped his thigh. "Aha!" Tang Lei turned and pulled out several bags of flour from the bottom of the cupboard. The dry, cold climate of northern Daxia had given rise to a unique wheat-based food culture. Steamed buns, dumplings, and mantu. These things, once steamed and frozen, can be stored for months. When you want to eat them, just reheat them and they'll be as fresh as if they were just cooked. Most importantly, the rice and flour are plentiful. And it's simple and plentiful. Tang Lei calculated that if he steamed all these bags of flour into buns, he'd make at least 1,000 or 800. Definitely enough. He could then add a bowl of soup, and with the buns, he could have a meal in minutes. Morning or evening life would be wonderful. Having made his plan, Tang Lei found all the bowls in the cafeteria and started kneading dough. With the complete chef god system, kneading dough was naturally no problem, but even with Tang Lei's novice chef stamina, he was a little tired after kneading 3 bowls. Damn it, for an easier life later, I'll give it my all. He endured the soreness and pain, processed the dough, covered it with a cloth to ferment, and then started chopping the filling. Because he hadn't taken much food when he went grocery shopping, or rather, most of the prisons didn't have what he wanted. This time, the filling was quite simple. Tang Lei rummaged around and pulled out a sack of cabbages from the cupboard, nodding with satisfaction. He'd heard that northeast China exported cabbages to Russia, but this culinary wasteland had no idea how to cook this versatile treasure. They only used it for soup. He chopped the cabbages, squeezed out the juice, and set it aside. Later, he'd wrap them with meat, steam them briefly, and the meat juices would soak into the dehydrated cabbages, blending the freshness of the cabbage leaves with the savory flavor of the meat. Just that broth alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Next, Tang Lei took out the leftover pork from making braised pork belly with lamb and pork leg, and chopped it all up. This step required the finer the pieces, the better, ideally with a mix of lean and fat, so that the filling would be rich but not greasy, moist but not dry. These are the kinds of steamed buns that make you want to eat them. Tang Lei chopped the filling, thinking of his mother. His hometown was in the south of Daxia, and he grew up eating his hometown soup dumplings. His mother was an expert at steaming buns. If it weren't for her trying to set me up with a 300-pound beauty who wanted to ruin her own son, sigh. Tang Lei sighed deeply. Just then, a clear voice rang out in front of him. What 300-pound beauty? Tang Lei's mind raced, his hands still chopping the filling rapidly, when he suddenly heard the voice and jumped in fright. His hand slipped, and the cleaver flew from his grasp. Hey, watch out. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes lit up. Standing opposite him was a blonde beauty. Sky blue eyes, delicate and adorable, long blonde hair flowing down her shoulders, she was as exquisite as a porcelain doll. But, Tang Lei's gaze shifted downwards. In the doll's small, fair hand, she firmly gripped a kitchen knife. The very knife he had flung away. This doll-like beauty had caught the blade barehanded. Tang Lei, is this some kind of fighting nation? The words of concern instantly died in his throat. Seeing his complicated expression, the doll-like beauty blinked innocently and handed the kitchen knife back to him with both hands. Little brother, be careful with your knife. The doll's voice was clear and crisp. The brother she called made Tang Lei feel good, and he decided to temporarily ignore the fact that the beautiful woman had disarmed him. He took the knife and asked, "Who are you? How did you get in? This is a prison. This beautiful woman doesn't look like a prisoner. Even if she were, she shouldn't be here." Prisons are segregated by gender, and Section 5 only has male prisoners. The doll shook her head, revealing an epaulette. Hello, my name is Yelena. I'm not a prisoner. I'm on a mission. I entered legally. Tang Lei looked down. Wow, a pentagonal fortress on the outside, a crown and a crossed gold arrow and silver axe on the inside. This was actually a Siberian military district insignia. This beautiful young woman is a soldier? Tang Lei was astonished. Being a soldier in the fighting nation is no easy task. This beautiful woman is truly unpredictable. But even if she's on a mission, she shouldn't be in the cafeteria, right? Tang Lei thought she'd gone to the wrong place. This is Cafeteria 5. Where are you going? Yelena's clear blue eyes darted around, but she didn't answer. Suddenly, she asked, "What are you doing?" Tang Lei wiped the cleaver, chopping meat. "Is it edible?" Tang Lei, "She's still giving birth." He shook his head, refusing. "Not now, we have to wait." "All right then," Yelena said regretfully. Although she said she had a mission, she didn't leave. She just found a place to sit in the cafeteria and looked this way expectantly. She actually started waiting? Tang Lei, "What's up with this pretty girl?" But she was just sitting there, so he wasn't bothered by her staring. He simply ignored her and continued chopping the meat. After finishing one batch, Tang Lei started adding marinade to the minced meat. Siberian spices were scarce, and the Sichuan peppercorns and 13 spice powder commonly used in Great Xia were even harder to find. Although he had written these on the list for the purchasing lady, he didn't know when he would find them. Now, Tang Lei could only make his own seasoning: light soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, and a pinch of black pepper, commonly used in the West, which he then mixed with the mincemeat. He heated oil in a wok, added scallions and ginger, and sautéed until the aroma was fully infused into the oil. Then he skimmed off the remaining bits and pieces and poured in the minced meat. Sizzle! A loud sizzle of oil rang out. The entire area in front of the stove instantly filled with a fragrant aroma. Tang Lei kept stirring. First, stir-fry the minced meat until half-cooked, then wrap it inside the cabbage. This will make the buns steam faster and allow you to better control the broth inside the dough. Just as Tang Lei was savoring the delicious taste he had eaten before, he suddenly froze. A small blonde head appeared before him. Yelena had somehow gotten to the food counter and was staring longingly at the pot through the glass. Seeing her posture, Tang Lei inexplicably imagined her drooling over a doll-like face. This was truly. Seeing Tang Lei look up, Yelena quickly said, "Is it ready to eat?" "It's cooked." Tang Lei shook his head again. "No, it's not vegetables, it's filling." Yelena's pretty little face suddenly scrunched up, as if she was about to cry. "But I'm so hungry, I didn't eat lunch. Please give me a bite, even the filling." Tang Lei, "Girl, why are you going to such lengths?" He coldly set the stir-fried minced meat aside, then sighed, "Fine, I'll make you some." He was a soldier, after all. Unlike his feelings towards prisoners, Tang Lei felt a certain fondness for these people who defended their country. Tang Lei rummaged around and found some leftover rice from lunch. He was also a bit hungry after a busy afternoon. "I'll just make some fried rice," he said. Yelena poked her head in. "I can make fried rice too." Tang Lei asked curiously, "How do you make fried rice?" Yelena gestured a couple of times. "Put rice, mushrooms, oil, heat it up, and that's it." Tang Lei, "Where's the salt? The egg? All the essential ingredients for fried rice? Is this fried rice from the Russian bear even edible?" "It's actually quite delicious," Yelena thought for a moment, "better than frozen fish." Tang Lei couldn't help but give her a sympathetic glance. Look how hungry the child is. Everyone says that the Russians are physically strong, develop rapidly, have vast lands and sparse populations, and have cheap housing, making many people in Great Xia yearn for it. In Tang Lei's opinion, it wasn't that great. At least when it came to food and drink, it was a complete culinary desert. It was hard to imagine what kind of miserable lives those countries, even more culinarily desolate than Russia, especially the one that considered fish and chips and stargazing as its signature dishes, were living. Tang Lei quickly cracked 2 eggs, heated a little oil in a pan, and poured the egg mixture into the rice. "This isn't right, is it?" Yelena's eyes widened. Tang Lei was too lazy to explain. He then took out carrots, some leafy greens, and corn, chopped them into small pieces, and set them aside. After thinking for a moment, he chopped some sausage and ham, and scooped out a spoonful of half-cooked mincemeat. When the oil started to bubble, Tang Lei directly poured the rice with egg mixture into the pan. Then, holding the pan in one hand and a spoon in the other, he flicked his wrist. Whoosh! He tossed, flipped, and stir-fried. Tang Lei continued to stir the rice, coated in egg, gradually breaking down from clumps into distinct grains. Golden grains. Each grain of rice was evenly coated with egg, turning an enticing golden color. Then, Tang Lei added minced meat and diced ham, continuing to stir-fry. The canteen's large stove was burning fiercely, and his movements were effortless. In just a few stirs, an enticing aroma filled the air. Yelena stared intently at the wok and the person holding it, her eyes shining, as if witnessing a miracle. Tang Lei didn't notice what the girl was doing, he continued at his pace. After the meat came various diced vegetables. These balanced the richness of the meat with a touch of freshness. A balanced meal of meat and vegetables, nutritionally complete. Tang Lei controlled the heat perfectly, giving it one last stir. The golden rice grains suddenly soared, like beautiful waves of wheat, captivating Yelena's senses. She had just put the rice on a plate when she eagerly scooped up a spoonful. "How does it taste?" Tang Lei asked casually. Yelena didn't answer for a long time. Tang Lei was a little surprised. Worse. Wait a minute, he scooped up a spoonful and tried it. As expected of a system product, it's always top-notch. This taste is absolutely amazing. The salty and savory flavors blend perfectly, the texture is just right, and one bite is enough to make you want to keep eating. So, Yelena? Just then, Yelena slowly raised her head. Tang Lei was startled. Holy crap, why are you crying? The little beauty, who had been holding back her tears just moments before, was now streaming down her face. While the tears were flowing, she still managed to shovel rice into her mouth. Delicious, so delicious, wah. Tang Lei. No, really not. Why is this little beauty still such a crybaby? Tang Lei was starting to doubt the authenticity of her military insignia. Just then, a new message popped up in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have gained a returning customer +1. Mission progress 3/100. Please keep up the good work. Tang Lei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood, and looked at Yelena, who was still engrossed in her food, with surprise. You are Old Bawan's daughter. Yelena looked up abruptly, surprised. How did you know? Tang Lei thought to himself, how could I not know? Besides Old Bawan, who wasn't exactly a regular customer, there were 3 returning customers. 2 were the Dennis brothers, so who else could it be? Besides the daughter Old Bawan praised to the skies, who else had eaten at his restaurant a second time? He just hadn't expected Old Bawan to actually tell this time. How could such a rough-looking man have produced such a beautiful daughter? Yelena blinked, rice still clinging to her lips, but her eyes turned serious. How did you know? You probably haven't seen me before. I've received professional disguise training. Most people couldn't tell that I'm related to my father. At this moment, she did indeed resemble a soldier. Tang Lei smiled slightly. Perhaps I happen to be special? Don't be nervous, I'm just a cook. He's just here to relax and avoid an arranged marriage, not to be a spy. Yelena glanced at him questioningly a few more times, but before she could even hold out for a minute, the aroma of fried rice tempted her, and she lowered her head again. So delicious, you're really amazing. Her praise was sincere, and Tang Lei couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself that this girl was quite cute. She was completely different from the fierce and domineering Russian girls he remembered. Most importantly, she was the first person he'd met in his few days in Siberia who didn't look down on his Chinese appearance. Tang Lei let her eat, ate a couple of bites himself, and returned to the stove. Wait a minute, Yelena quickly finished her rice and ran over. Actually, it's not because of the mission. My dad's had some old ailments, so he might not be able to come help you tonight. I'm filling in for him. Tang Lei paused for a moment. Oh, he could have just told me. There's no need for him to fill in. Anyway, he planned to cook something simple tonight, he could manage. Yelena smiled. He even specifically told me to remember to bring him some food back. Tang Lei. Alright, you're something else. He casually asked with concern, what's his chronic ailment? A hint of worry appeared on Yelena's beautiful face. It's hard to say, but he's in pain all over, and his joints ache terribly on cloudy days. He fought too hard on the battlefield in his younger days. Tang Lei was surprised. He went to the battlefield. Yelena covered her mouth, smiling sheepishly. Don't tell anyone, I shouldn't have said that. He doesn't like it being mentioned. Tang Lei nodded understandingly, casually saying, then he probably has some rheumatism? In our Great Xia, we call it excessive dampness. It's better to eat more warming foods. For Tang Lei, this was common knowledge in Great Xia. Dietary supplements were even an important part of traditional Xia medicine, but for Yelena, it was like listening to gibberish. She nodded, seemingly understanding, and said again, let me help you. Tang Lei thought for a moment, then took a lump of dough. Do you know how to make steamed buns? His fingers deftly twirled, and he used chopsticks to pick up a ball of filling and stuff it inside. With a smooth motion of his other hand, he shaped it in a circle. A perfectly plump steamed bun was formed. Yelena nodded confidently. I know. Then she held out her hand. A few minutes later, Tang Lei rubbed his temples. Never mind. Yelena, clutching her mangled palm, was on the verge of tears. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean to. Tang Lei sighed helplessly. The little girl hadn't meant to, but she was too strong and couldn't control herself. With a little force, she'd turned the dough and filling into a pancake. He had no choice but to hand Yelena a kitchen knife. Chop the filling for me. This time, Yelena was much more efficient, starting to chop away with a clang. Clearly, the knife was much more to her liking. Tang Lei glanced at the time and then took out the remaining large soup pots and set them out. With steamed buns, naturally, there needed to be porridge. Porridge, also called congee in the north, is an indispensable staple food on the tables of the people of Daxia, whether in the south or the north. Congee, as the name suggests, is primarily soupy. Tang Lei looked at the steamed buns and decided to make 8 treasure porridge instead. The kitchen was still lacking in ingredients. Tang Lei searched around and sighed deeply. This godforsaken place. I can't even gather all the ingredients for 8 treasure porridge. Sigh. I need to reform this place. Once he's developed, I must reform these people from the culinary desert. Thinking this, he had no choice but to gather all the available grains, rice, oats, peanuts, etc., wash them thoroughly, and put them into a pot. He brought it to a boil over high heat, then simmered it over low heat. Tang Lei carefully adjusted the heat, letting it simmer slowly on its own. By mealtime, the porridge would be perfectly soft and sticky. Having finished preparing everything, he sat down and quietly began wrapping buns. Yelena was still diligently chopping the filling beside him. Despite her delicate appearance, she was surprisingly efficient. Tang Lei was quite satisfied. Once she had chopped enough, he let her sit down, so she obediently sat back down and carefully scraped the empty plate a couple more times. Tang Lei found it amusing, but thinking about it, it made sense. Following old Bawan, she probably hadn't eaten much good food. No wonder she compared everything to frozen fish. Tang Lei chatted with her casually, his hands busy with his work, feeling a rare moment of leisure. But not long after, the sound of high heels suddenly came from outside the cafeteria. Following closely, a tall woman with a voluptuous figure, wrapped in a fur coat, walked in and called out loudly, "The new guy, I'm here for lunch, huh?" Yelena. She stopped in surprise. "What are you doing here? Weren't you transferred to carry out?" Yelena interrupted her. "Bella, I'm back. I'm here to help out for my father." The woman called Bella was the one who had been in charge of purchasing supplies for the prison that morning and had exchanged a few words with Tang Lei. Hearing Yelena's response, she was stunned. "Yelena? You? Helping out in the cafeteria? Are you crazy or am I?" Yelena frowned, somewhat displeased. "What's wrong with that? It's not like I can't do it." That making steamed buns thing doesn't count, that's too difficult." Bella couldn't understand. "Didn't you already advance to? Everyone needs to eat." Yelena scoffed. In front of Bella, her expression was cold, completely lacking the liveliness she displayed in front of Tang Lei. Just then, a call came from the cafeteria. "Yelena, come lend a hand." "Okay." Yelena responded cheerfully, running off to help Tang Lei carry things. "Little brother, what's this?" Tang Lei wiped his sweat. "I modified a steamer. I'll use this to make buns for you guys in a bit." He then noticed Bella, who was standing there in a daze. "Oh, it's you. Did you find the ingredients I asked for?" Bella instinctively replied, "Those weren't easy to find. I have to try your cooking first." Tang Lei had no objection. "Sure, wait a bit then. They'll be eating soon." They, of course, referred to the prisoners. After saying that, Tang Lei continued working. As soon as he turned around, Bella grabbed Yelena. "Holy crap! What's wrong with you? Why are you, a grown man, so eager for a man from Great Xia? You just do whatever I ask." He doesn't deserve it. In Bella's opinion, even if the chef from Great Xia was somewhat special, it was just that he was incredibly strong. Look at his clean-cut appearance. Where was the masculinity? He was nothing like the scruffy, bear-like men popular in their fighting nation. If you ask me, what good stuff can he possibly make, yet he's so demanding? Bella muttered discontentedly. She was originally too lazy to bother sourcing all sorts of random things for Tang Lei, but the warden had a rule that the purchasing department was obligated to meet the requests of all departments within the prison as much as possible, otherwise they might receive complaints. If she weren't afraid of losing her job, she wouldn't have come. To her surprise, Yelena was delighted by her words. "That's great. When the steamed buns come out, don't try to take them from me." Bella laughed in exasperation. "Take them? What are you talking about? I'd give them to you for free." Just then, a few chimes rang out from outside the canteen. It was time for the prisoners to finish their work. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed outside. First, the Dennis brothers rushed in, and then, 20 or 30 burly men hurriedly burst into the 5th canteen. They were naturally the same group who had come at noon, and now the fastest group to run in the entire 5th district. Upon seeing Bella and Yelena, they immediately stopped, their eyes gleaming. Women, and beautiful women at that. For these burly men in the prison, forced to live a life of abstinence, and even with somewhat distorted sexual orientations, this was incredibly eye-catching. Someone immediately blew a lewd whistle. "Hey beauty, what are you doing here?" It was break time, and the prison wasn't as strict. Plus, the prison superiors wouldn't come to the fifth canteen, so their lustful courage immediately grew. Bella, far from being angry, instead winked at them and started flirting with them. Seeing everyone crowding around to try and ingratiate themselves, Bella glanced smugly at Yelena. It was as if this was proof of her charm. However, Yelena had already struck a pose, her back to everyone, facing the food counter, single-mindedly waiting for Tang Lei, completely oblivious to the crowd's actions. Bella pursed her lips in boredom, her gaze sweeping over the group of burly men, wondering if she should find some amusement tonight. Just then, a wisp of steam escaped from behind the window. Tang Lei lifted the lid of the steamer and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone line up, get ready for your food." Instantly, the area around Bella was empty. The prisoners who had just been leering at her immediately stood up alertly, all eyes fixed on Tang Lei. They didn't even want to look at the beautiful woman anymore. Bella stared in shock. "Hey, you guys." The prisoners waved their hands, Dennis nonchalantly saying, "We can look at the women later, we can't play with them anyway. But Tang's food, it's really delicious if we manage to get our hands on it. The prison doesn't allow crossing the line, so they'd better stick to their food." Bella watched as this group of sleazy, cursing prisoners quickly and politely lined up in seconds, and she stomped her feet in anger. A bunch of spineless cowards. Tang Lei, who had been busy monitoring the cooking, hadn't paid attention to what was happening outside. He simply counted the number of people as usual and then said, "Tonight's steamed buns are limited, 5 per person, no more." Actually, there were some, but Tang Lei couldn't let his afternoon's hard work go to waste in one night. He needed at least 2 days' worth. "Those who aren't full, come and have some porridge, all you can eat." Upon hearing limited, the prisoners' faces immediately fell. No way. Even though the porridge was all you could eat, limited quantities must be good stuff. Not to mention the steam rising from these steamed buns, carrying a faint, warm aroma of wheat. Just smelling it made you starve. Dennis's mind worked the fastest. He looked around and saw that everyone was burly and strong, with expressions that said, "You dare take it? I'll fight you." He could only turn his gaze to the 2 beautiful women sitting there. "Tang, are they eating too?" Tang Lei nodded. "Dennis, women can't eat that much. Shouldn't we share some of their 5 portions?" The moment he finished speaking, the prisoners' expressions towards Yelena and Bella changed again. If it was initially a mixture of surprise and ambiguity, then indifference, now it was practically hostility. Yeah, this was clearly their prisoners' canteen. Why were these 2 trying to take it? Do they even know how hard it is for them to get a decent meal in prison? Bella blurted out, "Damn it. Just 1 bite to eat, what's wrong with these stinky men? No wonder they eat frozen fish every day." Yelena also looked at Tang Lei warily. Tang Lei smiled and shook his head. "Let's not discriminate, okay? Treat everyone equally, 5 portions each. If you think they can't handle it, go talk to them." He first stuffed 5 buns into Yelena's hand. "Be careful, they're hot." Yelena nodded quickly, obediently picked up the plate, got a bowl of porridge, and went to enjoy hers. Bella, who also received a bun, frowned. "Buns? What are these?" Tang Lei casually explained, "They're a type of wheat-based food from Great Xia." Wheat-based food? Bella immediately frowned in disgust. In her memory, there were only a few types of wheat-based food: Western black bread and the traditional Russian rye bread. The taste of both. If you really want to eat them, of course, you can. But rye bread is known for being big, dry, and hard, and the contents are always strange. During famines, some even fill them with pebbles, just to preserve them longer. This stuff is tasteless and bland. If you're unlucky, you might break your teeth. What's so good about it? Bella gave a soft snort. Just then, several prisoners shamelessly crowded around. "Beautiful lady, you probably can't finish all this." Another beautiful woman was already eating heartily and ignoring them, so they naturally turned to Bella. Bella casually held her plate, a smug feeling rising within her. She really was charming. She didn't care much for the Daxia noodles, randomly picking a decent-looking man, giving his pectoral muscles a squeeze, and giving him a suggestive smile. "I can share with you, but tonight, understand?" The man swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, then nodded resignedly. Bella chuckled and waved her hand. "Take it." She left only 1 steamed bun. Seeing that this trick actually worked, the people around her hesitantly moved closer to Yelena. But before they could speak, Yelena warily stuffed the bun into her mouth, stood up with a muffled sound, and said to Tang Lei, "I can finish it." Her face was round and chubby, making it hard to tell which was rounder, her face or the bun. Tang Lei chuckled. "You eat it." If she wasn't full, he could pull some strings for her, treat her like a favor. For the sake of prison harmony, he'd have to do it quietly. Yelena breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Tang Lei's confirmation. She swallowed the bun in her mouth, turned to face the prisoners, and her lively, innocent expression vanished instantly. You want to take it from me?" She raised her small, white hand, her palm like a knife, her energy drawing from her dantian. Bang! She slammed her hand on the table. A deep dent immediately appeared on the iron tabletop. It wasn't hard to imagine what the effect would be if it hit someone's head. The prisoners were dumbfounded. Tang Lei clicked his tongue inwardly. Damn, this little girl is really strong. What kind of person can be so beautiful, crybaby, and strong? But if you think she's faking it, she's actually quite cute. Yelena raised her hand, arrogantly surveying the crowd. Anyone else want to try and fight me, Yelena? Dennis, the leader, was stunned. After a long while, he suddenly exclaimed, Yelena? Holy crap, you're old Bawan's Yelena. What? Isn't that old Bawan's freakish, super strong little witch? Shut up. 5 years ago, when she came to help out in the cafeteria with old Bawan, she could beat several big guys to a pulp. Are you looking for death? The group of big guys instantly fell silent, wishing they could eat the person who had interrupted to grab the bun too. Yelena, having scared them all, seemed to have a sudden realization and quickly turned to Tang Lei. I can eat more than them, can I have one more? Tang Lei coughed lightly. Really, that's all. Okay, Yelena sat down dejectedly. Bella, also startled by her earlier actions, couldn't help but mock her now that the farce was over. A few noodles, and you're making such a fuss, she said, casually taking a bite. The next second, she froze. What was this taste? The hot broth flooded her mouth, and she instinctively sucked. The thick, fragrant meat juice exploded on her tongue. Bella was stunned, only one thought remaining in her mind. Who said this thing was similar to rye bread? If this was rye bread, she'd do a handstand and wash her hair. This dough was as soft as a cloud. Slightly firmer than the softest bread, yet possessing a chewiness that bread lacks. Mixed with the aroma of wheat and meat, each bite, carefully chewed, revealed a savory flavor with a hint of sweetness. Bella's nose tingled, and she ate bite after bite. They say the greatest happiness for a living being comes from satiety. It's the instinct for survival. Over thousands of years of evolution, the feeling of fullness has become almost synonymous with oil and rice/flour. But right now, the generous meat filling, the soft dough, and the savory, non-greasy meat juices, Bella suddenly understood for the first time what it meant to find happiness in food. She stuffed a large meat bun into her stomach in a few bites, and just as she was about to grab another, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, damn it! What stupid thing had she just done? She had given away such delicious food, just for a man? Damn it! He doesn't deserve it at all. She quickly turned to look for the male prisoner who had taken the bun, but he was eating with gusto, not even glancing at her. Hey! Bella yelled, I don't want you anymore, give it back. But how could that be? The male prisoner was startled and immediately refused. No, no, no. You can kill me today, but I won't give it back. He couldn't actually kill her. Bella was furious. You son of a bitch. She reached out to grab it. These men were just prisoners, but she was one of the prison staff. Strictly speaking, they had no right to refuse her, much less fight back. But to his surprise, the man reacted extremely quickly. Seeing Bella about to rush over, he actually bent down and took a bite out of each bun. Damn it! Bella was furious. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Looking at the glistening saliva on the buns, Bella really couldn't bring herself to eat them. She could only look at Tang Lei with a tearful expression. Tang Lei shrugged, indicating that he couldn't help her. However, considering that she would be his servant in the future, Tang Lei still kindly offered her a promise. As you can see, we're short on ingredients, so we really can't make any more. What didn't Bella understand now? She regretted her earlier statement but quickly added, I'll get you what you want as soon as possible. After promising, she didn't forget to negotiate. You see, I've worked so hard. Tang Lei smiled. I'll give you priority in tasting the dishes. You can try any new dishes I make. However, he pointed to the small blackboard outside the window. Remember to do it during mealtimes. He wasn't really keen on working overtime at other times. Yelena, that obedient doll who calls him brother, was someone he could consider. After all, he was a man with normal taste. Bella, on the other hand, was already quite satisfied. She didn't know that Yelena and Tang Lei had already eaten fried rice, and felt she had gained another privilege. One steamed bun was clearly not enough, so she reluctantly ordered a bowl of porridge. She had thought that this kind of food, which could be made simply by boiling, would just be something to make do. Unexpectedly, the first bite was a delightful surprise, a soft, sweet, and savory texture. The large peanuts were chewy yet slightly crunchy, while the red beans were completely mashed. With a gentle touch of the tongue, the distinct grains of the mixed grains melted in the mouth. Even a bowl of porridge was this delicious. Another flavor I'd never tasted before. Is this the cuisine of Great Xia? At this moment, Bella's resentment towards Tang Lei's complicated demands had completely vanished, replaced only by awe, making it so delicious. How could she not ask for more? Serves him right. The more ingredients she gathered, the more flavors she could taste. Oh my god, how lucky she was. But looking towards the future, she couldn't help but look down at the empty plate, remembering the 4 discarded buns, and a wave of sadness washed over her. Damn! Men are all the same. Except those who can cook. Tang Lei. He felt insulted. So you judge a man's worth by his cooking. You're not even after a man's body, you're just after my food. Just then, Yelena finished hers. She carried the plate to the sink, saw Bella's ever-changing expression, and shrugged. Bella was furious. Did you already know? Yelena smiled. Yeah, didn't I tell you not to take it from me? Bella, how was I supposed to know it was this delicious? This was absolutely mind-blowingly delicious. She couldn't swallow her anger and suddenly blurted out, Yelena, you haven't fallen for this great Xia man, have you? Tang Lei raised an eyebrow. He thought it was more likely this girl was after his pot. Her eyes hadn't left his cooking the entire time. He hadn't taken Yelena seriously, assuming she wouldn't pay any attention to Bella. But then Yelena's expression suddenly turned serious. Bella, let me warn you, don't even think about touching him, she said coldly, he's my man. The words fell silent as soon as they were spoken. Tang Lei was also dumbfounded. This pretty girl really dared to say that. They weren't even that close, were they? But the prisoners, always eager for drama, immediately started jeering. Bella, embarrassed, stomped her foot and left. Yelena then turned around and whispered to Tang Lei, stay away from her, she eats men. Tang Lei, what kind of eating? Yelena's pretty face flushed. Ahem, you're not allowed to do that kind of thing here. But sometimes Bella can't resist, so she grabs people to play with. Besides the final step, there are props, you know. Tang Lei instantly understood. Damn, she's got some tricks up her sleeve. Yelena nodded. Yeah, although a lot of men are willing to play with her, they all come out clutching their private parts, crying for days afterward. Her gaze shifted downwards. Tang Lei took a step back. No need to say anything. The phantom pain started. Yelena stuck out her tongue and picked up the lunchbox she had prepared beforehand. Anyway, just be careful of her. If she or any other woman forces you, just say you're under my protection. Tang Lei, so that's what she meant by her people. Did he seem so weak in the eyes of these fierce women? He was a 1.8 meter tall, muscular man, after all. Tang Lei shook his head speechlessly. All right, go on your way, it'll get cold soon. Old Bawan was still hungry at home. Yelena smiled sheepishly and ran off. Halfway there, she suddenly remembered, wait, chef, add me on VK. VK, or Vkontakte, is the most widely used social media app in Russia, equivalent to WeChat in China. Tang Lei said, just call me Tang. He took out his phone and turned it on. Isn't this a local number? Yelena asked, puzzled. Tang Lei slapped his forehead, realizing he hadn't bought a local SIM card yet. Since arriving here, he'd been completely isolated, and he hadn't thought about it. I'll go out and buy one when I have time. Having a local phone number would be much more convenient. Yelena blinked. Then you can call me. I'm pretty free lately, and I have a car, I can take you. The Siberian prison is quite a distance from civilized society, and without a car, it's really difficult to buy things. This is why Tang Lei had to ask Bella to go get the ingredients. Hearing Yelena's invitation, Tang Lei naturally had no objection. Okay, I'll make you a couple of snacks later, you can take them on the way. Hearing Tang Lei say this, Yelena's eyes lit up. You promised. You have to call me. My father is still hungry, let's go. She hugged the lunchbox and ran off happily. Tang Lei watched her retreating figure, shook his head, and thought to himself that this father and daughter were truly a perfect match. One hadn't gotten lunch and was starving until the afternoon, yet he still came to find food himself. The other, at his age, was still starving at home, waiting for his daughter to take him home. Like father, like daughter. Behind him, in the kitchen, the prisoners, having finished their meal, were bustling about, and the Dennis brothers had already begun another round of washing and cleaning. Tang Lei stretched and was about to walk back when suddenly he heard a loud bang. His phone started vibrating wildly. Damn it! Tang Lei exclaimed in surprise, I forgot to turn off my phone. But it was too late. The phone vibrated incessantly, as if determined to kill him if he didn't answer. Tang Lei gritted his teeth and answered. A loud shout immediately came from the other end. You little brat, where have you been? Fang Fang is crying. You heartless bastard. Fang Fang was that 300-pound woman from a well-known family, whose name was Fang and whose face was square, and who always wanted to have a deep conversation with Tang Lei whenever they met. Tang Lei felt a pang of unease and quickly covered the receiver. Mom, didn't I say I won't go on blind dates, I won't get married? Tang's mother coldly retorted, stop talking nonsense, tell me where you are. Tang Lei dared not answer. He mumbled, Mom, I'm focused on my career. I won't return home until I'm successful. Suddenly, a sobbing voice came from the other end. A high-pitched voice, breathless, cried out, Brother Tang, what exactly do you dislike about Fang Fang? I'll change, okay. Tang Lei got goosebumps. Beautiful lady, it's not your fault. Then tell me why you left. Tang's mother chimed in, that's right. At your age, marriage and children are the important things. I'm so anxious because you haven't found a partner. Mom's getting old, and I want. Tang Lei, having been a son for over 20 years, knew exactly what his mother wanted to say from that voice, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was about to force himself to say something. Suddenly, he thought of a doll-like figure and had a flash of inspiration. Mom, it's not that I don't want someone. I already have someone I like. Who? Who? Two female voices on the other end were equally excited. Tang Lei coughed. I'm still pursuing her, I'll tell you when it's almost over. Anyway, Mom, don't worry about it. I'll bring you a daughter-in-law home this year. He made it up casually. As long as Fang Fang is appeased, everything else is negotiable. But then Fang Fang shrieked, what's so good about her? Brother Tang. Tang Lei clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, the word brother sounds so nice on Yelena, but on Fang Fang, it sounds like a ghost's wail. It's like a death knell. He said irritably, her biggest advantage is that she doesn't want a dowry. He remembered her, she demanded at least a large apartment in a first-tier city. Even in this land of beautiful women, few dare to ask for such a price. The other side immediately fell silent. After a while, Fang Fang snorted, you're just stingy, aren't you? I don't want money, I want your kind attitude towards me. You stingy, petty man. Tang's mother said awkwardly, all right, let's discuss this again. The chaotic scene of Fang Fang being coaxed away softened Tang's mother's voice. Son, are you serious? We're not stingy. Even if the girl doesn't want us, we'll still give her the girl. Your parents only have you in their whole lives. As long as you're happy, don't worry too much about money. Tang Lei was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Let's not talk about this, Mom. It's still early. I'm still chasing after her. Alright, Tang's mother sighed. You just ran off like that. Is it far? Aren't you cold there? Did you bring your bedding and clothes? Do you need the money? If you haven't earned any, come home. Don't be a toad propping yourself up with a table leg, or you'll just stubbornly refuse. She talked for a long time, and Tang Lei listened silently, a pang of sadness in his heart. Perhaps only his own mother would constantly ask him these trivial questions. Others care about how high you fly, but his mother only cares about whether he's tired. Tang Lei answered her questions one by one, then chatted for a bit about his beautiful daughter-in-law and their future. Tang's mother laughed heartily, feeling much more relieved. Then I'll hang up, be careful. Oh, and don't turn off your phone. You almost scared your mother to death. Okay, sure, Tang Lei smiled. Just before hanging up, Tang's mother suddenly asked, is your workplace far away? How about I come visit you when I have time? Tang Lei jolted awake. No, I'll come see you during the holidays. I'm busy, bye, Mom. He couldn't let his mother come here. Tang Lei strongly suspected she'd break his legs in anger if she came, but for now, at least he'd escaped Fang Fang. His phone rang. Tang's mother, you little brat, at least send me a picture of that girl. Otherwise, I'll call Fang Fang back. She wasn't entirely convinced her son had suddenly become so perceptive, but the picture wasn't so simple. Tang Lei casually said he'd take one when he had time and went back to the kitchen feeling relieved. The Dennis brothers finished washing the dishes, and some prisoners voluntarily mopped the floor, making the entire canteen spotless. When the bell rang again, they all went home. Tang Lei sat down and stretched his tired limbs, his joints cracking. Tisk, that feels good. After stretching, he immediately lay down. Just as he was planning what to do tomorrow, the system popped up tonight's settlement information. Congratulations, host. You've gained 30 new customers and 27 returning customers. A total of 30 returning customers. Mission progress 30/100. Keep up the good work. Tang Lei was very satisfied. It's only been one day, and after 2 meals, he's already completed almost a third of the mission. Not to mention the 30 people who came for the first time tonight. He didn't believe they wouldn't come tomorrow. As long as the supply keeps up, he should be able to achieve the returning customer target tomorrow. Tang Lei was very curious about what else this magical system could give him besides the basic chef setup. Anything but the sunflower manual. 5th District Superintendent Major Anton finally returned home after a busy day. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was still unrest at another place. After a busy day, Major Anton, the superintendent of the 5th District, finally returned home. His wife, Raisa, came to greet him, taking off his heavy wool coat and noticing a box he was clutching with his hat. What's this? A lunch box. Is this what you ate for lunch? Anton shook his head. He disliked the chefs at Daxia, so he hadn't eaten this lunchbox at noon. He hadn't paid attention when he left and just casually took it back. Throw it away, it's cold, he said casually. Raisa shook her head disapprovingly. Usually frugal, she couldn't bear to see food wasted, so she immediately took the lunchbox. Don't waste it. I'll heat it up and see if it's edible. If not, we can feed it to our dog. Anton naturally had no objection and went to take a shower. He showered for 10 minutes. After repeatedly calling to his considerate wife from the bathroom to bring him a towel, and Raisa didn't respond, Anton finally sensed something was wrong. He rushed out, "Raisa, where are you? What are you doing?" Raisa's muffled voice came from the kitchen. "Oh, darling, wait a minute, I can't leave right now." What could she possibly be doing at this hour? Anton walked towards the kitchen, annoyed, and froze. His dignified and gentle wife was currently devouring a piece of fatty meat. "Raisa, are you crazy? Their allowance shouldn't be enough to make you crave fatty meat like this." Raisa swallowed it in a few bites, even more surprised than him. "Anton, what nonsense are you talking about? No, where did you get this delicious food? It's so good. I've never eaten anything so delicious." Anton. He was even more convinced that something was wrong with Raisa, probably from what she ate. He immediately went over. "Stop eating. Let me check if it's poisoned." To his surprise, his wife, who was always so obedient and loving towards him, was now angrily clutching the lunchbox. "How can you slander a divinely bestowed delicacy like that?" Anton, taking advantage of his wife's inattention, grabbed a piece with his hand and popped it into his mouth, complaining, "What does the great Xia chef have to do with gods? I want to see what he put in." He paused. A few seconds later, he quickly reached out again. Raisa clutched the lunchbox, stuffing her mouth with her silver fork. "Didn't you say you were only checking for poison?" Anton didn't even look up. "Too fast, I didn't taste anything. I'll try a couple more pieces." Raisa was furious. There were only a few pieces. That annoying Anton. It's food from his workplace, he gets it every day, why is he taking it from me? The loving couple's relationship instantly teetered on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, after they hurriedly finished the braised pork, their relationship was briefly repaired, but it shattered again the moment the next dish of shredded pork with sweet bean sauce was opened. After several tugs of fuss, Anton and Raisa were both sitting on the sofa, clutching their stomachs, unable to move. It was so delicious. They couldn't resist, and after finishing the food, they took out their large loaf of bread, dipping it in the sauce and sharing it. "Tomorrow, shall we go get some more, okay?" Raisa's tone softened. Anton nodded repeatedly, filled with regret. What's wrong with the chef at Xia? He should have been more tolerant. Any cook who comes to Russia to prepare food might have some connection to God. The best part is, this cook works in the 5th mess hall, which is under his command. Wouldn't it be convenient for him to eat there later? The couple grew increasingly pleased with themselves, until a slender, thin girl walked into the room. "Dad, Mom, is dinner ready?" Raisa, Anton, their daughter, Natasha, looked suspiciously at their bulging bellies, then at the empty lunchboxes on the table, and uttered a soul-searching question. "Dad, Mom, you ate without telling me. Am I even your biological daughter?" Raisa, Anton, ahem, dear Natasha, this was an accident. Of course, their explanation wasn't believed. The family of Major Anton, a high-ranking and incorruptible official, was thrown into chaos over a meal. The next day, prison guard Ladov returned to work in the 5th district as usual. Overseeing a group of prisoners who looked noticeably more energetic than before, Ladov couldn't help but bring up Dennis. "Dennis, did you guys go to the 5th canteen last night?" Dennis grinned sheepishly. "Yes, Tang made some new dishes. They're delicious." Ladov thought to himself, isn't that obvious? Just delicious? Not a single useful description, leaving Ladov anxious and determined to get his food today, avoiding any superiors who might take his lunchbox. Last night, even the meal he took his wife out for didn't taste good. It didn't seem as good as what was served at the 5th canteen. Just then, one of his superiors, who was there to collect lunchboxes, arrived. Anton, unusually present in this prison area, swept his imposing gaze over all the inmates. Even the troublesome Dennis, intimidated by this renowned head guard, lowered his head and diligently continued his work. Ladov sensed something was amiss. The next moment, Anton called out, "Ladov, step forward. I have something to ask you." "Sir, what is it?" Ladov asked nervously. Anton coughed lightly. "The meal you got yesterday, was it from the 5th mess hall? Bawan's 5th mess hall? Made by that new cook. When does he serve meals? My daughter's quite curious, and she asked me to get her one. Of course, personally, I have a soft spot for the great Xia people." Ladov closed his eyes helplessly. He knew it. Ladov looked helplessly at his superior and instructed. "His name is Tang. As far as I know, he lives in the 5th mess hall now, and the mealtimes are still the same as before. However, if you want to get some to go." Ladov thought for a moment, then added with his last bit of conscience, "You'd better go early, or you might not get any." Anton frowned. "I've worked in this prison for 10 years, and I've never heard of a mess hall not having enough food." Ladov thought to himself, "Well, you've heard now." He simply said, "The portion you took yesterday was the last one." Anton. He then noticed the deep resentment in his subordinate's eyes. Combined with the fact that it was the last portion of food, he coughed softly. "All right, I understand. Go on with your work." He then walked towards the 5th mess hall. He was the 5th district supervisor, he could go wherever he wanted, and he didn't have to stand guard. Why wait any longer? Latif's eyes softened with resentment, and he could only console himself. It's alright, at least he can leave work a little earlier than the prisoners. As long as he keeps this a secret and doesn't let his colleagues know, it's not too late. Latif glanced at the prisoners working in front of him and saw similar thoughts in the eyes of several of them. He absolutely mustn't say a word. Meanwhile, Tang Lei was unaware that his devoted customers were working to ruin his plan to get 100 repeat customers. As usual, he and old Bavan steamed several pots of rice for their main meal, then took out the pork leg and half a lamb from the refrigerator. Yesterday, making steamed buns and braised pork had used up most of the pork. Only the pork leg, with more skin than meat, remained. Old Bavan was about to throw it away when he saw it today, but Tang Lei quickly stopped him. "This is good stuff. These gourmet desert people really don't know what's good for them. This stuff is more expensive than meat in Great Xia." Old Bawan protested. "It's all bones, what's there to eat? And Tang, don't you think it's dirty to eat these parts?" Westerners, including those who immigrated to the New World, generally considered animal organs and scales to be of low quality. In the kitchen, these were always thrown away. But in Tang Lei's eyes, a typical Great Xia native, these were treasures. Braised pig's trotters, stewed pig's trotters with soybeans, and so on, beautifying, nourishing, delicious, and nutritious. How could he throw these away? He also gave old Bawan a little popular science explanation. It's not dirty. It's cleaned and cooked. What could be dirty about it? If we're talking about dirty, do you know that centuries ago in the West, it was common to put live birds in pies? Old Bawan's eyes widened. Tang Lei, yes, it's to make the nobles feel unique, but birds have straight intestines, so if you stuff them in, they'll poop in the pie. Ugh! Old Bawan quickly interrupted. "Tang, stop. The nation that always prided itself on being the most civilized actually used to eat excrement. They even ate mummies." Tang Lei shrugged. "They thought that stuff could cure all diseases. So, all that mockery about how uncivilized the food of the Great Xia was, it's all bullshit. In terms of real history, everyone there was far more absurd than the Great Xia. If you don't want to eat it, fine, I'll save an extra portion for myself." "No, no, no." Old Bavan immediately refused upon hearing this. Although he still had some doubts, he didn't want to regret it later. As for feeling guilty, as long as it smells good, what's there to be upset about? Can psychological barriers feed you? However, looking at the pot, old Bavan asked again, "Is this enough? There are so many people." "Not enough," Tang Lei said matter-of-factly, "so I'm making a small batch, a few portions, first come, first served after we've eaten." He had no choice, after all, it was just one pig leg. This was a little surprise for the diners. It was to encourage them to eat more. As for the rest, Tang Lei looked at the half-shelf of lamb. How about some lamb soup, plus some roasted lamb chops? One soup, one meat dish, and 1 or 2 vegetable dishes would be enough. Tang Lei immediately started 2 pots, boiling water at the same time, and blanched the pig's trotters, lamb chops, and lamb leg in the boiling water. The only difference was that, besides scallions and ginger, Tang Lei had also sprinkled a handful of Job's tears into the pot with the mutton. "What's this for?" Old Bawan peered in. "Tang, this fruit doesn't taste good. Even when thoroughly cooked, Job's tears still have a medicinal taste, which most people don't like." Tang Lei shook his head. "It's to remove the mutton's gamey smell. These small Job's tears are precisely the nemesis of mutton's gamey smell." Then, Tang Lei called for old Bawan's help. He poured out the blanched blood water and placed several pieces of meat on the cutting board. Then he picked up the knife and began to chop with fluid, effortless strokes. Thud, thud, thud. Tang Lei's chopping was incredibly fast. In less than a minute, the large leg and ribs had been chopped into small pieces. Old Bawan stared at Tang Lei in astonishment. Chopping meat wasn't difficult. What was difficult was the speed, cutting without hesitation from the weakest points and joint crevices. He didn't seem to use much force, it separated them easily and skillfully. This requires an extremely thorough understanding of the meat. Even a butcher might not be able to do it that quickly. As for the parts that couldn't be done skillfully, Tang Lei simply chopped the large bones with a light, effortless stroke. Old Bawan watched this knife skill with awe. "Tang, you must abide by the law. Otherwise, this kind of skill would be too terrifying to use for murder." Tang Lei smiled. "Don't think too much. I'm a good young man raised under the red flag." He thought for a moment, then pulled out a bag of soybeans from deep within the cupboard and soaked them. Afterward, Tang Lei separated the pig's trotters, heated the pot, and then ran the trotters skin side down across the hot iron pot. This step served 2 purposes. First, to scald off any remaining pig hair to avoid pricking their mouths. Second, to make the pig's skin more crisp and chewy after being seared, so it would have a translucent, glistening effect when heated. Compared to braised pork belly, the trotters have a thicker cuticle, so Tang Lei processed them more carefully. Next, he heated a wok, caramelized some sugar, and added the trotters. After the trotters were evenly browned, he added light soy sauce for umami, dark soy sauce for seasoning, oyster sauce and salt, of course, and dried chili peppers, rosemary, and fennel seeds. Actually, star anise and cinnamon should have been added, but since those spices were unavailable, he had to use other flavorings instead. At this point, the aroma was already wafting out. Old Bawan sniffed, then heard another slurping sound from nearby. He turned around, his eyes widening in surprise. Young Master Anton. Supervisor Anton raised a hand, stopping him. Today I'm just an ordinary prison guard, here to get my meal. Tang Lei was still focused on stir-frying, unaware of what was happening. After he released the aroma of the spices, added water and soybeans, and simmered it over medium heat, he finally looked up. Seeing Anton standing motionless, Tang Lei sensed a certain authority emanating from the man. He called out, then pointed to the small blackboard. Coming for dinner? It's not ready yet, you'll have to wait. Anton nodded. Everyone in District 5 knew how fair and impartial he was, never abusing his power or showing favoritism, much less using it to force the cook to serve him his meal early. However, Anton cautiously said, I can wait, but I need to make sure I have to be the first one, right? Anton, a veteran prison guard with years of experience, had a much sharper eye than Latif and the others. He had already noticed that the oddly shaped dish the young cook was preparing was barely enough to go around. The large chunk of mutton behind Tang Lei was probably the main course today, but as everyone knows, less is more. So he was determined to get his hands on what the cook was holding. Tang Lei noticed his intense gaze and nodded, amused. Okay, you go first, but this is pork knuckle. Can you accept that? Anton thought for a moment. How does it compare to yesterday's braised pork? Tang Lei was somewhat surprised. This man was very distinctive. If he had come yesterday, he would definitely have recognized him. But he hadn't come, so how did he know about the braised pork? Judging from his identity, he was a prison guard. Was that what Latif said? He didn't delve too deeply, replying, it smells even better than braised pork. Alright, Anton flashed his police badge. Civil servant, get me one serving later, and another to go. This was a no-brainer, eating and taking away. Tang Lei nodded and continued working. He turned around, and old Bawan winked at Anton. Why are you here too? Anton shrugged. Why can't I? But you, Bawan, we've known each other for 30 years. You didn't even tell me your canteen had such a delicacy? Old Bawan snorted. Aren't you the one who looks down on men from the central region the most? Besides Great Xia, Anton also discriminated against men from Japan and South Korea, collectively calling them sissies. Anton said sullenly, I'm taking back my opinion of Great Xia now. I forgot they have Great Xia Kung Fu. He had just watched Tang Lei's knife-wielding movements in the entirety, and admitted that even he probably couldn't do it any better. Not to mention, the food he cooked smelled so good. Tang Lei gave a few instructions and then went back to his work. The pig's trotters only needed slow simmering, he just needed to check the heat every half hour. His focus was on the mutton soup and lamb chops. The mutton soup took a long time, so Tang Lei first removed the lamb leg meat, then chopped the lamb bones, throwing the bones into the pot and boiling them over high heat. Only barley to remove the gamey smell, ginger slices, and knotted scallions were needed, no other seasonings were required. Next, Tang Lei multitasked, draining the lamb chops, coating them with a thin layer of cornstarch, and deep frying them over high heat. Sizzle! Oil splattered. Tang Lei, unfazed, neatly flipped the lamb chops, making sure they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After the outer skin was crispy and fragrant from the high heat, he carefully simmered them over low heat. As a delicate aroma wafted from beneath the skin, the mutton soup beside him began to boil. The once clear broth turned a milky white. Satisfied, Tang Lei removed the scallions and ginger, then added the mutton back in and continued simmering. Anton sat and worked for a while, the increasingly enticing aroma mingling with the bubbling sounds emanating from the kitchen. It was like a witch's potion pot, possessing a deadly allure. Anton couldn't continue working, so he put away his documents, focused on waiting for his meal, and kept reminding himself, today, I must remember to pack lunch for his wife and daughter. Natasha had already caused a scene at home yesterday. If I didn't pack lunch for them today. Anton had already foreseen the chaotic future. Fortunately, this time, Tang Lei didn't keep him waiting too long. As the bell rang signaling the end of the prisoner's work, Tang Lei's mutton soup, salt and pepper lamb chops, and braised pork trotters with soybeans were simultaneously ready. He quickly stir-fried some scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded potatoes. The ingredients had all been prepared by old Bawan beforehand, and they were ready in minutes. After finishing, Tang Lei wiped his sweat and looked up, startled by Anton. This stern-faced middle-aged officer's expression was incredibly fierce. His eyes were fixed on the pot. It didn't look like he was waiting for food, more like he was waiting for war. Tang Lei coughed lightly. All done. He personally took charge of the ladle, serving the man his food. When he picked up the pork trotter, his hand instinctively trembled slightly. Wait, Anton stopped him, don't tremble. It's going to fall. Tang Lei, goodness, his eyesight is excellent. He touched his nose sheepishly, obediently got him a portion, and then filled his lunchbox. Anton finally sat down, taking a deep breath. He wanted to devoutly enjoy this meal, and offer prayers to God. Never mind, God for now. This smells so good. He first poked a piece of pig's trotter with his fork. At first, the flavor was slightly mild, but as he chewed, Anton was immediately pleasantly surprised. This dish, while not as intensely flavorful as the braised pork he'd had yesterday, had a much better texture. It was truly tender yet chewy, crisp, and springy. The skin of the pig's trotter was translucent, with no greasy fat underneath. All you could taste was its chewiness and aroma. The more you chewed, the more fragrant it became, the more you wanted to eat. Even better, while still tender, the skin and bone were perfectly cooked. With a quick bite, the meat was in his mouth. Anton eagerly devoured piece after piece, almost unwilling to spit out the bones. Then, he turned to the lamb chops. Tang Lei watched from afar as the man savored the food with his eyes closed, becoming increasingly engrossed in his meal, and grinned. He heard the system notification in his mind beep again, announcing another returning customer. Moreover, for some reason, this notification was unusually loud, as if this customer was different. Before Tang Lei could ponder it further, a large number of footsteps sounded outside the cafeteria. The prisoners rushed in noisily. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. What's for dinner today? I have to eat today. Chef, let me have a bite, and from now on we'll be sworn brothers. Tang Lei, dude, is your life that worthless? He patted the side of the pot. Line up. There's enough for everyone today, but there's a limited selection of one dish, and besides, you might not all be able to handle it. First come, first served. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of burly men instantly lined up in an orderly fashion, faster than when they assembled by the whistle this morning. Some even chimed in, Tang, I'll eat anything. They're working so hard, it's not right for me to do this. Get lost. We're all former convicts, who's going to look down on anyone else? Tang, I can eat too. Need manpower? I'll help. Me too, I can do it, I'll mop the floor. Anton, standing to the side. These bastards, why aren't they this enthusiastic about chores usually? Useless at everything, but number one at cooking. Even more. All they see is the food, they don't even see him, the supervisor. In his 10 years in prison, when had Major Anton ever received such treatment? But now, looking at the food in his hands, he actually felt it was quite normal. This cook's food was truly delicious. He had spent 40 or 50 years in all of Siberia, even in the entire nation of warriors, and had never tasted such novel and delicious food. Thinking about it, Anton felt a little regretful. He could enjoy the meal, take some to his wife and daughter, and at most, take some to his parents, but he couldn't go any further. His old friends and comrades in arms, who had weathered countless storms in their lives, had never enjoyed this blessing. This was too tragic. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Anton's mind. He waited for Tang Lei to finish serving the food before calling him. Cook, after you get off work, do you take on some side jobs? Side jobs? Tang Lei thought to himself, why would he work overtime? Just as he was about to refuse, the system in his mind, which was calculating repeat customers, suddenly made a loud noise. Ding! Important person detected, special side quest triggered. Expand your network. Expanding one's network? Tang Lei was taken aback. He hadn't missed this prompt when he met old Bavan and Dennis before. It seemed this superior officer was no ordinary person. He asked, what kind of side job are you referring to? Cooking. Anton nodded. It's like this, I think your cooking is quite good, and I'd like some of my old buddies to try it too. But they don't work at the prison, so, of course, I won't shortchange them a penny. Tang Lei understood. This guy was really fair. Usually, leaders wouldn't mind bringing a few people in. After Anton finished speaking, the system issued a timely announcement. Side quest 1 triggered, prepare a dinner for Major Anton. Satisfaction rate above 50% will earn you reputation reward, the 5th District Supervisor's Appreciation. The Supervisor's Appreciation. Wow. Having grown up in a society based on personal connections, Tang Lei immediately understood the significance of this reward. Does this mean that once he completes it, he can practically do whatever he wants in at least District 5? It sounds even more interesting than the mysterious lottery in the main quest. Tang Lei asked in his mind, what's the difference between side quests and main quests? These two lotteries seem different. The system answered methodically, main quests are ones the host cannot refuse, otherwise, the chef god system will not be able to upgrade. The lotteries obtained from main quests are within the entire system shop, so anything is possible. Side quests, on the other hand, are optional for the host. The rewards are fixed within a certain range. For example, the skill lottery can only yield skills, but it's not limited to Chef God's skills. Our motto is food, with infinite possibilities. Tang Lei understood, one is mandatory, the other optional. But the side quest reward is better than the main quest reward? The system replied, no, triggering a side quest is also based on the main quest. The host has overlooked one point: without the skills accumulated from the main quest, the failure rate for side quests will be very high. Tang Lei suddenly understood. That's true. This is a case of, you have to be strong yourself to succeed. If he hadn't diligently cooked along with the main quest, where would he have gotten the chance to meet powerful figures? He still needs to focus more on improving himself. After processing his thoughts, Tang Lei nodded to Major Anton. Okay, but it can't interfere with my normal work hours. His main task is still managing the canteen. Anton naturally had no objections. Of course, I'll arrange a time with my friends and then come to you to make a reservation. He was going back to see his old buddies. Hee, especially those who always brag about their sons and their promotions. After this meal, he'd tell them that from now on, they could only eat this every day in his prison. Ha ha. Anton couldn't help but smile through his serious face. Good brothers, you can't blame me. I really meant well. I wasn't trying to tempt you. Tang Lei continued, however, I haven't placed an order yet. Prepare the ingredients yourself. If there's anything you particularly want to eat, just let me know, and I'll make the order. Essentially, he only provided his cooking skills. This wasn't just because he wasn't familiar with sourcing produce in Siberia, but more importantly, he was broke. Just now, while checking my phone to switch SIM cards, I realized I didn't have any bear coins. This trip, well, I guess I made some money. A multi-pronged approach. Anton had no objections to the ingredients. What about the price? Tang Lei thought for a moment. Let's decide based on the dishes once the menu comes out. He still needed to find out how the chefs outside charged. Even though he wasn't getting paid, he had to do it just for the system mission. But there's a trick to pricing this kind of private service. Asking too little might make them distrustful, and Tang Lei didn't want to be a sucker. Anton readily agreed and turned to leave, his steps much more excited than when he arrived. Tang Lei had to call him back. Sir, your lunchbox. Anton paused, then slapped his forehead. Oh no. He'd been so happy he'd forgotten about his wife and daughter's lunchboxes again. Wouldn't he be kicked out of the house if he went back? He quickly returned to retrieve it, thanking Tang Lei repeatedly. His gaze swept over the nearly empty pots and the few dozen customers in the room, and he hesitated. Your fifth canteen, do you need to apply for additional subsidies to increase production? He frowned. One canteen, not enough food, that's unacceptable. Tang Lei was stunned, then overjoyed. Really? His two limiting factors were manpower and cooking equipment. With just a few pots and pans, he simply couldn't produce enough food at once. It wasn't enough. Upgrading the entire canteen would be fantastic. Old Bawan, standing nearby, stared at Anton in disbelief. His face was practically screaming. Old man, we've known each other for 30 years, when did you ever tell me I could apply for subsidies? Anton coldly gave him a look. What subsidies do frozen fish need? Not many people want to eat here. He then explained to Tang Lei, expanding your space is difficult, but adding stoves and cooking utensils is still possible. This wasn't a big deal within his authority, it was just normal expense. He could basically approve it with a simple request. How could Tang Lei possibly object? He almost burst out laughing. Such a good thing. Strictly speaking, was this a form of networking? No wonder this person was marked as a special figure in the system. Tang Lei suddenly wanted to know. The most basic special figure was the 5th district supervisor. Who else was next? This was truly food, endless possibilities. After speaking, Anton hugged his lunchbox tightly, turned, and left. Old Bawan watched him walk away before lowering his voice and muttering curses to Tang Lei. This guy, he's known as the most impartial person ever. I've known him for so many years, and this is the first time he's proactively told anyone he could apply for subsidies. While it's not exactly outrageous, it's still too much. Tang Lei smiled. All right, let's get back to what we were doing. He pointed to the pork knuckle in Old Bawan's hand. Are you going to eat some? If not, I'll give some to Yelena. Old Bawan cautiously tightened his grip on his bowl. Yes. Wait, when did you become so close to her? Tang Lei smiled. Well, she came to help yesterday, and I must say, she did a really good job. Old Bawan relaxed a bit. Of course, my daughter is, she does everything perfectly. He proudly puffed out his chest. Tang Lei, so I was just thinking of asking her for a small favor later, is that alright? It's just taking a few photos, pretending to be his girlfriend, to fool his mom. Old Bawan, who had just relaxed, perked up again. Help? What? I'll explain later. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. Eat up, you should get some for Yelena even if you don't eat this, it's good for beauty. No female could refuse this. Old Bawan, afraid he wouldn't even get what he was holding, quickly lowered his head, enduring the discomfort from the hoof part. He took a bite. Old Bawan's mouth opened rather awkwardly at the first bite, his eyes still closed. He seemed to be trying to mentally visualize the pig's trotter as a pig's leg, but after one bite, he suddenly opened his eyes, his fondness for pigs growing exponentially. Are you sure this is a pig's foot? This chewy, springy skin. It's even tastier than the meat. Tang Lei chuckled, yeah, and it's not just pigs that are delicious. Chicken feet, you can braise them, stew them, and duck feet are pretty much the same. Watching a game, a bottle of beer and a plate of chicken or duck feet, that's amazing. Old Bawan's eyes lit up, his mental defenses gradually crumbling. Then maybe, we can get some feet or something, and try it. Seeing his struggle, Tang Lei's playful side emerged. There's something even more amazing. Do you eat the innards? Old Bawan immediately shook his head. No, I always remove the innards when I cook frozen fish. That's why you don't know how to eat them, Tang Lei coaxed patiently. In our great Xia, we call them offal, and they're a real treat. Take the fish belly, the swim bladder, you can cook them, make soup, and they're rich in collagen, a favorite among ladies. Chicken and duck, you can stir-fry them, make spicy stir-fries, or even grill them. Not to mention pork and beef. Oh my, pork tripe and chicken soup, so tender and fragrant. Beef tripe, the more you chew, the more delicious it becomes. These are all famous dishes of Great Xia. Ba1, old Ba1? Old Ba1 snapped out of his reverie. What? Tang Lei grinned and handed him a tissue. Wipe your drool. Old Ba1 chuckled awkwardly. Tang, what you're talking about doesn't seem to be anything particularly rare. Could you arrange them all? Tang Lei nodded. Don't worry. Even if it weren't for the cafeteria, he would still arrange it. It would be terrible to go abroad and not be able to eat these snacks. He got up and stretched. After we finish the food we got this time, I'll arrange something even better for you next time. Bella had already gone to find ingredients, so his menu would likely expand over time. Besides, with the increasing number of diners, his first main quest was finally nearing completion. The prisoners who didn't get any food yesterday finally got at least one serving today thanks to Tang Lei's efforts to increase their appetite. The system in Tang Lei's mind was buzzing with notifications. 35 new diners gained. 63/100 returning customers. Tang Lei calculated that he'd have enough by the time this evening's meal. However, he glanced at the cafeteria. Why did the atmosphere at mealtime seem a bit tense today? He scratched his head, unable to figure it out, and gave up, continuing to work on the menu. The Dennis brothers, who had finished eating and were washing the dishes, exchanged a glance. Did you see that? Who was that just now? That's right, Inspector Anton. Damn, why is he here too? Because they were quite unruly when they first arrived, causing a lot of trouble, they had the honesty of an inspector. And then, they were completely subdued by his actions. Not only did they dare not cause trouble, but their legs would go weak at the sight of him. But today, they were more concerned about something else. Why is Inspector Anton here? One Latif isn't enough. Why are these guards always fighting with us prisoners for the canteen food? Do you think that prison guard chief will bring even more people to eat when he gets back? The two men exchanged a worried glance. Speaking of which, we agreed to keep it a secret. Which bastard let it slip again? It's impossible to keep it a secret. There are just more and more people. Bro, I think if this goes on, we'll only be able to eat one serving each. No way, we have to give them a talking to tonight. Their eyes flashed fiercely. This meal absolutely cannot be shared by more people. Meanwhile, Anton arrived at his office. He first soothed his unusually bulging belly, then slumped into his chair before picking up the phone. Hello, this is the logistics department of the Siberian prison. The other person politely asked, Director Anton, what are your requests? Anton, the fifth canteen in my ward has been running low on supplies lately, and many inmates are going hungry. Could you send a few people to coordinate with the new cook at the fifth canteen and get some supplies replenished? The girl from the logistics department hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, Director Anton, recently, our canteen expenses might be a bit tight. Anton was somewhat bewildered. How could that be? Old Bawan had always managed the fifth canteen, and it had never overspent. They should have accumulated a considerable amount of funds over the years, right? The woman from the logistics department stammered, well, because the prison is currently building a new canteen, it's difficult to allocate funds to the old one. Anton frowned. What new canteen? Is something wrong? One canteen per prison ward, that's how it's been divided. What's the point of building it again? And why didn't he receive any news about something this important? Anton was furious. Who proposed building it? Logistics department. This is still in the planning stage. It was Lieutenant Roman's idea. Roman, the warden of the second ward. Anton slammed his fist on the table in anger. What is he thinking? The warden isn't here, he's only acting. What does he think he is? Not to mention that Roman, the acting warden, is practically his equal. Even if the warden himself were here, this kind of thing would be discussed in a meeting. This is outrageous. The girl opposite him was also very embarrassed. we only received the request. The warden has been gone for a year, supposedly injured, and it's uncertain whether he'll be able to return to his post. During this year, Roman has been acting as warden. Apart from the serious and rigid Anton, the other wardens have practically regarded Roman as their undisputed boss, and their logistics department couldn't afford to offend anyone. Even if Roman and his second prison ward used various excuses to divert funds, there was nothing they could do. This was Siberia, this prison built on permafrost, too far from the country's political and cultural center, almost completely isolated. Here, the warden was like a king ruling the mountain, the law had no power. Anton naturally understood the logistics department's predicament. He let out a heavy breath, the good mood he'd just enjoyed from planning a dinner with old friends vanished. If his earlier visit to the logistics department had been somewhat driven by personal reasons, now, his heart was filled with rage at Roman's corruption and abuse of power. He closed his eyes and hung up the phone, instructing his adjutant, "Get me Warden Roman." After a few long rings, a drawn-out voice came from the other end. "Oh, Major Anton, a rare guest indeed." Roman's voice was somewhat effeminate, sounding more like a playboy, and several unabashed female laughs could be heard beside him. This man didn't seem to be here to guard the prison. He seemed more like he was on vacation. Anton suppressed his anger and cut to the chase. "I heard you're building a new canteen, so the logistics department is out of money?" There was a pause on the other end of the line, then Roman said casually, "Yeah, so what? So what?" Anton roared. It was agreed during construction that there would be one canteen per cell block. "Now, such a big matter, you're not going to discuss it with us. Roman, have you forgotten? We're equals. With the chief inspector absent, all matters, big and small, should be discussed together." Roman scoffed. "Major Anton, what's the point of discussing this? I want to build a new canteen because my first and second cell blocks have the most inmates, and the canteen is no longer sufficient." "Then what about the staff?" Major Anton pressed on. "Who are the chefs and staff you're hiring? Roman, don't think I don't know what you're up to. We know perfectly well who the head chef of your second canteen is, and why you're building a new one." Roman on the other end of the line gave a soft snort. "Is it any of your business? Oh, the logistics department called me. So you're asking for money for your district's fifth canteen?" He scoffed. "Your godforsaken fifth district, is that really necessary? Not enough food? I remember when you guys were eating frozen fish, you never had these kinds of complaints. I heard a new cook came, so there's not enough food, huh? Easy, just fire him. I think old Bawan's frozen fish is pretty good." Anton was furious. Those funds should have been allocated to the 5th district anyway. "Roman, you want to skim some money? I can't stop you, but you shouldn't be reaching into the 5th district. Should these people abandon Tang's food and go back to eating frozen fish?" He was afraid the 5th district prisoners would riot. Putting everything else aside, he himself was so angry he wanted to beat Roman up. Luo Meng scoffed. "Don't make baseless accusations. What evidence do you have? I'm building the canteen for the sake of prison stability, and it's legal and compliant." Anton was swamped with problems, but he wasn't good at these kinds of intricate schemes, so he was frustrated but helpless. Seeing him remain silent, Luo Meng smiled. "You've come at the right time. I also think some useless, lousy canteens should be shut down, freeing up funds for more suitable locations." Anton became wary. "What are you planning?" Luo Meng said, "You're reluctant to have another canteen, right? Then how about we conduct a canteen evaluation for the entire prison ward? The worst canteen, shut down. Replace it with one that meets my requirements." Anton frowned. Luo Meng continued, "Don't say I'm bullying you. This time, all the ward chiefs will jointly score them, just comparing the canteen food." He was brimming with confidence. Previously, the canteen supervisors for this generation were recruited from the military. Most of the people stationed here weren't originally cooks, so the food was somewhat appalling. For example, there was old Bawan, who loved handling frozen fish, and the guy in the first canteen who liked opening cans of fermented herring. This time, although he wanted to open the new canteen to make more money, using the opportunity to cut corners while cooking for prisoners to embezzle from the National Treasury subsidies, the person he hired was a genuine chef, and also a relative. His second canteen in the 2nd district, while also using this method to make money, was currently the most reputable of all the canteens. And the new chef he was planning to bring in was even better than the one in the 2nd canteen. So when Roman feigned "I won't bully you" to Anton, his face was beaming with joy. Great! He originally just wanted to skim some money from a few canteens, but now, he might even be able to shut one down. That would mean even more money to be made. Anton, oh Anton, this time, that stubborn old man who's always been at odds with him has finally fallen into his hands. Roman even thought that if this went smoothly, he could slowly extend his reach into District 5. Ideally, he could get Anton out of prison too. That way, as long as the warden doesn't return, the entire Siberian prison would be his domain. Roman was daydreaming about the future when he heard a long silence on the other end of the phone. He quickly said, "What's wrong, Anton? You're scared again." Anton's silence made him even more smug. Anton on the other end. Is this heaven helping him? You want a competition, right? Okay, it's settled. On the other end, Luo Meng was stunned. This old stubborn guy, how could he agree so readily? However, I have a condition. Luo Meng frowned. What condition? A competition is fine. If my fifth canteen comes in last and gets shut down, I'm willing to accept the loss. But if we're lucky enough to win first place, then from now on, our fifth canteen's funding will double. After a long silence, Luo Meng burst into laughter from the other end of the phone. Haha, I say, you old Anton, have you lost your mind from eating frozen fish? If your fifth canteen can win first place, don't just say the funding will double, I'll give you all the funding from our second canteen. Okay, it's a deal. With that, Anton slammed down the phone, his face brightening again. With Tang's cooking skills, a cooking competition? Ha! On the other side, Luo Meng frowned. This old rigid, how could he agree so readily? He casually called over the giggling woman beside him, go check out the fifth canteen, see how their new chef is. He wanted to see where that godforsaken 5th district got its confidence from. On the other side, Tang Lei also received a notification for an assessment, and was speechless. He mentally typed to the system, hey, do you guys handle after-sales service? How come the canteen you assigned might be shut down? The system paused for a few seconds, then answered methodically. Reporting to the host, this is because you have triggered a special side quest. If the cafeteria is shut down, the main quest will automatically fail. A new cafeteria may be drawn again. Tang Lei thought for a moment, that doesn't seem so bad? Maybe a university cafeteria, a highway cafeteria, or something. System, most likely to be placed in Antarctica or an African emirate. Tang Lei, damn it. Just say you want me dead. The system fell silent. Tang Lei shook his head, fine, let's take the test then. But what should I cook? Since it's a competition, he definitely has to cook something impressive. But there's a shortage of everything here, and the recipes given to junior chefs are mostly home-style dishes. While they're tasty, Tang Lei felt they weren't quite up to par for a competition. It would be great if I could cook a few impressive dishes. Tang Lei muttered. He hadn't yet completed the task of building connections in Shadow City, he could only rely on returning players from the main quest. He casually checked his quest progress. Returning customers 99/100. Tang Lei glanced at the empty cafeteria, speechless. This is so awkward. After dinner, he's just missing one. Now he has to wait until tomorrow. How will he sleep tonight? Just as he was feeling speechless, a ding sounded in Tang Lei's mind. Congratulations, host, you have gained +1 customer and +1 returning customer. Returning customer mission complete. Congratulations, host, you have gained a mystery lottery draw opportunity. Mission completed within 10 days, triggering a special reward. Gain an extra skill lottery draw opportunity. Holy crap, Tang Lei blurted out. He suddenly remembered the lunchbox that Major Anton had taken home today. It should be time for him to eat it. Good heavens, it's good to remind him today. This is what they call good deeds being rewarded. And he even got an extra surprise. Looks like I'll have to try to complete missions ahead of time from now on. Tang Lei looked smugly at the large spinning wheel that the system had conjured in his mind, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Spin, spin, spin. Let's start with good luck. Good luck to us. A lively song echoed in the empty cafeteria. Tang Lei rubbed his hands together, shouting in his mind, SSR, give me one. Anyway, no one saw it, so what if I'm being a Chuyunibiu? A golden light flashed, and the system popped up a notification. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a copy of the State Banquet Cuisine recipe book in the mystery lottery. Holy crap! Tang Lei slapped his thigh. State Banquet Cuisine? What a stroke of luck. This is the kind of prestige I wanted. Remembering there was an extra skill lottery draw, Tang Lei casually clicked it again. Perhaps because he hadn't used good luck this time, the system emitted a purple light and a book popped up. Fishing Basics. Tang Lei scratched his head. This really does mean you can get anything. Although it was a useless skill for now, it was better than nothing, and Tang Lei was generally satisfied with today's lottery results. He also gave the system a good review. Great. Mwah! The system fell silent again, perhaps disgusted. Tang Lei ignored him, he was eagerly flipping through recipes in his mind. The skills and knowledge the system provided were directly implanted into his brain as images. After reviewing state banquet dishes, Tang Lei had a clear idea of several dishes he wanted to make. There's an old saying in Great Xia, food is the first necessity of the people. Therefore, Great Xia's state banquets are among the most luxurious in the world. Several hundred years ago, the royal family even had the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. A certain old hag even had 108 dishes in one meal, demonstrating the extravagance of her life and the importance she placed on food. Although the Manchu Han Imperial Feast is no longer served in the new era, dozens of classic dishes are still indispensable when entertaining important leaders and diplomatic friends. These dishes are either made with rare and precious ingredients, prepared with exquisite skill, or possess unique characteristics. The state banquet menu provided by the system records all the dishes from the Great Xia dynasty that have appeared at diplomatic occasions. Tang Lei spent an entire night reviewing them and drafted a list in his mind. The first dish was squirrel mandarin fish. This dish not only tests knife skills and cooking techniques, but more importantly, it looks stunning, creating a visual impact when served. For a stir-fry, kung pao chicken could be used. This is also a Great Xia classic, a dream dish for countless foreign friends. The key is that the ingredients are easy to find, and the flavor is refreshing. It can be made in sweet, sour, or spicy varieties, making it appetizing without overshadowing the other main dishes. As for Wensi tofu, Tang Lei looked at it for a while, then decided against it. This dish, while impressive, is time-consuming, and it's not filling. For the canteen, it's really not cost-effective. There are also some braised pork meatballs, crab a treasure, Peking duck, etc., which Tang Lei thinks could be considered. However, he'd have to scout out the ingredients and cooking utensils. According to Major Anton, the 5 superintendents in charge of the review are responsible for the food. 5 people can't eat that much, so he'll just add soup, staple food, stir-fries, and snacks. That should be about enough. With this in mind, Tang Lei felt he was one step further away from cooking for a chief in Africa, and he felt much more relaxed. The canteen was nearly empty at midnight. Tang Lei, still energized after reviewing the menu, decided to start cooking the dishes he'd seen on the menu that day. The squirrel-shaped mandarin fish and other dishes requiring specific ingredients wouldn't work, but stir-fries were manageable. He was treating it as practice. As dawn broke, Tang Lei let out a long sigh. Okay, not too bad, I'm exhausted. He'd accidentally made too much again while practicing. He'd actually prepared all the food for the prisoners that day. Tang Lei didn't plan to waste any, he'd just reheat it when it was time to eat. Even though it might not taste as good as freshly cooked, he couldn't waste it. At least this way, everyone would be full. Since I finished the task so early, I'll go for a walk after they finish eating. I can also change my SIM card. A balance of work and rest is essential for the upcoming assessment. Besides, Tang Lei had something else on his mind. That's right, Tang's mother is pressing for the photos again. She sternly stated that if she doesn't see the photos within 3 days, she'll contact Fang Fang. Tang Lei felt helpless with his mother and was also afraid she would really bring Fang Fang back, so he thought it best to ask Yelena for help as soon as possible. He lay down and dozed off for a few hours, only to be woken up by Old Bavan at lunchtime. Old Bavan looked at the several large pots of various dishes, clearly new recipes, and scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Why didn't you call me when you were cooking? He wanted to help, but several times, Tang Lei had finished cooking ahead of time. This made his conscience a little troubled. Tang Lei chuckled, I was researching new dishes yesterday and accidentally made too much. Old Bawan understood, patting Tang Lei on the shoulder, so you were nervous about the assessment? It's okay, relax, those idiots are no match for you. After dinner, once you've checked the food and everything's okay, go rest. I'll take care of getting the food. Old Bawan was now quite adept at scooping food with a flick of his wrist. Tang Lei naturally had no objections, and even took advantage of Old Bawan's guilty conscience to arrange a meeting with Yelena. She said she wanted to take me to get a new SIM card, otherwise it's inconvenient. I'm free today, could you arrange it for me? Old Bawan hesitated for a few seconds, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the problem, and finally made a call. Tang, go ahead, she said she'd be there in 20 minutes, waiting for you at the door. Tang Lei picked up a small prepared box, greeted the bustling prisoners rushing to grab their food, and slipped away. He walked to the entrance of the 5th District Prison and waited a short while before seeing a car. A huge, tall SUV sped across the Siberian snowfield. It looked incredibly aggressive. No way, Tang Lei muttered. The next second, the SUV drifted and came to a screeching halt in front of him. The door opened, and a doll-like beauty jumped out. Brother Tang, over here. Who else could it be but Yelena? Tang Lei noticed that this girl practically jumped out of the car, her feet barely touching the ground. Tang Lei always felt that this girl had a kind of unassuming, high-level aura. But Yelena in front of him, no matter how fierce her actions, always seemed so obedient and cute to him. Tang Lei ignored the SUV again and handed her the box. You're here so fast. Have you had lunch? I brought this for you. Yelena's eyes lit up, and she hugged the box tightly. Brother, you're so sweet. I haven't eaten yet. Dad will bring me lunch. Tang Lei, it really is. He shook his head. Have some snacks before you go. I baked some cookies and some date cake for you. There are only a few dates left. These things are good for replenishing qi and blood, especially for women. Tang Lei couldn't bear to use the small bag for cooking. He used it all in these few pieces of date cake, as a thank you gift for Yelena taking him all that way to buy these things. Ah, so you haven't eaten, brother? Yelena pulled him to the car, sat in the driver's seat for a moment, and broke the snack in half. Half for each of us. The little foodie actually remembered to divide it. Tang Lei laughed. It's alright, I'll make more when Bella gets the ingredients back. You eat it. Yelena took a few bites, her beautiful eyes instantly sparkling with the sweet, soft aroma of the jujube cake. So delicious. Even better than the imported bread my dad used to bring me. And the other dishes too. Is everything in Daxia this good? Tang Lei chuckled. This is nothing, Daxia has plenty of delicious food. Jujube cake probably doesn't even rank among the best snacks. Yelena was already quite satisfied. She ate a few more bites, then reluctantly put the snack away. We can't finish it all at once. Brother, let's go. The market town is a bit far. The SUV roared to life and sped off again. Meanwhile, an uninvited guest arrived at the 5th Prison District canteen behind them. A woman with a stunning figure walked into the canteen, giggling. I heard they don't serve frozen fish here anymore? What do you have? Get me a serving of that. Lena was a medic in the 2nd Ward of Siberia. She had brown hair, a hot figure, and was quite attractive, always very confident. This confidence stemmed not only from her appearance but also from her close relationship with Lieutenant Roman, the warden of the 2nd Ward. Having been Roman's mistress for 3 or 4 years without being replaced, Lena had ample reason to be arrogant and domineering throughout the entire Siberian prison. So, when she arrived at the 5th mess hall and asked for a meal, she never expected to be so thoroughly refused. Old Bavan, without even looking up, tapped the empty pot. Too late, all gone. Come earlier next time. What? Lena glanced at the clock in disbelief. It's only been an hour since lunch service started. Old Bavan didn't even bother to explain, simply pointing to the stove for her to see for herself. An hour? These people now practically come 3 times every half hour. They're basically just emotionless food dispensing machines. Lena looked left and right, then gritted her teeth. This pot was really clean. Even the broth at the bottom had been scraped clean. She worked with Roman in Zone 2, and being a medic was a popular job. She never had to go to the canteen herself. The 2nd canteen would deliver special meals to them. Therefore, Lena never expected that her rare trip to the canteen would turn out like this. She frowned and muttered, garbage. This shabby canteen deserves to be shut down. Lena pulled out her medic's epaulette. Where's your cook? Tell him to come out and make me another meal. Old Bavan paused, then didn't reply. Lena said unhappily, what? I'm a staff member too. I have the right to demand that he meet my needs. Her tone carried a hint of command. Upon hearing this, all the prisoners present stopped eating, casting mocking glances at this arrogant woman while trying to figure out, who is this woman? Even Chang and Dong, the prison warden of the 5th prison, is queuing up. What kind of woman is this, all boobs and no brains? Old Bawan, too lazy to explain, pointed to the small blackboard. No more waiting. If you want some, come earlier next time. Of course, it's better if they don't come. They don't even have enough for their own people in the 5th prison district. This woman in front of him is clearly from outside. An amateur. Facing her, old Bawan inexplicably felt a sense of pride as a member of the 5th prison district. You! Lena was annoyed and wanted to curse, but she remembered her mission. She suppressed her anger, mentally noted old Bawan's mistake, and turned to find the prisoner who seemed to have the most food in front of him. You, she raised her head, her alluring figure on full display. I suddenly really want to try your food. You have so much here, could you give me some? You can come find me at the infirmary in Zone 2 later. Lena blinked, giving her a knowing look. I'll give you a little treat. Though she said that, there was still a hint of disdain in her eyes. She thought to herself that if it weren't for her beloved Roman's mission, she wouldn't waste her time on this trashy man. As for what kind of treat, it was just a casual remark. However, what she didn't know was that the prisoner, engrossed in his food, looked at her with the same contempt. This man was Dennis. He had worked all morning, even arranging meals for old Bavan, and was enjoying himself. This woman actually thought she could entice him to give up Tang's delicious food with just a few words? She was so ordinary, yet so confident, that even Dennis found it slightly amusing. He decisively shook his head and refused. Impossible, get out of here. Lena's face twitched in disbelief. When had a beauty like her ever been treated so ruthlessly? But Dennis had a menacing look on his face, clearly a troublemaker, and Lena, alone, didn't dare provoke him. She could only silently add Dennis to her list. She went to find someone else to serve her food. However, the entire cafeteria was filled with the sound of people shoveling food into their bowls. There was hardly any conversation, and nobody paid her any attention. No matter what benefits she offered, they simply wouldn't agree. Lena was furious. A bunch of cowards. Is there not a single real man in District 5? What she didn't know was that just yesterday, these inmates in District 5 had witnessed Bella's deep regret and furious rage. They were all mentally reminding themselves that they absolutely couldn't throw away Tang's food for the sake of beauty. Bella was a lesson learned the hard way. Lena paced around frantically, finding nothing, and dared not go back to report to Roman. Watching the prisoners finish eating and put their plates in the sink, a thought suddenly popped into her head. Should she go and pick up the leftovers? Ugh! She was disgusted by the thought itself. But Roman's gloomy face was still in her mind, and Lena shuddered, finally making up her mind. She'd just smell it. At most, she could get a dog to try. Anyway, she would never eat it. With this thought in mind, Lena found a spot near the sink and began to stake out. 1, 2, 3 passed. Lena's gaze gradually glazed over. The tableware was gleaming with grease. Not a single leaf of vegetable was left. Not even a drop of broth. Cleaner than a dog had licked clean. Lena was utterly speechless. Roman was supposed to give her results this afternoon, but she'd come all this way and hadn't even seen him or eaten anything. What kind of results were they anyway? Dizzy and disoriented, she grabbed one of the prisoners. What exactly does this new cook's food taste like? Is it really that good? The prisoner she'd grabbed straightened up and started cursing. What nonsense are you talking about? It's awful. That's right, if we had a choice, we wouldn't be eating here. They spoke with such sincerity that Lena was confused. Then why are you eating so much? The prisoners, that's because we're exhausted from working. We had no choice. Sigh, we didn't have a choice. You staff members are different. I really envy you. You can eat out. Is that so? Lena, finding the argument reasonable and feeling a surge of superiority, complained, It's so awful, I want some, and you won't even let me. The passing prisoner, unfazed, said, We can eat this kind of stuff. A beauty like you shouldn't have to suffer like this. Let us suffer this. It's only right, only right. These words struck a chord with Lena. She believed him almost entirely, and scoffed, Fine, your attitude towards reform isn't bad. I'll report this to the higher UPS. She haughtily raised her head again and strode away in her high heels. Behind her, old Bavan, spoon in hand, shook his head. Really, this woman didn't seem very bright to begin with, and now she's been completely fooled. These rascals will do anything for an extra bite to eat. He banged on the pot, warning, Hey, don't stop anyone from coming to the 5th canteen. He knew Tang Lei wanted to expand the 5th canteen. What if there's too much food and nobody eats it? The prisoners exchanged awkward glances and laughed it off. No, we didn't. We just thought this woman was suspicious. She clearly had bad intentions. Old Bawan narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? Several prisoners chimed in. This woman keeps wandering around, insisting on eating. That's very suspicious. Usually, if she's rejected, she wouldn't leave already. She's clearly looking down on us, yet she's still here. Isn't she up to something? And when she left, she said she'd report to her superiors? Tisk. The burly men's faces darkened. Old Bawan waved his hand. All right, finish your work and leave. Don't cause trouble here. After shooing them away, his brow furrowed. Anton and he were old acquaintances, so he naturally knew that second warden Roman and Anton didn't get along. When he learned that Roman was going to conduct an assessment, old Bawan wasn't particularly surprised. But this woman who suddenly appeared? Old Bawan clicked his tongue. That damn Roman, wouldn't he be planning something? He'd have to tell Tang later. He packed his things, closed the cafeteria door, and muttered to himself, Those two young people, will they be back before dinner? At this moment, Tang Lei was almost at the market town Yelena had mentioned, the one where he could buy daily necessities. The little girl wasn't lying when she said it was far. It was a good 100 kilometers. Looking at the vast expanse of frozen soil and pine forests along the way, Tang Lei couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Siberia truly lives up to its reputation as a vast and sparsely populated land. The Russians, despite having the world's largest land area, rank near the bottom of the top 10 in terms of population. The harsh climate and terrain have forged this fierce nation. In the eyes of the Russians, the permafrost is a land of death, but also a symbol of their heroic resistance. But in Tang Lei's eyes, such a large plot of land, just left empty? What a waste! If only something could be grown there. Farming is ingrained in the DNA of every great Xia citizen. Tang Lei felt a pang of regret thinking about how such a large area, with so many prisoners, was being used to grow potatoes. However, he couldn't think that far ahead right now. He needed to establish himself in the mess hall first. Chatting casually with Yelena, the large off-road vehicle finally arrived at its destination. It was a remote town, with only a few people on the road. This is the closest residential area to the Siberian prison, Yelena explained. It was also built with government support. In a sense, it was also to maintain contact with the Siberian prison and provide supplies. Come on, I'll take you to find a place to buy a phone card. Tang Lei nodded, then, remembering the little RMB he had in his pocket, asked, "Wait, is there a bank around here that can exchange currency? I need to exchange some money. Also, Yelena, don't take me to see anything too expensive later," Tang Lei said. "I don't have money right now." "Ha!" Yelena was taken aback. "Brother Tang, how come you don't have money? Doesn't the prison pay you?" Tang Lei was also stunned. "Ha, there's a salary." He had always thought the system had arranged for him to come here, as unpaid labor? "Of course," Yelena said. "Otherwise, why do you think people would be so desperate to work in the canteen if it's so hard here?" She had also learned about Roman's actions from old Bhavan today, and said indignantly, "The Siberian prisons are state-subsidized and house the most serious criminals in the country, so the funding is substantial. Those who work there don't earn low wages, and some project contractors are even taking advantage of the situation to make a killing." Tang Lei said, "Oh," immediately thinking of Luo Meng. "Sure enough," Yelena said, "like that annoying guy in District 2. His relative is the contractor for the District 2 cafeteria. Just by skimping on ingredients and falsifying reports, they can eat their fill." Tang Lei stroked his chin, thinking that the catering industry is indeed easy to manipulate, no matter where it is. Didn't many news reports about schools in Great Xia contracting out cafeterias to the principal's relatives for profit, harming the children? He patted Yelena. "Don't worry, they won't win this time. I'm overseeing the 5th cafeteria, they won't do anything like that. Cooking well, healthily, and hygienically is a chef's basic quality." Even when dealing with prisoners, Tang Lei wouldn't use technology or ruthless methods. "But, what about my wages? This is obviously being skimped on. Since it's not voluntary labor, he can't be shortchanged by a single penny." Yelena nodded. "There's definitely something wrong. Don't worry, Tang Ji, my dad and I will go with you to find them, we'll definitely get them back." She pulled Tang Lei along. "There aren't any banks around here, let's just use my card today. It's not expensive anyway." Tang Lei, being pulled along, rubbed his nose, bewildered. Goodness, was he being kept alive by a woman? "Tang Lei, I'll pay you back when I get paid." Yelena shook her head vigorously. "It's okay. This little bit of money is nothing, but those sweet pastries, can you bring some back next time you go out?" She was a little embarrassed, gesturing with her hand, just a little bit. Tang Lei chuckled. "I can make them even if I don't go out, as long as I have the time and the ingredients." It was such a small favor, he hadn't even thought about charging her. This little girl is quite the foodie. Yelena was satisfied and immediately dragged him to the only supermarket in town, picking out a phone card valid in Russia. Not only that, she looked around and bought Tang Lei some more clothes and hats. "Here, brother Tang, my dad said it's not as cold back in Daxia as it is here, be careful." Tang Lei was caught off guard and suddenly found himself surrounded by a blanket of clothes. He didn't know how to explain that he now possessed the basic chef's physique gifted by the system, making him immune to the cold. But before he could refuse, Yelena had already carefully wrapped a scarf around his neck. She was petite, and had to stand on tiptoe to do this. But her face was serious, without a hint of jest. With such a beautiful woman tying a scarf for someone in public, Tang Lei immediately felt strange looks from men within a 10-meter radius. Envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Tang Lei touched his nose again. This was the first time he'd ever seen so many people around. But no matter what, the feeling was uncomfortable. He couldn't very well refuse, so he took all the clothes, saying, "Thank you, I'll treat you to dinner later." Yelena's earnest face immediately lit up with a smile. "Great. Is there anything else you need, brother Tang? Just swipe my card." Tang Lei didn't dare accept it and quickly said, "No, thank you." He was a little surprised. "Yelena, I didn't realize you were such a wealthy woman." "Rich woman, what's that?" Yelena blinked, confused. "It's a wealthy lady." Oh, Yelena shook her head sheepishly. "Not really, it's just that the pay was pretty good a few years ago. But now, I might have to quit that job." A shadow fell over her previously cheerful face. Not wanting to say more, Yelena quickened her pace. "Come on, let's get back for dinner." Turning to leave, she suddenly stopped. Tang Lei saw it too. Next to the supermarket, a small shop had a few bouquets of flowers for sale. To be honest, the flowers didn't look very appealing, they were wilted and looked ugly from the cold. But Yelena still glanced at them a few more times. It's rare to see flowers for sale here. Tang Lei paused, expecting Yelena to buy a bouquet, but she only sighed and continued walking. "Wait, Yelena," Tang Lei called out to her, feeling in his pocket. He pulled out the last few $100 bills he had brought from China and asked the flower vendor, "Sir, is this enough to buy a bouquet of flowers?" The shop owner glanced at him. "Wow, a Great Xia person?" The Russians in Great Xia have been on friendly terms for many years, especially with the increasing number of Great Xia tourists in recent years. These Russian shopkeepers, being Russians, generally recognized Great Xia currency, especially since it was a stack of pink bills. This was much more expensive than a bouquet of flowers that would cost at most 40 or 50 yuan. Tang Lei nodded. Brother, I don't know where to exchange it. If you need it, sell it to me. I'm in a hurry to give it to that beautiful girl. Yelena froze, her pretty face involuntarily blushing. The shop owner chuckled good-naturedly. Kid, you're quite romantic. Tang Lei grinned. He'd emptied his savings, so he wasn't reluctant. He wasn't short of food or drink now, and he wouldn't be short of money later. Buying flowers for Yelena to express his gratitude was like buying a cup of milk tea for a junior classmate he'd helped back home. A simple act. But Yelena panicked. No, it's too expensive, and it's a rip-off. She grabbed Tang Lei's hand, forcibly shoving the money back, and apologized to the shop owner apologetically. She grabbed Tang Lei and ran. As she ran, she said earnestly, these flowers won't last more than a few days after being transported here. I don't want them. This young woman was surprisingly strong. Tang Lei was caught off guard and was actually dragged away by her. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. You like them, don't you? If you like them, it's not a loss. He could see how happy Yelena was when she saw the flowers. Yelena quickly shook her head. No, I like looking at them, but there's no need to buy them. It's mainly because there are so few flowers here. The winter temperature here drops to minus 70 degrees Celsius. Not to mention flowers, even living things are scarce. Only the silent pine forest stands unchanged for hundreds of years. Tang Lei thought about it and realized that it must be very difficult for a young woman to live here. Speaking of which, did you settle here with old Bavan? Tang Lei said, after old Bavan retires, you can move with him to a warmer place. Yelena shook her head. Forget it, even if my dad retires, he probably won't leave this prison. Neither will I. She stroked her long hair. Some things have to be done by someone. It's all right here. Though she said that, Tang Lei clearly saw a hint of melancholy on her face. Tang Lei was silent for a moment, remembering that she was still a soldier. But a young woman in her early 20s, in the prime of her life, was about to take root in this vast frozen land. Tang Lei couldn't help but admire her. She was more like a flower than those wilted roses. Yelena was silent for a moment, then became lively again. Brother Tang, I heard it's very warm in your great Xia? There must be lots of flowers, right? Tang Lei smiled. The climate is varied, hot and cold, but there are definitely lots of flowers. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, the 12 flower goddesses. You see something different everywhere you go. Although Great Xia's territory isn't as large as yours, our climate and terrain are diverse, nature has bestowed upon us such beauty. Yelena didn't understand the ancient poem, but her eyes lit up, and she sighed repeatedly. That's wonderful. I wish I could go there. Unfortunately, never mind, it's too far. Tang Lei thought for a moment, then suddenly said, let's not talk about the distance. After we finish eating, I'll give you an even prettier flower. Ah, Yelena said nervously, don't waste your money. No, Tang Lei wagged his finger, it's free. You'll see when the time comes. Let's go back first. Yelena blinked and said cheerfully, then let's go. She couldn't wait. Tang Lei smiled as she pulled him into the car, and he started mentally searching through the system. He remembered that there were a few special knife skills courses in the basic chef class. Thinking about the little gift, Yelena floored the accelerator even more. The SUV sped back to the entrance of the 5th canteen, then slammed on the brakes. Tang Lei silently got out of the car, thinking that he would never provoke this little girl beforehand again. She was driving too recklessly. Looking at the time, it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. Yelena made a phone call and asked if her father, Bawan, had arrived yet, so she simply told him not to come. I'll help Tang Ge, Dad, you can rest. She hung up the phone. Old Bawan, don't forget to bring me food. Hey, beep beep. The phone rang, and old Bawan suddenly frowned. Even though his daughter was taking care of him, he felt, tisk, something was off. Dinner was easy to solve. Tang Lei brought out steamed buns again. These kinds of Daxia-style noodles were particularly popular with the prisoners, mainly because they were quick and easy. One bite, and you had meat, vegetables, and a staple food. If the bell rang and they hadn't finished, they could secretly eat some in their pockets. Of course, the latter was very rare. Most prisoners were more concerned with how to quickly stuff their buns into their mouths and then line up at the counter to see if they could find a few extra. Currently, a few prisoners had developed a unique way of eating them, stuffing the whole bun into their mouths in one bite. Tang Lei was speechless after seeing this a few times, secretly thinking he'd have to prepare some soup dumplings for these people next time. Let them gulp them down. They'll be scalded to death. Besides dumplings, Tang Lei also took out a pot and cooked 2 kinds of porridge. The previous one was barely passable as a treasure porridge. This time, there were sweet and savory flavors. The savory preserved egg and lean pork porridge was an improved version, with chopped vegetable leaves added and Mao Xiang's large red sausage replacing the preserved egg. However, Tang Lei had tasted it beforehand and felt that while the large red sausage had a unique smoky flavor, it still couldn't compare to the Great Xia's divine preserved egg when used for porridge. he was itching to try it again. Once he finished the assessment, he could totally consider getting a batch of eggs to make salted duck eggs, preserved eggs, and century eggs. Damn, Great Xia has just so many delicious foods. To sow seeds in this cultural desert, Tang Lei couldn't think of where to start. After preparing the savory porridge, he also cooked a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, letting the prisoners choose for themselves. Then, he went back to the kitchen, rummaged through the cupboards, and pulled out a few radishes. Yelena helped wash all the ingredients and then idled away, waiting for the prisoners to arrive before busying herself distributing steamed buns to them. Although she was small, she had beaten up 8 out of 10 prisoners in a group just by standing there. Naturally, they didn't dare to cause trouble and obediently took their buns and ran off. Yelena finished serving the food, breathed a sigh of relief, and skipped and hopped towards the kitchen. Brother Tang, all done. What kind of flour are you going to give me? It's not potato flowers, is it? Wow. She suddenly stopped. Yelena saw the flowers. Red, yellow, and a white-edged, red-hearted flower. She'd never seen anything like it before. The petals were translucent, in full bloom, far more beautiful than the wilted flowers outside the supermarket. They sat on the plate in Tang Lei's hand. Where did these come from? Yelena held her breath, carefully peering closer. In just that short time, she couldn't fathom how Tang Lei had conjured them. Tang Lei smiled. Would you like to pick one up and take a look? May I? Yelena cautiously touched the petals, surprised. Wow, the feel of them. Haha, Tang Lei finally burst into laughter, his other hand emerging from behind his back. Familiar? Radish. Yelena exclaimed. Radish flowers? That works. Upon closer inspection, these flowers were indeed carved from thin slices of radish. Brother Tang, you're amazing. Yelena was so excited she was almost incoherent. She suddenly rushed forward and hugged Tang Lei tightly. You're incredible. Tang Lei felt a weight on him, and Yelena was pulling him into a hug. He was so startled he instinctively held his breath. Yelena didn't smell of perfume, but rather a faint, cool, snowy scent. Holding her, Tang Lei felt like he was being swept away by a snowstorm, both sharp and gentle. He couldn't help but want to touch his nose again. He thought to himself, if this had happened in the supermarket, would those guys who were peeking have ground their teeth to dust? Just as his mind was wandering, Yelena hugged him for a few seconds, then quickly let go, turning back to look at the few radish flowers. Very perfunctory. Tang Lei. He shook his head and chuckled, simply shoving the entire plate at her, letting Yelena hold it and look at it curiously from left to right. He casually added a touch of smugness, just a piece of cake. But to be honest, in Great Xia, this was indeed basic plating. Basically, every restaurant chef knew a thing or two. When Tang Lei was a child, he loved picking up these things after eating out, but he stopped appreciating them as he grew older. Today, upon reviewing the tutorial, he discovered that the system's knife skills course had only made minor improvements to the basic carving technique. It would make them look more three-dimensional. Tang Lei spent 10 minutes making 3 flowers. One was a carrot, one a potato slice, and the flower was made from a type of radish that was also popular in Daxia. Xinlai Mei, meaning beautiful inside. Seeing it here felt incredibly familiar to Tang Lei, so he chopped it up without hesitation. Yelena held the 3 flowers, admiring them dearly, looking like she wanted to sleep with the plate tonight. Tang Lei chuckled. Alright, didn't you say those were expensive and didn't last long? This one can last a couple more days. Yelena lovingly stroked the petals. Could you just vacuum dry it? Tang Lei's lips twitched. No need. It's just a radish flower. Yelena frowned. But it'll spoil if it's not dried. This is so beautiful, I want to look at it more. Tang Lei casually twirled the knife. No problem at all. If you want to see it again, just come to me, and I'll make it for you. As long as I'm still working at the 5th canteen, you can come anytime. Yelena's eyes flickered, and she whispered, Brother Tang, you said it. Tang Lei nodded, pressing his advantage. By the way, Yelena, could you do me a small favor? Yelena nodded earnestly. Sure. Tang Lei chuckled inwardly. This little girl agreed too quickly. She really wasn't afraid he'd take advantage of her. However, he remained a gentleman for now, simply taking out his phone. Come on, hold the flowers, and then hug my arm. Shall we take a picture together? He wanted to use this to appease his mother, hoping she wouldn't bring back the 300-pound Fang Fang. Yelena hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay. She cooperatively picked up her favorite radish flower, leaned against Tang Lei, and affectionately hugged his arm, smiling at the camera. Her doll-like face was radiant with a charming smile and captivating eyes. Truly, she was more beautiful than the flower. Tang Lei sighed and quickly pressed the shutter. Okay. Just as Tang Lei was about to let go, he suddenly heard a loud shout. What are you doing? Tang Lei looked outside. They had been taking photos in the kitchen and hadn't noticed that a man had appeared outside the food window, angrily peering inside. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a hooked nose and a menacing expression. His features weren't particularly old, but his forehead was completely bald. He was prematurely balding. Tang Lei remarked politely, "Who are you? Here for dinner? There might not be any left." Judging from the man's uniform, he wasn't a prisoner, but probably a prison guard. The man gave him an arrogant look and scoffed, "Eat? Would a person want to eat pig swill?" Tang Lei frowned, but before he could speak, Yelena said coldly, "Lieutenant Roman, watch your words." Her previously cheerful face was now cold and sullen, a hint of annoyance in her expression. Tang Lei raised an eyebrow. "Lieutenant Roman? Isn't that the troublemaker, the warden of the second ward? Why is he here?" Roman's expression grew even angrier when Yelena spoke up in defense. "Yelena, what's your relationship with this man? You're a good girl from our fighting nation. Why are you hanging out with a Chinese man? Did he lie to you?" He then turned to Tang Lei, "Chinese, I'm warning you, stay away from our women. You're not worthy." Tang Lei was speechless at his barrage of shouts. He said sincerely, "Sir, your mental state isn't quite right. I recommend you see a doctor." Damn it, asking Yelena for help is treated like harassment. This is nothing. This is supposed to be a warden, but he's acting like a shrew. Yelena chuckled. Roman's long, narrow face contorted slightly, and he said coldly, "Cook, is all the courage of you great Xia people this foolish? I'm the acting warden of the Siberian prison now, and I can fire you any time." This time, Yelena interrupted him, "Lieutenant Roman, do you even remember your acting? The appointment and dismissal of the head chef should be decided by a vote. Is this how you, the acting director, abuse your power?" Her gaze was sharp, tinged with anger. "And I'll emphasize again, my social life is none of your business." Yelena said angrily, "I have no intention of marrying you, and I will never consider it. Please stay away from my private life." Tang Lei clicked his tongue in astonishment. Good heavens! This Roman looks quite old, yet he wants to pursue Yelena? There's a 10-year age gap. An old cow eating young grass, shameless. Or is he going to force himself on her after being rejected? Tang Lei instantly felt a surge of contempt for this second warden. Roman, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Yelena, you're still too young. You don't understand what marriage means to us. We have 2 families behind us. It was arranged long ago." "I have no family." Yelena puffed out her chest and held her head high. "I'm just Yelena. I just don't like you." Roman was incredulous. "No, how could you not like me? This scum of Great Xia must be lying to you, right?" Tang Lei, annoyed by the several different titles he used, each one brimming with aggression, was also starting to feel uncomfortable. He pulled Yelena aside. Yes, I like scum but not you, Lieutenant. Don't you need to reflect on yourself?" He said calmly, "Yelena has already agreed to be my girlfriend. We're mutually attracted, and we'll be going back to Great Xia in the future. Lieutenant Roman, you should find another target." Hearing his nonsensical ramblings, Yelena's mouth subtly formed an O, and the tips of her ears turned red. Roman, however, was immersed in anger and completely oblivious. He had rushed over today because the gatekeeper had told him he'd seen Yelena's car. To make a good impression on Yelena, he hadn't even met Lena yet. Who would have thought he'd witnessed the scene? Roman, enraged to the extreme, calmed down and glared fiercely at Tang Lei. "Very well, Great Xia man, I hope you can maintain your foolish courage during the assessment. Just you wait." Okay, wait a minute." Tang Lei raised his hand and gave an okay. Extremely perfunctory. He also casually reminded him, "Please don't show up during mealtimes if you're not eating, it'll disrupt our work, thank you." Luo Meng gave a sinister smile, turned, and left. As soon as he disappeared, Yelena said apologetically, "Brother Tang, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble." Tang Lei shook his head. "What trouble? Even if you hadn't come, he wouldn't have wanted me working here. Besides, Yelena had already stepped in to protect him. Would he let a girl stand in his way? He's not dead." Seeing Yelena still hesitant, Tang Lei remembered what he had said in his haste and scratched his head. He felt somewhat embarrassed. "Ahem, Yelena, I wasn't trying to take advantage of you just now. It's just that I think this kind of self-important idiot, who thinks every woman in the world loves him, saying you don't like him probably won't have much effect. That's why I said you and I are together. Rather than saying women don't love him, he'll probably believe some other man tricked you." "But," Yelena said hurriedly, "won't that put all the trouble on you?" Tang Lei grinned. "Don't worry, it's a sweet burden, cough cough. Again, I wasn't taking advantage of you, just bragging. You don't need to feel guilty. If he bothers you again, just bring me into it and let him do whatever he wants. Otherwise, it's not easy for a girl like you." From their conversation just now, Tang Lei could tell. These two seemed to have some kind of engagement or arranged marriage, so Yelena couldn't directly confront Roman. Otherwise, with this girl's fighting prowess, it would be difficult for anyone to bother her. He was a bachelor anyway, what was he afraid of? At worst, he'd go to X State to cook for the chief, a cleaver for 7 kills. Yelena's ears turned slightly red. She paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Then, Brother Tang, is there anything else I can help you with? You helped me, so I have to help you." Tang Lei glanced at the photos on his phone and said with satisfaction, "No need for now. I'll call you if I need anything, thanks. You must be hungry too, eat something, go back and rest." At this hour, there wasn't much to do in the cafeteria. Cleaning and washing dishes were all handled by the Dennis brothers. Ever since Tang Lei started giving the two brothers a couple of tastings now and then, they worked even harder. They were even more reliable than the expensive housekeeping services they used to hire back in China. Yelena nodded obediently, carrying the steamed buns she had brought for old Bawan back home. Once the cafeteria was completely empty, Tang Lei returned to his small bed, pulled out a photo of himself and Yelena, and sent it to his mother. The caption read, "This is the one I was pursuing, isn't she pretty? Better than that damn Fang Fang." Siberia and Great Xia have a time difference of several hours, but Tang's mother wasn't resting yet. A moment later, a phone call came in. The caller immediately said, "Son, give up. You're not good enough for her." Tang Lei. What the hell, is she even his biological son? Tang Lei snorted and boasted casually, "Why wouldn't she be good enough for me? Didn't you see how intimate our poses were in the photo? She'll be right on track. She even told me today how much she wants to go to Xia." Tang's mother, sitting opposite him, was skeptical. "Are you serious? A girl like that would be interested in you." Tang Lei, "Mom, your son isn't ugly, okay? He was, after all, the class heartthrob and school heartthrob." "That's different." Tang's mother scoffed. "You were the school heartthrob, this girl must be a national goddess. What was that national daughter we had recently? I don't think she's as pretty as the one you found. Tell me honestly, are you lying to me or to her?" Tang Lei, "I'm completely sincere, I don't lie. If I could fool her, that's your son's skill, isn't it?" Seeing his mother seemed to be softening, Tang Lei pressed his advantage. "So Mom, you'd better delete Fang Fang right now. Don't come back looking for me, it's not good for me and my girlfriend." Tang's mother didn't answer, but instead asked, "What's the name of this girl you found?" Tang Lei, "Her name is Yelena, she's my colleague's daughter." "Oh." Tang's mother was skeptical, "It's a nice name." However, Tang's mother was still traumatized by Tang Lei's refusal to talk about his girlfriend, so she still asked, "But Fang Fang can't be deleted. Who knows if you're lying to me? Unless you bring her a video and show it to me." Tang Lei sighed helplessly, Okay, another time when I'm free." "Alright, Mom, get some rest." He hung up, leaving Tang's mother alone, muttering to herself in front of her phone. Has her son really come to his senses? Then, should she prepare herself for a foreign daughter-in-law? While Tang's mother was struggling in Daxia, another person in a distant Siberian prison was also restless. Bang! A loud crash, and a vodka bottle shattered on the floor. Roman was still furious. He flipped the table, cursing, "Daxia pig." His adjutant trembled with fear. No one dared to stop Roman in his rage. Roman vented his anger, yelling, "Where's that stupid woman, Lena? Why isn't she coming over yet?" A few minutes later, Lena cautiously entered the room. She had wanted to see Roman that afternoon, but he refused to see her, dressed up deliberately, and left. When he returned, he was drinking heavily and throwing tantrums. Lena didn't dare come. She knew Roman was capable of violence at this time, especially against her. But Roman had called, and she couldn't refuse. As soon as she entered the room, Roman grunted and drunkenly asked, "How's the matter I asked you to handle? Is the canteen at that Great Xia pig's place full of pig swill?" Lena trembled and whispered, I missed it." "What?" Roman pretended to raise his whip. Lena quickly said, but I asked around, and the prisoners in District 5 all said the new cook's food is terrible." Roman narrowed his eyes, That's what they all say." Yes. Lena glanced at the whip and embellished the story. "They also said that if they had a choice, even a dog wouldn't eat. They're so envious of us in District 2. "Really?" Roman frowned. "That Xia pig's cooking is even worse than old Bawan's frozen fish." Lena nodded repeatedly. She could tell that if she said she wasn't sure now, the whip would be on her head. Roman really had killed his mistress. As for whether there would be any problems later, Lena comforted herself, impossible. With so many prisoners, would they conspire to lie to her? When did these scum become so united? Hearing Lena's words, Roman laughed heartily. "Trash. You think you can fight me with that? I was just going to kick you out and spare your dog's life. Now, I'm going to kill you. I'll make you die a horrible death in front of Yelena, ha ha ha." He downed another gulp of wine, roughly grabbed Lena, but she didn't dare struggle. Roman laughed loudly, "Ha, Yelena, you'll be mine sooner or later." The room reeked of alcohol and blood. District 5, the cafeteria. Tang Lei mentally reviewed a few more recipes and checked the system's task progress. The building connections task was temporarily paused. Major Anton had been very busy since that day. According to old Bawan's hints, he was looking for evidence of Roman's embezzlement, preparing to bring him down when the opportunity arose. It seemed his dinner with his old friends would have to be postponed until after the assessment. The next phase of the main task, having completed the 100 repeat customers, naturally appeared. This time, it was to acquire 1,000 repeat customers. Currently, the number was less than 200, the growth was slow. Tang Lei reasonably suspected something was wrong. Otherwise, there shouldn't be so few, right? But to be honest, he could barely cook enough for 200 or 300 people. Any more and there wouldn't be enough to eat. Tang Lei had originally planned to be able to supply 500 people once the tableware and kitchenware were in place, but due to Luo Meng's interference in the assessment, it was temporarily put on hold. And his salary would likely still have to go through Luo Meng. Tang Lei was annoyed just thinking about it. It was a pity he couldn't use some kind of overpowered cheat to send a meteorite to kill this annoying guy. The system is just a culinary god, please don't have unrealistic fantasies about it. The system appeared at the right time to remind him. Tang Lei pouted, "System, are there any new tasks for me? The current 2 are taking too long to complete. And, give me more special tasks like Anton's." System, you're currently at the beginner chef stage. The main quests are relatively simple and monotonous. After you complete all the main quests in the initial stage, the system will naturally unlock more options. After saying that, it pretended to be dead. Tang Lei shrugged. Okay, so even beginners can prepare state banquets. I wonder what kind of monsters intermediate and advanced levels they'll be at. Seeing he couldn't get anything out of the system, he didn't say much more, pulled the covers over his head, and went to sleep. The next morning, Tang Lei was woken up early by Bella. Opening his eyes, he was met with complete darkness. Confused, Tang Lei tried to sit up, only to bump into something spherical and soft. "Hey!" A woman's startled cry came from beside him. Tang Lei then realized that Bella was standing right in front of his bed, almost touching his face. So what he just bumped into was, Seeing his gaze shift downwards, Bella took a step back, annoyed. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so young, yet so good at being a pervert." Tang Lei casually pulled the blanket over his chest, reminding her, "Hey, you came in without my permission, didn't you? I could accuse you of lusting after my tender, beautiful body. I'm a man of principle, okay? You." Bella was furious. "Get up, I have serious business to discuss." Tang Lei slowly changed his clothes. "What is it?" It wasn't even time for him to start work yet. Bella stomped her foot. "Didn't you ask me to find those ingredients for you? You gave me a new list yesterday?" "Yeah," Tang Lei rubbed his eyes. "The ingredients on the second list are more common, easier to buy than the first." Those were the ingredients he planned to use for those state banquet dishes. The assessment was only 2 days away, and to avoid any mistakes that could lead to being tricked by Roman's people in prison, Tang Lei handed the order directly to Bella. It was basically just pork, crab, fish, and the like. "Too late!" Bella exclaimed. "I rushed to the market yesterday, but all the meat was sold out." Tang Lei frowned. "What happened?" Bella said urgently. "Every stall said they were sold out. Especially the one you wanted, that fish." "Mandarin fish," Tang Lei said. "This was for the main dish, squirrel mandarin fish, and it wasn't easy to change it." Right, Bella said. "It's a freshwater lake fish, and there aren't many to begin with, but they were all gone. I looked for several other kinds of freshwater fish, and guess what? All sold out. I even contacted a seller I know, but he just said not to buy it, he couldn't get it." "Tang, did you offend someone?" Tang Lei understood. He certainly had. "Oh no, I offended the dogs." Clearly, Roman had bought up all the meat and pressured the vendors. Without meat, they couldn't possibly prepare a vegetarian meal for the assessment, it would probably go cold. No wonder they call him a local tyrant, Tang Lei muttered to himself. He was careless, a warden of his stature resorting to such underhanded tactics. Just then, old Bavan and Yelena rushed over. "Brother Tang, there's something I need to tell you, eh?" Yelena immediately noticed Bella, who was standing very close to Tang Lei, and, Tang Lei showed the small blanket covering his chest. "Don't get the wrong idea. He really was a man of principle." Yelena's face flushed again. "I didn't, Brother Tang, did you know that there's no meat available nearby?" Old Bavan nodded. "I just told him," Bella said irritably. Yelena ignored him and went straight to Tang Lei, saying, "Brother Tang, he can only manage the nearby towns. What do you need? I'll go buy it for you. I have a car, I can go further." Tang Lei frowned. They had just been there yesterday. The nearest market town was over 100 kilometers away. How far would it be to places further away? Old Bawan frowned, feeling sorry for his daughter, but he also knew this matter couldn't be left unresolved. "No, Yelena, you go with Tang, I'll go buy it." Yelena shook her head repeatedly. "It's alright, I'm young. I can drive for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Holy crap, are you kidding me? Stop. Tang Lei was startled by the girl and quickly said, "No need to buy it, I have a way. I remember there's a lake around here." Yelena and Old Man Bawan exchanged a glance. Yes, there is. Actually, it's not just a lake. It's the deepest lake in the world, and the largest freshwater lake in Eurasia, Lake Baikal. The Russians call it the Eye of Siberia, clear and beautiful, inspiring countless poems and stories. But Tang Lei wasn't focused on that. He was thinking about this bountiful eye, its annual fish yield, a staggering 3 billion kilograms. 3 billion. What kind of fish couldn't they have? Moreover, Tang Lei chuckled. He had just drawn a skill a few days ago, a skill he initially thought was utterly useless. Fishing. What a coincidence. So Tang Lei waved to Old Bawan, "Got a fishing rod? Get one, I'll go fishing right now." Not only could he catch mandarin fish, but he'd also heard that Siberia had plenty of white salmon and chum salmon, things that were hard to get in Great Xia, and it was free. Who wouldn't take advantage of that? Old Bawan, however, wasn't optimistic. "I have a fishing rod, but Tang, don't think fishing is that easy. The Belga is different from the lakes in your Great Xia, it's a full 1,500 meters deep. If you don't use professional fishing equipment, boats, and nets, you could sit by the lake for 3 days and still not catch a single one." Yelena nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes full of worry. Tang Lei rubbed his nose, suddenly understanding. "Old Bawan, you haven't tried fishing before, have you? Didn't catch anything?" Old Bawan blushed, annoyed. I'm just normal. The 5 people sitting next to me, almost none of them caught anything. Finally, when they were really desperate, one of them jumped in and caught one, so they didn't all come back empty-handed." Tang Lei, no wonder they're from Russia. There's something else. Is this the Russian version of "if you don't tolerate it, you have to drain the water"? He smiled. "It's okay, can I borrow it for a bit? I'm not coming back unless I catch at least 100 pounds, okay? I'll stay on the lake." "Then forget it," Old Bawan said sullenly. "When are you going? It'll take you an hour or 2 to get there, and then, the assessment is tomorrow. Will we have enough time? If not, we'll just go buy some." Tang Lei glanced at the time, 7 in the morning. "What time is the assessment tomorrow?" Old Bawan said, "Preparations start at 10. That means they have a total of more than 20 hours. Tang Lei casually said, "That's enough. Let's head out now, and pick up your fishing rod on the way. Oh, by the way," he turned to Bella standing beside him, "could you buy me some other things too?" He tore off a piece of paper, wrote a few words on it, and handed it to her. Bella bit her lip. "I can't guarantee I'll be able to buy them." "It's okay, just go ask." Tang Lei waved casually. "Thanks, I'll treat you to dinner when I get back." Bella took the paper, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, "Tang, I believe in you. You'll definitely pass the test." With that, she hurried out. Tang Lei stroked his chin, somewhat surprised. I thought she'd refuse me because of that Roman." To be honest, the current situation, at its core, is just a matter of closing down the cafeteria. On a larger scale, this could be considered a power struggle within the entire Siberian prison system. Bella was a member of the logistics department, a neutral party. Tang Lei was prepared for her to avoid offending either side and refused to go grocery shopping anymore. Yelena gave a soft snort. "She's smart enough. If she doesn't go, I can go." For some reason, Tang Lei detected a rare hint of anger in Yelena's voice. He and Old Bavan exchanged a glance, then he touched his nose, realizing that saying more would only make things worse, so he decided to keep quiet and leave quickly. The group went out, got into the car, and Yelena stepped on the gas, rushing to Old Bavan's house to grab the full fishing gear before heading towards Lake Baikal. On the way, Tang Lei inspected the fishing rods and couldn't help but admire them. "Not bad, this gear is pretty good. It's obviously been carefully chosen and costly, showing that Old Bavan is quite passionate about fishing. This is the harvest, I suppose." Old Bavan said dejectedly, "Actually, I catch fish quite often too." Yelena nodded. Yes, Dad caught a 20-pound fish last time. It's 20.59 pounds, Old Bavan added. Tang Lei, would he even remember 2 decimal places when he fished? This looks like something you'd buy at a supermarket. He wisely shut his mouth, not wanting to expose the old Air Force veteran. 2 hours later, the SUV stopped at the shore of Lake Baikal. Tang Lei jumped out of the car and took a deep breath. Truly worthy of being called the eyes of Siberia. Looking into the distance, the lake was azure, clear and boundless, reflecting the clear sky and drifting clouds, water and sky merging into one. Tang Lei suddenly remembered a line of poetry. The light of the sky and the shadows of the clouds lingered together. But what lay before him was no longer that small pond. The sheer size of this lake was awe-inspiring, a testament to the power of nature. Stretching, Tang Lei unloaded his fishing gear from the car and began searching for a fishing spot. Old Bawan followed, pointing and gesturing, while Yelena curiously trailed behind. Soon, Tang Lei found a good spot. But just as he sat down, he noticed an old man sitting next to him, wearing a heavy military overcoat and a fur hat. He was also holding a fishing rod. He was also fishing. Tang Lei noticed the man casting a glance from under his hat, gave him a friendly grin, and then moved aside. This was a gesture of not wanting to steal his fish. Unexpectedly, the old man snorted, seemingly disdainful, and buried his hat again. Tang Lei ignored him, arranging his things and starting to make bait balls. While making them, he asked old Bawan, "Are you going back first? I'll call you when I catch something." It was strangely cold that day, and the lakeside was damp. Old Bawan had joint pain, so it was best to go back to the car. Old Bawan agreed, but Yelena whispered, "I'll stay. There's nothing to do back home anyway. Let my dad rest in the car. I'm not afraid of the cold." Tang Lei thought that fishing was boring anyway, and having someone to chat with would be nice, so he nodded in agreement. Then, he mentally reviewed the fishing techniques in the system, closed his eyes for 2 seconds, and began skillfully making bait balls. After making them, he first scattered some bait to create a feeding area, then attached the bait and cast the line. The series of movements were fluid and graceful, as if he were a seasoned angler with over 10 years of experience. Tang Lei felt the strange old man beside him glance at him again. Tang Lei cast his line and sat down. Yelena followed, carefully watching the hook disappear into the water. "Brother Tang, do you really think we'll catch anything?" She immediately betrayed her father. "My dad's never caught anything here. His fish are either bought from the supermarket or from someone else's fish pond." Cough cough. Yelena stuck out her tongue. "Don't tell him, okay?" Tang Lei chuckled. "Yeah, I guessed it. But don't worry, we'll have a fish biting within an hour." Before Yelena could reply, a voice suddenly came from beside her. "Young man, don't talk big so soon." It was that strange old man. He was still wrapped in that thick coat, a sharp gaze piercing from beneath his woolen hat. "Humph, young man, if you want to brag to your girlfriend, you should at least consider where you are. Do you know how many people sit on Lake Baikal for 3 days every year with such a ridiculous idea as yours?" Tang Lei. He glanced furtively at the old man's fish basket. Good, it was empty. "Got it." Yelena blushed again. No, girlfriend." The old man snorted. "You little brat, don't try to save face for him. This old man has a good eye for people. How could you two not be a couple? With your crappy fishing rod and cheap bait, huh?" He deliberately twirled his wrist, showing off his rod, and said disdainfully, "An hour? I'll call you brother if you catch one before me." Tang Lei glanced at the old man's gray hair. No, that wouldn't be in line with the fine tradition of respecting the elderly and caring for the young in Great Xia. Yelena looked at the old man's fishing rod a few times, then leaned closer to Tang Lei and whispered, "Brother Tang, I think I recognize his equipment. My dad's been wanting to buy it for ages, but he couldn't bring himself to. It costs hundreds of thousands, and it looks like it's been modified." Yelena couldn't help but think it looked like military equipment, but she didn't believe military technology was being used to make a fishing rod, so she didn't say anything. Tang Lei was also stunned. Hundreds of thousands of Russian dollars, which is equivalent to tens of thousands of RMB. This old man is quite wealthy. Using top-of-the-line equipment to fish, it's probably like playing chess with jade pieces among the older folks. No wonder he's so arrogant. But, Tang Lei grinned. "You wouldn't believe it, would you? He may be broke, but he's got some serious skills." His eyes darted around, and he suddenly said, "Grandpa, let's not talk about who calls me brother. How about a bet?" The old man scoffed. "What kind of bet?" Tang Lei smiled. "Today, if I catch a fish within an hour, and before you, I'll trade you your fishing rod for mine. How about it?" The old man glanced at the fishing rod in Tang Lei's hand, not without disdain. "What's in it for me if I win? With this piece of junk?" Tang Lei chuckled. "Didn't you think I couldn't do it? If I really lose, I'll immediately acknowledge you as my grandfather." The old man arrogantly said, "Want to be my grandson? Dream on, you'll have to wait in line." Tang Lei scratched his head. Fine, forget it then. I'm broke right now, I can only afford to treat you to a meal." The old man curled his lip. "Fine, why not? You can't do it anyway, I'll wait for you to call me grandpa." Splash! A very soft sound of water suddenly rang out. Both of them were startled. On the calm lake surface, Tang Lei's fishing float suddenly sank. He'd taken the bait. Tang Lei smiled and asked Yelena, "How long has it been?" Yelena glanced at her phone. "Just over 10 minutes. The old man, "Wait, it doesn't count if you don't catch it." Tang Lei nodded. "Of course not. This lake is deep and the fish are big." As far as Tang Lei knew, the largest fish in previous years weighed a whopping 400 pounds and had lived in the lake for 30 years. A fish of that size was certainly beyond the reach of his small fishing rod. If it really came to that, Tang Lei would have just cut the line to avoid losing money too. But now, weighing the fish in his hand, it wasn't a big problem. He easily lifted the rod and began playing the fish. The strange old man also turned completely away, intently watching the water, waiting for him to miss. However, the system's skill was very reliable. After a few minutes, Tang Lei felt the resistance in his hand completely weaken, and he simply lifted the line and reeled in. Splash! A louder splash rang out. A large white fish was suddenly pulled from the water. It was still struggling and wriggling. Yelena recognized it at a glance, a white salmon. This fish was at least an arm's length long. Tang Lei weighed it in his hand. Oh, 10 jin, so. The old man next to him stared wide-eyed. So. Tang Lei scratched his head. Isn't it? He'd heard that this type of fish was different from the common domestic fish eaten in Daxia. It was naturally larger. 10 jin was nothing to it. The old man was speechless with anger. Tang Lei didn't know. He knew perfectly well enough. He'd been sitting here for 2 days, and hadn't even gotten 5 jin of fish, let alone 10. He looked at the junk equipment in Tang Lei's hand, then at his own custom-made treasure, feeling both angry and reluctant. Damn it, you brat. Tang Lei laughed out loud, thinking that at his age, getting angry wouldn't be good. He'd give the old man some time to react, so he waved his hand dismissively. No rush, you can give it to me after I leave. Actually, today is my first day fishing, I didn't expect it to be so quick. The old man got angry. This is the newbie protection period. It'll be gone in a little while. Tang Lei, respecting the elderly and caring for the young, didn't provoke him further and continued fishing. Yelena didn't care about anything else. Seeing a fish, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly helped Tang Lei untangle it and put it in the bucket. Halfway there, the large white salmon tried to jump, but Yelena swiftly chopped it with a chop. Bang! The fish was stunned. The strange old man couldn't help but glance at Yelena again. Yelena, without changing her expression, put it in the bucket and smiled at Tang Lei. All done. It's incredibly sweet. Tang Lei chuckled and continued fishing. The next few hours, the old man felt he witnessed the most incomprehensible thing in his life. How could someone fish like it was a wholesale market? One fish every half hour, a steady catch. And there weren't any small ones. His eyes were practically red with shock. Tang Lei's enthusiasm, however, waned. He discovered a problem he'd overlooked. He wanted to cook mandarin fish, but with so many fish, he had absolutely no idea what he could catch. His fishing skills weren't so amazing that he could predict which fish would bite. His fish bucket was already full, and he'd borrowed the old man next door's, and now, it was full again. At this rate, he could open a fish stall. But not a single mandarin fish. As dusk approached, the old man next door, his eyes once bright and alert, now seemed drowsy, but he remained stubbornly defiant. No matter how Tang Lei tried to persuade him to rest, he wouldn't listen. And Yelena had fallen asleep sometime earlier, leaning against Tang Lei, snoring softly. Tang Lei glanced helplessly at the bait. This was truly the last chance. If it didn't come soon, he'd have to consider changing his approach. He cast the bait, and this time waited a long time. The old man perked up again, as if he'd been waiting all day for this moment. See, I told you you'd pass the beginner protection. Tang Lei's fishing rod sank again. The old man, Tang Lei. The two exchanged a glance, and Tang Lei smiled. You're really amazing. What he said came true. With that, he patiently played the fish again, lifting the rod. But this time, Tang Lei suddenly realized the weight in his hand was far greater than before. Looking at the unusually large shadow underwater, Tang Lei frowned. Another whitefish? Mandarin fish don't grow this big. The next second, a familiar pattern suddenly surfaced. Holy crap! Tang Lei blurted out. A huge fish before him. Yellow with brown stripes, spots like a leopard's. It was the mandarin fish Tang Lei had been waiting for all day. But, Tang Lei murmured, I've never heard of this thing growing this big. Damn it. The fish had just been pulled from the water, and its head alone was longer than a human hand. Tang Lei glanced at it. Its entire body was at least a meter long. This was the kind of small thing he used to catch and eat casually back in the Great Xia dynasty. Even Li Bai's famous peach blossom flowing water mandarin fish wasn't this fat. He weighed it in his hand, then became serious, slowly and deliberately lifting the fish upwards. Yelena also woke up, nervously clenching her fists, watching the fish. Almost there. Ha! The fish emerged from the water, suddenly struggling in its death throes. The heavy fish tail thrashed wildly, and Tang Lei's fishing rod sank sharply, making a teeth-grinding creak sound. Oh no! Yelena said anxiously, this rod can only hold about 30 pounds. Tang Lei nodded. He dared not use brute force, only skill. He lowered his body, his center of gravity shifting naturally into a horse stance, and began to slowly wrestle with the large fish using his entire body. The strange old man beside him grunted, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Seeing that Tang Lei didn't even have time to speak, Yelena paced anxiously, watching as the large fish thrashed again, almost leaping into the lake. Yelena's eyes hardened, and she flung open her coat and threw it away. Splash! She jumped directly into Lake Baikal. Holy crap! Tang Lei almost dropped his fishing rod. What the hell are you doing down there? The water wasn't quite frozen yet, but it was still at least 0 degrees Celsius. If she got a cramp or caught a cold and fever, either would be terrible. Yelena wiped her face and lunged forward to grab the large fish that was thrashing about. The fish was too slippery, she couldn't hold it down and could only hold it tightly in her arms. Tang, Tang, Tang Ge. It's okay, I'll help you. Tang Lei. Damn it. She's frozen solid, and she's still trying to help him. He really wanted to kneel down before this girl. What kind of fool would risk their life to help someone? Tang Lei felt a pang of sadness, wanting to curse, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He channeled his grief and anger into strength, his grip tightening dramatically. Get out of here. The large fish, being restrained, was finally pulled a little further towards the shore. Tang Lei caught his breath and steadily backed away, when suddenly another force gripped the rod. The strange, stubborn old man approached, his withered but powerful hands also grasping the rod. Seeing Tang Lei's surprised look, he snorted. Still saying you two aren't a couple, humph. Tang Lei didn't have time to explain their innocence. Together with the old man and Yelena in the water, they finally managed to pull the meter-long mandarin fish ashore. Once ashore, Tang Lei first picked up a rock and smashed it hard, stunning the fish on the spot, then pulled Yelena up. Yelena was soaking wet, her face pale from the cold, but she was all smiles. Done. Brother Tang, now you're, ouch. Tang Lei flicked her forehead with his finger. Are you stupid? If the fish is gone, we can just fish again. What if something happens to you? Yelena dazedly touched her forehead. I'll be fine. During training, well, anyway, I'm healthy. Tang Lei was furious. Even if you're healthy, you're not a machine. You feel pain, you get cold. This isn't a battlefield where you have to fight to the death. It's not worth suffering here. Yelena stared blankly at him, as if she'd never heard such words before. Tang Lei sighed, quickly draped his coat over her shoulders, then took off his own and covered her up. Hey, you can't. Yelena quickly tried to stop him, but Tang Lei forcefully interrupted her. I can. If you're not happy about it, don't even think about entering the kitchen again, and don't even think about coming out with me. Yelena was speechless, looking aggrieved as she wrapped herself in several layers. Fine. Tang Lei sighed, ruffling her wet blonde hair. Wait a moment, I'll bring the fish, then we'll go back to the car. He turned to deal with the culprit. What he saw startled him. The arrogant, strange old man from before was now squatting on the ground. He was lovingly stroking the fish's head. Seeing Tang Lei approach, he handed him the fishing rod he had so boasted about earlier, giving him a final, arrogant snort. Why didn't you just get my rod sooner? Still too young. Then, his tone shifted. Young man, how about selling this fish to me? Tang Lei paused, immediately recalling the incident at the supermarket where old man Bawan bought fish, a string of ellipses flashing through his mind. This old man probably wanted to buy it to brag about too. But no way, Tang Lei refused. I need this one, you can have any others you want. The old man frowned. At first, he wouldn't have minded those 10 or 20-pound fish, but now, with a meter-long one right in front of him, who would care about the others? Undeterred, he asked again, What do you want it for? In his mind, this fish needed to be kept alive, nurtured for a year or two, and then made into a specimen. After all, this was the biggest harvest he'd ever had in his life. But Tang Lei looked at him strangely. Eat it? What else would you eat it for? The old man was exasperated again. Wasteful, wasteful. You. He looked at the fish and suddenly, as if possessed, said, How are we going to eat it? You can't finish it all by yourself, can you? Take one with you. Tang Lei. This old man was truly a hypocrite. Seeing Tang Lei's silence, the old man grew impatient. It's not like I'm eating for free, I'll pay. Or, if you don't want to waste food, I'll pay for a chef to cook it for you. Tang Lei, of course, believed he was a rich man, but he couldn't very well send someone to prison to eat, so he had no choice but to agree. No need, I'm a cook myself, but my cooking place is special, so I can't take you. Seeing that the old man, though stubborn, was quite amusing, he added. I can give you my contact information, and I'll treat you to fish sometime. Most importantly, the old man was passionate about fishing and probably had quite a bit of good tackle. It would be good to find old Bawan a fishing buddy. The old man choked, persisting, Where do you cook? A private restaurant? No outside customers. Tang Lei in a Siberian prison. Now it was the old man's turn to be stunned. Tang Lei laughed heartily, waved his hand, grabbed his fishing gear, wrapped the meter-long mandarin fish in a tarpaulin, and called old Bawan to come pick him up. A few minutes later, old Bawan arrived. He saw his soaking wet daughter, the meter-long fish, 2 full fish baskets, and the obviously expensive fishing gear Tang Lei handed him. Old Bawan was stunned. This was too complicated. Tang Lei first helped Yelena into the car and turned on the heater, sternly stopping the girl from driving. Then he and old Bawan tidied up the messy things, and he waved to the old man. See you later, old man. He accelerated and sped away. On the way, Tang Lei glanced at his phone. 8 o'clock in the evening. By the time he got back, it would be midnight. Only a dozen hours left until the assessment. He snorted coldly, a sharp smile playing on his lips. Trying to cause him trouble, huh? Roman, you'll see what happens when your face gets slapped. They sped off, first dropping Yelena off at home. Then, without stopping, they rushed back to the fifth canteen with a bunch of fish. Upon entering, they saw a tall woman sitting inside, anxiously biting her nails. Seeing the two enter, Bella jumped up, finally back. I thought you were going to run away, damn it. She saw the large fish in their hands and silently covered her mouth. Tang Lei didn't waste any words, asking directly, did you get what I wanted? Bella nodded blankly. Tang Lei nodded, this is for my own use. Put it on the tab, I'll pay you back when I get my salary. Bella was about to say no, but then saw Tang Lei hurriedly go into the kitchen. A while later, he came out with a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea and handed it to old Bavan for Yelena, to warm her up. I'll take care of things here, you can go back. They lived nearby anyway, something was better than nothing. Old Bavan, worried about his daughter, said nothing and left immediately. Bella watched them both rushing off, neither of them even exchanging a few words with her, and bit her lip. A sudden sense of loss washed over her. When Tang Lei put the fish in the freezer and finished packing, Bella was no longer in the cafeteria. Tang Lei assumed she had gone home. After checking the ingredients needed for tomorrow, he calmly put them away, a cold glint in his eyes. He hadn't intended to make things too difficult for these people during the assessment. Yelena, he sighed softly, silly girl. Just because of her jump today. He was determined to slap Roman's face until it was swollen. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and conserved his energy. The clock struck 7, and Tang Lei opened his eyes precisely on time. He stretched his limbs, jumped out of bed, and stood in the kitchen, mentally rehearsing the trajectory of his knife strokes on the fish. Just then, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Hey! A voluptuous woman entered the fifth canteen. It was Lena, one of Roman's mistresses. She said imperiously, you're the head chef of the fifth canteen, right? Today is assessment day, meals are temporarily suspended. Follow me. Tang Lei raised an eyebrow, suspended? What about the prisoners? He had initially thought the assessment would last a few hours, after which everyone would go about their business. Lena snapped, they won't starve if they don't eat. Lieutenant Roman has ordered that, to ensure maximum fairness, all cooks, including the sixth one who's about to move in, must cook together in the first canteen. She said impatiently, are you stupid? At a time like this, you're still thinking about cooking for those trash? The people coming today are no ordinary people. If you don't want to die a horrible death, you'd better come with me. Tang Lei concealed the cold smile in his eyes and said calmly, I just felt there was no need to waste so much time. The outcome will be decided quickly. Lena was startled by the arrogance in his tone and retorted sarcastically, what are you pretending for? The prisoners who eat here already told me. Your cooking is horribly bad, even a dog wouldn't eat it if there were other options. Tang Lei, very well, he seemed to have unexpectedly discovered why his repeat customers were increasing so slowly. These bastards. He cracked his knuckles, thinking he'd deal with them after the exam, and followed Lena. Lena glanced back and deliberately said, where are your ingredients? The first canteen only provides cooking utensils and basic seasonings. Bring your own if you want to make something. Tang Lei said calmly, I've arranged everything. My assistant will deliver it later. Go ahead. The main problem was that the fish was too big, he couldn't very well drag it along. Just thinking about it was ridiculous. So last night he contacted old Bawan to get a small cart so he could bring the fish and the other ingredients he had prepared. Lena pursed her lips, seemingly convinced he was being evasive, and with a look of anticipation, led him into the first canteen. Tang Lei ignored her and first scanned the room. Today's assessment included 6 chefs, including Tang Lei. Except for the female chef in her 30s or 40s at the fourth canteen, the others were all men. 2 of them were standing very close, chatting amicably. Tang Lei immediately recognized them as the head chef of the second canteen and the new cook who was about to get in through connections. No doubt about it, these two were obviously related to Luo Meng. Identical baldness. Tang Lei couldn't help but sigh. Such ugly genes, yet they managed to produce so many offspring truly remarkable. The 2 men noticed Tang Lei's scrutiny and gave him a disdainful look. Of the others, only the burly man waved to Tang Lei and greeted him. Hello, I'm Kirill, the head chef of the first canteen. Tang Lei was immediately respectful. This was the chef who loved to stuff people with canned herring. He extended his hand amicably. Hello, I'm Tang Lei, just call me Tang. However, this Kirill seemed to be a veteran, quite assertive. The remaining 2 cooks from canteens 3 and 4 simply smiled awkwardly, avoiding Tang Lei's gaze. They seemed hesitant to speak with him. Tang Lei didn't seem to mind, quietly waiting for the supervisors in charge of the assessment to arrive. Behind him, the 2 bald cooks, Lao Er and Lao Lu, were chatting. Why aren't we being assessed separately in our respective canteens this time? I remember we used to take turns. Apparently, a distinguished guest came this time, and we didn't want to overwork him, so we put him together. They had obviously received the news first, and the cooks from canteens 3 and 4 were also eavesdropping. Although everyone knew this assessment was intended to get rid of Canteen 5, the official rule was still that whoever finished last would be fired. Their canteens had been barely surviving, and they didn't want to be kicked out so easily. Tang Lei wasn't interested, listlessly lying down, just thinking about taking a nap. Finally, footsteps sounded outside the door. A familiar voice rang out, surprisingly devoid of any sarcasm, filled only with humility. "This, sir, please." An aged voice followed, "I'm no longer a sir, you've got the wrong person." Roman quickly smiled apologetically, haha, I was wrong, I've always respected my senior." Tang Lei rubbed his eyes, puzzled. That voice, it sounded familiar too. The next moment, a group of people stepped into a canteen. Leading the way were 3 people. Roman and Anton flanked the elderly man in the middle. And then, looking at the one in the middle, Tang Lei suddenly felt like swearing again. This old man, damn it. It's that stubborn, awkward old man from yesterday. Yesterday he was furious about losing a fishing rod to him, and today, even Luo Meng has to call him sir? Tang Lei started touching his nose again. Life is full of unexpected encounters. So, this old man is the special guest who suddenly arrived today? His coming over, could it be? Just then, the old man raised his head, his sharp, eagle-like eyes meeting Tang Lei's, a grin spreading across his face, his lips moving. "Kid, there's no fish I can't get. If you dare to cook it badly and waste it, I'll beat you to death." Tang Lei's lips twitched. This old man was as stubborn as ever. But overall, seeing him here was much more pleasing to the eye than seeing Luo Meng. Tang Lei also took the opportunity to size up the wardens. He noticed that, apart from Anton, who stood firmly beside the old man, subtly opposed to Luo Meng, the other 2 wardens lagged behind, seemingly following Luo Meng's lead. It seemed they had chosen sides. Tang Lei flexed his fingers, understanding the situation. Seeing everyone had arrived, Luo Meng cast a mocking glance at Tang Lei, seemingly confirming his impending doom. "Very good, you're right on time. A distinguished guest has arrived unexpectedly today, so the dishes." The old man suddenly raised his hand, interrupting him, "No need, just serve the usual." His gaze turned to Tang Lei, a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Tang Lei coughed lightly. He knew the old man was definitely looking for that fish. However, old Bawan would probably have to wait a while. Roman, interrupted, didn't dare get angry, forcing a smile. All right, what are you all standing around for? Get ready to start." The chefs immediately took their positions. The first canteen was the largest, with about 10 stoves, making Tang Lei incredibly envious. He'd been dreaming about it ever since he arrived. How awesome would it be if his 5th canteen were this big someday? Now, these stoves were evenly divided into 6 sections. Tang Lei, according to his number, was second to last, and to his right was the balding 6th-ranking chef. Roman loudly announced the rules: within 3 hours, each of you must prepare at least 4 dishes. Now, begin. 3 hours for 4 dishes. As long as you didn't make anything too time-consuming like soups or stews, that was more than enough. Tang Lei mentally considered a few recipes. He had plenty of fish on hand, otherwise, he could make squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, peony fish fillets, fish head soup, and kung pao chicken. The ingredients were simple, and the taste was good, so it wouldn't be a problem. Since the fish hadn't arrived yet, Tang Lei, having nothing better to do, decided to observe the other chefs. He was genuinely curious about what authentic Russian cuisine looked like. Although the system included world cuisines, it only contained basic homestyle dishes. After looking at a few, Tang Lei felt he would die if he had to eat this kind of food every day. That classic high oil, high sugar, high calorie cheese-baked everything, seasoned only with black pepper. Tang Lei decided it was better not to torture himself. Now, the chefs present were all in charge of the main canteen. Tang Lei thought he might be able to see some special skills. The head chef of the first canteen, Kirill, who had greeted Tang Lei amicably earlier, was already busy at work. He pulled out onions and garlic, Russian sausage, and a large bag of dried pasta. A truly standard, classic Russian setup. Then, Kirill poured almost half a pot of oil into the pan, an amount considered extremely unhealthy by the standards of the Great Xia, and threw in the onions and garlic to sauté. After sautéing for a while, he didn't add any more oil, directly adding the sausage and minced meat, continuing to stir-fry. Tang Lei stroked his chin, thinking that if his mother were here, she would definitely be yelling. But Tang Lei didn't smell any strong grease. Curiosity piqued, he looked around, then, finding himself with nothing to do, walked over to Kirill. "Hey buddy, what kind of oil did you use?" Kirill hesitated, then pointed. "Olive oil." Tang Lei nodded, understanding. Using this mild vegetable oil to blend the pungent smell of onions with the minced meat was quite clever. It had to be said, Kirill's pot smelled delicious. Tang Lei gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his skill, thinking to himself that these cafeteria chefs were indeed quite capable. But then Kirill grinned sheepishly, very pleased. "Ah, you like my cooking too? Perfect, I've got a new idea." Tang Lei suddenly felt a sense of unease. Kirill pulled a bunch of canned goods from under the stove, giving Tang Lei a smug smile. "I've come up with a new way to cook my favorite food. It'll be beyond your wildest imagination." Tang Lei suddenly caught sight of the fish symbol on the can and instantly understood, holy crap, don't. However, it was too late. Before he finished speaking, Kirill ripped open a can and threw its contents into the oil. Fry! Instantly, an indescribable stench filled the entire cafeteria. To describe it, it was like the 3-year-old, unwashed, smelly socks that one of Tang Lei's roommates had hidden under his pillow in college. Or like a watermelon that had gone bad and would explode at the slightest touch, leaving a trail of stench. Tang Lei was dumbfounded. Damn it, this Kirill, he's got some skills. How could he put something so normal into a pot of food? Throw it in. Where's the herring can? Kirill exclaimed enthusiastically, we usually just add it to rye bread or make soup. Let's try frying it today, wouldn't that give it a different flavor? Tang Lei silently took a few steps back, his expression complicated. How could he forget? Despite this man's previous skillful techniques, he was the infamous head chef of the First Ward's canteen in the Siberian prison. He'd heard that the inmates in the First Ward were exceptionally well behaved, he seemed to understand why. Meanwhile, the horrible smell also swept over the judges who were waiting idly outside. Roman was enthusiastically boasting about his hard work as acting chief for the past year when he took a deep breath. Ugh, he almost fainted. What is this? Who's playing with excrement in the cooking area? Major Anton was also taken aback, then instantly understood, and said helplessly, it's Kirill? Roman, who was about to angrily berate Kirill, suddenly choked, gritting his teeth, it's him again. He walked over to Kirill. What kind of excrement are you making? Sir, Kirill said displeasedly, please don't insult my food, or I'll challenge you to a duel. Roman choked again. Tang Lei laughed. He'd heard of this duel before. It was related to the fact that the Russians were once imperialist, ruled by an aristocratic class. If two nobles challenged each other to a duel, not only must the other agree, but it was a fight to the death. There was once a famous Russian writer who, enraged that his young and beautiful wife had been harassed by a baron, challenged him to a duel, and was shot and killed. Although there are few nobles now, their families have survived. Roman and Kirill are probably both members of families with surnames. Sure enough, as Kirill's voice faded, Roman, his face grim, cursed madman but dared not say more, only stating, the distinguished guests outside can't stand this smell. If you make this again, you're out of luck. After saying that, he glanced at Tang Lei, who was watching the commotion. What are you doing here again? You big pig of Xia. Tang Lei looked at him coldly. You didn't say we couldn't visit each other. Roman sneered, I think you have nothing better to do and just want to get lost. Tang Lei didn't bother arguing with him, but Kirill was unhappy. Siberian prison regulations prohibit racial discrimination. This rule stemmed from the lives of the 700,000 people exiled there to grow potatoes. The Russians later realized that if discrimination was too severe, these laborers wouldn't be able to do much work before they died. So they had to ban discrimination. Of course, for Roman, regulations meant nothing, but fearing Kirill might start a duel again, he kept quiet. He just stood there with a cold smile, his triangular eyes fixed on Tang Lei, seemingly waiting to see when he would be finished. Tang Lei ignored him and patted Kirill reassuringly. Well, that's a great idea, but there are elderly people outside. You shouldn't add anything to this canned food. The old man, at his age, might die of anger before even getting to eat the fish. Kirill scratched his head. But without this smell, I can't cook anymore. This chef is actually a fanatic for stinky smells. Tang Lei wanted to laugh at Roman's contorted expression. He didn't want this clown to be eliminated because of fermented herring, so he simply said, you like stinky smells? Then restrain yourself for now. Later, I'll discuss a few dishes with you, you'll definitely like them. Great Xia has famous dishes everywhere. What kind of smell doesn't it have? Stinky tofu, stinky mandarin fish, stinky cabbage, snail rice noodles. Aren't they smelling bad but tasting delicious? Tang Lei firmly believed that these things were definitely better than fermented herring. Kirill scratched his head. Okay, I'll trust you this once. No innovation for today. Roman said sarcastically from the side. Later, do you have a chance to turn back? After today, you'll be getting out of the Siberian prison. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Not only did he want to drive away that wretched Xia pig, he also arranged for someone to create an accident. Tang Lei completely ignored him, calculating the time. 10 or 20 minutes had passed, old Bawan should be arriving soon. He strolled back leisurely. He glanced at the others along the way. After observing them, Tang Lei noticed that Kirill was actually the most skilled of them all. The second and sixth cooks seemed to be doing quite well too, they were clearly professionally trained. However, their ingredients were incredibly extravagant. Steak, black truffles, lobster. Can cafeteria food be this luxurious? Tang Lei shook his head. No wonder they have connections and connections. The remaining two cafeteria chefs, the third and fourth, were rather ordinary. Their techniques were also skilled, but the dishes they made were unremarkable, just ordinary home-style dishes. The everyday dishes of the Russians. It's basically cheese-baked everything, 18 ways to cook potatoes, and so on. While it's better than canned herring, it's nothing special. Tang Lei finally walked to his spot. Compared to the others' tables, this one seemed unusually empty, with only 2 knives on the cutting board. Tang Lei picked up the knives and rubbed them together a couple of times, checking the sharpness of the blades. Luo Meng's gaze followed him like a leech, relentlessly sarcastic. I thought you were going to do something, but after all this time, you still don't have any ingredients? You great Xia people are all so mysterious. Thump! Tang Lei finished examining the blade, then tossed it aside. A flash of cold light, and 2 knives were embedded squarely into the cutting board, deeply etched into the wood. Luo Meng's throat tightened, annoyed and embarrassed by his own hesitation, and he was about to curse again. Just then, old Bawan's voice came from outside the door. Coming. Tang, I brought you the ingredients and cooking utensils, not too late, right? Luo Meng choked again. Several chefs, including the judges outside, all turned their heads in unison, curious about the ingredients that had taken so long to arrive. What happened? Didn't they say he wouldn't have any ingredients left? The second and sixth chefs exchanged a glance from afar. The sixth chef frowned, not particularly concerned. We only took the meat dishes, it's probably just vegetables. He expects to make a meal out of scraps to pass the assessment? Foolish to the point of, His eyes widened suddenly. Old Bawan pulled a large cart into the room. At the very top was a huge fish over a meter long. Kirill was stunned. Tang, what's this? Tang Lei clapped his hands in satisfaction. Yes, finally here. This is the ingredient for my main course today. How is this possible? Roman blurted out. Although the second and sixth brothers didn't say it aloud, their expressions were identically shocked. Old Bawan snorted. What's impossible? Does Lieutenant Roman know something secret? Anton's stern gaze also fell upon them. Roman reluctantly shut his mouth. If he said anything more, his prearranged schemes would be exposed. Although he had basically gained real power in the prison, there was still a distinguished guest present, and Roman dared not be disrespectful in front of him. He only coldly said, so what if he's here? Almost half an hour has passed. If you don't have 4 dishes within 3 hours, you're out. Tang Lei ignored him and picked up the large fish himself. The fish had been washed yesterday and rinsed again today, then dried with paper towels. Old Bawan dragged a huge iron pot, a meter in diameter, from his cart. This is what you wanted? This is the pot I used back in the day, when I was on the battlefield, back when I was working the army and we ate from the same communal pot. Tang Lei nodded. Don't worry, I won't disgrace it. Old Bawan paused. Tang Lei easily lifted the pot and placed it on the stove with a dull thud. Looking up again, he noticed the strange old man had also appeared. He silently glanced at the pot, then at Tang Lei, his expression complex. Tang Lei first prepared the sweet and sour sauce, then rolled up his sleeves and smiled faintly. Old man, watch closely. The knife fell in sync with his words, and with a thud, cleanly and decisively severed the fish head. The fish head, as big as a human head, was scooped up by Tang Lei, who then removed the gills and set it aside. Next, he made 2 cuts along the chin, slicing open the belly and avoiding the bones, then filleted the fish meat flat down to the tail. As the knife lifted, neat, thick slices of fish meat came off easily. A standard squirrel-shaped mandarin fish usually weighs 1 or 2 pounds. This fish was too big, and after thinking about it the night before, Tang Lei decided he should make deeper cuts to ensure it was cooked through. After slicing the fish meat, he turned the knife again and removed the breastbone. Then, Tang Lei's hands gleamed with a cold light as he meticulously removed the fish bones from head to tail, his movements so fast they were almost invisible. After thoroughly removing the bones, the most crucial step was the final cut. First, he made a straight cut, then a side cut, deep enough to reach the skin without breaking it, leaving even diamond-shaped patterns on the flesh. If there had been a ruler at this point, one would have noticed. Every single cut Tang Lei made, the spacing and depth, was exactly the same. By the time the fish was finished, the cafeteria was completely silent. Only the sizzling sound of oil boiling in some pots could be heard, and the owners of those pots stared blankly at Tang Lei at seat number 5, their eyes filled with only one thought. Damn it, are they even from the same world? Tang Lei didn't care what the others were doing. His entire focus was on the squirrel-shaped fish. Setting down his knife, Tang Lei evenly sprinkled cornstarch over the entire fish, then lifted it and shook it. The long, diamond-shaped strips of fish meat jiggled, like waves. The large iron wok was already heated with oil. Seeing that the oil was hot enough, Tang Lei used one hand to hold the fish by the tail and the other to hold the head, lifting the entire piece of fish meat and placing it into the wok. Sizzle! A cheerful sound rang out. The once neatly arranged fish meat burst open in the oil. The fish meat strips fried up, but because the skin remained intact, they didn't fall apart no matter how much they fried. It truly looked like a squirrel's tail. At the same time, a delicious aroma wafted through the air along with the scent of oil, causing the group of chefs, still excited, to turn their heads and crane their necks to watch. Even the old man was stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have dreamed of seeing such a fluffy texture on a piece of fish. This technique was an extreme test of oil temperature and knife skills. It was simply divine skill. Tang Lei still didn't look up. This step was only the initial shaping. After confirming that the fish had the right curve, Tang Lei let go and submerged the entire fish in the oil to fry. When the flesh turned a light yellow color, he took it out and then waited for the oil temperature to reach about 80% before putting it back in. This double frying made the thin starchy coating on the fish even crispier, truly achieving a crispy outside and tender inside. The heat control at this step was extremely important, especially for such a large fish. Undercooked, it wouldn't be cooked through; overcooked, it would be tough. It also couldn't be turned too often, as this would easily damage its shape. Tang Lei stared intently at the pan. Unbeknownst to him, the oil slicks and bubbles seemed to disappear. He could even see how the fish changed shape, slowly curling up. The moment the needle tip turned golden, Tang Lei pulled with a sudden burst of strength, lifting the entire fish fillet from the oil. Whoosh! A perfect squirrel tail. Radiant, fluffy, each strand distinct. How? Old Lu, who was closest, watched the whole thing, dumbfounded. As someone with professional training and a top-level chef's certificate, he knew firsthand how terrifying this knife skill and control of the heat were. The more he understood, the more astonished he became. How could this be? Tang Lei nodded in satisfaction at the fried fish and placed it on a large plate. Since there weren't enough large utensils, he simply brought over a large stainless steel tray used in the cafeteria. The old man stared intently. Ready? Can we eat it? He looked like he was drooling. Tang Lei chuckled. Wait a minute. He arranged the fish body and gills, resembling a curled-up squirrel's tail, then poured out most of the oil from the large pot. Leaving only a spoonful, he added chopped scallions and stir-fried them until fragrant, then removed them. He added minced garlic, peas, peanuts, and other ingredients, stir-fried them, and then poured in the previously prepared sweet and sour sauce. He brought it to a rolling boil over high heat, then scooped up a spoonful and poured it over the arranged fish. Sizzle! The already crispy fish was completely ignited with aroma at this step. The sauce, thick and fragrant, poured over the fish, making the whole fish a vibrant golden red, curled high, and dazzlingly beautiful. Tang Lei put down the spoon and nodded. Perfect, this is the presentation I wanted. He even had the leisure to roll leaves into wavy shapes, arranging them under the fish for added interest. Only a dish that's visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious deserves to be called a state banquet delicacy. After finishing all this, Tang Lei looked up, only then belatedly realizing, it seems everyone, from the supervising warden to the cooks, was looking at him. Tang Lei blinked, kindly reminding him, hey, look at the pot, it's going to burn. Oops. Kirill was the first to bend down, hurriedly scooping the contents of the pot. Thank goodness you reminded me, thanks buddy. Tang Lei smiled. You're welcome. However, Kirill looked at his previously well-received smoked meat-flavored herring pasta, then at Tang Lei's enormous, golden fish, and gave a wry smile. Dude, was there even a point in you taking the exam? This is practically a game-changer. Humph. The balding second-in-command from the second ward snorted unhappily, quickly trying to salvage his own dish. Unfortunately, his first dish was brandy grilled steak, a dish whose texture and flavor would be drastically different if cooked even slightly off, yet he had conveniently spaced out at the most crucial moment. Now, frantically busy, he still couldn't resist expressing his dissatisfaction. Tang Lei shrugged, glancing at the old man whose eyes were practically bulging. The first dish is done, and you're serving it right away? It won't taste good if it gets cold. Wait. The female head chef from the fourth ward quickly said, mine's ready first. I should be first. A sliver of hope lingered in her eyes. She knew she couldn't possibly outdo Tang Lei, and could only hope her first dish wouldn't be served after his. Otherwise, eating Tang Lei's first dish and then hers, the comparison might make her score even more dismal. The others instantly understood and exclaimed, mine's ready too. Me first. Me first. They had started before Tang Lei, and if they hadn't been stunned by his special move, they would have finished much sooner. Tang Lei casually said, I don't care. The old man beside him glared at him disapprovingly. I do care. He had been staring longingly for a long time, but still hadn't gotten a bite. Tang Lei helplessly coaxed the old man, soon, soon. I have plenty of fish today, I can make a few more dishes later. What do you want to eat? The old man snorted, thought for a moment, and said, "Something small, something to eat as you like." After all, the first one, that imposing squirrel fish, was so big and looked quite good, he didn't know if he'd have the energy left after eating it. Tang Lei thought for a moment, okay, no problem. The two of them were negotiating, while Luo Meng's yellow teeth were practically grinding to dust. Several dishes were served in a row. Tang Lei glanced at the time, the first hour was almost over. 2 hours left, 3 dishes. He counted them. Kung Pao chicken was simple, easy to make, and delicious, perfect for the next dish. Then, the old man wanted some scraps of fish, all pretty and tasty, but not filling. In short, the fancy kind. This was a staple in his state banquet menu. He'd make some peony-shaped fish fillets. For the last dish, he'd have fish head soup, good for digestion, nutritious, and delicious, perfect. Having decided, he grabbed a few chicken legs from the cart and continued cooking. He seemed completely unconcerned about the attitudes of the wardens towards the first dish already served. The other chefs weren't so composed. Except for Kirill and Old Six, who remained relatively calm, they were all peeking out to observe. Meanwhile, 6 dishes were served in succession. Except for Roman, who was gritting his teeth, the others subconsciously swallowed. Holy crap, that last big fish is really so eye-catching. It completely outshone everything else. Anton even heard the warden of the third ward let out a soft wow from behind. My God, is this a miracle? Luo Meng immediately glared at him coldly. The third warden shut his mouth. Anton, on the other hand, snorted lightly, somewhat smug. He knew it. He wasn't the only one who thought Tang's cooking was related to God. Look at how spineless his colleagues were. He calmly set out his knife and fork, assuming a fighting stance. The first dish to arrive was, as expected, the fourth chef's crispy potato and cheese pancake. This female chef had worked in the fourth canteen for 10 years, and her use of potatoes and cheese was very characteristic of the Russians. However, it was indeed rather unremarkable. Several wardens and the old man tasted it one by one, giving it a mediocre 7 out of 10, a passing grade. The fourth chef breathed a sigh of relief. Next up was the third chef, who made a creamy mushroom stewed chicken. However, compared to the savory flavor preferred by the great Xia people, the Russian stewed chicken was low in salt and oil, relying more on the natural flavor of the ingredients. The chicken's belly was also stuffed full of cheese. In the cold Siberian climate, this high-calorie food could quickly satisfy a person's survival needs, but the downside was, it was very easy to get tired of eating it. So this time, the third-ranked chef, after the fourth chef, only got a 6. After 2 unremarkable dishes, it was finally time for something heavyweight. Kirill's pasta arrived. This pasta looked appealing, with its red and yellow colors, but the aroma and taste, well, it had no aroma at all. Once the tomato sauce and cheese crust were peeled away, the smell of herring was completely unmistakable. The pungent stench bombarded all the wardens at close range. Even Anton felt a little more sympathy for the prisoners in Ward 1. Roman's face darkened. Why bring this up? Throw it away. The prisoners had no choice but to eat. He wouldn't stand for this. Just as the adjutant was about to clear the plate, the old man who had been casually taking a bite suddenly spoke up. This cook, is he a member of the Kirill family? Roman's angry expression faltered, and he stammered, "Oh, yes. However, he has no interest in politics or military affairs, so all these years, he's just been an ordinary cook here." The old man smiled faintly. "It has nothing to do with those things. I just feel nostalgic about his habit of putting herring in his cooking. The Kirill family's taste is truly passed down through generations, unchanged for centuries. Sometimes I'm quite exasperated. Even when I punish that kid I know by making him triple his training, he still hides cans of herring." "Ah," the old man said, then shook his head. "Old people just like to nag. Don't mind him." Roman's face turned ashen. How could he not mind? How could he forget? That damned Marlon Kirill, that stupid and unambitious cook, born into a famous military and political family. This Siberian prison once housed another Kirill. Roman swallowed hard, his intention to throw the plate of food down the drain completely gone. He could only force an awkward smile. "Ah, I didn't expect that. That's perfect, you can try it and see if it tastes the same as it did back then." "No thanks," the old man said lightly. "Nostalgia is one thing, but I swore 30 years ago that if anyone tries to make me eat this, I'll blow their head off." Roman. He nearly fainted, waving his hand fiercely at his adjutant. "What are you standing there for, you idiot? Get your food and get out of here." Because of the old man's words, although no one touched Kirill's plate of pasta in the end, no one dared to give it a low score. They managed to get him a 6 out of 10. Watching the herring pasta being taken off the table, the wardens breathed a sigh of relief, looking hopefully at the last 3 dishes. Second warden, sixth warden, and Tang Lei's. Roman adjusted his stiff smile and introduced the dish to the old man. "This one was made by the chef of one of my wards. His skills are so-so, but it's barely edible. Please try it." It was a plate of brandy steak. The presentation was very elegant, with caviar, black truffle, and other condiments. The fourth warden exclaimed, "Not bad. When I was transferred a few years ago, I also dined at some high-end Western restaurants in the capital. Now that I see it, the chef's skills are no less than those of that Michelin-starred chef. No wonder it's the second canteen, widely recognized for its best food." His lavish praise made Roman smile smugly. Anton silently cut a piece, tasted it, and frowned. Something's not right. Even though this chef at the second canteen isn't as good as Tang, he'd eaten there before, it shouldn't be this awful. Roman was still looking at the old man expectantly, trying to persuade him to try it. But then he saw the old man cut a piece, take a bite, put it down, and give the fourth warden a strange look. "Are you sure? This steak is overcooked, tough and burnt, it's lost all its essence." "So you went to a fake Michelin-starred restaurant back then?" The fourth warden was speechless. Luo Meng exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" He had obtained the best ingredients. He'd had the second chef experiment repeatedly. He'd even cut off a piece and put it in his mouth, and then, he was speechless too. What happened? Luo Meng, of course, had no idea that while the steak was being cooked, the second chef had been stunned by Tang Lei's powerful technique. He simply couldn't comprehend how much damage the technique could inflict on a chef competing against him. In short, he was out of his depth. The steak, naturally, was ruined as well. Anton scoffed, saying bluntly, 5 points, the extra point goes to the ingredients. What a waste. The other two looked awkwardly at Luo Meng, giving him a 6 and number full of politeness. The old man was a guest, so naturally he didn't give a score. However, his aged eyes took in the undercurrents at the table, raised an eyebrow, and remained silent. Luo Meng gritted his teeth and looked at the next dish. And this young chef who's about to be selected for the position, he's quite talented too. Look at this Arctic frozen shrimp, it's only available in Siberia, and it's not easy to find in the capital. He tried his best to praise it. The finely sliced shrimp, placed on the ice, was quite good, but alas, it was too close to Tang Lei's fish. The flavor of raw cold dishes is inherently bland, and compared to the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, it had neither fragrance nor color, it was nothing special. Anton and the old man's eyes were fixed on the squirrel fish, and they perfunctorily picked up a piece with their chopsticks. Okay, not bad, but that's enough. Luo Meng had wasted so much breath only to get this one sentence, his heart clenched, and he waved his hand listlessly. The squirrel fish finally arrived before everyone. The old man picked up a piece with his chopsticks first. The fish entered his mouth, and his aged eyes suddenly widened. Luo Meng waited anxiously for a few seconds, and seeing that the old man didn't react or seem about to praise it, he breathed a sigh of relief. He said insincerely, "How is it? If you don't like it, take it away. I'll teach this presumptuous chef a lesson." He couldn't finish his sentence. The old man, who had been so casual and calm just moments before, suddenly moved with lightning speed. Before Luo Meng could even see it, another large piece of fish was already in his stomach. Luo Meng was stunned. Is this the speed an old man should have? Anton, belatedly realizing what was happening, quickly joined in. He cut off a large piece of fish with his silver knife and fork and stuffed it into his mouth. The first bite sent a jolt through Anton. A rich, sweet, and sour flavor flooded his mouth, like a tomato, but sharper. His tongue barely touched it before his mouth watered. He gently bit down. Crunch! Anton could almost hear the crisp, caramelized crust crackle on the fish. A burst of juice followed, the tender fish meat practically falling apart at the touch, and an overwhelming freshness. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, the contrasting textures blended perfectly. It made Anton eagerly take another bite. The fish was so tender that he swallowed it before he could even chew it. But the thin, fish-flavored crust, coated in a delicate powder, became increasingly fragrant with each chew. After a few bites, Anton's eyes glazed over, and he kept stuffing more and more fish into his mouth. As for the assessment, the comments, the scoring, what are those things? Even though the fish weighed a good 40 pounds, more than enough for 2 people, Anton and the old man still devoured it with lightning speed, one bite after another, as if afraid it would disappear. The other three stared blankly at them. The warden hesitated. "Shall we try some?" Luo Meng immediately glared at him fiercely, his eyes full of threat. They had already agreed to refuse Tang Lei's food and give him a 0 to get rid of him. You dare to be a traitor? The warden didn't dare, but he couldn't bear to turn away either, so in the end he could only watch helplessly as the two bandits plucked the most delicious part of the fish, its belly. The old man was quick, picking up the exposed piece of skin after the meat was eaten, and said smugly, "Kid, you're still too green." Anton silently took another piece from the side and stuffed it into his mouth without a word. The fish skin was fried until translucent, almost glistening, coated in a thick, tempting sauce. One bite, and it was bursting with a crispy, caramelized flavor. This was fish skin. The old man and Anton exchanged a glance, then simultaneously reached for their knives and forks. While they devoured it, the other three watched helplessly. Finally, the fourth warden couldn't resist any longer. Well, how about we try a bite ourselves? Otherwise, it'll be hard to give a proper score, won't it? The third warden immediately chimed in, yes, we need to be fair. He kept gesturing to Roman to look at the old man present. Brother, this can't be too embarrassing. Roman's face turned ashen. You don't want to look bad? You all just want to eat. What a loser. The fourth warden pretended not to see his gaze and forked a piece of fish into his mouth. I'll just try a little bit. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened in surprise. Silently, he took another bite. The warden of the third ward was restless. Lieutenant, you know me, I'm really just trying to be fair. No matter what his food tastes like, my heart will not waver. As he spoke, he also took a bite, immediately froze, and couldn't continue speaking. He also started eating. Roman, his face cold, what flavor did you taste? The warden, it smells so good. Roman gasped, incredulous. Were you poisoned? What happened to not being a traitor? Absolutely unwavering. The third ward chief smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, Lieutenant, we'll stick to our stance. But, let's finish eating first? Once he's had his fill, he'll definitely give him a low score again. However, the third ward chief suddenly had a change of heart. If this cook really gets kicked out, then he won't be able to eat here anymore. Or maybe he could invest in opening a small restaurant for him, preferably right near his house. The third ward chief was lost in thought. Roman, on the other hand, was furious. You're all eating like crazy, and then you give him a 0 score. Do you think this old man is blind or mentally challenged? He's always been impartial and strict, not to mention, this time he's here with an investigation warrant. If he discovers their shady little schemes. Roman gritted his teeth and picked up his knife and fork. If 3 people don't eat, it could be said that the taste isn't to their liking, but if he's the only one not eating, that's too suspicious. But before taking a bite, he hesitated. Senior, do you think this fish is better than that rare frozen shrimp? Such ordinary ingredients are really unworthy of your status. The old man, having just finished eating and put down his knife and fork to rest, turned around displeased upon hearing this. You think a 1-meter-long mandarin fish from Lake Baikal is ordinary? He wanted to buy it, but that brat wouldn't sell. Doesn't he know how difficult it is to catch a 1-meter-long wild fish? The old man thought about Tang Lei's catch that day and his precious fishing rod that had been gambled away, his heart aching. His expression darkened as he looked at Roman, who had approached him unfriendly. Roman was taken aback, wondering what he had done to offend this big shot again. No, it's just, that fish is quite common and easy to get. A fierce glint flashed in the old man's eyes. Roman, unaware that his flattery had backfired, was about to explain the preciousness of the frozen shrimp he had obtained. Anton scoffed, I can tell you don't want to eat it either. Perfect, this fish tastes so good, and it was cooked by the cook in my ward. Why don't I pack it up and take it back to share with my colleagues? The fish weighed over 40 pounds, and even after removing the bones, there was still 30 pounds left. They couldn't possibly finish it all, even if they were stuffed. Alright, the old man leisurely patted his belly, it's been served for so long, and we've almost finished eating. The rest are probably because they weren't interested in this fish. Take it back and share it, it won't go to waste. Upon hearing this, the third and fourth ward chiefs quickly forked a few more pieces. Anton waved for his adjutant to come and clean up. The adjutant, who had been drooling for a while, heard this and his eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly came over to cut and pack the fish, giving Anton a look that said, You're the best boss in the world. The third and fourth ward chiefs were busy eating their last few bites and didn't have time to exchange glances with Roman to express their loyalty. Within 2 minutes, Anton's adjutant had deftly sliced up the large fish and carried it away. Even the sauce was scraped clean. Very military bearing. Roman, holding his knife and fork, hadn't eaten anything. Seeing the plate of the warden beside him, he suddenly, as if possessed, reached out and took it. I want to try it too, to know how awful it is. The warden, furious but unable to speak, could only say, then, take a bite and give it back. The words had barely left his mouth when he watched helplessly as Roman took a bite and continued stuffing more into his mouth, silently covering his eyes. Oh dear. Looks like it's not coming back. But overall, Roman's willpower was still quite strong. After quickly finishing the third warden's rations, he wiped his mouth and regained his indifference. Barely edible, not really to my taste. I still think the Arctic Ocean frozen shrimp is better. But when it came to scoring, everyone exchanged blank glances. What did that frozen shrimp taste like again? Frozen shrimp? Had they ever eaten it before? The men smacked their lips, their mouths filled only with the sweet, sour, and savory taste of fish. But they still had to give it a score. Wardens 3 and 4, observing their expressions, gave it a 7, attempting a blind compliment. The ingredients for this frozen shrimp dish are truly top-notch, no wonder it comes from the Arctic Ocean. Anton, using such good stuff and it's not even as good as someone else's mandarin fish, Warden 4, this The plating is also very interesting, very elegant, very artistic. Anton, this is a prison, not a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Coming here to do art, are you out of your mind? The old man slowly wiped his hands. Is it that rare? He ate it all the time, though. He was tired of it. Wardens 3 and 4, how could they forget? This man's status is different from theirs. What they consider rare and elegant means nothing to him. All right, everyone, Roman said grimly, it's time to rate the dishes prepared by the 5th ward chef. I think it only deserves a 4. Although the taste is alright, it's clearly from Great Xia, and doesn't match our pure-blooded warrior nation. Before Anton could speak, the old man casually picking his teeth chuckled. Kid, I'm also mixed race. Are you saying I'm not worthy either? No, no, no. Roman broke out in a cold sweat again. How could he not know that this officer had mixed race blood? Anton was also stunned, and quietly asked, are you really? He'd never heard of it. The old man smiled and lowered his voice, just teasing him. Idiot. Anton, he shouldn't have asked. Because of this heart-stopping moment, Wardens 3 and 4 exchanged a glance and still gave him a mediocre 6. Even with Anton's 10, the final score was still a little over 6. This round, the lowest score went to that unlucky fellow in Ward 4. The warden of Ward 4 frowned. If the Ward 4 cook were replaced, Roman's control over him would be even stronger. This man was ruthless and cunning, wanting to squeeze every last drop of profit from the prison to support his local tyrant status, even towards his own people. He was merely choosing sides. He didn't want to actually lose the entire ward to Roman. The warden of Ward 4 glanced at Anton, seeking a hint. But he saw Anton and the old man intently staring at the stove. Were they figuring out how to get rid of old 6? The warden of Ward 4 also pondered deeply. But, if Anton knew his thoughts, he would definitely roll his eyes. They were simply waiting for the next dish. A few minutes later, the second dish was served. This time, Tang Lei relaxed a bit and stir-fried Kung Pao chicken, a famous dish widely praised abroad. It was also the only dish Tang Lei knew of that was originally just a home-style dish, yet it was served at state banquets because so many foreigners loved it. It was truly a source of pride. Kung Pao chicken originated in Sichuan cuisine, but its key flavor is in spiciness. Tang Lei made a relatively traditional version, stir-frying diced chicken thigh meat with scallions and garlic to bring out its aroma. Because Bella couldn't get any chili peppers, Tang Lei used more black pepper, along with a slightly sour sauce, to make the chicken tender and juicy. Combined with the scallion oil, the powerful aroma once again overwhelmed the other chef's stoves. When Tang Lei made this dish himself, he felt incredibly uncomfortable. He kept muttering to himself that if Bella didn't bring some chili peppers soon, he might as well grow his own. There are so many delicious things in Sichuan cuisine. Black pepper is nothing. But for the group, born into a culinary wasteland whose diet consisted mainly of monotonous salty and sweet flavors, this was simply divine. If the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish they had just enjoyed was a main course, a feast for the senses, this Kung Pao chicken was like a fiery beauty appearing after the main wife. It was sweet and sour, with just the right amount of spiciness, stimulating the stomach and making everyone sweat, adding a touch of warmth to the cold Siberian climate. Even the old man couldn't help but eat a few more bites. As for the other wardens, they were already subconsciously rubbing their stomachs. Roman was genuinely hungry, while the others were stuffed. Compared to Anton and the others' bulging bellies, Roman's face darkened further. Only 2 dishes had been served. But was there even a point in giving a score? The difference was obvious just from the amount of food eaten. The other cooks, even though Kirill in the first canteen hadn't added herring, and his garlic beef patties were quite good, even though the third and fourth canteens hadn't added greasy cheese, opting instead for potato milföy and bacon-baked onion rings, even though the second and sixth canteens, as always, served top-quality Weijia beef and garlic-fried Australian lobster, and this time the cooking was perfect. The dish that was eaten the fastest was still the Kung Pao chicken, which Roman considered utterly ordinary. Anton's adjutant was staring intently at the plate of Kung Pao chicken, ready to pack it up at any moment, and even gave Roman an expectant glance. You're not going to eat it, are you? Please don't eat it. Stay true to your principles. Roman, burning with rage, swallowed hard and angrily gave it another 4 points. He'd rather jump off the prison roof than eat a single bite of Xia pig's food. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough food. Despite Roman upholding his principles, which he valued more than his chastity, his adjutant's expectations were dashed. When the adjutant went to get the third dish, he even hinted to Tang Lei, could you make more? There's not enough. Tang Lei smiled apologetically, you mean Kung Pao chicken? There's no way around it, we don't have enough ingredients. He only had 2 or 3 chicken legs, which Bella had painstakingly managed to scrape together. Besides, he thought the assessment would just be a taste, but these people actually ate it all. He casually called out to the adjutant, hey buddy, how's that fish? If you didn't finish it, can I take it back? I haven't cooked for the prisoners in my section yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Lei saw the tall, burly adjutant's eyes suddenly fill with extreme resentment. "We prison guards are from District 5 too." Tang Lei was puzzled. "Oh, right, what's wrong? So just pack your fish for us. It's not like we can't finish it." The adjutant felt a pang of bitterness. He never imagined they'd be reduced to competing with prisoners for food. Tang Lei coughed. "Well, you guys supposedly don't like coming to the 5th canteen, right? Back then, the 5th canteen only had frozen fish, and these guards never came. So much so that now, apart from Latif and Anton, no other guards had ever come." The adjutant looked at him expectantly. "Then let's go. Could you give us an extra window? Don't go with the prisoners." Tang Lei shook his head. "That won't work. There's not enough space, and even if there were, it wouldn't be appropriate. You can all queue together, you can also help maintain order." There weren't many people eating in his canteen yet. Tang Lei was also a little worried. Later, when more people came, they'd all be people with multiple lives on their hands. If a fight broke out, although they wouldn't be able to hurt him, it wouldn't be good if they knocked over the food. Seeing his decisive refusal, the adjutant could only resume his resentful look. "Well, then you go first. I'll wait for the third dish." "Okay." Tang Lei smiled. "For this dish, I want peony fish fillets. Hey, the guy slicing fish over there, for your own good, I'm giving you a friendly reminder. You'd better change your dish." Beside him, engrossed in showcasing his knife skills on a salmon, was another relative of Roman's. This was supposed to be the 6th chef, brought in under Roman's influence. Tang Lei affectionately called him 6th brother. But 6th brother wasn't in a friendly mood at the moment. He coldly stopped cutting, giving Tang Lei a hostile look. "Daxia man, no matter how clever you are, you can't beat my pure skill. Don't even think about messing with me." Tang Lei scratched his head. Was that a friendly reminder? He was about to make fish fillets too, although the method was different from sashimi. But in terms of taste, this vibrant and fragrant dish was a complete knockout compared to sashimi. Tang Lei's assessment was that it was a game changer. Seeing that 6th brother wouldn't listen, Tang Lei shook his head regretfully. "Don't cry later." He wiped his knife and pondered how to make peony fish fillets. This dish also originated from Sichuan cuisine. Interestingly, Sichuan cuisine is famous for its spiciness, but the best of it is actually non-spicy. It's also something most people can't afford. This dish was chosen partly because of the old man's request, and partly because it's less complicated than squirrel fish. It doesn't discriminate based on the type of fish. Tang Lei picked up a white salmon from the cart and beckoned to Lao Bawan, the kitchen helper. "Go get me some ice." This is a crucial step in removing the fishy smell, and fortunately, ice is plentiful in Siberia. By the time Lao Bawan brought it, Tang Lei had already skinned, deboned, and removed the bones from the white salmon, slicing it thinly. Each slice was only 3 millimeters thick, almost translucent when held up to the light, white with a pinkish tinge. Then he tossed it into ice water, added salt, scallions, ginger, and a little wine, and marinated it briefly to enhance the flavor and remove any fishy smell. The chilled fish slices also become more tender and chewy. Then, Tang Lei took a stick, coated both sides of the fish fillet with cornstarch, and began repeatedly pounding and kneading it, shaping it into a fan shape. After finishing, Tang Lei stroked his chin and took out a pair of scissors to trim it. His hands were skillful. With a few quick strokes, fine wrinkles and notches appeared on the fan-shaped fish fillets. If it weren't for the color, they would almost look like real flower petals. After trimming, he put them in the oil to fry until golden brown. Having only fried 2 fillets, Tang Lei, as if sensing something, looked up and glanced around. He saw several people quickly turning their heads, feigning composure. Even the cook next door is drooling." Tang Lei grinned and continued frying his fish fillets. This step of controlling the heat is crucial to the texture of the fish fillets. To be honest, this dish tasted very mild, only the natural freshness of the fish. However, its crispy exterior and tender interior, along with its elegant presentation, made it presentable enough to serve at a formal event. After the golden petals had fully bloomed in the oil, Tang Lei scooped them out and used mashed potatoes to create a flower center. Then, following the order from smallest to largest, he placed the fish slices on the mashed potatoes. A few minutes later, nothing resembling fish could be seen on the table. Only a few exquisite golden flowers remained, steadily arranged on the plate. Tang Lei stretched. "All right, serve." Thump! A muffled sound suddenly came from the side. Tang Lei turned around and chuckled. "I told you not to make it." He saw Lao Lu looking at his finished product, then at his own painstakingly designed and artistically plated raw salmon. He shoved a cleaver straight into the cutting board. He was completely stunned. It's not the dish that's embarrassing, it's the lack of food that's awkward. When the third dish was served, the old man and Anton didn't even bother to politely taste the first few dishes. They were focused on waiting for Tang Lei's. Roman tried to persuade them. "Look at this Arctic abalone, it's so big, it's rare to find one like this." The old man glanced at it. "Then I definitely can't eat it. It's a pity, but I need to save some room for Tang's dish. Roman said, look at this salmon, the knife skills are amazing. This chef who came to compete is a disciple of the capital's top chefs. These elegant techniques are something ordinary people can never learn in a lifetime. He was practically talking about Tang Lei directly. But Anton honestly said, but I think Tang's flower is more elegant and beautiful than those other things. He didn't understand those art forms, but the beauty of the flower was obvious. Especially in Siberia, where flowers are rarely seen. Luo Meng gritted his teeth in anger, you ignorant, uncouth brute. While he was speaking, Anton finally received Tang Lei's fish slices and immediately began eating one with the old man. The fish slices had been pounded, eliminating any bones or fishy smell, leaving only tenderness and freshness, perfectly complemented by a thin, crispy crust. Salty and delicious, the presentation was superb. The only drawback was the limited number of slices. As soon as it was served, aside from letting the old man take a slice out of respect, the rest were all snatched up. The old man ate with pleasure, thoughtfully remarking, this dish would be very suitable for a banquet. Anton nodded repeatedly. He had already decided that when Tang Yingyu hosted a party for him, this peony-patterned fish slice dish would definitely be included. As for Lao Liu's elegant, artistic sashimi, no one mentioned it anymore. When it came time to score, the wardens of the 3rd and 4th wards felt uneasy. On one side stood Roman, radiating a chilling aura, still unable to snatch a single piece of fish. On the other side was an inscrutable old man. Before them lay empty plates and 2 exquisitely prepared seafood dishes by Chef Er Lu, now largely ignored. The wardens, their consciences pricked, slowly gave all 3 a 6. Roman frowned. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to create a significant gap to eliminate this great Xia man. The one more likely to be eliminated was one of the wardens from the 3rd and 4th wards. Tang Lei, however, had no time to worry about any of this. He was already preparing the final fish soup. Suddenly, a notification popped up in his mind. Report, report. Preliminary intentions detected by a special individual within range. This individual is extremely important, please handle with caution, host. Tang Lei was startled by the notification and paused his chopping of the fish head, pondering for a few seconds. Last time, the special client and networking opportunity was a private banquet that Anton had asked him to host. Now, which big shot is giving him work again? Tang Lei casually glanced at the wardens, thinking that the system had specifically emphasized its importance this time. Could it be that old man? After all, everyone else is on the same level as Anton. Speaking of the wardens, Tang Lei checked the system again and, sure enough, saw 5 new diners added to the 2nd-level main quest. These people, including Luo Meng, were all there. Tang Lei had expected Luo Meng to absolutely refuse to eat it, but he was right. He ignored their "it smells so good," and continued to struggle with the fish head. Just then, Luo Meng suddenly stood up and stopped him. Chef of District 5, are you planning to use fish for your last dish? That won't do. You've already used too much fish today. This is bad for the cafeteria's food safety. You must change the ingredient immediately. Healthy food in prison? The other 3 wardens secretly rolled their eyes. Roman would rather feed the prisoner's pig swill to save money, so why is he acting all high and mighty now? Tang Lei thought about it seriously for a moment and nodded, that makes sense. But you didn't say that at the beginning. Roman's triangular eye stared at him sinisterly. I think this is common sense for every cook, isn't it? Anton frowned. For the other cooks, that was indeed the case. Changing ingredients was simple. Which of the cooks present didn't have chicken, duck, meat, eggs, and fish on hand? Except for Tang Lei. He genuinely only had fish. He'd scraped together a few chicken legs and used them. Anton had also been somewhat cunning with Roman, knowing he'd taken away Tang Lei's ingredients, and was now even more furious. Roman, I remember you said the evaluation would be fair and impartial. Where was I being unfair? Roman shrugged. The other chefs didn't keep using the same ingredient either, did they? Anton was about to say something more when Tang Lei spoke first. Okay, no problem, it's just the last soup anyway. Roman glanced at the few remaining ingredients on Tang Lei's cutting board and smiled with relief. You saw it, he agreed himself. Anton frowned, giving Tang Lei a disapproving look, but then saw him squat down and rummage through the ingredients. A moment later, he found another piece of white, completely unfamiliar stuff. Tang Lei touched the tofu in his hand, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Not bad. This was on the last list he gave Bella, and she actually found it. Perhaps because the locals didn't know how to cook it, this piece of tofu had been left in the corner of the supermarket's refrigerated display case, and Roman's people hadn't paid it any attention. But to Tang Lei, this thing was a cherished treasure. He glanced at Lao Lu beside him. Brother, your knife skills are pretty good. Lao Lu puffed out his chest, head held high. Eyes straight ahead. Envy is useless. I studied under Master Artyom. My knife skills are beyond the reach of a chef like you without any lineage. Tang Lei touched his nose, a little embarrassed. Ahem, buddy, you misunderstood. I just wanted to give you another friendly hint. Thump! Lao Liu's cleaver once again slammed deep into the cutting board, severing the squid tentacles he was carefully preparing. He looked at Tang Lei warily. You cunning great Xia man, what are you up to now? Tang Lei grinned. I was inspired by you, so I wanted to relax and practice my knife skills. After all, you're a student of that master, don't say I'm bullying you later. As a chef, you don't even know Master Artyom. Lao Lu roared. But Tang Lei had already turned back and started working again. He first put a pot of water, shredded ham, salt, and other seasonings in, then simmered it over low heat. Next, he placed the soft, white tofu piece down, brandished the knife a couple of times, and wet it. Old Lu curiously tilted his head slightly, glancing at it every now and then. The next second, his eyes widened abruptly. Tap 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 tap. The sound of a fine, rapid knife striking the cutting board rang out, so fast it became a continuous sound. A knife that fast. Yet, even with such a fast knife, the tofu was cut extremely slowly. Old Six stared intently at the path the blade had slicing through, his brow furrowed. What is this, sauce? What was once a fairly well-shaped piece has now turned into a paste. So it's just minced sauce, Old Six thought dismissively. If this is what they call knife skills, then the knife skills of this great Xia are far too basic. Any child in this fighting nation who can lift a knife can do it. He lowered his head dismissively and continued processing the eel in his hands. For this last dish, he planned to make a grilled eel rice dish, a recipe from Japan, improved by his teacher, to finish the meal. The difficulty and refinement of this dish lies in killing the fish. A top-notch chef kills an eel with only 3 cuts. Eel killed this way is not only boneless, but also leaves no visible knife marks when eaten, preserving its appearance. The previous dishes, which used rare ingredients, hadn't attracted much attention, but Roman's adjutant had already subtly given him a hint. The old man, of noble birth, probably didn't care for expensive ingredients, rather, he preferred the simpler, more homely dishes. He was so engrossed in his work that he didn't notice Tang Lei had already prepared the soup and then scooped up the sauce. After pouring hot water over it, Tang Lei thickened the soup with cornstarch before adding the tofu sauce entirely to the boiling broth. Then, he slowly swirled it in a circular motion with the back of a spoon. As the water sloshed, the sauce gradually dispersed. Thin strands, incredibly fine. They were actually individual strands of tofu, thinner than a hair. It was none other than the famous Huaiyang dish of Daxia Wensi tofu. The tofu strands swirled in the clear broth, gradually becoming even, like a 1,000-stranded chrysanthemum. Tang Lei nodded, somewhat satisfied. However, this dish was a bit troublesome. To avoid damaging the tofu strands, he personally scooped out portions for the prison wardens and the old man. This was the first dish Tang Lei had finished ahead of schedule. He checked the time, it was a little past 10, not yet 11. He figured he'd still have time to get back to the cafeteria and cook the communal meals after the competition. The others weren't so calm. The final dish might determine the score, and aside from Kirill, who seemed eager to discuss his pungent cooking, the others remained serious, lingering behind their stoves, thinking about how to improve. Tang Lei waited a while, and seeing that no one wanted to serve first, he simply took a plate and served them himself. He casually explained, "This dish is a bit bland, just for cleansing the palate, mainly for entertainment." Luo Meng's face darkened. Entertainment? What's so interesting about it? Your attitude is obviously rude. The old man suddenly interrupted him. Did you cut this? He had been examining it closely, and even tasted it, finally recognizing that those thin strands were actually chopped ingredients. What's even more remarkable is that each strand was so delicate, yet completely separate. Tang Lei smiled. Yes. The old man also smiled. Oh, I heard the guy next to you has excellent knife skills. But judging from the fish slices and seafood Lao Lu had just brought out, and the way he was now diligently cleaning the fish, the old man suddenly doubted whether Lao Lu could cut the same thickness as Tang Lei. He suddenly understood the meaning of entertainment. Tang Lei grinned. I really did give you a friendly warning. Who told Lao Lu to be so unlucky? This. Luo Meng belatedly realized just how terrifying the seemingly ordinary soup in the bowl actually was. This is impossible. This thickness, no human could cut it like that. Did you cheat with a machine? How could there be such exquisite knife skills? Scattered in the soup, it's invisible to the naked eye. A knife, could it do that? Tang Lei shrugged. Want me to cut one for you right here? He didn't mind, but he was worried about Luo Meng's mental state. The old man calmly replied, no need. Even a machine might not be able to cut it this thick. In fact, even with today's advanced technology, many highly precise instruments and engineering projects still ultimately require manual operation. The hands and experience of a top engineer are more valuable than the most accurate calculations. And today, Tang Lei's bowl of Wensi tofu was no exception. It couldn't be easily replicated by a machine. The old man squinted, scooped a spoonful of broth, and put it in his mouth. The tofu strands were so thin they were almost imperceptible, but the aroma of the ham was completely infused into them. One bite, and there was none of the original blandness of tofu, only a smooth, soft, and delicious flavor. The old man swallowed it in one gulp and let out a sigh. I've long heard of the Great Xia, the land of culinary delights, where cooking skills are as unpredictable as martial arts. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Whether it's the exquisitely presented and lavishly prepared squirrel mandarin fish, the spicy and sweet kung pao chicken, or the masterfully crafted peony fish slices and wensi tofu soup, the old man could only think of one word: divine skill. To be honest, I've never seen dishes like these at any formal banquet. Tang Lei grinned, thinking to himself, how could he have seen such dishes at an ordinary banquet? These are state banquet dishes. Luo Meng, standing beside him, stared wide-eyed. He knew a little about the old man's identity. His so-called formal banquet, could it be? Luo Meng's vision blurred. He knew that getting Tang Lei out would be difficult. The dishes that followed, brought out by the chefs, further confirmed Luo Meng's ominous premonition. Kirill served a classic Russian dessert, apple pie. As long as he controlled himself from throwing away the herring, his cooking skills were quite decent. The dessert was baked to a golden brown. With one bite, the softened apple mixed with syrup oozed out, sweet and tempting. The third and fourth head chefs served mushroom and cheese soup and potato crepes. Standardized. The second and sixth head chefs served 2 dishes, baked crab legs with cheese and butter, and eel rice. But it was a real pity. Their stomachs were already completely full from Tang Lei's last bowl of soup. They couldn't eat any more of anyone else's food. Unable to taste it, they could only judge by smell. Roman secretly glanced at the third and fourth wardens beside him, his gaze fierce. Relying on skill or competition wouldn't work. Then, directly, use the rules. He was a native of Daxia, a newcomer with no relatives or friends. Even if he was incredibly capable, if the acting warden insisted he was unsuitable, they could simply vote again. The old man wouldn't participate. 3 votes to Anton's one, the advantage was his. Roman's gaze hardened again. But this time, he suddenly noticed the shifty eyes of the third and fourth wardens. They understood Roman's meaning, but they also had their own ulterior motives. The old man had just praised the man's food, and they were giving it low marks. Wasn't that a slap in the face to their leader? And a leader even higher than Roman. Roman, being shrewd, instantly understood and gave a cold laugh. These chefs are all quite good, he said, feigning concern. But unfortunately, Major Anton refuses to expand the wards. There are only so many positions. One of them will definitely have to leave today. Which one had a low score just now? The 2 wardens of the third and fourth wards instantly straightened their sullen faces. Roman was making a blatant threat. They had all given Roman's 2 chefs good scores out of courtesy earlier. Kirill wouldn't have a low score if he wasn't acting recklessly. Plus, given his surname, they absolutely couldn't let him go today. Compared to these monsters, the chefs of the third and fourth wards were actually rather mediocre. If they didn't kick Tang Lei out today, one of the chefs from the third and fourth wards would be leaving. Should they bring in a Roman confidant, or kick out a chef from another ward? Was there even a choice? The third and fourth wardens exchanged a glance and echoed, "What a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it." Right, some of the food is quite good, but it's not suitable for our prison. Well, maybe it'll be better off somewhere else. As they spoke, they subtly gave Tang Lei meaningful glances. The implication was, you should leave, but don't go too far. Open a restaurant near my house later, and I'll invest. They didn't want to completely offend such delicious food. After delivering the soup, Tang Lei had nothing else to do, so he sat idly by. Seeing the implication in their words, he was speechless. How to put it? They had a stance, but not much. They were all thinking quite rosily. Just then, the old man who had been engrossed in his tofu soup finally looked up and interjected. What do you mean by limited positions? Acting Warden Roman, I don't recall any proposal to change cooks at the Siberian prison recently. Roman cautiously replied, well, the inmate population in my section has surged, and one canteen isn't enough, so I proposed building another. But Major Anton firmly disagrees, believing it's a waste of resources, so I can only have those I think are better suited for the job compete. Oh, so that's why you're holding this assessment. The old man wiped his mouth. Tang Lei glanced at his belly, quite helplessly. So this old man just came here for a meal, without even knowing the real reason. Of course I don't know, the old man shrugged. If I knew, there wouldn't have been any need for the competition. I think the current cooks are quite good. As for that cook in cell number 6, and the cook in the second ward, they're the ones who should be replaced even more. Roman's face immediately darkened. But their cooking skills are fine. The old man smiled faintly. Acting Warden Roman, I'm curious. Is your mess hall short of food because you usually have him cook with these kinds of ingredients? He pointed to the luxurious fish, shrimp, and seafood on the table. Roman dared not admit it. He quickly came up with a plan. No, this is probably something they specially chose to show their respect for you. Is that so? The old man said calmly. I noticed they handled these ingredients very skillfully. Elegant, artistic way of eating? Ha! Don't forget, these chefs work in this mess hall, serving thousands of prisoners, not to prepare a bunch of expensive ingredients for their own private kitchen. Not to mention, the old man snorted again, using such expensive ingredients, it still doesn't taste as good as something made with ordinary ingredients. Tang Lei laughed out loud. This old man, he really knows how to kill you, and then he destroys your spirit. My suggestion is that you just fire those two, Er Lu and Er Lu, and merge the second prison area into the fifth prison area's canteen. Anton spoke up at the opportune moment. The fifth prison area would be happy to share the burden with its colleagues, just allocate the subsidies to the fifth prison area. Anton gave Roman a forced smile. If you think there are too many prisoners and the canteen isn't enough, then give them to District 5. We're all colleagues, so let me take on this hardship for you. These prisoners are coming over to do the work, he doesn't mind having more. Roman's face turned ashen. Damn it, what happened to the supposed advantage? How did this old guy suddenly appear out of nowhere? And he's even siding with this great Xia guy. Was he really bought off with just one meal? Roman made a last-ditch effort. But your District 5 canteen simply can't handle so many people. My men have been there before. They all came back saying there was no food at all. He finally remembered what his lover, Lena, had told him. While inwardly cursing that he would definitely beat that little bitch who lied to him to death when he got back, he said. The prisoners in District 5 all say even their dogs wouldn't eat their vegetables. The old man frowned. What? I ate them, and you're saying I'm worse than a dog? Luo Meng froze. No, how could that be? He then realized the ambiguity of his earlier statement. His usually sharp-tongued and sarcastic mouth opened and closed for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word. Tang Lei, watching the commotion, chuckled. The old man turned and glared at him again. And you? What are you laughing at? What's with the lack of food? Tang Lei shrugged innocently. I didn't want to either. The fifth canteen has too few cooking utensils, and everyone's a big eater, each consuming 3 or 4 portions. I'm willing but unable, so I wanted to apply for more cooking utensils. But the acting warden said the prison is out of money and can't approve it. Yeah, Anton added, if it weren't for the fact that we really can't provide for the normal living needs of District 5, we wouldn't have come up with this assessment. Acting Warden Luo Meng promised me that if the fifth canteen gets first place, he'd give the second canteen's funding to District 5. Luo Meng's face paled. He did say that. But damn it, how could he know this damned great Xia person could actually get first place? He couldn't accept it. He would never admit to paying that money. Just as he was about to retort, the old man frowned. What a joke. There's no money here. He glanced at the expensive seafood and sneered. No wonder. I think the second canteen's ingredients are already overflowing. Since even that's not enough, why not do as Lieutenant Roman said and use all the funds from the second canteen to expand the fifth canteen? My adjutant will follow up on this. Roman's face turned pale. No. This wasn't a small amount of money, it was the money he had painstakingly saved up over the years. He had been secretly embezzling it all these years, and if he sold it off, wouldn't he be finished? Roman, actually, I didn't say. The old man interrupted him directly, coldly saying, perhaps with less subsidy, the second canteen can learn better how to cook. Roman shuddered at the coldness in the old man's words and shut his mouth, stunned. They said the advantage was his, and he'd be able to drive away and kill the great Xia pig soon. How did it turn into him losing face and having to pay compensation? How could he accept this? The second head chef couldn't accept it either, quickly saying, no. The current allowance is barely enough to maintain the food supply for District 2. We have a lot of people in District 2. You don't have many left, the old man said calmly. Here's what we'll do. 30% of the prisoners in Section 2 will be transferred to Section 5. And the head chef of the second canteen, since you can't cook, besides using your allowance to help expand the fifth canteen, you'll work as a helper for the head chef in your spare time. Boom! Now, almost everyone present was dumbfounded. Working as a helper. To make a head chef, whose seniority and reputation were both higher than Tang Lei's, work as a helper for a young man. This was a slap in the face, as if trying to make things worse. The head chef never imagined that his explanation would not only cost him money but also make him lose face. Luo Meng's face was as black as if he'd eaten shit, but he didn't dare utter another word. He was afraid that if he said another word, the old man might casually check the accounts from previous years, and he'd be finished. The third and fourth prison sections, on the other hand, looked grave. With each prisoner's entry, the corresponding supplies would inevitably change. The strength of District 5 would also need to be reassessed. The only truly happy people present were probably Anton and Tang Lei. Anton did nothing, got a free meal, and even received a promotion and a raise. Tang Lei never expected that his request for just some kitchen utensils would result in the entire fifth canteen being expanded. What an incredibly kind old man. Tang Lei chuckled. Well said. You're truly wise, old man. Come to the fifth canteen anytime, I'll treat you. The old man nodded almost imperceptibly, then turned to the second cook. What, you have a problem with that? Then you don't need to work anymore, let that sixth one do odd jobs. The second cook finally couldn't hold back. What right do you have to decide? My appointments and dismissals also require the warden's approval. As soon as he said this, Luo Meng shouted, shut up. However, it was too late. The old man casually pulled a small notebook from his pocket and slammed it on the table. On it were solemn characters. Issued by the National Military Commission Siberian Prison Inspection Order. The head chef's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. It was an inspection officer. Tang Lei quickly searched the Russian official system and the system to learn more. It turned out that an inspection officer was a short-term position appointed by the highest military commission in the country, usually held by a very high-ranking military officer. During their term, they inspected state-established institutions throughout the country, and had the highest decision-making power if any illegal activities were discovered. Tang Lei thought to himself, oh, so it's equivalent to an imperial envoy, acting first and reporting later, a privilege granted by imperial authority. He hadn't expected the old man to be a military officer, but considering his age, it was surprising that he could still be fishing so energetically in the freezing cold. His physique was truly that of a soldier. The old man tossed aside his patrol warrant and said calmly, am I not qualified? What else dared to say? Even Luo Meng, used to being a local tyrant, had to obediently lower his head. A military officer with real power, at least a general. He couldn't afford to offend him, so he could only glare fiercely at the second head chef, secretly plotting to create an accident for this detestable great Xia person once the old man left. The old man then turned to Tang Lei. Kid, now you'll finally cook for me, right? I won't eat for free, pay me. His face was full of I have plenty of money. At the same time, the system voice sounded in Tang Lei's mind. Special character detected, General Vladimir. Pfft. Tang Lei spat out another mouthful of water. Oh no. A general. The second highest rank in the Russian military, only after Marshal. And this name, Vladimir. The Russian naming convention is one's own name plus the father's name, ending with the surname. However, some put the surname first. Regardless of the rule, as far as Tang Lei knew, there were quite a few big shots with this name. He wiped his mouth, deeply grateful that the old man was truly fair. He'd cheated him out of his precious fishing rod and refused to sell him fish, yet he hadn't been directly eliminated. The system was still beeping. General Vladimir's invitation detected. Expanding your network side quest +1. Host, do you? Sure, no problem. Tang Lei didn't even bother listening to the question mark and system reward, nodding without a second thought. Putting aside the old man's status, just considering how much he helped today, he'd do it anyway. Vladimir's aged face broke into a smile. Kid, you said it yourself. This old man has very high standards, and I might even call in some old monsters. Tang Lei grinned. Standards? Whatever. I'll definitely make you happy. 5,000 years of culinary civilization, plus a system with intermediate and advanced levels, how could they not handle you? Vladimir was satisfied and waved his hand. Alright, stop dawdling and get on with your work. This old man should go too. I'm getting old, I really can't do what you young people do. Major Anton glanced at him silently, thinking to himself, you weren't saying that when you were grabbing the food earlier. Truly, you eat your fill and then slip away. But he was already very satisfied with today's outcome. Hearing the old man was leaving, Anton stood up first and bowed, respectfully. Seeing you off, senior. Do I need to see you out? No need, no need. General Vladimir waved his hand. Official business is done, only personal matters remain. You, he pointed at Tang Lei, come with me for a bit. Tang Lei naturally had no objection, beckoning old Bawan to help pack up the remaining ingredients and take them back, intending to see the old man off. But suddenly, a hand grabbed him. Wait! Old Six, bewildered by this series of events, blocked his way. Tang Lei was in a good mood, so he said kindly, what's wrong? You don't want to do odd jobs either? It's okay, you can all quit. In other words, he was completely fired. Luo Meng panicked, frantically trying to signal to the sixth cook. Quitting was out of the question. Doing odd jobs could be considered part of his spare time, but if he was fired, his second canteen would be completely out of his control. Don't underestimate the canteen department just because it doesn't seem like a heavily armed department in the prison. It's indispensable, and it's lucrative. Luo Meng wasn't willing to throw away such a lucrative opportunity, so he desperately tried to signal to the sixth cook to quickly endure the humiliation. But even though his eyelids were twitching from blinking so much, the sixth cook remained oblivious. He just stared intently at Tang Lei. Doing odd jobs is fine, and I acknowledge your cooking skills, but you have to tell me, Who's your teacher? Tang Lei rubbed his nose. Would you believe me if I said I didn't? Old Lu, of course, refused to believe it. Impossible. My cooking skills are the result of years of learning from Master Artyom. You didn't have a teacher, so how can you be better than me? Tang Lei always had some respect for hard-working people. Oh, then you might just have been unlucky. The menu you chose happened to conflict with mine, so it's not entirely a problem with your technique. It was a dish that wasn't entirely your teacher's skill. But Old Lu muttered, but these are all I can make. Tang Lei was utterly astonished. Seriously? Forget about a master. Even if you studied at New Western Cuisine in Great Xia for 3 years, you couldn't just come out and only know how to slice fish. Tang Lei, your teacher only taught you to cook seafood? And mostly raw? What about frying, stir-frying, stewing, and boiling? What about cooking time and seasoning? Old Lu shook his head blankly. No need. Just preserve the original flavor of the ingredients. Excessive embellishment isn't elegant enough. Not artistic enough. That's not how upper-class people eat. Tang Lei. Fine, he retracted his respect. This man reminded him of some refined dishes in Japan and South Korea, dishes served at state banquets consisting of only a small plate of pickled vegetables. He sighed helplessly. What's the use of being elegant? Does it make the food delicious? Does it fill people up? The most basic rule for a chef is always to make people happy while eating, understand? Old Lu seemed to have been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Tang Lei pulled his hand away and continued looking for the old man. Behind him, the dejected sixth brother suddenly said, you must have learned to cook from somewhere. Tang Lei shrugged. It's just cooking, what's there to learn? After thinking for a moment, for the sixth brother's mental well-being, he still said, if you insist on asking about my teacher, let's say it's the Yellow Emperor. These 2 words were spoken in the Great Xia language, and the sixth brother awkwardly repeated them twice. I remember, I'll tell my teacher. Tang Lei, whatever. He walked towards the old man who had been waiting for a while, making a gesture to help him. Let's go. Vladimir let him help him, asking with interest, Yellow Emperor, who is that? Tang Lei searched for a New Year's picture on his phone and showed it to him. He's our Great Xia's kitchen god. The old man said, oh, is he the god you believe in? Tang Lei smiled. He's a god, but also a man. Most of the gods in our Great Xia are human. The kitchen god, in folk legends, has several prototypes, one of which is the Yellow Emperor. In the Great Xia dynasty, food is paramount to the people. The kitchen god oversees the cooking fires and ensures the safety of the family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the ancestor of all chefs in the Great Xia. Just as he was saying this, Tang Lei suddenly felt a slight tremor in his brain system, emitting a buzz. Upon closer inspection, it vanished. Hearing Tang Lei's words, the old man smiled slightly and didn't ask any further questions. He slowly said, young Tang, with your skills, it's indeed a bit of a waste to be here. If you're willing, I can support you in opening a restaurant outside. I know, many people think this place is too harsh, and even if they're assigned here, they'll try to leave. Tang Lei thought to himself, that won't do. Leaving this prison means going to X-continent to find the chieftain. Compare that to what's so harsh about Siberia. No, I don't find it hard. I feel fulfilled working here. It would be even better if there were a salary. The old man was stunned. You don't have a salary. Tang Lei smiled. Oh, is there? I haven't received it yet. It's all right, I'm willing to contribute to the country's development. Vladimir was speechless. This isn't about contributing. What is Roman doing? Deducting the head chef's salary too? You wait, I'll have someone investigate right now. Tang Lei feigned reluctance, but secretly rejoiced. With the old man involved, his salary was definitely secure, maybe even increased. He understood the importance of face all too well. The old man finished speaking angrily, then repeated, are you really willing to work here forever? Tang Lei genuinely didn't find it particularly hard, although he didn't have many phones, computers, or games to play. But at least his constitution wasn't too sensitive to the cold, so it was relatively comfortable. However, looking at the old man's serious expression, he suddenly thought of Yelena again. Even a young girl like you dares to settle down here, how come a grown man like him can't endure hardship? Tang Lei smiled. Of course I'm willing. My life is so comfortable. I cook every day, don't have to worry about income, no car loan, no mortgage. Thinking about it, maybe this is the kind of carefree life many young people in Daxia dream of. He grinned. I can even go fishing in the lake when I have free time, right? You brat. The old man laughed in exasperation, slapping him across the face, his eyes filled with a deep meaning and a hint of satisfaction. All right, good lad. Although you're from Great Xia, you've contributed to this land, and this land won't treat you unfairly. This time I'll send someone to give Luo Meng a warning. From now on, feel free to make any requests related to the canteen. Okay, Tang Lei nodded. He could sense that the old man had been testing him somewhat, but he didn't care. After all, he was an outsider, and the old man, holding a high position, was naturally wary. Alright, the two walked to the door, and the old man exhaled. Let's exchange contact information. I'll need you for something important in a while. You can't let me down then, kid. Tang Lei waved his hand. Don't worry, it won't fall. Even if it's important, it's still just cooking, right? Then it's not a big problem. After seeing Vladimir off, Tang Lei was in a good mood, hands in his pockets, and headed towards the 5th mess hall. Judging by the time, it was already the usual mealtime in the prison. Tang Lei's original plan was to finish quickly and come back to cook, but a series of unexpected events had delayed him, and now it was too late. Tang Lei was counting what ingredients he could make do with in the refrigerator when he suddenly heard an excited voice. Brother Tang, you're finally back. Tang Lei looked up, and there was a doll-like figure running towards him, none other than Yelena. This little girl always managed to do incredibly tough things with her delicate and cute face. He quickly said, "Why did you come all the way here? Didn't I tell you to stay home and rest? Were you cold yesterday? Did you drink the ginger soup?" "No, I wasn't cold, I did," Yelena obediently answered the last two words, then said innocently, "Why did you come here?" "I'm hungry. Brother Tang, listen. My stomach is growling." Tang Lei, Yelena pleaded, "We only have frozen fish and rye bread at home." "I tried, but I couldn't chew it at all. I tried to cut it, but I accidentally chopped the cutting board. I even tried to light a fire, and almost burned the kitchen down." Tang Lei's forehead was covered in ellipses. "Yelena, wah, Brother Tang, what will my dad and I do without you? I'm so hungry." "Okay, this girl, she's really incapable of taking care of herself." Tang Lei sighed. "How did you grow up to be this big?" He quickened his pace towards the 5th canteen. Yelena skipped along behind, cheerfully saying, "Eating in the cafeteria. I've always eaten in the cafeteria since I was little. My dad wouldn't let me cook, supposedly because he once burned down a house." Tang Lei rubbed his temples. "That's good, at least you didn't burn anything when you helped me in the kitchen." He glanced at Yelena, who was visibly in high spirits, and suddenly noticed something was wrong. "What's this on you?" Yelena looked down and quickly covered herself. "Oops, I didn't wipe it clean." As she covered herself, Tang Lei suddenly stopped. "Your hands, what happened?" There were several red marks on the tips of her slender, white fingers. "Blood?" Yelena stuck out her tongue. "It's not mine, it's from someone I met on the street." She rummaged in her pocket, and a few seconds later, clattering, a bunch of small badges were pulled out, still stained with blood. Yelena whispered, "On my way here, I saw some people lurking around, carrying knives. I just took care of them, otherwise it would be dangerous if too many people passed by. These are the spoils." She cautiously looked at Tang Lei. "Brother Tang, you don't think I'm fierce, do you?" Tang Lei shook his head, frowning. "On the way here, was it the closest prison exit to the 5th canteen?" Yelena nodded. "Yes, it wasn't there before, I didn't know what they were up to." Tang Lei clenched his fist suddenly. Prisoners couldn't get out, and the guards lived in the prison dormitories and wouldn't leave their posts unless on special missions. Other staff, such as purchasing personnel, wouldn't use the secluded exit of the 5th canteen. The people who frequent this prison most often are only two, him and Old Bawan. Old Bawan has been gone for decades without anyone lying in wait, and now suddenly there are these people. A cold smile appeared in Tang Lei's eyes. "It's nothing, Yelena, you did a great job." Looking at these badges now, and recalling Roman's sinister gaze, Tang Lei understood. These people are probably after him. Roman realized he couldn't get rid of him, so he wanted to kill him directly? Truly worthy of being a local tyrant. Tang Lei only regretted that the old man had left too soon. If he had waited a little longer, with these badges, wouldn't it have been easier to investigate? Unfortunately, now he's alone, and without direct evidence, it's not so easy. Gurgle. A rumble from her stomach. Yelena covered her stomach in embarrassment. Tang Lei temporarily pulled himself together. "Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go back and eat. By the way, you dealt with so many people, weren't you hurt?" Yelena shook her head. "Brother Tang, I heard you did exceptionally well on this assessment, you won't be kicked out. But Roman definitely won't let it go. The prison is his territory after all, how about moving out?" Tang Lei nodded. "I can consider it." Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to have to sleep with his eyes half open in the middle of the night. Too annoying. Besides, Bella's ability to sneak into his lounge and call him last time had also made Tang Lei somewhat displeased. A man needs to protect himself when he's out and about. A woman like Bella is like a wolf, he didn't want to be stolen away by her one day. However, this area was desolate except for the Siberian prison, and there weren't any residential areas where Desai usually lived. He couldn't possibly drive to a town every day to stay. While pondering, Yelena said, "You can live with me, Brother Tang." Tang Lei spat out a mouthful of saliva. "Yelena, do you know what it means when a girl in Daxia invites a guy to live together?" Yelena blushed. No, my dad and I live next door. We built our own house, and there are still many rooms available. There aren't many other houses around here. They're all built by staff and their families. If you move out, you'll have to borrow someone else's place anyway. I mean, you can live with me and my dad. It's safe, it's safe. She didn't realize at all how unsafe her first invitation was for her. Brother Tang, I can protect you. Yelena made a small fist gesture. Tang Lei breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little helpless. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be asked to protect by a girl who was shorter than him, after the explanation, the invitation to live together seemed much more normal. He agreed, that's one way, but I'll have to discuss it with old Bavan later. Great! Yelena's eyes crinkled with laughter. I can even drive you to and from get off work. Can I get you any leftovers from the cafeteria? And also, Bella gets the right to try out new dishes, and I have a full set of kitchen utensils at home. If you're researching new recipes at home, can I have a little bit too? Just a tiny bit. Her voice trailed off, her smile charmingly innocent. Tang Lei patted his chest. Oh no, she's kind of cute. But stay calm. These women are only after his food, not his body. Keep your composure. He walked into the fifth canteen amidst laughter and conversation, then paused, stunned. The fifth canteen was packed with people, the largest it had ever been. Old Baban stood guard over the cutting board and cart, sighing as he looked at the frozen fish. Bella was anxiously biting her nails, no longer seeking companionship with men. The Dennis brothers sat at the front of the prisoner ranks, hundreds more behind them, all sitting obediently and silently. The moment the canteen doors opened, all eyes turned to the entrance. Then, a deafening cheer erupted from the fifth canteen. He's back. Tang! The noise was so loud it practically blew the roof off. Tang Lei rubbed his ears and laughed. Hey guys, still here? He thought some people wouldn't come because he wouldn't be able to cook in time. But surprisingly, there were even more than before. Dennis grinned sheepishly. Where else could we go? We know today is the assessment day, important to you, and important to us too. If you leave, we'll be living hell. Who knows, we might start a fight. Ahem. I'm still here, behave yourselves. One of them coughed softly and tapped his baton. Tang Lei then noticed that prison guard Latif was also there. However, he turned to Tang Lei, speaking seriously, if you really are going to be fired, I will express my opinion to my superiors. Exactly, one prisoner began to spout off, I could accept the darkness if I hadn't seen the light. But now, having eaten Tang's food, how can I go back to eating frozen fish? Just kill me. I'm already serving a life sentence. Tang Lei, who had been somewhat moved at first, twitched at the end. Fine, for these people. Maybe death really is better. Old Bawan also came out from behind, and upon hearing this, angrily threw the frozen fish he had been staring at on the cutting board for a long time without touching it at the man, hitting him on the head with a blister. You little brat, eating my frozen fish for so many years still can't shut you up. The group laughed and joked, when suddenly, a hesitant voice rang out. What's going on, Dennis? Didn't you tell me even dogs wouldn't eat the food in the fifth canteen? You too. Ivan, didn't you say the new chef's cooking was worse than frozen fish? The smug crowd froze. Holy crap. We forgot how many people came today. Tang Lei recognized the hesitant faces as unfamiliar. He also remembered his plan to settle scores with these shrewd old customers. He looked at Dennis and the others. I heard you thought it was bad? Well, no, we didn't say that. How could that be? Brother Tang, let me explain. Dennis and the others immediately cowered. We were just afraid these people wouldn't understand the wonder of Brother Tang's cooking, and it would be a waste. Right, that guy. He used to look down on the people of Great Xia. I told him not to come for his own good. Brother Tang, you can punish him however you want, just don't deprive him of food. A group of prisoners realizing they'd been completely fooled. Damn it, thank you. Tang Lei shook his head and warned, don't let this happen again. If you lick the plates clean again and then spread rumors that my cooking is bad, nobody's eating here. Damn it, these clever people are slowing down my repeat customer business. After saying that, he went into the kitchen, thinking about what to make quickly. There was only an hour left before lunch break ended, and there wasn't time to make a big meal. Tang Lei looked around and saw 2 bags of wheat flour, his eyes lighting up. That's it, I'll make some noodles. And with the last few steamed buns, I'll feed these big eaters, and then cook something proper for dinner. Tang Lei poured out all the flour, added water and flour, and started kneading. While directing Lao Bawan, he first fried the eggs in a pan until the egg mixture solidified into golden flakes, giving off a fragrant aroma. Then he poured a little water into the pan, added tomatoes, stir-fried them until they released their juices, added a little salt for seasoning, and then poured in the egg mixture and water. This was a pot of tomato and egg soup. By the time the soup boiled, Tang Lei's dough was almost fully stretched. The Russians also have noodles, but they mostly use macaroni, cut into short pieces. Seeing Tang Lei making noodles, old Bawan assumed he would do the same and grabbed a knife to help cut them. But Tang Lei shook his head, and suddenly, with both hands, he lifted one side of the dough and stretched it to about a meter long. Then with a flick of his wrists, he folded it, the dough stretching and closing with remarkable flexibility, repeating this process over and over. In just a few minutes, the dough swung faster and faster, so fast that old Bawan could barely see it. All he could see was white fluff flying through the air, a pair of hands guiding both ends with effortless skill, even making a whistling sound as it was flung through the air. Old Bawan was dumbfounded. When Tang Lei finally released his hands, old Bawan's jaw dropped. What kind of trick was that? What was once a lump of dough has now become a cascade of perfectly separated noodles, and each noodle is the same thickness. Is this some kind of Dixia Kung Fu? Tang Lei placed the pulled noodles on the cutting board. It's just cooking, buddy, don't make everything seem like Dixia Kung Fu, just throw it in the pot. We'll have these with steamed buns later. You cook it, I'll keep pulling. As he spoke, he deftly pulled up another lump of dough, while simultaneously directing Yelena. Come on, Yelena, help me pour this dough and water in. At least it won't burn the kitchen if we don't touch the fire. Yelena happily jumped in. Okay. Tang Lei actually trusted her to go near the kitchen, he's so kind. A moment later, Tang Lei cleared his throat. Ahem, Yelena, you should still use that stainless steel basin, it won't break. Yelena, QAQ. Inside, everything was bustling with activity, while outside, the prisoners' stomachs growled with hunger. A newcomer nudged one who had already eaten. Is it really that good? The one nudged rolled his eyes. If you don't want to eat, then get out of here. The newcomer snorted. We have nowhere else to go, don't we? Everyone knows that whenever there's a big incident in the prison, they call these cooks, and nobody cares whether we live or die. Just as Lena had said when she came to call Tang Lei, prisoners are punished, after all. They won't starve if they don't eat, so who treats them like human beings? They certainly don't care that they're starving and forced to work here, they might really collapse and die. In previous years, old Bawan from the 5th canteen would save them some frozen fish, while Kirill from the 1st canteen would take the opportunity to dump piles of herring that nobody would normally eat. So this year, even though old Bawan had retired, these prisoners, hungry, still came with a glimmer of hope. It's better to eat badly than to die. The old diner, questioned, snorted, of course I know. Otherwise, we wouldn't want you to come and steal from us. But I thought Tang would only make some, steamed buns? For us to eat. He actually came back to cook for us. These cooks weren't low-ranking, their job was usually to prepare 2 meals a day. These prisoners hadn't expected this. After several hours of busy cooking tests, Tang Lei was actually willing to help. It wasn't some great favor, but at least he treated them like human beings. Dennis paused for a moment, then said gruffly, he's a good man. Even though we're prisoners, we should still have some conscience. The others nodded silently. Ladov watched the prisoners quietly, releasing his baton. As a veteran prison guard, he had seen countless instances of human depravity. But at this moment, he actually felt something. These prisoners, at this moment, might indeed have felt a glimmer of conscience. Impressive, Ladov murmured. It was unclear whether he was referring to Tang Lei or his food. Just then, a voice called out from the food counter, food's ready. Everyone immediately dropped everything and rushed towards the food window. Old Bawan was cooking, and Yelena, already eating with her bowl, squinted as she ate, still reminding everyone, line up properly, don't push. Anyone who dares to push will get a beating. Dennis grinned. Of course, we brothers all know the rules. As he spoke, he helped maintain order, leaving the new inmates dumbfounded. When did their prison become so civilized and well-mannered? Tang Lei ignored all this, focusing on making noodles. Fortunately, the canteen had plenty of wheat flour, which, along with steamed buns, actually catered to every inmate. A few newcomers got a bowl of noodles. What's this? Never tried it before, but it smells so good. Do you want some? I'll eat first. The man opened his mouth and took a big bite. A second later, he screamed, his mouth agape. Hot, hot, hot. His eyes were watering from the heat. Even so, he couldn't bear to spit out the noodles, slurping them out. Hot, delicious. The other newcomers, Tang Lei, in the kitchen, was startled by this loud howl. Afraid the man might actually burn himself, he quickly called Yelena to give him a bowl of cold water, while also reminding everyone else. The noodles are fresh out of the pot. If you're in a hurry, rinse them with cold water, it'll make them more chewy, but the flavor will be a little bland. If you don't want to rinse them, eat slowly. Don't burn yourself to tears at your age. The man who had been burned had tears in his eyes. It's not hot, it's hot, it's so delicious I'm crying. Tang Lei, fine, whatever you say. More people, still somewhat skeptical, forked the noodles into their mouths, taking a cautious bite. The next moment, the sweet and sour tomato soup swept over their taste buds. One bite, and the noodles were smooth, chewy as if they bounced in their mouths. Paired with the hot soup, it made their already hungry stomachs even more unbearable. Even though it was scalding hot, they quickly swallowed it in small, hurried bites. After a couple of bites of noodles, they'd poke at a piece of egg. The golden brown egg, crispy and fragrant, was soaked in tomato juice. One bite, and before they could even savor it, their mouths had already swallowed it. Only one thought remained. Delicious. Everything about it is delicious. And those large meat buns, needless to say, were even more so. The prisoners ate until their foreheads and noses were sweating, feeling a long-lost warmth in the cold Siberian air. Someone, while eating, suddenly burst into tears. "It smells so good, it's so delicious. My mom used to make it this good. I regret it. I shouldn't have committed that impulsive crime, Mom. I want to go home." The fifth canteen fell silent, gradually broken by sniffling. On this exceptionally hungry and cold noon, eating this simple yet delicious bowl of noodles, many of them remembered. Before coming here, they could have lived such a warm life. But there's no going back. Having made a mistake, one must be punished. However, this urgent remorse might be a turning point in a criminal's life. "Alright, kid, stop crying. You've only been in jail for a few years." Finally, Dennis scolded him gruffly. "You spineless coward. You only accidentally stabbed your mother's father to death and got 5 years, right? When you get out, your mother will be perfectly fine. Be smarter next time. If you make it a manslaughter case sooner, it'll be less serious," Ivan said in a muffled voice. Ladov coughed lightly, forced to speak. The two bear-like brothers grinned. "If you reform yourself well, you can still go out and eat your mother's food. If you ask me, it might not even be as good as Tang's." The young prisoner froze, his tears stopping. He silently stuffed a few more mouthfuls of noodles into his mouth, smacking his lips. "It's different. Ha 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 ha." The prisoners burst into laughter. Tang Lei finished making the noodles and came out to see the scene, smiling faintly. He tapped the system in his mind. "So this counts as you saying that food has infinite possibilities?" The system remained silent, as if dead. After tapping for a long time without response, Tang Lei opened the panel and glanced at the data. He discovered that in just one afternoon, his new customers had increased by over 100. The slowly growing number of returning customers was finally saved. However, this was also because he had prepared a large, filling bowl of noodles for lunch today. Eating like this long-term couldn't go on. He needed to quickly get the logistics team to expand the canteen and increase the supply to retain customers. After checking the panel, Tang Lei was in a good mood. He tapped the system twice more, but seeing no response, he gave up. Anyway, everything inside was still viewable, so it should be fine. He just hoped the system would reply before he finished his mission. He was curious if he could exceed the main quest again and get an extra prize. And there was the matter of expanding his connections in Anton. Tang Lei did the math and realized he absolutely had to get his salary back immediately. Working this busy every day, what kind of lying down is this? More money, definitely more money. He finished serving the last pot of noodles to the prisoners, who were now full. Before leaving, they all cast angry and disdainful glances at the group of regular customers. "Where's the camaraderie? You've been fooling us for so long with this stuff." As for the old inmate, he naturally buried his face, relying on his thick skin to avoid the hurt. The Dennis brothers also started clearing the dishes. They were still quite efficient, but this time, after finishing, they lingered by the sink for a while, a rare hint of hesitation on their rugged faces. Tang Lei came out after cleaning up. "What's wrong?" Ivan stammered. "Tang, you know, the people chosen to help in the canteen are on rotation, right?" Tang Lei understood. "You're being replaced?" "Yeah," Dennis said reluctantly. "Logically, we shouldn't be coming tomorrow." Both brothers looked pained. Nobody knew about this place before, so they could try to be quick. But after going back today, this fifth canteen will definitely be packed. They can't come early just because they're working in the canteen, otherwise they won't get anything to eat. The two brothers were dejected, but still unwilling to give up, so they came to find Tang Lei. "Tang, you see we did a good job. Could you talk to the officer and ask if we could do the dishes again next time?" He had absolutely no recollection of how much they hated washing dishes just a week ago. Tang Lei thought for a moment. "No need for that. Perfect timing. The fifth canteen is about to be expanded, and we'll definitely need more than just the two of you. You two are used to doing this, so how about I talk to the officer and you two can help out in the canteen long term? With a couple more to rotate and fill in, that should be enough. You can even mentor them." The Dennis brothers exchanged a glance, overjoyed and incredulous. "Really?" Tang Lei smiled. "Really, but it depends on whether the officer agrees." He kept these two on after careful consideration. Their diligence was one factor. On the other hand, these two troublemakers had enough influence among the prisoners. Judging from how they reprimanded that young prisoner earlier, their values weren't beyond redemption. With proper training, they could be useful helpers. However, he still had some things to investigate about these two brothers. As Tang Lei was pondering this, two burly, bear-like men suddenly pounced on him eagerly. "That's wonderful. Tang, you're truly our brother. Big brother. Give me a hug. Two burly men, as big as bears, lunged at Tang Lei, wailing and crying. I'll F ******. Tang Lei cursed, you ungrateful wretch, ha, but the two were too excited to be pushed apart easily. Just then, a hesitant voice came from behind the three. What's going on here? Yelena looked at the three huddled together, her gaze becoming increasingly complicated. Tang Lei was pushing them away. Get out of here. Get off me. I'm not gay. Hearing Yelena's voice, he waved excitedly, little yeah, save me. Yelena quickly ran over, okay, brother Tang. She forcefully pulled Dennis up, then Tang Lei pushed Yvonne away, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The Dennis brothers scratched their heads sheepishly, cough, we got too excited. In our hometown, this is a way of expressing friendship. Tang Lei thought to himself, are you kidding me? But seeing how happy the two were, he still chuckled and cursed. All right, go back to your work, I'll go find the officer. The two brothers left happily, and Yelena breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Tang, I thought you two were that kind of relationship. Ha! Tang Lei only realized what she meant when he saw Yelena's furtive gestures, and he tapped her on the shoulder. What are you thinking? I'm gay. Yelena stuck out her tongue. Well, there was no way around it. Same-sex prisoners were put together in prison, and if pushed too far, things like that would, cough. But why? She wasn't a discriminatory person, so why did she feel relieved to learn that Tang Lei didn't like men? Yelena quickly changed the subject. By the way, Brother Tang, did you know that the second ward is the only ward in the entire prison with female prisoners? My dad said that if they're transferring some prisoners, they might send some female prisoners. We'll have to be careful in the fifth ward then. If Roman wants to take away resources, he definitely won't be happy to pull out the able-bodied men. Those assigned there were mostly the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Women, in this barren and cold region of Siberia where only manual labor is possible and no men are capable of it, would likely be assigned to some as well. On the other hand, the opposite sex has always been a cause of unrest. The monks in the 5th prison ward have been vegetarians for years. The sudden arrival of female prisoners might incite riots or serious incidents, which is also a potential concern. In short, given Roman's sinister intentions, it's hard to say how they'll be assigned. Tang Lei, however, didn't seem to care much. Maintaining order was Anton's and the prison guard's job. He only needed to keep an eye on the canteen. At worst, they'd just throw them out if there was trouble. After finishing this little bit of gossip, Yelena remembered the important business she had come to see Tang Lei about. Brother Tang, I've talked to my dad, and he's agreed to let you stay at my house. Tang Lei hadn't expected the young woman to finish her question so quickly, and old Bawan to agree so readily. After thinking for a moment, he said, thank him for me. How much is the rent around here? No need, Yelena shook her head. That won't do, Tang Lei said firmly, adding another person will be troublesome for you. I can't take advantage of you for nothing. Yelena's gaze flickered, it's not for nothing. My dad saw that fishing rod and said it's more than enough for a year's rent. Tang Lei then remembered that he had tricked such a precious person. Thinking about it, it made sense. A fishing rod used by a general couldn't be ordinary, could it? Unfortunately, fishing is a fair game. Whatever rod you use, it's fine. Also, cough, Yelena scratched her nose. I told Dad about what happened the day you went fishing, and about the fish you caught. He said he'd be happy to let you live here for free for the rest of your life. As long as I can take him fishing. Tang Lei, all right. Fishing is probably a romance that middle-aged and elderly men all over the world can't escape. Then it's settled, but I need to tidy up and arrange the cafeteria expansion before moving out. How about after you finish cooking lunch tomorrow? Tang Lei had several considerations. On one hand, he needed time to tidy up some miscellaneous items, which would be a good opportunity to take stock of the cafeteria's areas for improvement. He could finish quickly without affecting the cooking too much. These things could probably be done tonight. On the other hand, Tang Lei planned to get his wages back before moving out. After all, moving out would definitely require buying new household items, and going to the market town empty-handed with Yelena. He was afraid he'd be forced to accept another meal from her. While it wasn't exactly bad, Yelena had already helped him enough. A man shouldn't just offer empty promises without taking any real action. Yelena looked at him with some concern then, Brother Tang, please be careful. Call me if you have any problems. Hearing her mention the phone, Tang Lei suddenly slapped his thigh, remembering something important. His mother had mentioned needing to video chat with Yelena before she could delete Fang Fang. There was no time like the present. Tang Lei checked the time and saw it was already 1 p.m. It was the middle of summer, his mother should be awake by now. Xiao yeah, don't go yet, can you do me one more favor? Yelena, caught off guard, replied, sure, go ahead. Tang Lei chuckled, my mom's worried about me. I don't dare tell her I've come to work at the prison. Can you come with me and video call her? I've already told them. You're a friend I work with, so you don't need to say anything, just say hello. She'll be relieved. Yelena hesitated before nodding. Sure, but Auntie won't think I'm weird, will she? I heard we're considered ugly by the standards of Daxia people. Tang Lei paused for a moment, then said, how could that be? My mom saw your picture last time and said you're prettier than that national daughter. Okay, I'm calling. He sent a message to Tang's mom and then clicked the video link. Yelena's ears subtly turned red. A few seconds later, the video connected and Tang's mom's impatient, loud voice came through. You little rascal. You've been silent for so many days. Where's that pretty girl you've been chasing? Mom, don't scare her. Tang Lei tugged at Yelena. This is Yelena. Yelena gave an embarrassed smile and whispered, hello, Auntie? My name is Yelena Augusta Alexi Deka. I work with Brother Tang. This was the first time Tang Lei had heard Yelena's full name, and he couldn't remember it at all. Not to mention Tang Lei's mother, who didn't understand Russian. But she didn't need to understand, because the moment she saw Yelena, her eyes widened in amazement. Goodness! Tang's mother murmured, such a beautiful daughter. Even prettier than in the photos. Old Tang, your ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. Tang's father quickly joined in. Seeing Yelena, their voices softened considerably. Daughter, hello there. We're the parents of that brat Tang Lei. That's such a double standard, Mom. Tang Lei protested, shouldn't you be praising me? Tang's mother ignored him, still dazzled by Yelena's radiant beauty. Daughter, you really like my brat? It's not a lie, is it? You're not trying to fool me with him, are you? Tang Lei quickly said, Mom, what did you say? Shut up. Tang's mother was surprisingly clear-headed with her own son. Let the girl speak. Tang Lei sighed and rubbed his forehead. Mom, have you forgotten? She doesn't understand Daxia language. Yelena truly couldn't understand, she could only see Tang's mother's expression. Seeing Tang's mother's unsmiling face and her loud reprimand of Tang Lei, she panicked a little. Did I say something wrong? Brother Tang, was Auntie frightened by me? I'm so sorry, so sorry. Tang Lei didn't understand why Yelena, who was clearly a beautiful woman, seemed so insecure about her appearance, and quickly apologized to his parents. Don't scare her, she's easily frightened. While comforting Yelena, Tang Lei said, No, my parents just said you're pretty. She was stunned by you, thinking I hired a celebrity to impersonate a colleague to fool her. Just smile at her, that's all. Really? Yelena asked skeptically, smiling at the video. Oh my, so cute. Tang's mother clutched her chest, like a doll. God, I've always dreamed of having a daughter. Tang Lei grinned, see? You believe me now? We're really close. Okay, I'm hanging up. Tang's mother quickly stopped him. Wait. To prevent you from fooling us, your dad and I just came up with an idea. She opened her phone, showing a translation software. I heard you were pursuing a foreign girl, so I downloaded this. Now I'm using the translator to ask her a couple of questions, so don't interrupt. Tang Lei. Well, he was quite touched that his mother cared so much about his every thought. But could she please not care next time? He was just thinking about how to coordinate his statements with Yelena when he heard Tang's mother ask a question through the translator. Young lady, what exactly is your relationship with my son? Yelena was taken aback. Working together, friends. Hearing Tang's mother specifically ask this question, she was a little unsure if she had answered correctly and looked at Tang Lei for help. Tang's mother didn't hear him clearly. You brat, tell her to speak louder, otherwise the translator can't keep up. Tang Lei grinned and said to Yelena, in our great Xia, we have a habit of adding gender before stating a relationship. Oh, I understand. Yelena nodded obediently and raised her voice towards the screen. Hello Auntie, I'm Tang's girlfriend. Looking at the 3 words translated by the software, Tang's mother's mouth dropped open. Old Tang, am I dreaming? This is actually real. Tang's father, a refined middle-aged man, examined the translation software for a long time, but couldn't find any flaws. He nodded to Tang's mother. Tang's mother's face immediately lit up with joy. Tang Lei also chuckled inwardly. The word formation of these foreign words is quite different from that of the Great Xia language. The word girlfriend in the Great Xia language should actually mean couple. In the Russian language, words indicating this relationship would naturally be translated as lover or spouse. Therefore, female friend had slipped through a major loophole and gotten away with it. Tang Lei seized the opportunity and said, Okay, Mom, can you delete Fang Fang now? Delete. Tang's mother coughed awkwardly. You silly child, what are you saying in front of Xiao Ya? Don't mention it again, old Tang, you too. Tang Lei was completely relieved. Hee, I'm going to get busy now, goodbye. Don't go. Tang's mother quickly said, when are you coming home? How about bringing Xiao Ya to visit at the end of the year? Too soon, Mom. Tang Lei mumbled, besides, work here is quite busy right now, let's talk about it at the end of the year. Tang's mother snorted, even if you're busy, you have to come home for the new year. Mom misses you, okay? She softened for a second, then changed her tone. It's fine if you don't come back, your dad and I will come see you, and see Xiao Ye while we're at it. That's even more unacceptable. Tang Lei was trying to figure out how to refuse when he heard his mother sneer. If you don't bring Xiao Ye back, and you won't let me see her, I'll send you a high-definition video of you naked as a child to all your aunts and uncles. Holy crap. Tang Lei was speechless. Isn't this going to kill him? What a mother. Okay, I promise. Tang Lei gritted his teeth and agreed. Tang's mother finally hung up the phone, satisfied. Putting down his phone, Tang Lei sighed. He finally managed to delete Fang Fang, and now he has a new task. This is too much for him. My mom is really. He said somewhat apologetically to Yelena, sorry, did I scare you? She didn't mean any harm, she's just too happy. Yelena shook her head, no, she's fine. Brother Tang, so your mom would be happy just to see a colleague's daughter like me? Tang Lei awkwardly touched his nose, yes. She's quite enthusiastic. That's nice. Yelena didn't notice his odd behavior. Her beautiful blue eyes held envy and a touch of sadness. Auntie must love you very much, always worrying about you. Tang Lei casually replied, she's just a worrier, sometimes I get quite. He saw Yelena's eyes, suddenly stopped, and swallowed his complaint. After a few seconds of silence, he cautiously asked, Yelena, are you all right? Yelena quickly shook her head, I'm fine, I'm just a little envious of Brother Tang. My mother doesn't want me anymore. Tang Lei froze. Before he could say anything, Yelena whispered, Brother Tang, I have to go. She lowered her head and ran out. Tang Lei quickly called after her, wait, Yelena, where are the badges you took from those ambushers? Leave a few for me. Yelena turned around, and Tang Lei saw that her eyes were slightly red. She silently grabbed a handful of badges from her pocket and placed them in Tang Lei's palm. Tang Lei suddenly said, no matter what, it's not your fault. Yelena's shoulders trembled. She lowered her head and hurried away. Tang Lei watched her disappear and sighed. He then looked at the blood-stained badge. The gentleness he had shown Yelena vanished from his eyes, replaced by a coldness. All the other miscellaneous matters were settled, he should take care of his own. That annoying bald guy. Tang Lei picked up the badge and strolled towards the second prison ward. Who are you? In the second prison ward, the guard at the entrance was standing outside Roman's office. Lieutenant Roman has ordered that he has urgent business to attend to. No unauthorized personnel are allowed in. Tang Lei listened intently to the woman's screams and the sound of a bottle shattering inside the room, and chuckled. Sleeping with a woman and getting drunk, that's considered urgent business? The guard paused. Anyway, get out of here. Don't you know Lieutenant Roman is the acting warden? Who do you think you are, daring to come here looking for death? Tang Lei smiled. I'm just a cook in the 5th ward, but if you give this to Roman, he'll understand. 5th ward? The two guards exchanged a glance, their faces showing surprise. It's you little brat, you actually dared to come. Tang Lei grinned. One of them snorted, took his badge, and went inside. Lieutenant Roman, that cook who went against you, he's asking for it. Roman groggily opened his eyes. Who? 5th Prison District. He lashed the woman beneath him with his whip again. The mere mention of the number 5 made him want to kill. Lena sobbed. Roman, in his unrestrained rage, shouted, I won't see him. Tell him to get lost. I'll deal with him after I've had my fill. The guard fawned. That's what we said too, sir. But this guy's got a death wish. He's stubbornly refusing to leave. I think he's afraid that if he goes too far today, you won't let him off easily, so he's back to begging for mercy. Roman thought about it and agreed, becoming even more smug. Now you know Anton can't protect him? The great Xia people are spineless, destined to kneel. He wants to see me? Fine, make him kneel outside. I'll see him when I'm in a good mood. The guard laughed loudly. Yes, sir, you can't just see him like that. He should kneel. He also wants us to bring you something, saying you'll definitely release him. Roman took another swig of wine, saying with interest, let me see what he brought. Guard, that's it? Hilarious. He thinks he can get close to you, sir, by picking up a piece of junk. He's really overestimating himself. Puff. Roman spat out his wine, staring at the blood-stained badge, completely sobering up. If his forehead weren't already bald enough, his hair would probably be standing on end. Lena secretly glanced upwards. Roman's face darkened. The guard was dumbfounded. Sir. Roman tossed the badge to the ground. What a piece of junk, you stinking wench, you're ruining my mood. He kicked Lena hard. Get out. Let that kid in. Lena quickly got up, straightened her disheveled clothes, glanced at the discarded badge, and limped out. Tang Lei was counting down the seconds outside the door. Just as he reached 30, the door creaked open, and then, ouch! A soft mound crashed into Tang Lei's chest. He looked down, and holy crap, she was blindingly white. She was incredibly voluptuous. Tang Lei quickly looked up and realized it was a familiar woman. Wasn't she the one who had called him during the assessment earlier today? But her hair was disheveled, and she looked utterly wretched, which dampened Tang Lei's interest in admiring her figure. He politely stepped back, averting his gaze. Lena glanced at him gratefully and hurried away. Then, a guard came out and reluctantly said, "Go in, the officer has agreed to see you." Tang Lei smiled faintly, walked into Roman's office, and closed the door behind him. Roman, reeking of alcohol, sat behind his desk, his gaze cold. "What do you want?" Tang Lei smiled and said slowly, "What I want, officer, doesn't it all make sense?" "How should I know?" Roman sneered, "If anyone in this prison could see me with some junk, would I still be able to work?" He had already predicted that Tang Lei wouldn't have any substantial evidence. No one in this prison knew his connection to these badges. As long as he denied it to the death, these badges were just scrap metal. Tang Lei said "Oh," and strolled to Roman's desk, his left hand emerging from his pocket. Crash! A blood-stained badge slammed onto Roman's desk. Roman's pupils constricted sharply. One badge could be considered lucky. How could there be so many? None of the men he sent out had reported back. Could it be that they were all eliminated before they could even report? This was impossible. Roman's composure crumbled. For the first time, a deep sense of dread appeared in his eyes. This monster from Great Xia cannot be allowed to live. Tang Lei kindly gave Roman a moment to react before speaking. "Acting Supervisor Roman, you really don't know what this thing is." "I know nothing." Roman was about to burst into a tirade. Just then, Tang Lei casually picked one up, tapped it on the desk, point down. Crunch! A soft, yet teeth-grinding sound rang out. Roman opened his mouth wide, the curse stuck in his throat. That tattered iron badge, casually, was pressed into the hard walnut wood tabletop by Tang Lei. Roman's pupils, which had just constricted, dilated again. What kind of power was this? It wasn't difficult to hammer iron into wood, but to press it in so casually. Even in the land of warriors, even with Roman himself being a military officer, he wouldn't dare say he'd seen many do it. Tang Lei was focused on studying the badge's placement, not even glancing at Roman's horror. Seeing only half the badge sticking out, he released it with satisfaction and picked up another, while casually saying, "You don't know either? That's a pity. I thought the acting warden knew everything." Crunch! He squeezed another one. "I came to see you because of your hairstyle. I thought you must know a lot." "He's bald." Luo Meng's face turned a deep purplish red. "You son of a bitch." Another crunch sounded. Luo Meng couldn't utter another curse. Tang Lei wore an innocent smile. "I absolutely do not believe you have anything to do with the badge, acting warden, don't misunderstand." Crunch! He pressed a button with each sentence, every sentence revolving around the acting warden. Luo Meng was practically suffocating. How could this Great Xia person be so disgusting? Just as his mental defenses were about to crumble, and he was about to pull out his gun, Tang Lei suddenly withdrew his hand. "Oh, that's all." Yelena had only pulled out this one. He clapped his hands, then looked at Luo Meng. "Acting warden, are you all right? I think you're suffocating. Should I call a doctor for you?" "Get out." Luo Meng managed to squeeze out the words through clenched teeth. Tang Lei turned and left. Luo Meng stared venomously at his retreating figure. He was determined to kill this man immediately. He didn't care about being in front of Yelena anymore. He'd use any means necessary to kill him as quickly as possible. As soon as he stepped out the door, he yelled. Just then, Tang Lei, his hand already on the doorknob, suddenly turned around. "Ah, acting warden, there's something important I forgot to mention." "Luo Meng, speak, and get out of here." Tang Lei smiled sheepishly. "It's like this, I'd like to ask for leave." "Please." Luo Meng readily agreed. Anyway, after today, Tang Lei would just be a corpse. What was there to refuse? "What a considerate boss," Tang Lei exclaimed. "I know prison work is tough and requires constant care, so I didn't really want to ask. The main reason is that the old man I met during today's assessment insisted I cook him a meal afterward." Luo Meng was taken aback. Tang Lei smiled. Seeing his age, I really couldn't bear to refuse. Besides, he said if he doesn't get a meal specially prepared for him, he'll come back to the prison again, and maybe do some inspection. For the sake of the prison's harmony and stability, you can understand me, right, acting warden? Roman looked like he was really about to faint. This Great Xia man, how could he be so favored by Vladimir? If Tang Lei disappeared, how would he explain it to Vladimir? But he was a trusted nemesis he could kill on the spot. Suddenly, he couldn't move. Roman's blood rushed to his head, his vision blurred, and he was about to collapse when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his face. Tang Lei rushed over, pinching Roman's philtrum forcefully as he earnestly asked, "What's wrong? Are you moved to death by my hard work and diligence?" "This won't do, acting supervisor. I'll call a doctor for you right away." Roman's eyes rolled back as he was pinched, finally regaining some of his senses. You! He pulled his hand away from Tang Lei's. When did he, that old man, invite you? Tang Lei also released his grip, smiling slightly. In a month. In reality, he had no idea when. However, a month of this should be enough for him to establish himself and protect himself. Dragging it out too long wouldn't be good if Roman really went insane. Okay. Roman gasped for breath. I'm so happy. You absolutely must be okay, do it. Tang Lei grinned. I'm leaving now. Roman almost screamed get out. In his mind, but then he remembered General Vladimir's face and forced a smile. Okay, you go ahead and get busy, Tang. Chef. Tang Lei nodded and turned around again. His hand had just touched the doorknob when he seemed to remember something and turned back for the third time. One last thing. I contacted the logistics department, but they said I still need to tell the acting warden about my salary as the head chef of the 5th ward. Roman, here. Have the logistics department transfer it immediately. Tang Lei, hey, the 5th canteen's expanding, I'll be even busier. How about the salary? Raise it. I'll raise it. Luo Meng readily agreed, his face practically saying, get out of here, everything's fine once you're gone. Tang Lei nodded in satisfaction, finally pushing open the door and leaving. The door clicked softly. A full minute passed, and Tang Lei didn't return. Luo Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes turning vicious. You little beast. I'll let you be smug for another month. A month later, I'll make you wish you were dead. You'll completely regret going against me. He slammed his hand on the table. Just as he was venting his anger, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Looking down, he saw that his hand was precisely on the badge Tang Lei had pressed into the table. The sharp edges stood up, easily slicing through his hand under Luo Meng's force, staining it red. Following the pose Tang Lei had arranged, it slowly moved onto Luo Meng's desk. He drew a bright red 5-pointed star. It seemed to mock his anger. Roman let out a painful growl, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Outside the door, Tang Lei heard a muffled thud, smiled slightly, and gave a friendly reminder to the glaring guard. Perhaps you should go in and see the acting warden. With that, Tang Lei turned and left, leaving the chaos behind. Luo Meng will surely remember this lesson well for the next month. By the time he returned to the 5th district cafeteria, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Tang Lei stretched his sore fingertips. Damn, showing off felt good for a moment. The effects of force are mutual, pressing those badges still hurt a bit. But Luo Meng is definitely in more pain than him right now. Worth it. It's still early to make dinner, so Tang Lei lay back on his small bed to relax. The system in his brain was still half dead. No matter how much he poked around, it didn't respond. Bored, Tang Lei actually fell asleep. In his dream, Tang Lei vaguely saw a group of old men surrounding him, looking him over and over. Is this the kid who's going to inherit our mantle? It's still early. He has a lot to work on. Early what? Tang Lei, still half asleep, mumbled, strive for what? I'm not doing it. I decided to quit the moment I started running away. I'm giving up. An old man snapped, didn't you want to be a culinary master? Why don't you learn to cook? Tang Lei was bewildered, master what? I just want to find a job to escape Fang Fang, support myself, and ideally, have a wife, kids, and a warm bed. Ouch. He suddenly woke up with a start, rubbing his forehead. Where did this violent old man come from? He's throwing bowls at people without warning. The system in his mind buzzed again. Tang Lei, what are you yelling for? There's only so much of a mission, why are you yelling? Send me something else. Probably angered by the old man in his dream, Tang Lei suddenly had a brilliant idea. Oh right, it would be best if it included finding a wife, otherwise, believe it or not. The system died for a few seconds, then suddenly resumed its mechanical voice. System upgrade complete. Please complete main quest 2 as soon as possible, 1,000 returning customers. You will then receive a chance to win a mystery prize. Oh, the reward isn't upgraded after the upgrade, Tang Lei said lazily. System, if the host completes the quest ahead of schedule again, the system will open the system shop interface, which was originally only accessible to intermediate chefs. Tang Lei became interested, what can I buy? An aircraft carrier? System, host, please calm down. How about buying a wife? System, host, please have some self-respect. TCH. Tang Lei lay down, I'll have a salary soon, I can buy whatever I want. The system seemed insulted, the items in the system shop are all unavailable in real life. Optimized products. Tang Lei, for example. System, for example, the seeds of the great xia seasoning that can be grown in Siberia. Growing. Seasoning. Tang Lei sat up. You're quite capable, aren't you? This kind of thing is really hard to get. Bella searched high and low, only to come back and tell him that it was possible to get in, but it can only be imported from Daxia, which not only takes a long time but is also incredibly expensive. Using it as a cafeteria is simply impossible. The system fell silent again. Tang Lei stopped lying down and struggled to his feet. Okay, I'll try again later. He returned to the cafeteria and began taking stock of his remaining ingredients and kitchenware. He was preparing for dinner later and also tallying up what he would need for the cafeteria's expansion. As he was busy, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the doorway. Chef Tang, are you there? Tang Lei straightened up. Oh, it's you. This was the third time he had encountered this woman that day. This time, she was wearing normal clothes, and the arrogance of their first meeting was gone from her face. She looked very haggard. Lena silently walked in, first taking out a wad of banknotes. This is your salary from last month. Since we don't have your bank card information, I'm giving you cash first. I'll send it over for logistics. Tang Lei took it and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Thank you. He neither counted the money nor asked any further questions, showing no curiosity about her whatsoever. Lena, however, couldn't hold back any longer. Don't you have anything you want to know? About Lieutenant Roman? Lena looked at Tang Lei seductively, waiting for his surprise or delight. But Tang Lei blinked and simply refused. No. No matter how much he knew, Roman was still the acting warden. He couldn't just get rid of him without anyone noticing. Besides, even if Roman was angry now, he couldn't do anything to him. What did he have to worry about? The main goal was torture. Tang Lei said politely, Madam, you probably have some misunderstanding about me. I'm just an ordinary cook. Lena's beautiful face twitched. She didn't believe an ordinary cook could walk out of Roman's office unharmed during his rage. She said resentfully, You've already made an enemy of him, he won't let you off. Don't you really want to know his secret? What does that have to do with you? Tang Lei said calmly, If I remember correctly, you're in trouble yourself. He wasn't stupid. If this woman really knew anything useful, she would have already taken control of Roman. Coming to him now would either be a lie or a ploy to find a tool to pave the way. Sure enough, Lena said weakly, I don't dare. He's too fierce. Look, he hit me so hard. She deliberately lowered her neckline slightly. But you're different. You're not afraid of him. Maybe you can. A calculating glint flashed in Lena's eyes. This time, she hadn't succeeded in getting things done with Roman. It was already a miracle she hadn't been beaten to death. But clearly, her appeal to Roman had diminished considerably. Who knew when Roman might find a better lover? She had to save herself. And she could only think of two methods. Find a better man, or regain Roman's favor. And both paths might lie with this chef from Great Xia standing before her. She could test him. If this chef could bring down Roman, she wouldn't lose out by following him. If not, she would betray Tang Lei, and Roman would surely value her again. A perfect plan. Lena unzipped her pants further, revealing her stunning figure. Just one glance from Tang Lei. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not afraid of him, Tang Lei grinned. I can't, thank you. He was completely unmoved. Lena gritted her teeth in anger, defiantly saying, A real man doesn't say he's afraid. Tang Lei, oh, to put it another way, I can't. Are you even a man? Tang Lei was baffled. Does that mean I don't need to be able to be with you? Lots of women want me to be. Who do you think you are? Did he think he'd been the class heartthrob and school heartthrob for 20 years for nothing? If any slut or wretch wanted him to be, he'd be prematurely aged. Lena's eyes widened. Since arriving in this isolated prison, where men outnumbered women, when had she ever received this kind of treatment? Even Roman wouldn't resist her temptation. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Coupled with the throbbing pain from her wounds, she finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. How could you talk to me like that? Tang Lei picked at his ear, thinking, what else can I do? Should I kowtow to you? He listened for a while, then rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry, and turned to go back to the kitchen. Lena's sobbing stopped abruptly. She just left? Ignored her? Is that polite? So, is she going to stop crying? Tang Lei wasn't too concerned about Lena's condition. He was starving and looking for ingredients. He'd been cooking since early morning, and then spent half the day making noodles, only now remembering. He, a cook, had completely forgotten to make his own portion. He rummaged through the cupboards. Not only were the meat and vegetables almost gone, but even the flour was almost completely used up. All that was left in the kitchen was half a freezer full of fish. Tang Lei scratched his head, his idea of making some noodles dashed, so he simply pulled out a few fish. Without flour, he'd make fish skin dumplings. Fish skin dumplings, also called fish dumplings, are a common dish along the coast of Daxia. The characteristic is that they taste like noodles, but are actually made entirely of meat. Tang Lei first chose a 3-pound fish, scaled and deboned it. It must be said, the fish from this deep lake are truly excellent. Wild, with firm, chewy flesh and only a few large bones, they're incredibly easy to prepare. After removing the large bones, Tang Lei, knife in hand, made a series of soft, rhythmic tap-tap-tap sounds. The fish meat obediently and slowly turned into a paste on the cutting board, even smoother than a meat grinder. The paste-like fish meat was scooped up, a little salt was added, and it was stirred repeatedly until it developed a gelatinous texture. Tang Lei picked up a piece and placed it on the cutting board. Holding the knife in one hand and pressing it down with the other, the blade smeared a thin, almost translucent layer of paste on the cutting board. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, he lightly scraped it at an angle. A piece of fish paste floated to the surface. Tang Lei's angle and hand strength were perfectly controlled. This piece of meat, though completely minced, was now as smooth as a sheet of dough. After processing the entire bowl of minced meat in the same way, Tang Lei set the finished fish dumplings aside to coat them with cornstarch. Meanwhile, he took several other types of meat, flipped them over, and pounded them into a paste with the back of a knife. Considering the limited ingredients, he wasn't being meticulous, using whatever he had. After pounding, he added an ice cube to increase the meat's elasticity. Then he added seasonings and cornstarch, shaping the meat into small meatballs, and rolling them around in the prepared fish dumplings. The fish skin dumplings were now complete. Tang Lei, engrossed in pounding the meat, stopped and suddenly noticed how unusually quiet it was outside. He figured Lena had finally finished crying. He leisurely tossed the fish skin dumplings into a pot, cooked them in fish broth, ladled out a bowl, and casually walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the kitchen, he saw Lena staring blankly into the kitchen, her eyes still swollen, sniffling desperately. After a day of fear and beatings, she was hungry. But having failed to subdue Roman, she was unwilling to leave and could only hope to find something to eat here. Just now, Lena smelled a faint aroma wafting from the kitchen. However, her nose was still running from crying, and her sense of smell wasn't quite there yet. The smell of fish was rather faint, so she could only strain to inhale. It looked rather comical. Tang Lei cleared his throat. Lena turned sharply, saw it was him, and immediately remembered she hadn't finished crying. With a wail, tears streamed down her face again. Tang Lei now had food to eat and was more patient. He sat down in front of Lena, bowl in hand, and said gently, "Continue, don't stop." He was eating at the same time. "Wah, you're bullying me." This time, Lena's tears were somewhat genuine. As she cried, tears began to stream from her wide-open mouth. Wah, up close, she could finally smell it. It smells so good. And she was so hungry, wah. Tang Lei found it amusing and ate even faster, one bite after another. With only one bowl left in the bowl, Lena finally couldn't hold back anymore. She forced back her tears. "I'm already so sad. Can't you even offer me some food?" Tang Lei picked up the last fish skin dumpling, utterly bewildered. "What does your sadness have to do with me? Did I cause this?" Lena's eyes blazed with anger. She really wanted to yell, "Don't you know whether you caused this or not?" But she knew she couldn't force a man, so she wiped away her tears and said in a coquettish voice, "I'm so hungry, boo-hoo, brother, you just." Plop. The dumpling fell into the bowl. Tang Lei rubbed his goosebumps. Fine, here's one for you, stop talking. It's disgusting, I can't eat anything else." "Lena, are you being rude?" She was really starving, so she grabbed a fork and shoved it into her mouth, thinking she'd settle the score later. But as soon as she took a bite, she forgot what she was thinking. The plump, warm skin, like dough yet more chewy and smooth, was brimming with the tenderness and freshness of fish. One bite, and the filling inside was even more bouncy and delicious. Lena couldn't quite identify the type of meat, but she felt she had never tasted anything so delicious. She had never experienced such a delicacy in the second canteen, nor in Roman's private kitchen. In an instant, a strange thought flashed through her mind. Her beating seemed, not entirely, unjustified. To say that even a dog wouldn't eat this. Roman was really showing mercy by not killing her. So those people in the 5th prison district who fooled her were dogs, weren't they? With just that angry gaze, the fish skin dumpling slid down her stomach, leaving only a delicious aftertaste in her mouth. And even more saliva. Lena clicked her tongue repeatedly, "That's all." "Oh, what else?" Tang Lei put away his bowl. "I'm full." Whether someone else would be hungrier after eating one was none of his concern. He went back to the kitchen to continue working. Lena followed him closely, her eyes immediately drawn to the rows of uncooked fish skin dumplings neatly arranged on the cutting board. "There are still some left." Tang Lei moved the rows of dumplings aside. "They're not for you. So many. What's wrong with giving me some? Aren't I a prison staff member?" Lena persisted. "Isn't the canteen for us? Who are you saving it for?" Tang Lei said calmly, "For a friend. It's not for you. If you want some, come back during mealtimes." He pointed to the small blackboard outside, "No service outside of mealtimes." "You." Lena gritted her teeth, then suddenly her eyes lit up. "What friend? Your wife? I remember your profile says you're single." "Wait." Lena suddenly paused. "You're not talking about Yelena, are you?" Tang Lei raised an eyebrow. "You know her?" Could it be another one that little brat beat up? Lena's eyes widened. Really her? I heard from Bella that she's back, and she's been to the fifth canteen a few times. I didn't expect. She suddenly leaned closer, a strange glint in her eyes. You're not really that close to her, are you? Tang Lei calmly raised the kitchen knife, a cold glint flashing in it. Lena immediately moved back a bit, pursing her lips. I'm being kind today. Let me tell you, don't let Yelena's decent looks fool you, she's a terrifying woman. Tang Lei thought for a moment. I don't think she's as terrifying as you or Bella. At least Yelena looks very proper. Women who are outgoing and flirtatious may be sexy and alluring, but ultimately they're just for fun. Tang Lei had seen it all before and didn't find it particularly interesting. Lena's eyes flashed with hatred. Yelena is a freak. She definitely didn't tell you her true identity. You'd better stay away from her. Roman still can't forget her. She could never forget the name Roman uttered as he took advantage of her time and time again. Tang Lei frowned, interrupting her incessant chatter. All right, I have no interest in listening to your slander. As for her identity, it doesn't matter either. Here, she's just my customer. Lena stared blankly at Tang Lei, and after a long while, she said, Why, are you so good to her? But so cruel to her. Even the food is reserved for that monster, Yelena. Tang Lei ignored her. She's good to me, I'm good to her. Is there a problem? If there's nothing else, you can get lost. Lena stomped her foot. I'm here on behalf of the logistics department. You want me to get lost? Believe me or not. Tang Lei smiled faintly. Try it. Even Roman had to obediently expand for him. What was he afraid of? At worst, he could go talk to Roman again. Oh, by the way, since you're here on behalf of the logistics department, take this list with you. He handed her a piece of paper. Lena glanced at it, her mouth agape. Double the kitchen equipment, expand the entire kitchen and canteen area, purchase enough tables, chairs, benches, and tableware for 1,000 people. Why don't you just rob someone? Tang Lei nodded. Good suggestion. If these aren't implemented within 3 days, I really will go to your acting supervisor and rob them. Alright, get to work, another minute less in 3 days. Lena. She wanted to cry again. But this time, she understood. Even if she cried her eyes out, this awful man would only use her for entertainment. She stomped her foot angrily, grabbed the order form, and left. Outside the fifth canteen, Lena made a solemn vow. Just you wait. Yelena can only help a little. She can definitely do much more. By then, she'll make this jerk look at her with newfound respect. He'll cook for her 24/7. If Tang Lei knew Lena's grand ambitions, he would be speechless. Give up, he won't work overtime. Only his wife can make him work overtime. After Lena left, Tang Lei glanced at the time. It was almost time to cook dinner again. He looked at the ingredients again. Tang Lei sighed. Forget it, let's have a whole fish feast today. He'd quickly use these up and go find Bella to get something else. Oh, I forgot to mention on the order form, we should have ordered 2 more freezers. Tang Lei, while calculating how to squeeze more money out of the logistics department, picked out the fish he needed. 10 minutes later, old Bawan arrived on time. You're here, Tang. How was your rest? Fine. Tang Lei glanced behind him. Yelena didn't come? That girl always helped out, and now he felt a little unaccustomed to seeing old Bawan. Old Bawan sighed. She seems to be in a bad mood. But he looked at Tang Lei suspiciously. Why are you suddenly so close to her? Have you forgotten that I'm your real deputy? Tang Lei smiled. No, it's mainly because I've developed a new dish. Here, try it first, and save some for her later. He brought out the fish skin dumplings he had put away. Of course. Old Bawan's eyes lit up as he looked at the plate in Tang Lei's hand. You always remember us, father and son, when you have something good to eat. Tang, you're such a good person. Tang Lei readily accepted the good guy card. He made no mention of his plan to trick Yelena into playing his mother's role with him. The completely oblivious old Bawan, bowl in hand, ate with immense pleasure. Delicious. To be honest, Tang, I've been eating fish for years, and I just can't think of these novel ways to prepare it. Tang Lei chuckled inwardly. What he called novel was hardly novel. It was all thanks to the abundance of gourmets in his ancestors. They could easily devour dozens of different ways to cook just one fish. So today we're having a whole fish feast. You help me clean and debone the fish, I'll handle the rest. Old Bawan nodded repeatedly, quickly finishing the fish skin dumplings, licking his lips with lingering satisfaction. Come on, let's get started. Tang Lei had already planned the menu. The first dish he couldn't forget was fish head soup. Soup is an indispensable part of Xia's dining table. It whets the appetite before a meal and cleanses the palate afterward. No matter what, there has to be something to enjoy. That's what makes it authentic. Most importantly, it's convenient. From childhood to adulthood, which cafeteria didn't have free soup? Wash the fish head, throw it in, add scallions, ginger, and seasonings, bring to a boil over high heat, then simmer over low heat. The pot can be left aside for now. By this time, Lao Bawan had also finished preparing several fish. Tang Lei first found one with few bones, intending to make a double pepper fish fillet dish. Just as he picked it up, he remembered. Forget double peppers, he didn't even have one. Damn it! The more he lacked, the more he craved it. Tang Lei wasn't usually a big fan of spicy food, but he was forced to crave it intensely. However, he had taken some time today to ask Bella why she wasn't making chili peppers. But then he learned that the Russians, while men, women, and children alike can handle vodka, they can't stand even a tiny chili pepper. They even use only a tiny bit of wasabi extracted from the base of the chili. Their tolerance for spiciness rivals that of people in a certain coastal region of Great Xia. Therefore, the Russians use bell peppers that are not only not spicy, but also slightly sweet. Tang Lei sighed with regret. These noobs. They definitely haven't grasped the deliciousness of spiciness. Given the chance, he absolutely had to treat these people to a week of Sichuan cuisine. But today, his double pepper fish fillets had to be changed to a black pepper flavor with a heavy heart. First, he marinated the fish fillets briefly with scallions, ginger, and black pepper sauce, then coated them with cornstarch. Next, he added minced garlic and pepper to a pan, sautéed them in hot oil until fragrant, then added the tender fish fillets and fried them until golden brown on both sides. Once the fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it was time to pour in the seasoning sauce. To enhance the flavor, Tang Lei added a spoonful of sugar, then finally added water and stir-fried over high heat. His control of the heat was masterful. The fish pieces nimbly slid across the bottom of the pan, neither sticking nor breaking when touched by the spatula. As the broth thickened, Tang Lei could simultaneously toss the pan with one hand and keep an eye on the fish soup's heat with the other. A plate of black pepper fish was ready, the last drops of thick sauce perfectly coating the golden brown fish pieces, glistening and seemingly dripping with flavor. It looked as if. Tang Lei silently turned his head to the side, unable to bear looking. Old Bawan, your mouth is watering. Damn it, this is so unappetizing. Old Bawan chuckled, I'm just surprised. In previous years, these fish were simply boiled in his hands, frozen, and cut into pieces when needed. Looking at what Tang Lei was making now, old Bawan was filled with sorrow. What kind of life had he been living all these years? Tang Lei hadn't been around. A group of prisoners, arriving at the canteen one after another as the end-of-work bell rang, shared the same thought. They rushed into the canteen, quickly and orderly lining up, all staring expectantly at the food display window. Tang seems to have started cooking early today? I saw 2 dishes already. Great! We'll definitely get some today. One prisoner exclaimed happily, then suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why are there people behind us? Everyone from the 5th prison district who knows about this place is here. Upon listening, they heard quite a few footsteps outside. The prisoners instantly perked up their ears, becoming alert. Dennis muttered, could it be those scoundrels from the 4th ward next door? That shouldn't be. Their noses are so sharp. Before he finished speaking, a prison guard in uniform appeared outside the door. A group of prison guards, bustling about, walked in. Leading them were Latif and Major Anton's adjutant. Upon entering, the guards saw the prisoners already crowding most of the canteen. The 2 groups stared at each other, stunned. Dennis immediately swallowed back the profanity he'd uttered. Latif sighed, I told you, if you want to eat, you'd better hurry. Now look what happened. The adjutant was the one who had helped Tang Lei serve food during today's chef assessment, and had even secretly wanted to give him special treatment. At this moment, he was also shocked. No, you didn't tell me there would be so many people. If we hadn't shared some of that incredibly delicious fish that the chef from the Great Xia Chef's assessment made today, we wouldn't have even known we were here. The adjutant clicked his tongue again, it really is delicious. But why are there so many prisoners here too? Latif rolled his eyes, they've only committed crimes, they're not mentally challenged. They can't tell the difference. The adjutant, feeling wronged, sternly accused him of his lack of colleaguely affection. Before, when there weren't many prisoners, you secretly ate for so many days without telling us. Latif. He coughed, stop talking nonsense, let's line up. We can at least have some soup later. He had painstakingly packed up that little bit of food to give to his dear Valodia. As for his colleagues, eating a couple more meals from other canteens wouldn't kill him. Thus, after a brief conversation, the usually deserted 5th canteen witnessed its first magical scene. Hundreds of prisoners lined up, followed by dozens of guards, forming a long queue. The queue stretched from the food counter all the way to the canteen entrance. A group of prisoners stared at the guards, wondering what was going on. The guards, used to managing prisoners, were finding it difficult to keep up. But the more they criticized the prisoners, the more confused they became. Am I seeing things? These people are so well behaved. That troublemaker Dennis is even helping to get food and plates? Holy crap! When did they become so well-mannered? They're lining up more neatly than if they were doing exercises. The guards, who had taken turns overseeing the 5th ward, suddenly fell into self-doubt. Is this the same group of people we manage when we're on duty? That's outrageous. The highest-ranking adjutant present paused for a moment, then slowly said, I feel like it's a waste for this great Xia man to be in charge of the canteen. Why doesn't he come and be a prison guard? Even their prisons, under their military control, weren't this harmonious in the 5th canteen. That won't do. Ladif refused outright. If he's a prison guard, what will we eat? Do we still want our fish for lunch? The adjutant's burgeoning ambition vanished instantly. Forget it, the cook is good, the cook is excellent. This great Xia man, please don't even think about changing careers. Until they reached the food window, the guards couldn't find anything wrong with the prisoners. Oh no, if eating too much was a problem, these prisoners were utterly wicked. Looking at the empty plates, the adjutant was overcome with sorrow. That's all. How can they eat so much? Tang Lei coughed lightly. Actually, quite a few of you wanted some too. Everyone was in the same boat, no one could say anything to anyone else. However, he had anticipated this supply shortage. Wait a few minutes, the next batch will be ready soon. While old Bawan was serving everyone, Tang Lei took over the task of slicing fish and was now preparing a quick dish. Stir-fried fish slices. This was also a famous dish from the coast of Great Xia. The essence of this dish lay in how to slice the fish meat, skin and all, while removing the bones. Tang Lei's knife skills were exquisite. The wide cleaver twirled in his hands, preparing a fish fillet in a minute or two so fast you could barely see his movements, only the flash of his blade. Afterward, he washed the fish fillets with salt to remove any fishy smell, then added a little salt, pepper, and cornstarch, coating them as usual. The only difference was the addition of half an egg white. After adding the egg white, he added oil. The slippery fish fillets, coated in oil, wouldn't stick together, affecting their flavor in cooking time. They would also be more tender and smooth. With the preparations complete, the rest was simple. Tang Lei prepared a small sauce, first sautéing scallions and ginger over high heat until fragrant, then adding the fish fillets. Without a spatula, he simply held the pan with one hand, hovering it over the stove, and with a slight flick of his wrist. Boom! The flames roared, the oil sizzling, and the flames in the stove suddenly leaped up. The adjutant jumped in fright. Cook! Fire! The pot's about to catch fire. Damn it, put it out, quick, put it out. A group of prison guards, never having seen anything like this, scrambled to find fire extinguishers. They also kicked a group of prisoners who were still engrossed in their food, not even looking up. What are you standing there for? Get away! One prisoner looked up blankly at the kitchen, and for the first time in his life, rolled his eyes at the guards. No big deal, you've never seen anything like this before. He started to say, but then suddenly remembered they were guards and immediately swallowed his words. Ahem, sir, this is Chef Tang cooking normally. Cooking? Does it need to be this intense? The adjutant was completely bewildered. In his mind, cooking was just adding things to a pot, boiling them, then scooping them out and plating them. At most, a little chopping with a knife. Then he looked at Tang Lei. He casually tossed the pot again, and the ingredients inside flew all the way over the edge. Hey, it's going to fall. Ha! It fell back down. That shouldn't be. How can he catch it from that height? Wow! The fish slices spun in the air, but no matter how high they went, not a single piece fell. They even bounced around with a seemingly effortless rhythm. The prison guards whispered among themselves, exclaiming in surprise. The prisoners shook their heads and continued eating, a strange sense of superiority creeping into their hearts. Look at these pathetic people. They're not even as good as them. At least now, they won't yell at Tang's bizarre antics. Tang Lei himself hadn't thought that far ahead. He did this simply to speed things up. Also, the fish slices were too tender. He was afraid of breaking them by stirring them with a spatula. 5 minutes later, the fish slices curled up, revealing the wonderful use of preserving the skin. The fish skin was translucent, curled back, full of keratinous texture, and crunched crisply with every bite. The flesh inside, however, was incredibly tender, melting on the taste buds with a mere touch. A different texture from the fish chunks prepared earlier, yet equally delicious. Or rather, in the current 5th canteen, what could be bad? This time, the guards finally got their own food, along with stir-fried potato shreds and broccoli between the meat dishes, and a bowl of fish head soup. Perfect! Following the prisoners who licked their plates clean, the guards also devoured everything. Meanwhile, system notifications kept popping up in Tang Lei's mind. New customer ++. New returning customer ++. The returning customer progress bar, which had almost stagnated, began to surge again. From less than 300, it skyrocketed to over 500. Main Quest 2 gain 1,000 returning customers. Quest progress 534/1000. Please continue your efforts, host. So many? Tang Lei was somewhat surprised, glancing up at the crowd. Weren't those prison guards first-timers? Do they count as returning customers too? The system dutifully replied, some are new customers, and some came after eating your squirrel fish. They also count as returning customers. Tang Lei understood, then remembered that he hadn't finished the large squirrel fish he made for the assessment and had shared some. Not a single 40-plus jin was wasted. Tang Lei was very satisfied. But with more customers, some people are bound to be dissatisfied. Tang Lei had already increased the amount of food he prepared as much as possible, but the facility hadn't expired yet. Even if he started early, he could only barely supply the prisoners in Zone 5. Plus, with the sudden appearance of dozens of prison guards, the amount of food each person could take inevitably decreased. Not to mention, these prison guards wanted to eat and take some. The reason for this was that the prison guards quickly realized they couldn't compete with the prisoners who had worked half a day for food. But they were staff, and they could pack leftovers. So, one side frantically stuffed themselves, while the other side scrambled to pack up their food. Neither side could stand the other. The atmosphere in the canteen became tense again. Tang Lei naturally noticed this and said helplessly, "Enough, enough. I can always make more." "Hey, don't stuff yourself. You'll choke." "And sir, how many portions are you planning to take?" "I can only pack one." "No, I mean, it's just a meal, don't make it like it's your last, okay? Come back tomorrow." Dennis, who had already finished eating, was about to wash the dishes when he said sullenly, "No matter when we come, we might not get enough to eat. With so many people coming, even if Tang Lei worked nonstop, it probably wouldn't be enough." The adjutant, also feeling aggrieved, couldn't help but bring up the old issue again. "Chef Tang, can't you really open an extra window for us? Look at how many of us there are. We get off work later than them, and we have to take turns. How about giving us a special meal? We don't eat much." Tang Lei shook his head. "Sir, this is the canteen. It's not appropriate to run a private kitchen here. Even Major Anton has to queue to eat here. Asking him to work overtime is out of the question, except for those who have been paid privately." The prisoners, initially resentful and anxious upon hearing the adjutant's suggestion, fearing Tang Lei would indeed prioritize the guards. Now, hearing Tang Lei's refusal, they all grinned slyly. "Hey, Chef Tang's got guts. If we can't eat, we really can't eat together." They instantly felt relieved. Seeing the guards' gloomy expressions, Tang Lei remained polite and didn't press the matter further. "Don't worry, the 5th canteen is going to be expanded soon, you should know that, right? Once the facilities are upgraded, feeding everyone shouldn't be a problem." The adjutant's eyes lit up. "Expansion? The logistics department is coming to Planet?" Hey, he suddenly had a great idea. Only they could do this. These prisoners definitely couldn't. The next day, Tang Lei woke up to find the construction team from the logistics department, responsible for expanding the canteen, already there. However, why were there several prison guards mixed in with the crowd? The next moment, seeing Tang Lei, the guards immediately swarmed around him eagerly. "Chef Tang, you're up. Why don't you rest a little longer?" "Don't worry, it's just an expansion. We'll keep an eye on these guys in the logistics department. We guarantee they won't slack off." This obsequious attitude would make any prisoner glare. Weren't these guards from District 5 supposed to be the most impartial and ruthless, along with Anton? The burly men from the logistics department rolled their eyes. "You're all so high and mighty, coming here first thing in the morning to supervise the work." Tang Lei was also surprised. "Aren't you guys on duty?" The prison guards chuckled. "We have shifts, we discussed it yesterday. The cafeteria renovation is a big deal, Chef Tang, you're already very busy, of course we'll help with these things. So until the renovation is finished, everyone off duty will come." His honest eyes were full of laughter. "Hee, helping with the expansion, you prisoners can't do that, can you? If the work is done well and the chef is appeased, how could we not have food? Help? They'll help with anything. It's just sacrificing some rest time, anyway, they're usually bored out of their minds on shifts." Not only did they urge the logistics department, helping to get money and manpower, several prison guards even personally helped move building materials, they were incredibly busy. Tang Lei was moved by this enthusiastic scene. "System, I misunderstood you. At first, I thought prison was a bit too much, but now it seems. This is so humane." The system remained silent, as if dead. Bella, who had rushed over, was equally speechless. After the assessment, Roman's control over the ingredients was finally over. Bella had lunch at the 5th canteen and then went to the market to collect ingredients. She figured the 5th canteen must be desperately short of ingredients right now, so she could scavenge some and send it to Tang Lei. That would naturally allow her to have another meal. Not only that, but if she bought any novel ingredients, she could also eat something she'd never seen before. Full of anticipation, she didn't even call Tang Lei to pick it up, and arrived with bags and bags of things. Upon pushing open the door to the 5th canteen, she was stunned. "Holy crap, you guys are here too. What happened to sneaking a meal alone?" The lead guard, a squad leader, glanced at Bella's shocked expression and the large pile of ingredients behind her, and instantly understood. "Good heavens! You want to monopolize the chef? What a vicious woman!" He immediately said, "We're here to help Chef Tang. But you, Bella, weren't you only supposed to hand over the ingredients to the logistics department? Put your things down and get going. We'll help you carry them. Bella refused. No way, you don't understand, I want to hand over the ingredients to Tang myself. As the two sides were at an impasse, Tang Lei came out after washing up. What's wrong? He thought he heard an argument? Bella and the guard, no, we were having a friendly chat, just working. They exchanged a glance, their faces full of fake smiles. Tang Lei nodded. Good that you weren't arguing. He noticed the large bags behind Bella. New ingredients? Good thing. As Tang Lei thought about how he couldn't let Bella carry everything alone, he prepared to lift it. Just as he reached out, the prison guard captain rushed up first. I'll do it. Chef Tang, you go ahead and do your work. Bella's eyes blazed with anger. Why didn't you help me when I was standing there for so long? Men are all the same. Tang Lei, bewildered, rubbed his nose. Okay, I'll go see how they're doing with the tables. No. Another prison guard eagerly rushed over to Tang. How can you do this? I'll do it. Tang Lei. He turned left and right, but couldn't get a hand in his cafeteria. Everywhere he went, someone was taking his work. After several attempts, he was frustrated. What's going on? Was he the only one who wasn't superfluous today? After circling around without success, Tang Lei sighed and went into the kitchen. Oh well, only here is he not superfluous. He glanced at the time, 8 in the morning. The prison only provided 2 meals a day, so he usually didn't need to make breakfast. However, seeing so many people working so hard, Tang Lei rubbed his stomach. He thought, why not join in? Bella and the prison guard captain were already jostling to stuff ingredients into the kitchen. Seeing Tang Lei enter, she waved. Tang, look, besides the usual ingredients, I brought you something new today. New meant something the Russians wouldn't eat. Tang Lei casually flipped through the containers and first saw a pile of beef and lamb, feeling a sense of familiarity. At least he wouldn't have to eat fish. Then, moving aside the rice and flour, he discovered Bella had also brought a bag of soybeans. That's good stuff. Soy products, another indispensable ingredient in Great Xia. Bella, however, seemed uninterested. These beans are common, and they don't taste good. We usually use them in soups or to make rye bread. Tang Lei thought for a moment. Soy milk, soy juice, tofu pudding, tofu skin, dried bean curd sticks, vegetarian meat. Have you ever tried them? Bella, are you talking about the same thing? Tang Lei shook his head. Never mind, just bring your mouths when you make it. He suddenly wondered if there was a debate in Russia about whether tofu pudding should be sweet or savory. He could try it later. But besides those, he also remembered a famous bean product that Kirill from the first canteen might be interested in. Let's put it aside for now, I'll talk to him about it later. After moving all that stuff, Tang Lei finally saw the novelty Bella had mentioned. Look, this kind of rice, we've never eaten it before, supposedly it's sticky and tastes like snot, very awful. Tang Lei looked at the bag of glutinous rice, speechless. How could she complain about something so good? You culinary deserts. Alright, this is for breakfast. Tang Lei stood up. He was determined to teach these idiots a lesson. But as soon as he came out with the flour and glutinous rice, Tang Lei was stunned again. Commander Anton? What brings you here? It should be a busy time, with a large influx of new prisoners. Anton, in his crisp uniform, sat solemnly in the canteen, and everyone in the town worked with utmost silence. Hearing this, he coughed softly. Expanding the canteen is a big deal, I had to come and see. But I don't have much time, so I could only squeeze in a quick visit early in the morning, he said, his tone suggestive. Tang Lei nodded. Then, sir, please stay a little longer. I was just about to make some breakfast for the guys. Want to have some together? Anton nodded reservedly. Thank you. Oh, by the way, my wife was also very busy this morning. I'll bring her some later. Behind him, the busy prison guards and logistics staff cast disdainful glances. You're the boss of District 5. One word from you and who would dare slack off in the canteen? Why would you need to come all the way here yourself? Isn't it just that you can't get lunch and dinner either, so you're starting to look for excuses to freeload? It was an ordinary morning. The small 5th canteen was bustling with activity, a veritable gathering of heroes. When old Bawan pushed open the door to help, he felt like he was going through dementia. Anton, there are all of you here? Since the 5th canteen opened, this was the first time he'd seen so many people crammed in, and they weren't prisoners. Yet, these people didn't seem to notice anything amiss. They simply greeted him calmly and continued working enthusiastically. Old Bawan, bewildered, went to find Tang Lei. As soon as he entered, he smelled the delicious aroma emanating from the pot. Oh, he suddenly understood. Another group of people just here to freeload. Tang Lei had just finished frying the yushao, Chinese fried dough sticks, and was now preparing to make siba, glutinous rice cakes. He couldn't quite place where in Daxia this breakfast was from, he'd just grown up eating it. Bella, having nothing to do, watched curiously from the sidelines. Hey, you really don't need my help? I'm being unusually kind. Tang Lei glanced at her heavy makeup. Wait outside, thanks. He didn't want to smell like makeup. Bella protested, then why do you always let Yelena help in the kitchen? Hey, why are you dragging my daughter into this? Old Bawan grumbled, go away, can you even cook dressed like that? Bella pouted and went outside to wait. Old Bawan took over the work from Tang Lei, helping to scoop the fried dough sticks out of the pan. He also sneaked one. Tang, what are you making this with? It tastes like fried bread, but it was more chewy than bread, and the more you chewed, the more fragrant it became. Another great Xia delicacy he'd never tasted before. Tang Lei said, it's still flour, just a different method. Speaking of which, is Yelena coming today? He remembered that the girl had promised to move out by noon today. Old Bawan stammered, isn't she feeling well? Oh, is it serious? Tang Lei's first thought was that she caught a chill while fishing that day, but old Bawan waved his hand, it's all right. Although she can't come right now, she repeatedly asked me to pack some food for her. Tang Lei, she can still eat, then it's fine. He temporarily put aside his concern for the girl and began to focus on making glutinous rice cakes. The glutinous rice had been cooked before he started making the fried dough sticks. This stuff is different from regular rice, too much water and it'll dissipate, so it has to be cooked quickly. Once it reached a thick consistency, he simply drained the water and steamed it. After that, it was all about physical labor. Tang Lei flexed his fingers, ready? Let's pretend this thing is Roman. Old Bawan, ha. Without a word, Tang Lei grabbed a rolling pin in each hand and started hammering. Siba, rice cakes, the key is all about the hammering. The harder you hammer, the stickier and tastier it becomes. But, bang 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 crack. After only a few hammer blows, a sudden loud crash. Tang Lei froze. Old Bawan leaned over to look, why did you break the cutting board while hammering Roman? That was a thick marble slab. What kind of grudge did he hold against Roman? Tang Lei frowned. This isn't right. Why does it feel like his strength has increased? System, what's going on? The system played dead again. Tang Lei could only shake his head, forget it, this Roman is useless, I'll be gentler. Old Bawan, is it that Roman is useless? You're lucky you were hitting a chopping board with that kind of strength. His brain would be shattered if he hit a person. He really couldn't understand it. How come this guy, who looks so gentle and unassuming, a genuine Daxia person, is more combative than a fighting nation when it comes to cooking? Tang Lei didn't think he had done anything particularly frightening. He restrained his strength, pounding the glutinous rice until it was all stuck together, almost inseparable. Then he broke it into small pieces and started throwing them into the oil. The glutinous rice cake was already cooked, frying it only made the outer layer less sticky, making it more fragrant. So, after a few seconds, Tang Lei scooped them out. Alright, take it outside first. Whoever's hungry can eat first. He then calculated, it's still not enough. I'll make some sugar cakes and fry some sesame balls. Today is a northern breakfast special. As for the overly delicate snacks from the south of Great Xia, like shrimp dumplings and crab roe buns, we'll deal with that after the expansion. It took over an hour to prepare all the fried food. Tang Lei came out of the kitchen, about to ask if the food was good, when he was stunned by dozens of pairs of staring eyes. What, not good? Tang Lei touched his nose. No! In the silence, Major Anton spoke up. Tang, why don't you make it available for breakfast from now on? No need to fight with the prisoners, and he could eat these snacks he couldn't get for lunch or dinner. What a wonderful thing. Don't underestimate them because they're small, they're really delicious. Especially those chewy little pancakes. Tang, I've only ever seen this texture on gummy candies. How did you combine it with dry grains? It's amazing. The prison guard captain exclaimed, Tang, did God give you these ingenious ideas? Without the complex flavors of meat and vegetables, just rice and grains were enough to make them incredibly satisfied. What else could this be but divine skill? Tang Lei thought quietly. No, silly kid, this is the power of a foodie. But no matter how much he praised it, Tang Lei wasn't really keen on providing breakfast. Tang Lei, if we make breakfast, the prisoners won't come. By the time we finish eating and clean up the dishes, we might miss lunch. Anton thoughtfully said, actually, not only prisoners, but some guards could also be assigned to wash the dishes. Tang Lei, that's not appropriate, and there won't be this many people every morning. The guard squad leader, perfect. If you're worried about not having enough people, I have 20 more team members. I can carry 20 portions by myself. Tang Lei, well, this place can't store that much food. Expand. A strange voice squeezed in. The logistics staff, who had been working reluctantly and never joining the conversation, suddenly appeared. They had been rushed to work by a group of guards early in the morning and were already unhappy, which extended to their attitude towards Tang Lei. They had worked all morning without even greeting Tang Lei, but now they spoke up resolutely. I see you have a lot of room to expand this fifth canteen. Okay, I suggest we open up both the east and west sides, adding 2 more halls, and doubling the size of the kitchen. That should be more than enough. A hint of eagerness flashed in his eyes, but with this amount of work, it'll take several months to complete. So it makes perfect sense for them to freeload here for a few months. Tang Lei. Damn it, the reason breakfast isn't provided is because he simply doesn't want to get up early. In the end, he has even more work to do. Can't a guy even get a break? At the crucial moment, Major Anton spoke up. Several months? No way. How can the canteen operate normally if it takes so long? Tang Lei nodded repeatedly. The fifth canteen can currently only serve a few hundred people, not because it's not big enough, but because it lacks cooking utensils and tableware. Once these are replenished, the fifth canteen can easily feed 1,000 or so people simultaneously. As for a larger expansion, Tang Lei hadn't originally planned that far ahead. He was just trying to squeeze as much money as possible out of Roman, making a huge demand. Unexpectedly, the logistics department staff had completely changed their attitude. They were even offering to expand. However, a major project lasting several months, like home renovations, will definitely affect cooking until it's finished. Wouldn't that delay his 1,000 repeat customers again? And it would also cost him several months' worth of breakfasts. After listening to Tang Lei and Anton's opinions, the logistics department engineers thought for a while. How about this? We'll leave the main dining hall untouched for now, and build 2 additional rooms outside first. Once completed, we can knock down the walls and connect them. This way it won't interfere with your cooking. They can continue to freeload. If we expand by 2 rooms on each side, it's estimated, several engineers and Anton discussed for a moment before concluding. Based on the area that Supervisor Anton is willing to approve for the dining hall, it will be able to accommodate nearly 10,000 people. Nearly 10,000. Tang Lei felt both heartache and excitement. On one hand, so many mouths to feed would definitely be more tiring, and his grand plan of abandoning the kitchen might be doomed. But on the other hand, Tang Lei was also considering that even the main tasks for junior chefs already had thousands of repeat customers. Would future tasks require thousands, even tens of thousands? It would be even more troublesome to bring up the expansion issue then. Tang Lei pondered for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth. All right, let's expand then. But I can't guarantee there will be breakfast every day from now on. After all, the prison hadn't made any demands, it was his conscience that made him feel this way. Okay, no problem. The logistics engineer's face lit up with a smile. No breakfast? No big deal. The resourceful engineers had already thought of this. They could leave work early and have lunch and dinner before the guards and inmates. As long as they were allowed to stay and work, as the most free group of staff in the prison, they would definitely be the first to grab food. Having said that, Tang Lei had no further objections. But even with the equipment in place, manpower was still needed. Tang Lei remembered the Dennis brothers' request and said to Anton, "Sir, could I request a few more prisoners to do the cleaning?" Anton nodded. "Of course. My adjutant will discuss this with you, or perhaps you have some ideas." Tang Lei stroked his chin. "Yes, I do. Dennis and Ivan, who came to help a while ago, did a good job. However, I'd like to ask for your help, sir. Could you check these 2 brothers' records to see what they did to get them in? I'd feel more at ease." Anton's serious face softened into a faint smile. "You're quite cautious." Tang Lei smiled faintly as well. "Better safe than sorry." Anton nodded in agreement. He was becoming increasingly satisfied with Tang Lei. Not only was his cooking excellent, but he was also intelligent and knew when to advance and retreat. His actions and words inspired confidence. Worthy of being a friend. My adjutant will investigate this matter. If all goes well, we should have results this afternoon. We also have other personnel, you can tell him if you need anything. The prisoner reassignment can be arranged to suit your needs. This was quite a show of respect for Tang Lei. After saying that, Anton reminded him, "Tang, remember, no matter what kind of prisoners are transferred, or how close you are to them, always be vigilant. Never forget, they are prisoners. They are destined to be more dangerous, more ruthless, and more vicious than ordinary people. Especially, there's a new batch that's about to be transferred." Anton hesitated, then didn't continue. He glanced at the time and said, "All right, business is done. Now it's time for personal matters." Tang Lei certainly remembered Anton's personal matters. His first task of building connections still depended on this. After Luo Meng's interference added a lot to his workload, Anton finally had time to arrange this. "Tang, I've contacted my old buddies. Some of them live quite far away and won't arrive for about a week." Tang Lei did some calculations. "Then let's set it for the weekend a week from now? Where are we planning to eat?" "My kitchen will do," Anton said. "It's big enough. It's just a private gathering with old friends, no need for a grand affair." Tang Lei readily agreed. "Okay, then I'll think about the menu first, and then we can discuss the ingredients. By the way, is there anything you'd like to eat? We're open to taking orders." Anton thought for a moment. "That fried fish from the day of the assessment. Do you still want it?" That dish was practically his absolute favorite. He couldn't forget it after just one bite. Tang Lei, squirrel fish, simple. Just prepare a mandarin fish later. He didn't want to go fishing in Lake Baikal for the time being. As for what else they wanted, Anton couldn't say either. So he casually waved his hand, you can decide on the rest. None of us have any dietary restrictions. After eating here for a while, Anton had developed a blind trust in the food of Daxia. Anyway, anything Tang Lei cooked was bound to be delicious. By the way, it would be best if the meal was lively and relaxing. It's been years since we old buddies have gotten together. Tang Lei understood, no problem, don't worry, I won't give you a fancy art feast from the second canteen. Anton laughed and got up to leave. Won't you have lunch with us? Tang Lei casually asked. No, Anton said helplessly, I'm handing over the second canteen recently, and I also have to clean up some people's messes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, in short, I'm quite busy. Tang Lei understood. It seems that even after Luo Meng's hand injury was healed, he wasn't feeling any better. However, Anton said firmly, my adjutant will still come and pack my meals. You won't miss a single meal. Tang Lei, well, not quite. After seeing Anton off, Bella, having finished her meal, quickly left. She happily went off to prepare the next batch of ingredients. Tang Lei watched her go, admiring her diligence and hard work. Afterwards, he idly watched the prison guards and logistics staff at work for a while. By the time hundreds of sets of tableware, several large pots, and the matching stoves had arrived, it was almost noon. This should be enough for lunch, Tang Lei said with satisfaction, patting the doubled amount of kitchen utensils. What are we having today? Old Bawan stood up, stretched, washed his hands, and prepared to get to work. Tang Lei looked at the ingredients and thought for a moment, let's finish off all this fish first. I'll make sweet and sour fish chunks, easy to do. Then I'll stir-fry some fish slices, and make some shredded vegetables. He'd stick to rice for the main course, and now that the kitchen utensils were ready, he could make some steamed buns later. Just as he was making plans, a somewhat familiar male voice suddenly appeared. Hey, do you need any help? Tang Lei and Lao Bawan looked up. Damn, what are you doing here? The man before them was dressed in a chef's uniform, with thinning hair and a gloomy expression. It was none other than Lao Lu from the assessment. Lao Bawan asked warily, what are you doing here? This is the fifth canteen. Lao Liu's face darkened even more. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for that. Wasn't it arranged by that inspector? I'm here to help out when there's no work. Tang Lei then remembered this connection. This Lao Lu was quite honest. After the assessment, General Vladimir had arranged for him to do odd jobs, but Tang Lei hadn't really taken it seriously. After all, he was Roman's relative. Once the old man left, Roman, the local bully, would definitely outwardly comply but inwardly defy him. Unexpectedly, this Lao Lu, a senior chef, had actually lowered himself to do his odd jobs. Not bad, young man, you're better than the second oldest. The second oldest didn't even come to help, he hadn't even seen him after the assessment. The sixth oldest said coldly, he's already gone. Tang Lei, The sixth oldest, he was kicked out of prison the same day it ended. He only had time to grab his luggage. Now I've taken over the second canteen. Tang Lei, he underestimated the old man. He and the sixth oldest stared at each other. So, the second canteen is already done? We've only just started cooking. Hadn't he heard that the second canteen had to accommodate far more prisoners than his? At its peak, the entire Siberian prison could hold 1 million people. Now, due to peacetime, the prison population has shrunk considerably, with about 500,000 people including prisoners and staff. This is divided into 5 prison wards, with the first and second wards having the largest populations. Plus, the second ward's canteen is famously good food. Tang Lei had heard old Bavan mention it before. They receive at least tens of thousands of prisoners every day. In comparison, the 5th prison district, with only tens of thousands of inmates across the entire district, is truly the smallest of the small. If it weren't for the fact that Major Anton, the warden of the 5th prison district, held a high rank and seemed to have some connections, this smallest 5th prison district would have been completely devoured by Luo Meng long ago. So, compared to this, the 5th dining hall is only just beginning preparations. Old Six has already finished cooking and come over? What's going on? Hearing Tang Lei's question, Old Six gave him a strange look. You have helpers? I don't need to cook these myself. I just need to draft the menu and arrange for the helpers to cook. I only cook for special guests. He looked proud. Tang Lei froze. You, how many kitchen helpers do you have? Old Lu, about 10. 2 wash vegetables, 2 chop, the rest watch the pots and add seasonings according to my instructions. It's all simple work. If I have to do all that, what's the point of having them? The head chef's time isn't wasted on this kind of thing. As Old Lu spoke, seeing Tang Lei's suddenly darkening face, he sensed a murderous aura, and his voice involuntarily dropped an octave. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Tang Lei and Old Bawan, that's absolutely wrong. Old Bawan asked, so, with so many people, what did you make for lunch? Old Lu thought for a moment, sausage soup, sausage and potato pancakes, cheese and sausage pasta. Is everything alright? Old Bawan was shocked then, so you guys prepared so much steak, lobster, and art during the assessments. Old Lu replied matter-of-factly, of course, that's done at the small window. Sometimes when the supervisors come to eat, the head chef makes these. Tang Lei, damn it. So the so-called good food at the second canteen is just a special supply for the leaders. Other times, the head chef is just a hands-off manager. No wonder Old Bawan and Old Lu are so slow at cooking during the assessments. Thinking about himself, he only has Old Bawan, and he goes to all that trouble frying, stir-frying, and braising. A balanced diet of meat and vegetables. 3 dishes and a soup. While Old Lu and the second canteen are so casually doing things. What kind of work is this? Tang Lei instantly felt resentful. Extravagant. Wasteful. With this resentment, Tang Lei's last bit of embarrassment about ordering around the senior chefs vanished, and he immediately said, then come in and wash your hands, and help me shred these 3 vegetables. This was originally Old Bawan's job, but now that such a useful tool was here, it would be a disservice not to use him. Stir-fried shredded vegetables also have a name in Daxia, 3 treasures of the earth. There are no strict requirements for the specific ingredients, it's just a mix of seasonal vegetables stir-fried together. In Siberia, Tang Lei simply chose potatoes, carrots, and onions. The 3 vegetables were already washed, and Old Bawan peeled them, arranged them, and tossed them to Lao Lu. Lao Lu frowned behind the cutting board, just this. Yes, Tang Lei said while chopping fish, slice it into thin strips. Lao Lu was somewhat dissatisfied, this is work for kitchen helpers, no, kitchen helpers are for laborers. Although I'm here to help, I'm still a chef. Daxia person, are you insulting me? Old Bawan rolled his eyes. When you weren't here, I, a retired head chef, was doing all this. Old Lu frowned, how can a head chef do this manual labor? You guys are so inefficient. Tang Lei chuckled, pointing to the entire kitchen, take a look around and tell me what you see? Old Lu honestly replied, nothing. That's settled then. There are only 3 people in this cafeteria, including you. Take it or leave it. If you don't want to work, you can leave like that guy in the second cafeteria. Old Lu was shocked, only 3 people? This can be a cafeteria? I thought your kitchen helpers hadn't even started working yet. This only made Tang Lei more exhausted, stop nagging and get to work. Old Lu was forced to pick up a knife and start chopping vegetables. He chopped them very awkwardly. To be honest, he had only done these simple chopping tasks for a short time when he first started learning to cook. After his cooking skills improved, he left these tasks to the kitchen helpers. His knife skills were mostly focused on mastering the art of carving beautiful patterns on meat to create more artistic plating. Now, as he started again, Lao Lu chopped slowly and painstakingly, finally finishing a potato without even saying a word. Old Bawan, passing by and delivering a new batch of peeled ingredients, peeked at the potatoes and let out a disapproving snort. You cut it like this? Some are thick, some are thin. This is supposed to be a high-class chef? He's a far cry from Tang Lei. Have you ever seen Tang Lei cut things? He measures them all the same. Can't you learn from him? Lao Lu blushed, I don't even need to do this. Besides, it's one thing if you don't help in the kitchen, but why didn't you even get a peeler or a shredder? He looked at Tang Lei, a sudden thought striking him, could it be that you're pursuing purely handmade creations to reach the pinnacle of culinary skill? My teacher once said that machine-made things lack soul. Tang Lei looked up, expressionless. I'm not a dementor, what do I need a soul for? I'm just poor. I have no money. More accurately, the entire 5th canteen was dirt poor. Old Baban complained, actually, the 3rd and 4th canteens weren't much better. The best paying ones were the 1st and 2nd canteens. Tang Lei asked curiously, the 2nd canteen is well equipped, that's normal. What happened to the 1st canteen? A traitor. Old Baban shrugged. Haven't you noticed that Roman never mentions the 1st canteen? Actually, the 1st canteen is the largest, but Roman wouldn't dare to mess with it. Because the head chef of the 1st canteen, Kirill, is the warden's man. Tang Lei only knew Roman as the acting warden, and rarely heard of the actual warden of Siberia. What's his situation? Old Baban whispered, he should still be alive, but something happened and he's temporarily resigned. But it's best not to discuss the warden's affairs. His cryptic tone left Tang Lei with no further questions. He turned to Old Six, who was still struggling with potatoes. Dude, hurry up and chop. I don't have enough to cook. Old Lu, sweating profusely, exclaimed, you can't be that fast. Tang Lei grinned, grabbed a bunch of chopped potatoes, and demonstrated a stir-fry of 3 shredded vegetables for Old Lu. To speed things up, Tang Lei then showed off his skill with a high-heat wok toss. Old Lu watched, stunned. By the time he finished, Tang Lei had already plating the potatoes, all in one smooth motion, and casually asked if the next batch was ready. Old Lu looked down again. Oh dear. He was so busy watching that he forgot to chop. Old Bawan gave a disapproving look. It's not that we're fast, it's that you're too slow. This was the first time old Lu had felt so embarrassed in the kitchen since getting his advanced chef's certificate. He hurriedly started chopping. This won't do, can't you get a shredder? High technology changes lives. Tang Lei flexed his wrists. It's alright, actually, you can't chop as fast as me. That's why he didn't take the opportunity to ask for equipment this time. It's not really necessary. Old Lu exclaimed in disbelief. How can a human beat a machine? Whether it's speed or precision, it's impossible. Tang Lei chuckled, casually picking up a potato. Beep 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 beep. A few seconds later, only a uniformly sized strip of vegetable remained under Tang Lei's knife. Got it? Just cut it like this, Tang Lei said calmly. Old Liu's eyes widened, his face a picture of utter disbelief. Tang Lei grinned. Practice makes perfect. No matter what machine you use, nothing beats your own skill. The system didn't classify these knife skills as separate abilities, they were likely just basic operations. With enough proficiency, it was possible to do them without the system. Old Lu nodded blankly, feeling his years of culinary worldview being shattered and rebuilt. Practice makes perfect, I see. I relied too much on machines and laborers. Now that he thinks about it, cutting potatoes, though a simple task, is no easy feat to reach Tang Lei's level. And with Tang Lei's knife skills, even more advanced techniques would surely come naturally. Chef Tang, I understand. Old Liu's face was filled with determination and confidence. If he keeps cutting like this, one day he will definitely be able to cook that soup that Tang Lei made during the assessment. Tang Lei nodded approvingly. So after you finish helping out today, go to the logistics department and ask for a shredder. Okay, Old Six was stunned. Then you want me to practice more, not rely on the machine. Tang Lei practice, but you're too slow, it's affecting my cooking. Go back to your second canteen to practice. Old Bawan, haha. Old Six, oh no, why do I feel like I've been tricked? When the bell rang to signal the end of labor, the prisoners swarmed into the canteen. The food was mostly ready. The staples were the same old things, rice and noodles. Sweet and sour fish pieces were neatly arranged on the plates, each piece coated in a thick, glistening sauce. Tang Lei had a sudden inspiration while making it, adding a touch of squirrel fish preparation to the traditional sweet and sour fish. They were lightly fried before being topped with the sauce. So, while this fish dish lacked the elaborate presentation of the squirrel fish, it still retained its wonderfully rich texture. It was practically a simplified version of a mini-state banquet. Stir-fried fish slices, stir-fried shredded vegetables, and tomato and egg soup were all as delicious as ever. But the prisoners were still somewhat dissatisfied. Why are these guys eating here too? Don't they always refuse to eat in the canteen? The logistics department engineers, who were being looked down upon, were squeezed to the front of the line, chattering amongst themselves. We're working here, it's so hard, what's wrong with eating here? As for the prison guards who came to supervise the construction, the prisoners didn't dare to complain, only daring to cast resentful glances. Then the guards snorted, we're from District 5 too. We're contributing to the canteen's construction. Of course we're eating here. The prisoners were speechless, and could only look again at the bald man sitting in the first row, feasting. What about him? Damn it, this kid isn't from Zone 5. The prison guard exclaimed in surprise, hey, isn't this Zone 2's new head chef? You're here too. Old Six looked up from his plate and snapped, I chopped all the vegetables in your bowls. What's wrong with me eating some? The guard and the inmates fell silent. Does he even remember that he was once the high-class head chef of the cafeteria next door? Why is he acting all proud of chopping vegetables like this? Tang Lei appeared just in time, a pang of conscience washing over him. He realized it wasn't right to have been ordering him around without feeding him. Alright, how much can he eat by himself? Besides, we've added more utensils and cookware today, plenty. Just line up. The inmates cheered and obediently formed a long queue to get their food. The entire cafeteria was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Old Six slowed down his eating, watching the lively scene thoughtfully. He had just taken over the second canteen, and heard that the food there was the most popular of all the canteens. But he had never seen such an eager expression on the faces of the prisoners in the second canteen before. The definition and power of food were perhaps far greater than what he had learned at the academy and under the tutelage of his teachers. While Lao Lu was contemplating life, Tang Lei had already finished and started preparing the food. The remaining tasks of serving the food and cleaning up were left to Lao Bavan and the Dennis brothers. Tang Lei stretched and casually tidied his bed. Yelena had made an appointment with him yesterday to move into her house after he finished cooking lunch today. But now that Xiao Nazai hadn't come all day, Tang Lei was unsure whether to move now or wait for her. He decided to ask old Bavan. Yelena and I were talking yesterday about moving to your place today. When is she coming? Or should I go first? Is it convenient? Old Bavan was taken aback. Oh, look at me, I'm getting old, I almost forgot. She asked me to help you move first, but she might have a hard time coming back. Tang Lei asked sharply, coming back? Didn't they say Xiao Nazai wasn't feeling well? Old Bavan hesitated for a moment, stammering, she. Just then, a petite figure suddenly pushed open the cafeteria door. She darted in lightly, covered in snow, and cheerfully said, Brother Tang, I've come to pick you up. With a whoosh, a gust of cold wind swept in, waking everyone eating in the canteen. They all cast complicated glances at Tang Lei. What's going on, bro? Aren't you a foreigner? Are you new here and don't know anyone? Why is Yelena here to pick you up? Wow, things are moving so fast. Some also looked on with awe. Dude, you dare to lay a hand on this woman? Tang Lei completely ignored all the stares and beckoned to Yelena. Have you eaten? I saved you some good food. Yelena rushed in, only to find so many people inside. Feeling embarrassed, she heard Tang Lei say there was food. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she beamed as she approached. Eat, eat, eat. The prisoners behind her felt even more heartbroken. Tang, it's no fun saving food for women. Exactly. Women slow you down cooking. Women are temporary, but brothers are forever. Tang, share some of what you saved for her with me, and I'll be your brother for life. Tang Lei chuckled, about to tell them to stop arguing. Just then, Yelena turned around warily, scanning the room with a menacing look. What? Someone's trying to steal my food. The prisoners immediately fell silent, burying their heads in their food, as if they hadn't uttered a sound. Yelena was finally satisfied. She greeted old Bavan and reached for her food. Just then, Tang Lei suddenly frowned. Little Yelena, why do you look so pale? Oh, really? Yelena frantically touched herself. It's probably from the cold. Tang Lei disagreed. This is Siberia. Unless Yelena went to the Arctic, it couldn't get any colder. Yelena's face was pale, with faint dark circles under her beautiful blue eyes, clearly showing her exhaustion. This wasn't something that could be caused by being cold. Yelena's eyes flickered, reluctant to speak. Tang Lei glanced at old Bavan again, seeing his somewhat helpless but not overly worried expression. He didn't press further. He simply went back to the kitchen and soon returned with a bowl of ginger and sugar water. Drink this, it'll warm you up. Yelena, seeing he wasn't asking any more questions, stuck out her tongue and giggled. It's okay, Brother Tang, if you're worried about me, give me more food. I'm starving. Tang Lei helplessly tapped her forehead. That's all she asks for? A foodie, so easy to please. After Yelena finished eating, he cleaned everything up and saw off old Six and the staff who had come to freeload. Tang Lei finally picked up his meager belongings and prepared to move to Lao Bawan and Yelena's house. This time, Yelena drove her large SUV, dropping Lao Bawan off at home first. After putting the luggage away, Yelena asked curiously, Brother Tang, you've crossed borders, how come you only brought so little stuff? Tang Lei said sadly, it's a long story. Anyway, I don't want to marry a woman, so I ran away overnight. In his haste, he even bought a few changes of underwear on the way. Ah, Yelena's eyelashes fluttered. Then why doesn't Brother Tang want to get married? Will you go back and marry her? Tang Lei shook his head frantically, impossible. I'd rather die out there than go back and marry her. Little Yelena, you have no idea, that girl weighs 300 pounds. That's fucking bad, it could crush him. Yelena's mouth gaped slightly. Wow. She suddenly asked, so, Brother Tang, what kind of girl do you like? I heard that people in Daxia like gentle, submissive girls. Tang Lei thought for a moment. I don't know. Yelena, Tang Lei, little yeah, you're still too young. You'll know when you meet the right person. If you really like someone, any standard can be tailored to the right person. That's why it's hard to say. Yelena seemed to understand. Brother Tang, you seem to have a lot of experience. Of course, Tang Lei casually boasted, back in the day, the girls who wanted to date me could line up from my dorm all the way to the school gate. I changed them every day, and I didn't repeat a single one for a whole month. I see. Yelena pouted, gave a barely audible hum, and looked away. These daily necessities aren't enough. I'll take you to the market town again. Tang Lei readily agreed. Just before getting on the bus, he suddenly remembered something and pulled a large wad of bills from his pocket. Here, this is my paycheck for today. Yelena was immediately flustered. Why are you giving this to me? I'm not yours. It's to pay you back for what you spent last time, Tang Lei said matter-of-factly. Didn't you buy me so much last time? The fleeting joy in Yelena's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a calm, oh, actually, you don't need to pay it back. It's nothing. Holding the money, she felt uneasy, as if a distance had grown between her and Tang Lei. But rationally, she couldn't understand why, and could only sulk with a downcast face. Tang Lei chuckled, not just that, this is all my salary. Because I've never used your money before, I don't really recognize the denominations, and I don't usually go out of the cafeteria. So, besides paying back the money, could you please keep these bills for me? When we go shopping later, teach me how to recognize them. If you have time, you can also deposit them in the bank for me. I trust you with my money. This foodie little rich girl wouldn't run away for a few bills. One full meal is enough for every meal. A foodie always knows what she's doing. You trust me that much? Yelena's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a smile. She carefully counted the money. Don't worry, with me, you won't get ripped off. I'll deposit it for you later. After counting, she carefully put the money away and opened the car door. Let's go shopping. The SUV sped off. This time, Yelena drove exceptionally fast, arriving at the market town in less than 40 minutes. Tang Lei got out of the car with a calm expression, subtly flexing his stiff fingers. Damn it, he'd been gripping the car door handle the whole way, afraid this little girl would drift like a ghost across the snowfield. But a man's composure couldn't be compromised, so Tang Lei's face remained inscrutable. Yelena was in a good mood, and as soon as she got out of the car, she pulled Tang Lei straight to the supermarket. First, they went to the daily necessities section, picking out a whole set of toiletries, towels, and other items for Tang Lei. Tang Lei had previously been using the prison rations. Now that he was out of prison, of course he wanted to get better quality. At first, Tang Lei glanced at the items, but he quickly realized Yelena was truly exceptional. Her meticulous and patient approach to shopping was impeccable. She effortlessly coordinated everything, even her aesthetic sense was flawless. Throughout the process, she was enthusiastic and seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself. Tang Lei was always extremely prone to falling asleep while shopping, but fortunately, years of accompanying his mother had given him considerable experience. So, after a few minutes, he entered slacking off mode. His only job was to carry the items and offer his opinions. The two of them were busy with their own things, and it was quite harmonious. But this harmony didn't last long. An unpleasant voice interrupted Tang Lei and Yelena's back and forth. Roman's balding head suddenly appeared from behind the shelves, his face grim. What are you doing here? Tang Lei wanted to laugh the moment he saw Luo Meng. In just one night, Luo Meng's already balding head became even shinier. His face was ashen, whether from exhaustion or anger, it was hard to tell. Then, looking at his hand, lo and behold, it was still wrapped in bandages. Tang Lei smiled and asked with concern, "Acting warden, you're injured so badly, and you're still concerned about me and Yelena? You're such a good person." Good person. Luo Meng's face twisted. He didn't want to look at Tang Lei, only saying it menacingly. "Yelena, you shouldn't have been running around outside." Yelena's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, indifferent reply, "None of your business." Luo Meng snorted, glancing at the things in their hands. "What are you doing here?" Yelena frowned. She didn't want to mention that Tang Lei had moved into her house, but she didn't know how to brush it off. Just as she hesitated, her waist suddenly tightened. Tang Lei casually pulled Yelena into his arms and smiled at Luo Meng. "We're on a date, acting warden, don't you understand?" "Oh, I forgot, maybe there's a generation gap between us. This old cow wants to eat young grass, has he no shame?" Luo Meng was furious and about to unleash a torrent of abuse when he suddenly noticed the pile of inexpensive daily necessities in their hands and chuckled. "A date? Ha!" He turned and walked away with a malicious smile. "How ridiculous," Yelena muttered softly. Tang Lei nodded in agreement. "Don't talk to him, his mental illness might be contagious." Pfft, Yelena was amused. "Okay, brother Tang. Let's continue shopping." Half an hour later, the two had gathered their supplies and walked to the supermarket entrance. Just as they were about to pay, suddenly, a shiny bald head appeared in front of them again. Luo Meng, carrying a bouquet of flowers in one hand and an expensive bottle of perfume in the other, noticed the towel and toothbrush Tang Lei was also holding. Luo Meng smiled contemptuously. He knew it, this pretty boy from Great Xia was a penniless pauper. Otherwise, why would he be so eager to ask for a raise? Luo Meng naturally knew how much the logistics department had paid Tang Lei. Therefore, he was very confident. Even if he emptied his pockets, this Great Xia man couldn't possibly be as rich as him. And in the eyes of many women, money was the greatest romance. Luo Meng, holding the flowers and perfume, stood in front of Yelena. "Speaking of which, Yelena, you rarely come back, and I haven't given you a gift yet." Most women wouldn't refuse what he held in his hands. Yelena was baffled. "What are you giving me? I don't recall us exchanging gifts." Roman choked for a moment, then smiled and said, "Consider it a celebration for seeing someone as beautiful as you." Yelena took a step back and whispered to Tang Lei, "Is he out of his mind?" Tang Lei laughed. He understood Roman's boastful intention, of course, but he thought this kind of trick would work on Yelena. No wonder she was so annoyed with him. Taking her out for a couple of meals would probably be more effective. Seeing Yelena's lack of response, Roman pressed on. Besides, on a date, a girl should always have flowers. He gave Tang Lei a provocative look. Chef Tang wouldn't go so far as to not buy a gift for a girl on a date, would he? Or are you planning to give this beautiful girl these towels? Toothpaste? Luo Meng scoffed. Is this what men from Great Xia are like? So stingy. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. I don't know if men from Great Xia are like this, but there's one thing, acting warden, you've misunderstood. Luo Meng, He wanted to see what this penniless wretch could buy for Yelena. He wanted to see what he lacked compared to this poor wretch who couldn't even afford a decent gift. But then Tang Lei said earnestly, exactly, you've got it backwards. Yelena bought these for me. Luo Meng was stunned. Tang Lei picked up the bag and handed it to Yelena. Go pay now? Yes, Yelena unceremoniously pushed aside the flowers and perfume Luo Meng shoved in front of her, not even bothering to look at them again. Excuse me, you're blocking my way. She then walked straight to the cashier and pulled a wad of bills from her pocket. She really was paying for Tang Lei. And Tang Lei just stood there smiling, watching. Yelena even held the money, chuckling and teasing him softly, her face radiating genuine joy. Roman's eyes went black. Why? He's so rich, and Yelena doesn't even glance at him, yet she's chatting and laughing with this gigolo. Tang Lei, who was listening to Yelena explain the denominations of the Russian currency. He felt a surge of resentment and turned around. He saw complicated gazes from all directions from his fellow men. Some were contemptuous, some resentful, and some envious. Of course, the most conspicuous was Roman. His face was completely black, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Tang Lei. Tang Lei grinned and offered a friendly reminder. Acting warden, don't be so tense, you might break your back teeth. Tang Lei. Luo Meng roared, forcing out the words through clenched teeth. A man who lets a woman pay for him, a freeloader, doesn't he feel ashamed? Before Tang Lei could even speak, Yelena objected. Why are you so annoying? It's none of your business if I want to help him. Instantly, Tang Lei felt even more resentful stares from all around him. Dude, you're really trying to take advantage of a freeloader. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. Really? I think it's more shameful to want something but not be able to get it through any means. You! Luo Meng almost choked on his own breath. Just as Tang Lei was about to give him another quick fix, Yelena said, It's paid. Brother Tang, let's go. Hurry. If we rush back now, we can still make it to the cafeteria for dinner. Tang Lei chuckled and shook his head, too lazy to help Luo Meng anymore, and turned to leave. Roman struggled again behind him. Wait, Yelena, what good food is there in the cafeteria? Since we're going to eat, why don't I take you to my private kitchen? The food there is unparalleled in the capital. You'll definitely be interested. He still hadn't finished using all the rare seafood he'd acquired for the assessment. A final glimmer of hope rose in Roman's eyes. He knew Yelena a little, she loved good food. But Yelena gave him a strange look. Your private kitchen? Oh, you mean the one in the second cafeteria? I know that. But didn't you use a bunch of rare ingredients for the assessment? It still wasn't as good as Tang Ji's. Roman felt as if he'd been stabbed in the heart. Yelena's words were like knives piercing his soul. Is there any point in going? Tang Lei thought for a moment. You can't say that. It's still worth going to get the ingredients. There are some I haven't even used yet. Yelena pondered. Then why don't we take the ingredients back to the 5th canteen to cook? It's a waste to leave them there. That's not impossible. Tang Lei looked earnestly at Luo Meng. Anyway, your private chef isn't very good. How about I give you the ingredients? I'll share some of the 5th canteen's dishes with you later. The two of them worked together seamlessly, making the arrangements perfectly clear. Luo Meng, clutching his aching chest, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Absolutely not. You, get out. If he can't, Tang Lei shrugged. So stingy. Yelena nodded in agreement. He just said you were stingy, tisk. Roman's hand trembled with anger. You, Yelena, don't forget who you are. Yelena's face darkened, about to speak. Tang Lei patted her. Let's go. Why waste time talking to this cheapskate? He was in a hurry to get back and cook. Yelena immediately remembered eating, and without another word, turned and left. Roman was left standing there, furious and unable to vent his anger. Finally, he slammed his hand on the cash register. You bastard! The words had barely left his lips when he let out another scream. Ah! Raising his hand again, he saw that his only remaining intact hand was bleeding profusely from the blow. The cashier jumped in surprise. Hey, sir! Why are you hitting so hard? This is a razor left here by the previous customer who wanted to return it. I haven't had time to collect it yet. Roman froze. The previous customer. That damn bastard Tang. It's him again. Tang Lei, I'll kill you. Siberian Prison Logistics Department. 8 p.m. Old Six, exhausted from helping out at the 5th canteen all day, stood wearily at the logistics department entrance, arguing his case. Listen to me, the fifth canteen must be equipped with more cooking equipment. Like a shredder. The logistics department staff frowned. No, the funds allocated to the fifth canteen are already enough. Just today's sudden request for a 3-month expansion project has already used up the funds from the second canteen, plus the funds the fifth canteen has accumulated over the years. He was also puzzled. God knows what happened. The team they sent to expand the fifth canteen was initially reluctant, only wanting to do some simple repairs and leave. But then, the 2 engineers leading the team suddenly had a bizarre idea. They actually wanted to extend a project that would only take a few days to 3 months. According to their calculations, once completed, this small fifth canteen would even surpass the first and second canteens, becoming the largest canteen in the entire Siberian prison. But was it really necessary? The logistics minister went to inquire about the reason, and the engineers only said that they had a sudden architectural inspiration. Listen to that. What kind of nonsense is that? Construction work in a prison. But those were the logistics department's only engineers. So after some haggling, the logistics minister had no choice but to compromise. But adding more facilities was absolutely out of the question. He had his bottom line. Old Six frowned and pondered for a long time, then suddenly said, "All right then, move the cooking equipment from Canteen 2 to Canteen 5. He was going to practice his knife skills at Canteen 2 anyway. What more equipment do he need?" The logistics manager was stunned. "Sir, do you want to hear what you're saying? Isn't extra advanced equipment one of the things Canteen 2 is always proud of? Of all 5 canteens, only Roman's cronies have this honor. And if I remember correctly, Canteen 5 doesn't get along with Roman, right? Isn't this new head chef a relative of Roman? Why is he advocating for Canteen 5? Old Six chuckled to himself, thinking, is he advocating for Canteen 5? Clearly, it's so he'll be disliked less in the future. The prisoners had been mocking him for ages today, judging by the varying lengths of the vegetable shreds. He said expressionlessly, "This is what I, the current head chef of the second canteen, mean. Move the machine out of here tomorrow." He didn't want to endure this mockery for even a day longer. And tonight, he'd secretly practice shredding vegetables in the second canteen. Just as he was making these plans, Roman's adjutant appeared at the door. "Mr. Gleb, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you." Gleb, also known as Old Six, turned around. "What do you want?" The adjutant wiped his sweat. "Lieutenant Roman needs to see you." Old Six frowned. He wanted to go back to the kitchen. But after all, it was Roman. Out of respect for his cousin who had found him the job, Gleb nodded. "I understand." He emphasized it again to the logistics manager before going to Roman's office. Upon entering, he was shocked by Roman's miserable state. "Cousin, your hands?" Both hands were bandaged. They looked like 2 turtle fins, rather comical as they angrily slid through the air. Roman said irritably, "This isn't your business. It's so late, why aren't you resting in your room? What are you doing at the logistics department? Making me wait so long." Old Six didn't bother to hide it. "I went to the logistics department, they need some cooking equipment." "Is what you have in the second canteen not enough?" Roman said casually, "If not, just ask them to add more. It's just a matter of a word." "Really, cousin?" Old Six was overjoyed. "But I wanted to add some for the fifth canteen. Can that be done with just a word?" Roman choked. After a few seconds, he let out a roar. "Are you crazy? Adding food to the fifth canteen? Did that Xia guy poison your brain?" Old Six looked bewildered and aggrieved. "Didn't you say it was okay first, cousin?" "Sigh, if it's not okay, forget it, I'll talk to the logistics department myself." His face clearly said, "So stingy." Luo Meng was furious at this expression. "You idiot. That Xia guy is your enemy. Do you understand what an enemy is? You work as his servant, don't you feel humiliated, ashamed? Don't you want to kill him?" Old Six honestly shook his head. "It's alright, a lot of people in the 5th district envy me. After all, he works in the kitchen, so he always gets to eat a few bites." Luo Meng was too angry to speak. He waved his hand irritably. "All right, shut up. Listen to me, from now on, you go to the 5th canteen and keep a close eye on that great Xia man. Ideally, report to me every single meal he cooks, and what he does all day." Old Six hesitated. "That's possible, but if you only report, you won't get a hot meal, will you?" He didn't understand. If he wanted to eat, why didn't Roman just go to the 5th canteen? But if it wasn't for the food, why bother listening to the menu? That's just asking for trouble. Roman couldn't take it anymore. "Shut up. Do what I tell you. Get out." Damn it, he just wanted to find a chance to kill that great Xia man. Why were all his men as stupid as pigs? Not a single one of them was agreeable. Old Six obediently left. The door creaked open. Lena quietly entered, giving Roman a fawning smile, her voice soft. "Warden, don't be angry. It breaks my heart to see you always so unhappy. Roman, nestled against the soft, warm body, exhaled a sigh of frustration. You're so good. Lena smiled gently, lowering her eyelashes to hide a glint of calculation in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the fifth dining hall, Tang Lei watched as the prisoners conscientiously returned their tables and chairs to their places and lined up to leave. Then, a familiar face appeared. Sir, you're busy until so late? It was Major Anton's adjutant, the one who had led the way to freeload. The adjutant sighed. Yes, I am busy. Handing over new prisoners is too much trouble. Besides, the prisoners in Section 2 are different from those in Section 5. Generally speaking, the prisoners in Section 5 don't have any backgrounds, so they're easier to manage. Section 2, sigh. He shook his head, not wanting to say anything more, and instead pulled out a stack of documents. Chef Tang, I've already investigated what you wanted to find out. Tang Lei remembered. Oh, you mean the Dennis brothers? The adjutant nodded. I've got their files. Their crimes aren't actually that serious. They were the ringleaders of a gang fight. In the ensuing chaos, someone was killed, causing a huge commotion. Only after going to court did they discover that the unfortunate victim had some connections. So the two brothers were imprisoned. Originally, one person would have been convicted, but these two brothers were close and preferred to go to jail together rather than shift the blame onto the other. So they were both sent to Siberia. The adjutant carefully chose his words. Actually, for their crimes, they'd usually only get 3 to 5 years. Besides, it was just killing someone, there's no need to send them here. But they got 10 years, Tang, you understand? Tang Lei nodded. Offended someone? That doesn't matter. It was just a long-term dishwasher job anyway. As long as the person wasn't so bad as to cross his bottom line, Tang Lei didn't care. Besides, these two seemed to be doing their labor reform honestly. As long as you know what's going on. The adjutant put away the documents, then suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, these two weren't originally from our 5th district. They came from the 2nd district. Cough, there were quite a few rumors circulating in the prison back then. The adjutant gossiped enthusiastically. It said they had a relationship with a terrifying woman in the 2nd district. Later, they couldn't stand that woman's torment, so they caused trouble and ran here. He. The adjutant's smile was meaningful. Tang Lei thought of Bella's legendary playthings and shook his head. These two actually have such a romantic past. It's just that they seem a bit useless. The adjutant grinned. If you'd seen how terrifying that woman is, you might not be able to handle it either. Don't say I look down on you, Chef Tang, it's just how we are. Seeing his gaze drifting further and further away, Tang Lei kicked him, laughing and scolding. Stop talking nonsense. Next time I need to use the restroom, I'll call you. Let's see who can't. The adjutant ran off with a sly grin. No need to compete, you'll understand when you see that woman. See you later, Chef Tang, come back for dinner. Tang Lei ignored him and went back to cleaning up the kitchen. The next day, after the Dennis brothers finished eating and cleaned up, Tang Lei announced the good news to them. Dennis, Ivan, I've already discussed it with the officer. From now on, as long as my 5th mess hall is open, you two will be responsible for cleaning and washing the tableware. You can finish your work half an hour early and come to the kitchen to eat first. Dennis and Ivan's eyes widened. The two burly men were so happy they were almost incoherent. God, Tang, you actually did it. Come on. We'll definitely come on time every day from now on. We'll never slack off. Tang, you're like a brother to us. The other prisoners eating nearby also heard Tang Lei's words and cast envious and jealous glances at the Dennis brothers. Some were still dissatisfied. That's not fair. It was supposed to be a rotation. How come they're so lucky? Exactly, I wouldn't slack off either. Tang Lei calmly said, I haven't finished yet. The 5th canteen is being expanded, and 2 people definitely can't handle it all. So, after discussing it with the officer, we've decided to reserve 2 more positions besides the 2 of them who are permanently assigned. Your work cycle will be determined by your performance. These words caused an uproar. The prisoners' eyes lit up with envy. What did it mean to help out in the canteen? A guaranteed meal of Chef Tang's delicious food, and it would be all you could eat. Who would dare slack off on such a good job? When it was their turn, they practically welded themselves to the sink. The Dennis brothers, watching this group, also felt a growing sense of crisis. No way. They couldn't let these scoundrels be more diligent than them. What if they were replaced later? Roll up. Roll up. A group of prisoners who had committed crimes and been sent here for labor reform, who had been trying to get by every day, suddenly had a burning fighting spirit in their eyes. For the last glimmer of hope in their damned lives. Charge. Tang Lei nodded with satisfaction. Those interested, register this afternoon. Major Anton's adjutant and I will go and select and arrange them. Originally, he thought he could just let his adjutant handle it, but old Bawan reminded him of something. The kitchen staff was still very important. Don't underestimate simple tasks like washing dishes and cleaning. If someone is dishonest or lazy, it could significantly affect their meal service schedule. So Tang Lei decided to go and pick some people, just to make an impression. But even though his plan was sound, when he arrived at the scene, Tang Lei was stunned. He had expected only 10 people, 2 in a group, rotating shifts, but now, what was going on with this seemingly endless line? Hadn't he heard that these burly men hated delicate tasks like washing dishes and doing odd jobs? Dennis, who didn't need to register, sighed. Several prisoners at the front of the line looked at Tang Lei resentfully. Tang, the moment you announced the sign up, everyone who'd eaten at your canteen was scrambling to get in. And look what happened. They'd been so desperately trying to hide it. The secret they'd been so meticulously keeping the food at the 5th canteen. It's finally out in the open. These prisoners aren't stupid. Seeing their fellow inmates so enthusiastic, even if they didn't know why, they wanted to join in the fun. After this, even more people will probably come to the 5th canteen out of curiosity. Right now, tens of thousands of people from the entire 5th prison area, most of them are here. It's so tough. Getting a meal is so hard. The prisoners who had so painstakingly kept the secret are now kicking themselves. Tang Lei chuckled inwardly, no wonder my repeat customers are so slow, it's all because of you incorrigible scoundrels. Serves you right. He then deliberately picked out a few unfamiliar faces, making 10 in total, and nodded in satisfaction. You're the ones I've decided on. Bring me more repeat customers quickly. Just a few days after the increased manpower, Tang Lei noticed the progress bar for repeat customers was soaring again. The new inmates, needless to say, anyone who had eaten there once immediately launched into a tirade against their former cellmates. Damn it! We've been in jail together, planted potatoes together, and you guys have absolutely no prison camaraderie. Following this, even more people came, drawn by the news. Meanwhile, the logistics department and the prison guards weren't doing a very good job of maintaining secrecy. If even one person couldn't resist and packed some food to take back to their dorm, the next day, there would definitely be a small group of new customers. Tang Lei was overjoyed. Counting the new repeat customers every night was like counting money, he couldn't sleep without it. 3 to 5 days later, one evening after Tang Lei finished cooking the last dish, the system finally gave that long-awaited notification. Gained 1 repeat customer task 1000/1000, main quest 2 completed. Gained 1 mystery lottery chance. Early completion of the task rewards 1 skill lottery draw. Congratulations, host. Finished ahead of schedule again. Tang Lei perked up immediately. After seeing everyone off, he didn't even bother going back to old Ba Wan's house. He first pulled open the kitchen door, then reverently washed his face and hands, and clicked on good luck. Good luck to us. With full ceremony, Tang Lei opened the system's lottery interface. Give me a prize. A golden light flashed. The mysterious lottery interface popped up with another book. Judging by the cover, it looked quite like a national banquet recipe book. Another menu? Although it was expected, Tang Lei was still a little disappointed. Actually, he now found the fishing skills quite fun, and sometimes they were surprisingly useful. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Tang Lei casually flipped through it in his mind. The first thing he saw were a few large characters. Basic medicinal cuisine. Holy crap. Tang Lei got excited again, countless novels about miraculous doctors flashing through his mind. Urban miracle doctors, rural miracle doctors, was his medicinal cuisine going to develop in that direction too? Tang Lei eagerly flipped open the book, Basic Medicinal Cuisine. He saw it immediately. Chapter 1, A Man's Gas Station, A Woman's Beauty Salon. Continuing down. Sheep testicles. Bull penis. Oysters. Leeks. Poof. If he hadn't been free of images of flesh and blood, Tang Lei would have spat out blood. What the hell? He angrily smacked the system. Look at me, do I need this stuff? He's a hot-blooded young man. Who does he think he is? The system, barely functioning, mumbled, the prize pool draws are random. This is a system-specific issue. Tang Lei roared, damn it, are you trying to annoy me? Go ahead and do it. System, host, you can make it for others, help those who need it more. Tang Lei's lips twitched. While some people might actually have this need, making it, cough. He flipped through the pages again, muttering, no need for the gas station, a type of health supplement, but I could give the beauty treatment to Yelena. Although he thought Yelena was already very beautiful, what woman could resist the temptation of beauty treatments? Like many women say, losing weight is a continuous pursuit, and medicinal cuisine is always better than random chemical cosmetics. Tang Lei reluctantly accepted the gas station book. Come on, keep drawing. I don't believe it, let's see if you can pull off another perfect tonic. This time, another golden light flashed. Wow, a double yolk egg. This seems a bit more advanced than the fishing technique from last time. Tang Lei excitedly clicked on it, and another book appeared. Damn, you really dare to do it again? The system quickly beeped, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Sichuan Cuisine Specialist. A Sichuan cuisine menu is included as a bonus." Tang Lei's eyes lit up. Sichuan cuisine. This is a good thing. Sichuan cuisine is not only one of the 8 major cuisines of Great Xia, but also one of the 4 major cuisines of Tang Lei's ethnic group. Even Tang Lei, who doesn't eat much spicy food, salivates at the mention of Sichuan cuisine. The spiciness of Sichuan cuisine isn't just simple spiciness, it's a numbing spiciness with a fragrant aroma. Not to mention the ubiquitous twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, boiled pork slices, and shredded pork with garlic sauce. Just take hot pot. It's enough to make your mouth water for miles. Incredibly enticing. Furthermore, the spiciness and numbing sensation of Sichuan cuisine has its origins. Sichuan, with its low-lying terrain, is plagued by fog and dampness year-round. Only Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers, with their numbing spiciness, can dispel cold and dampness, ensuring health and well-being. Imagine switching to the perpetually cold Siberia. Isn't this perfect? Tang Lei looked at the Sichuan cuisine cookbook, and a sudden inspiration struck him. He seemed to know what to arrange for Major Anton's gathering. A group of old friends, not seen for years. A formal banquet would feel too formal. Why not gather around a hot pot, a lively and cheerful meal, everyone sweating, accompanied by a few beers? That would be truly enjoyable. Thinking this, Tang Lei eagerly flipped through the cookbook to find the hot pot page. Finding it was easy, he flipped right up. But the next second, Tang Lei felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly extinguishing his enthusiasm. System, Tang Lei gritted his teeth. Damn it, why did I have to draw Sichuan cuisine? Butter is fine, I can accept scallions, green onions, and garlic. Cilantro, turmeric, licorice root, galangal, gardenia, cardamom. Tang Lei's head throbbed with frustration as he read, I've never seen so many of these before. Where am I supposed to find them? You might as well just kill me. He only just found out. This seemingly simple hot pot base is actually this outrageous. The system checked the ingredients and even reminded him. Host forgot about the glutinous rice chili paste. This kind of chili is different from the sweet peppers from the Russians. Tang Lei, oh, I forgot even the chilies here aren't spicy. The most important seasonings are all wrong. How am I supposed to make hot pot? But if I were to choose a different ingredient, he'd already seen the recipe and thought about it for so long. Tang Lei swallowed hard. This isn't right. Putting aside the idea of arranging a dinner for Major Anton, he himself was genuinely craving it. System, I can't even use the specialization I drew. Are you trying to mess with my mentality? The system, probably detecting its host's impending breakdown, quickly spoke before Tang Lei could threaten it again. Host, having completed the mission ahead of schedule this time, the system will, as promised, open the system shop for you ahead of time. Perhaps you can find what you need here. Tang Lei slapped his thigh. Right, I misunderstood you then, open it now. The system activated in response. The next second, a new option suddenly appeared on the previously monotonous system interface in Tang Lei's mind. Tang Lei clicked on the shop, and with a whoosh, a white screen unfolded, displaying hundreds of familiar items. Medicated plasters? Power pills? System, why do you sell everything? The system beeped twice. This system is the god of cookery system. Everything related to food can potentially be included in the system's shop. However, items included can only be purchased using system points, and their effects will differ from those in reality. Tang Lei raised an eyebrow. Points? Do I even have those? The system replied, yes, host. Your points are converted 1-to-1 from the number of your returning customers. Your current point balance is 1,100 points. Tang Lei was relieved. Oh, that's quite a lot. He suddenly stopped, a string of profanities escaping his lips. Holy crap. A bunch of chili paste costs 50 points. System, why don't you just rob me? System, all products in the store are absolutely genuine and of excellent value, dear. Then it shut up, sounding rather unconvinced. Tang Lei scanned the hotpot menu again, each item more painful than the last. 50, 50, 100, 150. Where the hell did you get this heartless system? One hot pot meal, and you're going to empty all my points. If the system had a physical form, Tang Lei would be shaking it frantically right now. A whole month of hard work, all for a single hot pot meal. How could it be so exploitative? The system quickly interjected, the items in the system shop are definitely worth more than their price. Besides, host, you can earn more points. It coaxed, the next main quest is to gain 10,000 repeat customers. After completing that, host can eat 10 hot pot meals. Tang Lei, thank you. His cafeteria can only hold about 1,000 people right now. Even if he eats different things each time, reaching 10,000 repeat customers will be a long process. At a normal pace, it would take at least several months. Only after the engineering department's 3-month expansion is completed will there be any hope of speeding things up. But all this work for just 10 hot pot meals? Why go to such lengths? Tang Lei sighed. First, exchange for a hot pot base packet. Ding, the system cheerfully replied, Sichuan Centennial Hot Pot Base Packet redeemed. Total points deducted, 1,050. Don't be discouraged, host, you still have 50. You can consider buying a power-up pill in our shop. Get lost. Tang Lei felt a pang of pain just listening to it and immediately interrupted without hesitation. Just as he was about to close the system, Tang Lei suddenly spotted a small book in the corner of the interface. Basic Techniques of Traditional Xia Pastry Making? 50 points. System, do you sell skills in your shop? Is it the same as the lottery I get? The system scanned it and replied, yes, it is, but the prize pool and the shop refresh are random and not interconnected. You will never encounter duplicate skills that you already possess, so please rest assured. Tang Lei pondered for a moment, looked at his remaining 50 points, and clicked buy. Host, the skills you purchased are of little use in your current environment, the system suggested, then enthusiastically recommended a bunch of power pills. At least these are useful for protecting your personal safety. Tang Lei frowned, just tell me, are your power pills already unsold and about to expire? The system immediately fell silent again, as if dead. Tang Lei snorted, but still bought the pastry technique book. He had suddenly remembered something. The first time he went out with Yelena, he only brought a piece of jujube cake, and little Yelena was overjoyed. He had promised to make her more in the future. It's only 50 anyway, Tang Lei shrugged, I can always earn more later. System, that's not how you suggested it to me. Tang Lei, shut up. Is that person the same as a system? The system shut up again. Tang Lei spent all his points and clicked collect. The next moment, another book appeared in his mind. At the same time, the system prompted, please open the refrigerator. A packet of hot pot base had silently appeared in the refrigerator. Pretty convenient, Tang Lei sighed, picking up the packet. Was this really hot pot base? It was over a month's worth of hard-earned points. He didn't even want to give it to Anton for a second. Perhaps Anton sensed something was wrong, because he arrived just as Tang Lei left the kitchen with the food. Chef Tang, you're still here? Major Anton waved. Perfect timing. I have something important to discuss with you. His sharp eyes darted around. What's that in your hand? New ingredients? Tang Lei, having such sharp eyes isn't always a good thing. He had no choice but to put down the seasoning packet. Yes, it's a new dish I was just about to make. Tell me what it is. Anton glanced at the seasoning packet again before looking away. It's like this, you've been assigning 10 prisoners to take turns washing dishes, right? Tang Lei nodded. And surprisingly, none of the 10 prisoners were slacking off. Tang Lei occasionally glanced at them, and found they were incredibly diligent. The plates were all sparkling clean, comparable to 10 professional restaurant servers with 10 years of experience. He couldn't find a single one who was slacking off. This isn't a prison, it's like a Fortune 500 company's employees. So when Anton asked, Tang Lei was a little confused. Sir, is there a problem with them? Anton gave a wry smile. No, but the biggest problem is that there's no problem. You don't know. Right now, in the entire 5th prison district, so many people want to wash dishes here. I came today because the guards below told me, could you recruit more dishwashers here? Or even faster rotation would be fine. It's about getting more people to wash dishes. Tang Lei, good grief. There's such a request? Anton said solemnly. Tang, this is very important. Don't you know that these unruly inmates who can't wash dishes are almost causing a riot in the 5th district? Tang Lei was truly dumbfounded. Dude, just washing dishes, a riot? Are you kidding me? Tang Lei had no idea. After more and more prisoners had tried the 5th canteen, its food quickly became one of the reasons for their survival. Without Tang's delicious food, what fun was there in this damned reformation life? And as the number of people increased, the job of washing dishes, which everyone had previously despised, now became sacred. Being able to wash dishes meant a stable meal ticket to the 5th canteen, but Tang Lei only selected a limited number of people, the rotation was slow, and those who got the job wouldn't slack off. So most prisoners in the entire 5th ward, even if they really wanted to eat Tang Lei's food, could only drool and make do with what they had at the 3rd and 4th canteens. But as the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness if I hadn't seen the light. Before they had eaten Tang Lei's food, the prisoners thought it was alright. But once they had eaten it, eating from the 3rd and 4th canteens was like chewing wax. It instantly became even more unbearable. Then look at those lucky few who get to eat their fill every day, and those who manage to grab food incredibly fast. The feeling was indescribable. After a while, the relatively well-behaved 5th canteen actually started showing signs of a riot. Not the usual attacks on guards or escape attempts. These people were exhibiting symptoms like lingering around the canteen, wanting to stay there even when it was time to go to work, and howling from hunger while clinging to the railings in the dead of night, and so on. The guards were getting chills. So, Anton had no choice but to consult with Tang Lei. Could you give them a few more tasks? Let them help you out, so you can cook more food and burn off their boundless energy. If this keeps up, I'm afraid they'll go crazy. Tang Lei awkwardly rubbed his nose. Using food to drive the prisoners to their breaking point? This is truly outrageous. But there's only so much work in the canteen right now. Besides washing dishes and cleaning, the prisoners can't do anything else. Tang Lei pondered for a moment. Strong laborers, arrange that. He suddenly noticed the hot pot base packet lying to the side. A flash of inspiration struck him. That's right. How could I forget about this? Tang Lei opened the seasoning packet and grabbed a handful of chilies. He broke one open and poured it out. A small handful of golden chili seeds fell out with a thud. Each chili seed looked plump and perfect, a quality Tang Lei had never seen before in reality. Tang Lei mentally tapped the system. System, can I grow these seasonings I bought? He had clearly thought about growing his own chilies if he couldn't buy them. The growth cycle for chilies is only about a month. How could he have almost forgotten? The vast, uninhabited land of Siberia, and these prisoners with boundless energy who seemed ready to cause trouble. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? If the optimized seasonings produced by the system could be grown here, wouldn't he have an inexhaustible supply of seasonings? He wouldn't need to spend any more points. The system hesitated for a moment. Yes, it is possible, and after system optimization, this product can already adapt to the local climate. However, the special effects granted by the system to plants grown in ordinary soil will be greatly reduced. Only the basic flavor will be retained. Tang Lei was already quite satisfied. That's fine then, I just need a taste anyway. Could he expect seasonings to cure all ills? The system beeped twice and then fell silent. Tang Lei then directly laid the chili peppers in front of Anton. Look at this, it's a really delicious ingredient I just found. Could you ask the prisoner to grow some of this for me in his spare time? Sweet peppers? Anton felt a sense of familiarity. Tang Lei shook his head, broke off a small piece of chili skin for him, and gestured for him to try it. A few seconds later, the serious-looking Anton suddenly spat out a mouthful of saliva and coughed violently. Cough, cough. Tang, you call this an ingredient? If Tang Lei hadn't had no grudge against him, he would have suspected that this man had poisoned him. Tang Lei grinned. It's different from the sweet peppers you have here, isn't it? Anton, it is different. But nobody would eat this stuff. Growing it would be a disaster. You don't understand. Tang Lei wagged his finger. Wait a minute, I'll make you some to try. He turned and went into the kitchen, carefully taking out a handful of spices and tossing them into the pot. Since there were no beef tallow or pork bones, he temporarily used fish meat and fish broth. When the water in the pot boiled, a fragrant aroma wafted out of the kitchen. A simple pot of spicy hot pot broth was ready. Tang Lei casually rummaged through the kitchen for some vegetables, pulled up some noodles, and threw them in to cook together. In less than half an hour, he brought Anton a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot. At first, Anton, holding his knife and fork, was skeptical of the layer of red oil floating on the surface of the bowl. After Tang Lei scooped out a piece of fish with noodles and opened a bottle of beer, Anton finally couldn't take it anymore. He stabbed a piece with his fork and stuffed it into his mouth, a look of pain on his face. Tang Lei didn't seem to care. Most people who haven't eaten spicy food before experience this the first time. Because spiciness is different from sour, sweet, bitter, and salty, it's not a taste, but a sensation of pain. But this pain also stimulates all the nerves and blood in the body. Anton took a bite, endured a few seconds of burning pain, and then his eyes widened. Spicy, numb, salty, fresh. His mouth involuntarily began to water. He thought one bite was too spicy, but before his mind could process it, he shoved the next one into his mouth. He ate until his whole body was burning, sweat beading on his nose. Then, he downed an ice-cold beer. Anton let out a sudden sigh, refreshing. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, vaguely wondering how long it had been since he'd felt this kind of stimulation and heat. Anton couldn't remember. Since moving to Siberia, the continent closest to the Arctic, looking at the permafrost year-round, feeling the unchanging cold wind, Anton sometimes felt like a stone, coldly rooted here. Even back home, beside the warm fireplace, his mood remained calm, devoid of any passion. But today was different. Each bite of the spicy spice, going down his throat, felt like a fire burning in his heart. Anton finally remembered the last time he'd felt this way. That was 20 years ago, when he was still young. He gathered with his friends, raising a glass of vodka. To our motherland. To our youth. To you, my friends. Laughter and cheers echoed in his ears again after 20 years. Anton sniffed, the intense spiciness stinging his eyes. This taste. Tang Lei smiled, satisfied. Actually, there was no need to ask. Because Anton, who couldn't handle spicy food, had unknowingly stuffed the entire bowl of spicy hot pot into his mouth, sweating profusely. Really good. He put down the bowl and sighed contentedly. For some reason, after eating this bowl tonight, Anton suddenly felt. He wasn't old yet, he still had passion. The grand ambitions of his youth were still in his heart, and the fatigue from the past few days of entanglement with Luo Meng vanished. He picked up a chili pepper from the table, plant them. I'll arrange for people to do it tomorrow. Tang, you should also take some time to think about it. It would be best if you could teach these prisoners how to plant them. And, can these seeds even survive in Siberia? Are you sure? Tang Lei was confident about this. No problem, guaranteed. This system product is the most unreliable yet. Anton nodded, then suddenly said, then, can I serve this dish when I have a get-together with my old friends? He thought his old friends certainly wouldn't refuse. Tang Lei nodded, sure, I've already arranged it. What he was preparing was even tastier than spicy hot pot. However, while agreeing, he felt conflicted. Sure enough, this packet of broth still wouldn't survive. But in the future, besides chili peppers, there were many other things he wanted to plant. No pain, no gain. To get Anton to cooperate, he had to make this hot pot. He planned to frantically tap the system tonight, searching for a complete guide to planting seasonings. Meanwhile, Anton, having received his reply, left satisfied. He could almost picture himself soon drinking and eating with his old friends, thoroughly enjoying himself. But this beautiful fantasy shattered the moment he stepped inside. His wife, Raisa, and daughter, Natasha, were waiting at the door. Seeing him enter empty-handed, they frowned. Honey, didn't you go to the 5th canteen today? Anton hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I've been a bit busy lately. I'll definitely bring you food again after I've finished the handover in a couple of days. Natasha was a little disappointed, but out of deep father-daughter affection, she still said understandingly, it's okay, Dad, your work is important. Raisa also said gently, it's alright, darling, I don't necessarily need to eat. I came to wait for you mainly because it might rain tonight, and I was worried you'd get wet. Your neck, doesn't it always hurt on rainy days? Quickly take off your clothes, I'll apply a hot towel to it. Thank you, Raisa. Anton took off his coat, touched his neck, and suddenly frowned. Strange, it seems, not painful today? He glanced out the window again. A light rain had begun to fall. His neck was still warm, without its usual stiffness and coldness. Am I healed? Anton muttered. Raisa didn't hear him clearly and leaned closer, saying, darling, what are you muttering about? Before she finished speaking, her delicate brows furrowed. Wait, what's with that smell on your breath? I've never smelled it before. Anton, what did you secretly eat at the 5th canteen behind our backs again? Anton's face instantly changed. He hurriedly said, honey, I can explain. Raisa and Natasha, the mother and daughter looked displeased. Anton wiped away a cold sweat, pondering how to explain. He really just forgot about his wife and daughter because Tang Lei's bowl of spicy hot pot was so delicious and so small. It wasn't intentional. Faced with his wife and daughter's rapidly rising anger, Anton completely forgot about his old cervical spondylosis problem. It was probably just a coincidence, he thought. The next day, Tang Lei had just arrived at the cafeteria entrance and was about to open the door when he was startled. Sir. Anton had been waiting outside the cafeteria for who knows how long. As soon as he opened the door, Anton, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looked at him seriously. Is there food? Tang Lei. He glanced at the time and sighed. Have a seat first. Although breakfast wasn't his business hours, he still needed to eat anyway. Giving Anton a meal would just add another mouth to feed. Tang, is there any food this morning? Several more people rushed in excitedly when the door opened. This was the logistics construction team who had arrived early. Yes. Tang, we've come to help too. These were several other prison guards. Since discovering the secret of the 5th canteen, they no longer went out on their days off. Whether they had something to do or not, they would come to the 5th canteen first. Seeing the door open, they would go in and sit down, hoping to run into Tang Lei in a good mood and get a taste of a new dish. Tang Lei looked at the sudden influx of about 10 mouths and helplessly rubbed his nose. To say these people were annoying wouldn't be entirely true. After all, they always willingly offered to help whenever they came. It was just a little. The feeling of being a father again in his university dorm. One dad, a bunch of grown-up kids. Mealtimes are always a cacophony of chatter. Daddy, 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 food. We're starving. Tang Lei could only grab the pots and pans. Alright, wait a bit. Breakfast was always the same simple routine: 8 treasure porridge, fried dough sticks, sugar cakes, and sesame balls. But thinking back to his university days, Tang Lei remembered a must-have breakfast in the cafeteria: Tujia-style savory pancake. When this pancake first came out, it was a sensation across the entire campus. Although the reason for the name Tujia remains unproven, the name is deeply ingrained in the DNA of every university student. Tang Lei's mouth watered just thinking about it, so he grabbed a bag of flour and started making pancakes. The essence of the savory pancake lies in two things: the crispy, layered base and the preparation of the meat sauce. These were no problem for Tang Lei, of course. He first mixed water with flour to form a dough, then let it ferment. Then, heat oil in a wok. Tang Lei minced a piece of pork belly and stir-fried it in the wok. He added minced ginger, onion, and garlic, stir-frying until slightly crispy. Then he added diced mushrooms, stir-frying to enhance the flavor and texture. Next, he added salt, sugar, and a little tomato sauce. Without fermented bean paste or Shaoxing wine, Tang Lei could only substitute a savory sauce from Russia. Then, with great reluctance, he grabbed some cumin and 13 spice powder from a packet of hot pot base and poured in water. He simmered it until the water was half evaporated, leaving only a thick, glistening meat sauce in the pot. By this point, someone was already loitering by the window. "Making a new dish, Chef Tang? Is it ready? Can we eat it yet? I'm first in line." "Go away. I came with you, you have no sportsmanship." Tang Lei was already used to this scene. "Not yet. Wait a little longer." Next, came the main event of making the savory pancake. How to knead the dough into 1,000 layers while still keeping it a single piece. This involves a common technique used in daxia pastries and dough making: oil-based dough. First, add oil to the dough, repeatedly kneading and pounding until the oil and dough are fully integrated. The dough will become smoother and more moist. Then, divide the dough into several pieces and roll them into thin sheets. Spread another layer of oil on top, fold it up, flatten it, and repeat the rolling and oiling process. After repeating this several times, although it still looks like a thin pancake on the surface, the pancake, actually separated by the oil, had already formed several even layers. Now, when it's put into the pan and lightly fried in the remaining oil, it quickly puffs up. The layers of the pancake, under the heat of the oil, curl up into a crispy, flaky crust. A gentle poke produces a series of crisp crackling sounds. Once the bottom layer is completely crispy, and the top layer is cooked but not crumbly, Tang Lei takes the pancake out, brushes it with freshly made meat sauce, and continues to bake it over low heat. The meat sauce seeps down, adding another layer of deliciousness to the crispy pancake. Once a set of pancakes is finished and taken out of the pan, Tang Lei cuts it into small pieces. A new group of people has formed at the food window, even more than before. Tang Lei looks helplessly at these incredibly eager men, and reasonably suspects that he might really have to start serving breakfast in the future. It's a dilemma he can't ignore. He even started to speculate. He thought he could get a frying pan later and make some jianbing, Chinese crepes, and pan-fried dumplings and buns. He could make those semi-finished products, making breakfast easier. Thinking this, he mentally slapped himself again. What a busybody. He said he'd set up a stall, and now he's actually thinking about it. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was Anton, who had finished his breakfast and was now in line at the window. Tang Lei was about to put a pancake in his bowl when Anton waved his hand and took out a lunchbox. "Pack some up for me first." This time, he absolutely couldn't forget to pack food for his wife and daughter. Otherwise, he might really lose his warm bed tonight. To make up for yesterday's mistake, Anton had to arrive at the cafeteria early today, even postponing his work, just to be the first to wait for Tang Lei to open the door. Only when he saw several crispy, tempting pancakes fall into the lunchbox did Anton finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Okay, that's settled." Tang Lei watched him put away his lunchbox, then suddenly remembered something and turned to the others. "The savory pancakes are a trial supply today, unlimited. If you need more later, you can come back for takeout." The waiting crowd cheered immediately. "Great, Tang! I told you this wouldn't be enough. Even if we were full, we'd get hungry again quickly while working." Only Anton glanced at Tang Lei with a puzzled look, his eyes full of Chef Tang is being so diligent today. Tang Lei smiled slightly. He wasn't working for nothing. Seeing Anton packing up food just now suddenly reminded him. Recently, the growth in repeat customers has slowed down again. Although the inmates in Zone 5 generally know about this place now, these logistics staff might be rotated to other zones by guards. The people around them might not know. Why don't he prepare some easy-to-take-out food? Let these people pack it up and take it away. If even one person can't resist and starts eating in front of unsuspecting people, just with that aroma and that taste, he'd be afraid of not attracting a few more customers, wouldn't he? A group of relatively simple-minded men, having spent a long time in prison, hadn't yet grasped Tang Lei's sinister intentions. They happily took their savory pancakes and left the canteen one by one, going about their own business. Meanwhile, Tang Lei, after a busy morning, finally saw old Bawan arrive. Looking at the chaotic canteen, old Bawan understood everything. He shook his head silently. "These bastards. They've never been this eager to eat before. There's a reason the prison only provides 2 meals a day. Many people simply don't eat breakfast. Not to mention old Bawan's frozen fish." Old Bawan walked into the kitchen, overwhelmed with emotion. Tang, if these pots weren't still so old and worn, I doubt if this was the place I worked for so many years. Tang Lei thought he was about to reminisce about the past and was about to offer some words of comfort. Old Baban said, "So, can we get the logistics department to replace this broken pot? And Tang, what are they eating? Is there anything left?" Tang Lei, Old Baban, you're quite honest. He pointed to the side of the pot. Don't worry, I won't forget you, I saved some for you. Old Baban chuckled, praising as he ate. It smells so good. Tang, how did you make these pancakes? They're so crispy inside. He took a bite, and they crumbled. Old Baban picked up a piece and held it up to the light. It was thinner than paper. Tang Lei smiled. Of course they're crispy, it's called a milfai. Old Baban, milfai? Western cakes do have that method, but after eating yours, I think yours is better. Those cakes, though with good cream, seemed sweet, mushy, and uninteresting compared to Tang's milfai. Old Baban's casual remark struck Tang Lei as somewhat poignant. In its early years, Daxia also experienced a westernization trend. During that period, everything from the West was highly sought after. A Western style swept through the city from top to bottom. Fried chicken, fries, and pizza, priced dozens of times higher, overshadowed Daxia's traditional steamed buns and dumplings. Western-style cakes, creams, mousses, and cookies briefly replaced Daxia's traditional pastries. These Western trinkets were priced far exceeding their cost, yet they were touted as selling craftsmanship and selling culture. Tang Lei remembers being a child about 10 years ago. Parents typically rewarded their children by saying, "I'll take you to KXC." Back then, his family was poor, and his parents saved for a long time to take him there once in a while, and he didn't think that fried chicken tasted much better than his mother's spicy chicken. Looking back after many years, leaving aside the high-class filter of those Western trinkets, didn't Daxia's cuisine also touch people's hearts? In this land thousands of miles from his homeland, he had already proven himself with his culinary skills. The craftsmanship and culture of Great Xia were no less than those of any other nation, and could also reach the world. Another piece, Tang. Old Bawan's voice interrupted Tang Lei's thoughts. He smiled and cut another piece for Old Bawan, thinking of a certain little foodie. Haven't seen Yelena much lately? Although he was now living at Old Bawan's house, he was busy coming to the canteen every day. He basically only went home to sleep. If Yelena didn't come to see him, they rarely bumped into each other. Old Baban sighed upon hearing this. Well, her job, well, she's had some things to hand over recently. Oh, Tang Lei nodded, that's true. I remember she said she was also a soldier, and she's only back on leave. Her leave is almost over? Thinking about it, he felt a little regretful that he wouldn't see her again. If she's leaving, I'll make her some snacks to take with her. Tang Lei thought for a moment and said. Old Baban hesitated. No need for that, she doesn't have. Yes, a clear voice suddenly interrupted. Old Baban jumped in fright. You brat. When did you come in without a sound? You scared your father to death. Yelena appeared before them, making a face at Old Baban. I just heard my name and wanted to eavesdrop to see if you were talking badly about me. She quickly turned to Tang Lei. Brother Tang, don't listen to him. Even though I'm not leaving, I still need some snacks. Tang Lei was also startled. To be honest, this little girl appeared without anyone noticing. After receiving the beginner chef's physique gifted by the system, he was quite sharp-eyed and could easily locate sounds, but it repeatedly failed him on Yelena. However, hearing the little girl say she wasn't leaving, Tang Lei was in a good mood. Okay, but you have to remind me often. Otherwise, I'll forget when I'm busy, like these past few days. Yelena huffed, feeling wronged. I wanted to, but I can't, I have some work I can't get rid of. But after this, I should be able to rest for a while. Brother Tang, I'm coming to the cafeteria every day during this time. You can't find me annoying. Old Bawan looked at her with some concern, but ultimately said nothing. Tang Lei noticed that Yelena seemed more lively today. His mood lightened a bit, and he smiled. Okay, perfect timing, you help me out, I'll make you something nice. He remembered the book he hadn't yet read, Men's Fuel Station, Women's Beauty Salon. But before he could act on it, someone from Anton arrived. The adjutant rushed to the 5th mess hall. Chef Tang, I heard from the superior that you have some work to assign to the prisoners in the 5th district. When? We're going to arrange it this morning? He was frantic. The prisoners transferred from the 2nd district would be moving in tomorrow. If these hungry ghosts in the 5th district were still causing trouble by then, things would get really messy. The new and old prisoners coming together might just turn the world upside down. The adjutant's head throbbed at the thought. Right now, he looked at Tang Lei like a lifeline. Tang Lei, without delay, picked up a small bag. Okay, let's go now. Let me explain the arrangements first. This bag contains Sichuan-style chili paste, specially made for Sichuan cuisine, which Tang Lei had purchased from the system shop. Originally, his points wouldn't have been enough. However, Tang Lei had a sudden inspiration last night. After repeatedly tormenting, harassing, and threatening the system, he successfully made a deal. That was buying on credit. The credit arrangement was simple. Tang Lei would take enough chilies from the system to grow first, and then pay it back with 1.2 times the points once his repeat customer quota was met. The interest rate was incredibly high, causing Tang Lei another pang of pain, but he had no other choice but to casually copy a book on chili pepper cultivation from the system. Scratching his head, Tang Lei smiled bitterly. He, a promising young man who had finally escaped car and mortgage payments, thought he could do whatever he wanted, had inadvertently ended up with a points-based loan. This was truly, sigh. Burdened by the pressure of the points-based loan scheme, Tang Lei quickened his pace to keep up with his adjutant. On the way, he overheard the adjutant sighing and lamenting about potential problems with the prisoners during handover. Suddenly, Tang Lei had a brilliant idea. "I have an idea, why don't you give it a try?" The adjutant frowned, about to say that even he, a prison guard for so many years, hadn't found a solution, so what could he do? Then Tang Lei pulled out a bag of golden chili pepper seeds. A few minutes later, Tang Lei finished speaking, and the adjutant looked on dreamily. "Tang Lei, what? It won't work?" The adjutant shook his head. "No, I just feel, isn't this just giving the prisoners an easy way out? What to do?" He was starting to consider trying it too. This vague envy of the prisoners felt strangely familiar. Tang Lei, ahem, there's no need for that. His idea was simple. He didn't have many seeds, and he was worried about how to distribute them. Since some of these prisoners are misbehaving, 1,000 prisoners with relatively good recent behavior will be selected and given these chili seeds. They will be allowed to plant chilies next to their assigned potato plots. Once the chilies bear fruit, they can bring the produce to Tang Lei. Based on the quality and quantity of their harvest, they can exchange it for Tang Lei's special snacks, or priority access to meals, etc. Those who plant well will receive extra rewards. Those who don't plant diligently will be disqualified, as the seeds are quite valuable. Furthermore, the system has explained that these chili seeds have been optimized. As long as one understands the habits of chilies, they are not difficult to plant. As for the many who weren't selected, Tang Lei also has a plan. He plans to plant many more later. This is just a trial run, and more seeds will be distributed periodically. Each person will only receive one type of seed, but priority will still be given to prisoners with good behavior. What about those who want to cause trouble because they don't have enough food? Sorry, the more trouble they cause, the less seeds they'll get. And, to boost the prisoners' enthusiasm, Tang Lei also planned to cook a pot of mala tang, a spicy hot pot dish, using these spicy seasonings for lunch today. However, this mala tang was different. In some parts of Daxia, this way of eating is also called bobo chicken. It involves skewering ingredients, blanching them in the broth, and then eating them on the skewers. They can be eaten plain or with dipping sauce. The biggest advantage is the large quantity and portability. "Sir, could you please inform everyone who comes to the 5th canteen for lunch today, during their break time, regardless of whether they've gotten any food, they can receive a new dish. The main ingredient is this stuff we had them grow today." Once these prisoners know how delicious chili peppers are, how could they not be enthusiastic? And each person only gets one serving. They definitely won't be allowed to eat their fill. The main goal is to whet their appetites, making them unable to stop eating. But what if they want some? Oh, there isn't any. Unless you trade it for chili peppers you grow. This whole series of moves left the adjutant speechless. "Tang, what did you do before?" He struggled to swallow the question. "Would you be interested in being a prison guard? This guy is too talented. He's got it all figured out perfectly. In other words, it's kind of terrifying," the adjutant thought resentfully. "Like now. Even he's thinking about growing that kind of chili paste." The prison guard, supposedly in charge of the inmates, seemed to envy Tang Lei every day. Tang Lei smiled. Just ordinary people from Great Xia. He naturally noticed the adjutant's resentment and thought for a moment, the officers work hard managing the prison. "If you'd like, I'll discuss with Commander Anton about adding some special delicacies to the officers' reward and punishment system. Just food would suffice, farming wasn't necessary. The inmates were here for labor reform, and the guards were simply doing their normal job." This job also provided considerable benefits to his canteen. Although he was just a lowly cook and couldn't influence the prison's management system, he could still offer some small assistance if he could. However, these ideas still needed the guard's consent, Tang Lei thought calmly. Perhaps many weren't particularly fond of food and drink. Yes. The adjutant's excited voice interrupted his thoughts again, his gaze towards Tang Lei suddenly becoming warm and affectionate. "At least I'm absolutely willing. Chef Tang, it's wonderful that you have this idea. I'll go back and talk to Commander Anton about it." "Oh my god, Tang, if it works out, from now on here, you'll be my brother." Tang Lei grinned. He had already lost count of how many half-brothers he had gained since coming here. There were just too many. And after this whole arrangement was announced, the prisoners in District 5, just as Tang Lei had expected, boiled up. Really? As long as we plant the seed Chef Tang mentioned, we can eat delicious food in the 5th canteen. Not only that, Chef Tang also said there will be special dishes that we can't usually eat. That's amazing. Anyway, we have to plant potatoes every day, so what's the difference what we plant? I'll do it. Some were cautious, taking a wait-and-see approach. Who knows if this stuff is easy to grow? What if it doesn't grow well? Not only will there be no reward, but there will also be punishment. And what is this? Ciba chili? Is it the same as the chili we usually eat? I certainly don't know what's so good about it. But when the announcement that only 1,000 could be selected to grow it came down, all the prisoners were stunned again. Laughable. You can keep watching, that guy. You might not even get a share. Damn it, I was just saying, if it's really going to grow, I'll definitely grow it. Only 1,000. Can we even eat that much? Oh my god, only 1,000? And you have to be good at it? I'm really honest. Sir, you have to choose me. Don't talk nonsense. Yesterday I saw you howling like a wolf during lights out, saying you were hungry and wanted to eat at the 5th canteen. The prisoners who were usually actively reforming were happy, while those who were just messing around were speechless. I was instigated, sir. I'm usually really honest. Now they regretted it. Damn it, they've been behaving themselves for years. How come they've acted like idiots after just a couple of days of being egged on? Faced with the polarized opinions of the prisoners, the adjutant promptly announced that they would be randomly selecting prisoners from those who hadn't been given seeds, i.e., inmates. This immediately calmed the previously desperate prisoners down. Calm down, calm down. If they repent now, they'll have another chance. If they keep causing trouble, then we're doomed. No matter how much they wreak havoc in this prison, they won't be released any sooner. The only way to improve their lives seems to be through Chef Tang's delicious food. They have to give it their all. Suddenly, the prisoners seem to have been injected with adrenaline, each one standing tall and proud, like a Fortune 500 company holding a staff meeting. Don't worry, sir. We'll definitely farm well. Reform yourselves. Start anew. For the food in the 5th canteen, let's go. Tang Lei looked at the group of enthusiastic young men and nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. They were all promising talents who could help him earn points to pay off his loans. After arranging everything, he turned and went back to the 5th canteen, casually asking Yelena, who was waiting there. Little yeah, is the favor I asked you to do done? Yes. Yelena cheerfully ran out of the kitchen, pulling a half-bald figure along. It was none other than the head chef of the 2nd canteen, Old Six, Gleb. Yelena said, I've already asked him to bring all the steel and wooden skewers from Zone 2, they used them for barbecue. Several thousand. That should be enough, right? Old Six hesitated for a moment. Madam, I need to remind you, you don't seem to be as polite as when you asked for my help. Instead, he directly smashed a table in front of her. His face clearly said, if you don't give it to me, this table will be yours. This was practically robbery. Seriously, he didn't say he wouldn't give it to me. Yelena raised an eyebrow. You're not happy. Old Six shut up. No. That's good. She turned to Tang Lei with a smile. How about that? I'm efficient, right? Tang Lei glanced at Old Six's livid face and chuckled inwardly. Quick, you're really good. You can choose first when it's ready. Yay! Yelena cheered. Is there anything else I can help with, Brother Tang? Are we got enough ingredients? I saw there's a lot left in the 2nd canteen. Why don't we bring them over? Hey, ma'am, you're too, cough, it's not impossible. Finally, it was Tang Lei's gentle voice. It's alright, take whatever you like, Old Six won't mind. Oh, by the way, should I call you Old Six now? Old Six, no need to change it anymore, thank you. Anyway, you guys won't call me by my name properly. Habits are truly terrifying things. He even started to feel, not bad being called Old Six now. Not bad? Laughter and cheerful conversation filled the 5th canteen, but in the 2nd prison ward, 2 sections away, a gloomy atmosphere hung heavy. Roman's adjutant, a thin, short man, entered the ward warden's office with his head down. A strong smell of alcohol wafted from him. Roman was drinking again. His lover, Lena, stood carefully beside him. Upon seeing him, Roman frowned. Levra, I told you not to spoil my fun at this time. Levra said helplessly, Warden, something has happened that might surprise us. He glanced at Lena. Lena received his look and obediently got up to leave. Only after she had left did Levra look away and say softly, Warden, our spies planted among the inmates in Ward 5 have sent word. The plan to disrupt Ward 5 and incite a riot might be off the table. Roman was annoyed at the mere mention of Ward 5. What now? It's such a simple matter. Aren't they absolutely obsessed with that great Siam man's cooking? We just had those spies spread the word that the guards can eat the food in the 5th canteen while the inmates can't. Those inmates should have been itching to get back to work by now. A cold glint flashed in Roman's eyes. It's not scarcity that's the problem, but inequality. These inmates are naturally at odds with the guards. Just tell them that everything they want most right now has been taken away by the prison guards. Wouldn't they riot? But Lefra hesitated. The informants brought news today. Chef Tang from the 5th dining hall distributed a batch of seeds to inmates with excellent behavior. Completing the task will earn them a special dish personally prepared by Chef Tang. It's the kind you can't usually get in the dining hall, and supposedly even the guards don't have any. Seeds? Roman was stunned. What the hell is that? And don't call him chef. He's just a lowly, despicable great xia person. Lefra continued helplessly. Because of this task, it's only given to inmates with good behavior. Now, those inmates in the 5th ward who were previously instigated to riot are all genuinely repenting and making amends, each one more obedient than the last. What he didn't dare say aloud was, after this incident, even the few informants they painstakingly planted, they openly and secretly regretted causing trouble. Some even said they'd stop bothering them. They're honest people. Listen to this nonsense. They've been planning this for so long, even Anton hadn't been able to find out. And just like that, they're half crippled. Roman stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Are you crazy? They all got in with lives on their hands. Are they that easy to fool? The great xia dog just said something and they were fooled. How could they believe that planting ghost seeds would produce special delicacies? Idiots. Lefra continued. So Tang, cough, the great xia dog then said that at noon today, everyone who came to the 5th canteen would be distributed a dish made from the seeds we planted, supposedly a spicy delicacy from Great Xia. Some people in wards 3 and 4 are quite interested in it. What delicacy? Roman roared again. It's pig swill. Lefra wisely and promptly shut his mouth, cutting off his previous thought. Actually, he thought, he could send a few people from ward 2 to collect that special food. Ahem. He wasn't craving any Great Xia cuisine. He was absolutely loyal to the fighting nation. And to ward 2. This was simply an attempt to better understand the enemy's strategies. Anyway, why not take it? It's said that getting food from the 5th canteen isn't easy normally, but all these convoluted thoughts ended with Roman's angry roar. Cunning, that heartless xia dog. He actually used gifts to lure people from other prison sections to choose sides. How ridiculous. Does he really think anyone would abandon their principles for a stutterer? Lefra wisely remained silent, letting his superior vent his anger. Roman stood up, pacing back and forth in his office, panting heavily, like a trapped beast. He waved his bandaged hands occasionally, shouting angrily, I'll get rid of that old rigid Anton sooner or later. Kill that xia dog. Mentioning Anton, Lefra's expression showed more worry. This is another thing I wanted to remind you of, Warden. Major Anton has been investigating you, something since before the assessment. Lefra deflected the question, avoiding a direct mention of Roman's actions over the years. The recent prisoner handover, and our arrangement of informants to incite the prisoners, temporarily eased his scrutiny of our 2nd ward. Now that the prisoner issue is resolved, Major Anton will likely shift his focus back soon. That will be very dangerous. Although Roman has family backing, Major Anton shouldn't be underestimated. What if something really gets dragged into this? Lefra whispered a reminder. That inspector, didn't he say he'd be coming again? Roman's face darkened. He calmed down, pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, Tomorrow is the prisoner handover day. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he nodded. Go and call Mrs. FIA. Lady FIA. Upon hearing this name, Lefra's expression became complex. He didn't waste any more words, turned, and left. Half an hour later, the sound of shackles rang out. Someone pushed open the door and entered Roman's office. It was a redhead. The hair color might be too flamboyant for most people, but paired with her strikingly beautiful features, it complemented her perfectly. The alluring smile in her eyes and brows, and her seductive figure, immediately drew everyone's attention. Almost everyone noticed that she was also wearing prison clothes. She was a female prisoner, and a woman as beautiful as a succubus. Even the clanking shackles on her didn't seem like constraints, but rather decorations. Upon seeing this female prisoner, the guards in front of Roman's office all bowed slightly. Madam, you've arrived. The female prisoner named FIA chuckled lightly. The 2nd warden summoned me, how could I dare not come? She casually pulled out a chair and sat opposite Roman. Her posture was relaxed and casual. As a prisoner, facing the highest-ranking man in the prison, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. She simply spoke lazily. What is it, my dear warden? Roman remained silent, first taking a cigarette from his silver cigarette case and offering it to the woman before him. Madame FIA smiled slightly, reaching out to take it, as if they were old friends. Click. The lighter was on. Madame FIA took a deep drag, leaning back in her chair, her red lips slightly parted, comfortably exhaling a puff of smoke. Her long legs were crossed, even in a casual sitting position, she exuded ultimate allure. Roman's gloomy gaze lingered on the woman's beautiful curves for a moment, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Fia, I have a new deal. Madame Fia smiled slightly. Last time you rejected my request for a reduced sentence, I thought you weren't planning on making a deal with me. Roman frowned. It's not that I didn't want to, it's just the rule, I can't do anything about it. But if you can handle things well this time, I can agree to your request. I remember you still have 5 years left on your sentence, right? Fia casually flicked her cigarette ash. Yes. Roman's face twitched. Tomorrow, some prisoners from the 2nd ward will be transferred to the 5th ward, you know that, right? Upon hearing this, Fia elegantly covered her red lips. I do know a little, I heard you were careless and actually lost to. Shut up. Roman snapped. Tomorrow, you and your men will also be transferred to the 5th ward. Fia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Roman, go to District 5, and do your best to cause them as much trouble as you can. Ideally, make those idiots riot. Make Anton oust himself. Even if you can't, make him suffer for at least a month. Until that damned Vladimir reappears. Roman can't allow any surprises. Lady Fia's casual smile faded slightly. Lieutenant Roman, this mission of yours is quite difficult. Roman coldly replied, after it's done, your 5-year sentence will be reduced by 2 years. Lady Fia exhaled a puff of smoke. Speaking so frankly and clearly, I suppose the 2nd warden didn't leave me any room to refuse. Roman's gaze was cold, and he remained silent. However, I'm quite satisfied with the reward. Mrs. Fia smiled slightly, elegantly stubbing out her cigarette on Roman's walnut table. I understand. Please await good news. She stood up, her gaze lingering on the table. Warden, when did a 5-pointed star appear on your desk? Shut up. Roman roared again. Mrs. Fia smiled knowingly and turned to leave. With her back to Roman, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Just as she was about to leave, Roman suddenly said, oh, by the way, there's one more person you need to be extra careful with. That cunning new Xia dog, Tang Lei. Mrs. Fia raised an eyebrow. The new prison guard supervisor. She pondered to herself. I don't think I've heard that name before. A great Xia man, is he some kind of mixed blood heir from a powerful family? Parachuted into the Siberian prison for training? Or a retired military general? No, he's a cook. He's in charge of the 5th mess hall now. This man is treacherous and cunning, extremely vicious. You mustn't let your guard down, Madame Fia. She seriously doubted whether her old partner had lost her mind. Beware of a cook? What can a cook do? Starve her? He's not going to starve her to death. Madame Fia chuckled inwardly and turned to leave. Inside the 2nd prison ward, undercurrents were stirring. The 5th prison ward was bustling with activity. It was lunchtime. A group of people lined up inside and outside the 5th canteen. Those who arrived early rushed to get their food and ate slowly. Those who arrived late, seeing that the food was almost gone and the 5th canteen was nearly full, turned and rushed to the 3rd and 4th canteens. They needed to quickly finish their lunch and then return to the 5th canteen to collect the new snack Chef Tang had mentioned. The 1,000 or so lucky ones who managed to get their food were engrossed in eating, each one sweating profusely. That's right, today Tang Lei had prepared Sichuan cuisine, primarily spicy and numbing. Boiled sliced pork, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and mapo tofu, and each person received a limited serving of mala tang, spicy hot pot. The ingredients were skewered and cooked in a large pot. Tang Lei let each prisoner reach in and take 2 skewers. Whether they liked meat or vegetables, it was all a matter of luck. However, so far, no one seemed to dislike them. After eating, they simply tossed the skewers into a designated bin near the entrance for recycling. This way, the prisoners were rotated very quickly. Tang Lei had initially worried that someone might try to sneak in and take skewers multiple times. But after Yelena spotted one trying to cheat and delivered a swift chop to the neck, no one dared to do it anymore. The long line around the large pot became even more orderly. After praising the young woman's sharp eyes, Tang Lei simply assigned her to keep watch. Yelena had no complaints about Tang Lei asking her to help and happily stood there. She even managed to sneak a skewer from the pot and pop it into her mouth. He even discreetly took a small skewer. Tang Lei noticed, smiled silently, pretended not to see, and tossed another handful of skewers into the pot. There are so many people today. Old Bawan, busy skewering food and adding it to the pot, sighed. Due to the limited space of the 5th canteen, they usually only had around 1,000 people at most. Today, judging by the crowd, it was 2 or 3 times the usual number. Tang Lei, listening to the announcement in his mind, laughed out loud. New customers +1 +1 +1. The system's announcements hadn't stopped since they started distributing the spicy hot pot skewers. In just 1 hour, there were 2 or 3,000 new customers. These were all potential points, paying off his points debt. Just around the corner. This is outrageous, old Bhavan grimaced, exhausted, and was ushered aside by Tang Lei to rest. He was looking at the long queue and sighing when he suddenly stopped. Holy crap. Some of these people don't look like they're from our 5th district. Tang Lei, goodness, with so many people, you can still tell them apart? Old Bhavan, of course. Don't you know how many years I've been doing this? Wait. The point is, aren't these the kitchen helpers from the 3rd and 4th canteens? You. Old Bhavan pointed to someone who had just reached the front of the line. Weren't you helping your 4th canteen's head chef during the assessment a few days ago? The man looked up, met Tang Lei's gaze, and gave an awkward smile. Ahem, I heard some prisoners who come to the 4th canteen talking about this. Didn't they say everyone could come? I was just curious, just curious. Tang Lei also recognized the somewhat familiar young man. Even kitchen helpers from other canteens are coming to the 5th canteen to freeload. Cough. Come on in, just don't mind. The man shook his head repeatedly. No, no. He grabbed 2 skewers. Chef Tang, could I take these with me and return them later? Our head chef is busy and can't leave, but it wouldn't be right not to give them to him. Otherwise, he might not get a chance next time. Tang Lei hadn't expected that the 4th brother had given his permission, but considering he hadn't had any real conflict with him, he generously waved his hand. Okay, I'll grant you an extra one. Hey, thank you, Chef Tang. The young kitchen helper beamed, clutching the skewers as he ran off. He'd heard far too many prisoners bragging about the food at the 5th canteen along the way. Even though he worked in the canteen and never lacked food, looking at how these people were eating and smelling the delicious aroma, he was absolutely drooling. As he ran, he kept thinking, the 4th canteen was closest to the 5th. It wouldn't be too much to ask to exchange experiences more often. Several people from the logistics department shared the same thought. They weren't lured here by prisoners like the people from the 3rd and 4th canteens. The root cause of their presence stemmed from their colleague who had come to participate in the expansion of the 5th canteen. Maxim was one of only 2 engineers in the logistics department. Although his time working on the 5th canteen's construction hadn't been long, Maxim already felt this was the best job he'd received since arriving at the Siberian prison. First of all, there were no problems with the construction process. Major Anton of the 5th Prison Ward, well aware that novices should direct experts, entrusted the entire project to them after approving the expansion results. Funding was also not an issue. The funds accumulated by the 2nd canteen over the years were more than enough for them to do as they pleased. Most importantly, they can now get all 3 meals a day from Chef Tang. Good heavens! What wonderful days these are! Sometimes they even get their hands on some novel delicacies, like the savory pancakes this morning, and the amazing skewers for lunch today. When Tang Lei informed them that each person could only take 1 serving at lunchtime, this resourceful engineer immediately thought of his old friend. Dear Sergey, you absolutely have to do me a favor this lunchtime. The logistics minister looked up from a pile of reports. If you're asking for funding, forget it. The 2nd prison district hasn't even paid all their expenses from these past few years. They really can't spare a single penny for expanding the 5th canteen. Oh, no, I'm not treating you like an ATM, Maxim argued. My friend, I just want you to come with me to the 5th canteen at noon to get me an extra snack. After saying that, he probed, I remember you're not interested in food, right? The logistics minister exclaimed incredulously, I'm a minister, a high-ranking one, though I'm a bit of a loser. But I'm still on par with some of the wardens. You just want me to get you a snack from the canteen? Maxim, did you build that house and make you stupid? Maxim, I mainly know you're not interested in this stuff, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you. Humph. Sergey stood up unhappily. Fine, I'll go. Perfect timing. These days you and that guy from the 2nd canteen have been going back and forth asking me for money to give to the 5th canteen. I want to talk to the head chef of the 5th canteen. Let's see how much money he needs for the smallest warden. Half an hour later, as the two were about to reach the display window, Maxim confirmed again. Sergey, my old friend, you wouldn't be interested in these snacks, you'd give them to me without a second thought, right? Logistics Minister Sergey rubbed his rumbling stomach and fell silent. Maxim, really? Finally, it was their turn. Sergey grabbed 2 skewers, hesitated for a moment under Maxim's expectant gaze, then popped them into his mouth. Just 1 bite, I'm really hungry, he explained. Engineer Maxim. Oh no, he's doomed. From now on, he'll probably have another rival for food. Ouch, it's so spicy. Maxim, you're making me eat this. Are you trying to poison me and steal my funding? Ouch, that's not very friendly. Maxim shook his head helplessly. I mean it, but at least don't eat both skewers. Sergey belatedly tasted them. It was spicy, but how? Why did it make him want to eat more and more? He turned to the display window again. I haven't even tasted it yet. 2 more skewers, please. Sorry, Tang Lei calmly shook his head and refused. Materials are limited, 1 set per person. What materials are you missing? The logistics minister had unknowingly forgotten about discussing funding with Tang Lei. If you need anything, can't you just ask the logistics department? Maxim behind him. Old friend, how many faces do you have? It was only after old Bawan's reminder that Tang Lei realized the man in front of him was actually the logistics minister. Unfortunately, the chili peppers and seasonings, those were indeed out of the question. He explained, it's a specialty spice, and we're currently promoting and expanding production. Let's wait a bit. Within a month or two, he should be able to have chili pepper freedom. Sergey said reluctantly, fine, if you need any help, you can contact the logistics department. However, we're all here to serve the prison. Look, our logistics department is quite close to the 5th mess hall. It would be great if everyone in the department could team up, organize some activities, and strengthen relationships. Tang Lei was bewildered. What? Team up? Shouldn't it be the logistics department teaming up with the 5th prison district? He was just a cook, the only place he needed to build relationships with the logistics department. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. Could you tell Bella to get us some more special ingredients? Special ingredients? Sergey's expression turned serious. You mean the stuff in the second canteen? As the logistics manager who was always broke, he immediately shook his head warily. No, although the food in the 5th canteen is pretty good, but we really don't have the funds to buy lobsters, abalone, or Arctic surf clams. Tang Lei was stunned. Huh? So the second canteen uses these all year round? Good heavens! We really should have listened to Xiao Ye and raided the second canteen for ingredients. Hearing Tang Lei's question, Sergey was also taken aback. You don't want these? It's not that bad, Tang Lei explained, I just want some things you don't usually buy. Chicken feet, pig's trotters, tripe, these. He had forgotten to tell Bella that these awful items weren't commonly found in the market, because almost no one here would eat them. Not only were they cheap, but a large portion of them were even dumped directly into the trash at the slaughterhouse. Tang Lei's heart ached at the thought. Leaving aside trotters and claws, just duck intestines, beef stomach, heart, liver, spleen, lungs. Those are all great ingredients for hot pot. Before, without enough seasoning, it was difficult to remove the gamey smell. Now that they have enough spicy chili peppers, this is a golden opportunity. Sergey, as the logistics minister, was one who was constantly exploited by Roman, forced to tighten his belt. He wasn't exactly an expert on the prices of daily necessities in the area, but he had a good idea. He could tell immediately that these things were incredibly cheap. His expression quickly softened. As long as they weren't trying to drain his funds, anything was negotiable. He nodded, sure, no problem. It turns out you're acquainted with Bella, that's quite convenient. I'll have her use my recommendation to contact the local slaughterhouse. Buying directly from the source at a low price. Tang Lei was very satisfied, thinking to himself that this leader was really good. However, the next request might be a bit pricey. If possible, could you also pick out some unusual items for me, or perhaps some common ingredients from Great Xia? To be honest, my hometown cuisine is much tastier, and the lack of ingredients is limiting my creativity. Hearing this, Sergey hesitated, not immediately agreeing. Tang Lei didn't press the issue. I've already discussed this with Bella, she has the right to try any new ingredients she finds. If you'd like, sir, we can exchange ideas later. I think there are a few snacks you might like. Sergey blinked. As shrewd as he was, he naturally understood that Tang Lei's words were blatant bribery. But the spicy flavor in his mouth hadn't even been completely swallowed. Sergey smacked his lips, sadly realizing that, even in the face of his most beloved money, he couldn't completely resist the temptation. He gritted his teeth. Well, I'll have to think about it. Tang Lei, of course, didn't think he could get the boss to spend money with just a few words. Sure, come again anytime. Let's skip it today. The food was all gone. Sergey sighed, picked up 2 skewers, and left. As soon as he left the food window, Maxim sidled up to him. Old buddy, you didn't agree. If you had, our entire logistics department would be living the high life. What's the rush? Sergey scoffed. I need to assess whether he's worth my money. Maxim, how do you plan to assess him? Sergey, let's start by coming over every day to sample the food. You don't understand, he's asking me for a favor, so naturally he has to show sincerity. Maybe if I come back tomorrow, he'll save some food for me. If I agree too quickly, I'll end up like you today, never getting a proper meal. Understand? That's called social etiquette. Maxim, He decided he'd never call his old friend again and would go to the canteen early himself. If it weren't for waiting for Sergey, would he be starving? As for social etiquette, Maxim shook his head. He felt this tactic might not work on Tang. This young man seemed friendly and approachable, but how many honest people would dare to go against Roman? Besides being rebellious, he also exuded a lazy, irresponsible air, never trying to curry favor with his superiors. What to do? Will he fail in his social skills and end up being reprimanded instead? Meanwhile, lunch break was nearing its end. The prisoners, almost all with 2 skewers, were still savoring their food after finishing. Mine's spicier. What's this, leafy greens? Mine's delicious. It's sausage. I never thought that the big red sausage I'm so tired of would taste so good in this soup. Although their opinions on the various ingredients differed, the prisoners all had one unified reaction. Chef Tang, this spicy hot pot? Can we get more tomorrow? Tang Lei stroked his chin. I was only planning to open it for 1 day. Since you like it, let's add 2 more days. Great! The prisoners cheered. We'll be back tomorrow. Let's see what I get tomorrow. The double joy of drawing lots and enjoying delicious food made the prisoners ecstatic. Tang Lei smiled slightly. He wasn't just trying to get repeat customers and earn points. He also wanted to thoroughly ignite their love for spicy food. Otherwise, who would serve him his precious chili peppers? So, for the next 2 days, Tang Lei added a new twist. He prepared 3 pots, 1 each of mild, medium, and extra spicy, and announced that anyone who could eat extra spicy food without flinching would be rewarded with a special feast. Tang Lei originally wanted to give them a bottle of wine as a reward. However, alcohol is prohibited in prison, except on special holidays. Regrettably, the reward was replaced with delicious food, but this was enough to excite the prisoners. Each person still only received 2 sticks. Although the cuisine of the Russian people leans towards sweet and salty, and they generally find it difficult to handle spiciness, but for the reward, most people went straight for the extra spicy. So, for the past 2 days, Tang Lei was forced to witness the complete breakdown of the Russians' defenses. One after another, strong men who could drink vodka raw and still get up to fight even with knives stuck in their bodies. They screamed and cried from the spiciness of a single bite of chili pepper, tears streaming down their faces. It was utterly miserable. Yet, they cried and still wanted to eat. The more they ate, the more enthusiastic they became. The stubbornness of the Russians was at its peak, and their competitive spirit was at an all-time high. They didn't even need Tang Lei to encourage them with food anymore. They all started spontaneously competing with each other. Weakling! I managed to finish a whole extra spicy one today. Ha, you drank 3 glasses of water right after. What flavor did it have? Coward! You're talking nonsense. Try it yourself if you dare. Are you even capable? You can't even handle medium spicy. Are you even a man? You used to brag about being able to drink a whole bottle of vodka. Now you can't even handle mild spicy. I know I've been listening to your bragging all year. Wait, Chef Tang can handle spicy food too, right? I heard it's Daxia cuisine. Daxia people can handle spicy food? What happened to them being pretty boys? Tang Lei hadn't expected it either. A pot of spicy hot pot had actually changed these burly men's perception of the people of Great Xia. The vodka they used to be so proud of, world-renowned, seemed rather ordinary in the face of the extra spicy, devilishly spicy. It seemed, just so. He'd heard that in some parts of Great Xia, even women could easily eat extra spicy food. Tang Lei rubbed his nose, thinking about those places in Great Xia famous for their spiciness, and their habit of having a plate of vegetables mostly filled with chili peppers, and the spicy girls who were capable of eating spicy food and running a household. Well, for the sake of these men's last bit of pride, he decided not to say more. But what he had to say was that because of these 3 days of spicy hot pot, a spicy eating contest had swept through the entire 5th prison ward. Not only were the prisoners competing, but the guards, having heard the news, were also curious and came to give it a try. This contest reignited the guards' competitive spirit. How could they possibly lose to the prisoners over something so trivial? They had to let the prisoners know who was in charge. So, one after another, they pulled in colleagues to help them finish their food. Even if they couldn't get the extra spicy skewers, they could still get a couple more, right? Even Anton and the wardens of the 3rd and 4th wards heard about it. However, Anton had already tried it and knew he'd soon have his share of spicy food, so he remained relatively composed. The other leaders, after seeing their subordinates crying their eyes out, gave up on the idea of giving it a try. Their pride was still important. Meanwhile, Tang Lei counted his rapidly increasing points, feeling quite gratified. Great, being able to eat is a blessing. In just 3 days, he had actually paid off his points loan. Returning customers had also increased to over 5,000. This was even faster than the 1st and 2nd stages. Tang Lei breathed a huge sigh of relief the moment he submitted his points and saw his debt cleared. Great! He was debt-free again. Let's not even talk about how much money it was. These days, in Great Xia, not being in debt is a sign of being an elite. This time, the system was a little stunned. After confirming the points he had earned, it made its first rather emotional suggestion to Tang Lei. Host, why don't you borrow a little more? When the host first suggested borrowing on credit, it was a little reluctant. But now, if it had any complaints, it would only blame Tang Lei for not lending him enough initially. That was 1.2 times the points. Earned hundreds of points for free in 3 days. The system instantly grasped the joy of lending money at exorbitant interest rates. Tang Lei firmly refused. Don't even think about it. I have no debt, I can set it up whenever I want. The system coaxed. Don't you want to see some super strength pills? Super nourishing soup? Enough for one night of sex, and your manhood will never falter. Tang Lei spat out a mouthful of water. What the hell are you talking about? Where did you come from, you lewd system? The system complained. According to research, these are the most popular supplements among men worldwide. Tang Lei chuckled. I don't need them. Get lost. Paying off the points loan was the next step in the chili project. After the 3rd day, Tang Lei announced some terrible news to everyone. After today, the 5th canteen will no longer serve spicy hot pot. Don't go empty-handed, brothers. Boom! This news was like a bolt from the blue for the prisoners present. Immediately, people started asking questions all at once. Why, Chef Tang? We love it. I haven't even cleared the extra spicy level yet. Tang Lei raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then, with a regretful expression, he said, I really want the brothers to eat their fill, but unfortunately, there's not enough food. This spiciness comes from a special chili pepper from Great Xia that the logistics department helped me get. It's extremely difficult to get any. So, there's only enough for 3 days. Fortunately, there are still some seeds, the ones I distributed to the 1,000 brothers a while ago. The excited prisoners immediately understood. So, once these seeds are grown, we can still eat it? How long will that take? No, we've never grown them before. Will they even grow properly? Tang Lei calmed the crowd down again before speaking. These seeds have been improved. As long as you follow the planting manual, there won't be any problems. Those who have concerns can hand in their seeds now. I'm sure some brothers will be willing to give it a try. The growth cycle for the Ciba chili pepper is 1 month, so brothers, as long as you work hard, in a month, mala tang, spicy hot pot, and many more spicy dishes will return to the 5th canteen. When that time comes, the brothers who successfully grow the peppers can just bring their harvest to the canteen and exchange it for food. The prisoners below immediately erupted in chaos. However, this time it wasn't directed at Tang Lei. They understood the hidden meaning in Tang Lei's words. Those who successfully grew the peppers would have priority access to spicy food. Now, those who had previously caused trouble and behaved poorly were even more remorseful. How could I have been so foolish as to listen to that guy's nonsense? Exactly. I can't understand it. Now look what's happened. After these 1,000 gluttons finish eating, will there be any left for us? Several burly men, already hot-tempered, became even more agitated. The Dennis brothers, also in the cafeteria, noticed the crowd's emotions and spoke up at the opportune moment. Those who didn't get seeds, don't get too excited. Don't forget, if you behave well, you'll have another chance. If you cause trouble in front of Chef Tang, aren't you afraid of being kicked out and never being able to come back to Cafeteria 5? Kicked out of Cafeteria 5. The agitated prisoners immediately quieted down. Forget it, they dared not provoke them, dared not move. Someone complained, you 2 brothers got seeds, so you're not worried about not having food. It's easy for you to say that. Dennis grinned, extending his enormous paw. Speak louder, kid. The man immediately shut up. Dennis scoffed, useless piece of trash, I'm not going to hit you. We 2 brothers already discussed it. We can't be the only ones eating spicy food while the rest of us go hungry, right? So, I'm planning to find a few close friends to plant these seeds together. We'll take turns watching over them, and when we get the harvest, we'll all share and have a taste. That's a good idea, isn't it? The group of prisoners thought about it. It really does seem like a good idea. This is basically just working together and getting free meals. At worst, they'll be on good terms with the seed owner, and when they get their food, they'll share it. So they eagerly started asking each other, who got the seeds back then? Did you get some, kid? Have you started planting yet? I remember you only graduated from elementary school. Can you even read the planting instructions? I'm educated, I'm a high school graduate, wanna plant together? Hey, I'm really good at planting potatoes. Anyone want to team up with me? You provide the seeds, I'll do the work, you're my brother. The inmates of Ward 5 were more united than ever before. The Dennis brothers, hiding in the crowd, winked at Tang Lei, their faces saying, hey buddy, how about that? Did I do a great job? Tang Lei smiled. These 2 brothers are truly geniuses. Ward 5 has struck gold. The Dennis brothers' method had 2 aspects. Firstly, it could calm the agitated and irritable emotions of some prisoners. Secondly, it also provided protection for the 1,000 prisoners who received the seeds. Being bullied is extremely common in prison. The more honest the prisoner, the easier they are to be bullied. And these 1,000 prisoners who received the seeds were precisely the most honest. The Dennis brothers specifically emphasized the importance of these 1,000 prisoners, also as a warning to the other prisoners. Don't have any crooked thoughts. Instead of using various means to bully others, it's better to be honest and build good relationships. After all, when it's time to come to Tang Lei to exchange the seeds, it has to be in person. Tang Lei sighed in admiration. These two brothers certainly had some brains and methods. They would definitely be influential figures outside. Unfortunately, one wrong step, and now they can only use their talents washing dishes for him. The Dennis brothers were thoroughly enjoying themselves, even winking at Tang Lei. Chef Tang, next time you have something delicious and easy to grow, don't forget us. Tang Lei smiled. Sure, once the chilies are grown, you'll have plenty to eat. All right, we'll supervise day and night. After that day, the chili-giving craze in Ward 5 instantly transformed into a planting frenzy. The inmates' enthusiasm for planting soared to unprecedented heights. They even became more diligent in planting potatoes. The Ward 5 guards were stunned, shocked, and also incredibly eager. They had heard about Chef Tang's statement. They also wanted to exchange for spicy delicacies. How frustrating that these chilies weren't theirs. In a short time, planting, which was originally a punishment, almost became a reward. The 1,000 lucky inmates who received chili seeds looked at them with even more affection than their own eyes after planting them. As long as they're outside, they'll inevitably be tending to their chili pepper plants. And when the prisoners rest, it's time for their chili planting buddies to get to work. Next to each potato field, a small plot is set aside for chili peppers. And in each chili pepper field, 2 or 3 burly men are always on duty, taking turns watching over them, never stopping. Those with higher education help explain chili pepper planting techniques to the others. Those less literate just gather around, using all sorts of mystical planting methods. Singing, chatting, even trying to win them over with love. They do it all. The prison guards are speechless. Who knows where these hardened criminals get their compassion from? But to be fair, since the chili pepper planting began, the restless 5th prison ward has actually calmed down. After their work, the prisoners no longer loiter around, they all gather around the chili pepper seedlings. Back in prison, they don't cause trouble anymore, all they talk about are chili pepper planting techniques. They even developed a new kind of competitive spirit. Did you see my chili peppers sprout today? TCH, mine's already a centimeter long. You're just bragging. Where did that centimeter come from? My eyes are my ruler. If I say it's there, it's there. Mine has one more leaf than yours. The atmosphere was both intense and peaceful. Even Anton was amazed after a routine inspection. This was the first time in all his years that he had encountered such a high level of civility in the entire prison ward. It was filled with a strong, academic atmosphere. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd entered a research institute. Of course, there were also some secretly plotting trouble. But everyone in the 5th prison ward treasured the chili peppers. Anyone who tried to sabotage them was immediately caught by a group of inmates and given a sound beating. You can hit me, I don't care, but if you touch my precious chili peppers, I'll fight you to the death. The prison guards turned a blind eye, only stopping the beatings when they were almost over. Alright, don't kill them, we still need to interrogate them. Confess. What are you up to, sneaking around in the chili pepper field? Not to mention the prisoners who poured so much effort into the chili peppers. Even the guards, who looked at them 3 times a day, had developed an attachment to them. These peppers were now the 5th ward's Achilles heel. Trying to touch them was practically suicide. After several arrests like this, they actually managed to uncover a few informants from the 2nd prison ward among the inmates who tried to sabotage the chili peppers. I knew it, that kid Roman was up to no good. After finishing another meal at the 5th canteen, Anton packed up his leftovers while recounting how some inmates had tried to sabotage his chili peppers in the past few days. Tang Lei rubbed his nose, somewhat puzzled. He's up to no good. Why would he try to pull up the chili peppers? A dignified warden of the 1st prison ward, what kind of power struggle is this? Open and covered infighting is more appropriate. Why target his ingredients? Does he think pulling up the chili peppers will force Anton to step down? Anton scoffed, who knows? He's lost his mind, can't stand seeing others do well. Tang Lei shook his head. This is really too naive. He'd been busy developing new dishes these past few days and hadn't had time to deal with Roman yet. He planned to think about how to handle him after arranging Anton's gathering, but seeing Anton in person today reminded Tang Lei of something else. By the way, sir, could I find another kitchen helper? Anton nodded. Sure, the canteen expansion should have more staff, but I didn't mention it because I saw Gleb was helping out. He quickly swallowed the 6th brother part, replacing it with a more respectful address. Gleb was painfully slicing radishes in the back kitchen. His radish shredding had started to show promise these past 2 days, so Tang Lei assigned him a new task. That was to slice the radishes into translucent slices, all of uniform thickness. Hearing Anton mention it, he looked up in surprise. What, isn't having a senior chef like me helping you in the kitchen enough? That's incredibly insulting, even if I'm slow at chopping. Didn't I bring the machine from the second canteen for you? Tang Lei quickly comforted him. No, it's just that there are more and more people eating, and I don't want you to get too tired. Yelena, holding a bowl of rice, also looked up. Brother Tang, I can help too. Sometimes your machine isn't even as fast as mine. Old Bawan quickly pressed her down. Girl, you mean well. But to prevent our canteen equipment from breaking down too quickly, you should work a little less. Tang Lei chuckled dryly. Right, Yelena, take a break. Just eat. I love watching you eat. Otherwise, judging by Yelena's savage chopping up a cutting board with one slice, even the expanded fifth canteen wouldn't be enough. Yelena's efforts failed, her pretty face slightly flushed as she stuck out her tongue. Okay, then I'll give you moral support. Tang Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. But without Yelena, of the few capable workers in the cafeteria, Lao Lu will eventually have to go back to the second cafeteria to take charge. Sometimes he's not so reliable. Lao Ba Wan is getting older and can't be overworked. Furthermore, the surge in repeat customers and points generated by distributing spicy hot pot a few days ago gave Tang Lei some inspiration. He felt that this model wasn't entirely unworkable. Tang Lei's idea was to set up a snack stall at a window between regular meals. Sometimes it was steamed buns, sometimes fried dumplings, or other pastries, nothing to fill you up, but something to try. One serving per person, offered until the end of break time. Prisoners who missed out on the main meals could come to the fifth canteen after their regular meals to satisfy their cravings. But this increased Tang Lei's workload, making him question himself daily. Had he lost his mind? He'd made things difficult for himself. Just then, a young prisoner approached him. Chef Tang, do you need anyone to help? I couldn't get the dishwashing job, but I've noticed you're quite busy lately. I have some cooking experience. Could I help? Tang Lei looked him over a few more times and recognized the familiar young man. Oh, it's you, the one who cried while eating noodles. Isn't this the young man who cried buckets while eating a bowl of tomato and egg noodles the day his assessment ended? I remember Dennis and his brother talking about him back then. This kid was in jail because he accidentally stabbed his abusive father to death. The young inmate blushed. It's me, my name is Alexei, you can call me Alex. I usually behave very well, I never cause trouble. And I'm not afraid of getting dirty or tired, I can do anything in the kitchen. Tang Lei found it interesting. How did you decide to come? Alexei thought to himself, is that even a question? Which inmate in the entire 5th district wouldn't want to come to the 5th canteen? But he had a selfish motive. I was hoping to learn a few tricks from Chef Tang, I only have 2 years left before I get out. I want my mom to taste your delicious cooking, even just a bowl of noodles. He spoke frankly, and Tang Lei raised an eyebrow. He's actually a filial son. Besides, he's been really tired and wanted to relax lately, which suited him perfectly with Alexei. Alright, I'll discuss it with the officer. That's why he mentioned it to Anton today. Anton's serious face broke into a smile after hearing this. Him? I know him. He's the youngest prisoner in District 5. But his character is indeed decent. Since you want him, let him come. He sincerely said. Tang, I feel that things have changed here since you came to District 5. Before, this was a cold and ruthless prison. Everywhere was silent and oppressive. The prisoners hated the guards, and the guards didn't treat the prisoners like human beings. Force was the most effective and commonly used method of discipline. But since Tang Lei's canteen opened, the hardened criminals, considered beyond redemption, seem to have rediscovered some humanity. Even the ruthless and oppressive prison felt a touch more human. Really? Tang Lei rubbed his nose. I'm just an ordinary cook, nothing special. Anton laughed heartily. Fine, just stay ordinary. Tang, you absolutely mustn't get poached by someone else. The 5th ward can't do without you. Tang Lei smiled. Definitely. After seeing Anton off, Tang Lei found the expectant Alexei at the next mealtime and told him he could start helping out in the 5th canteen early, working alongside the dishwashers. Alexei's excitement was palpable. At first, Lao Lu was a little uncomfortable, seemingly feeling that working with a prisoner like Ali was beneath him. However, he quickly recovered when he discovered Ali was efficient and respectful. Especially after Ali's slicing speed was just as fast as his own. Lao Lu was completely won over and stopped finding fault. After 2 days of trial work, Tang Lei discovered that Ali actually had a real talent for cooking. According to him, his family had been chefs for generations, and if it weren't for his parents' unhappy marriage, Ali would probably be studying at a culinary academy now. After a sigh, Tang Lei simply started teaching the two of them how to make pasta dishes. Steamed buns, dumplings, shumai, steamed bread. During their free time, they filled a freezer with semi-finished pasta products, perfect for making limited edition snacks. With the snacks readily available, repeat customers were a given. In just a few days, sales steadily increased by several thousand. Tang Lei resumed his carefree days of counting points like money, only waiting to settle Anton's dinner party so he could almost complete the third main quest. While he was bustling about, a group of people were getting restless. In the second ward chief's office, Luo Meng was pacing anxiously. What's going on? Didn't we tell those undercover agents not to move? They've gone mad, going to pull up those chili peppers? What's the point of pulling that stuff? The adjutant said with difficulty, we didn't give any orders, but maybe they think that because they led the trouble, they have no hope of getting the chance to grow chili peppers. They couldn't swallow their anger. So they thought they could harm as many as they could. If they couldn't eat them, others couldn't either. But when they got caught, they ended up dragging the second ward down with them. This time, they were truly innocent. The adjutant was both angry and speechless. Who told them to try and kill the fifth ward even more cruelly in the first place? He specifically selected a group of the most morally bankrupt and despicable prisoners to act as scapegoats. How could he expect these people not to betray District 2? They were practically begging to sell District 2 for leniency. These trash idiots. Roman cursed, have their brains been damaged? Or have those Xia dogs poisoned them? A chili pepper. A chili pepper. Is it worth causing trouble for them? Damn it, at the very least, they should have sabotaged the fifth canteen. If they had actually smashed up the Xia dog's canteen, he would have accepted it. But now, rumors are circulating in the other prison districts that he instructed prisoners to steal the chili peppers from District 5. Damn it. He's completely lost face. You dog Anton. You Xia dogs. You just wait. The adjutant, his face contorted with rage, dared not speak. Roman, in a fit of anger, smashed everything he could in the office before finally letting out a roar. And what about Fia? She's been handed over for days. Why haven't we heard a word from her? We were supposed to let her cause trouble for Anton, to disrupt the entire fifth prison ward. Why is it that now, Anton is the one causing him trouble? Unbeknownst to him, Mrs. Fia, currently in the fifth prison ward, was just as speechless. Sister, a female prisoner said with a distressed expression, I've really tried my best to entice them, but they're all ignoring me. Exactly, another beautiful female prisoner chimed in, her face filled with utter frustration. I was almost completely undressed. I'd gone this far, and they wouldn't even glance at me. That shouldn't be. No prisoner has ever resisted my advances for this long before, and I heard them say they never drive. They never talk about women. All they talk about is chili peppers. What's so good about chili peppers? Sister, are all the prisoners in the fifth ward impotent? Don't talk nonsense, Mrs. Fia frowned. There aren't tens of thousands of men, and not a single one is suitable. She stroked her fiery red curly hair, somewhat irritated. She and the female prisoners she had personally trained had been in the fifth ward for 2 days. In these 2 days, the only impression the fifth ward had left on her was that something was wrong. The prisoners here were clearly being tortured in labor camps just as much, even worse than those in the second ward. But their mental state wasn't miserable at all. In fact, it could be described as optimistic. This shouldn't be. Before being imprisoned in this prison, Mrs. Fia was a psychology teacher. Over the years, as a woman, she had navigated the complexities of relationships between male prisoners and guards, and no one in the second ward dared to underestimate her. It was all thanks to her control over people's hearts. Men, who doesn't love power, wealth, and beauty? Especially when she was such a beautiful and shrewd woman. With just a flick of her finger, countless men would flock to her. In a place as oppressive and volatile as prison, the most restless scoundrels in society lurk. Human nature here cannot withstand the test. She only needs to stir things up slightly to witness a bloodbath. This is her and the female prisoners she trains specialty. They are adept at using their beauty and gentle words to deceive men, then instigating them at the opportune moment, or comparing the masculine charm of several men, or feigning pitifulness to seek protection. Even simply spreading some gossip can stir up unrest throughout the entire prison ward. Fia has extensive experience in this. Long before being assigned to the second ward, she had already practiced it in the first ward. As it turned out, the first ward, having just lost its warden and already in chaos, was easily stirred up. It was on that occasion that Roman recognized her abilities and made a deal with her. She instigated a brawl involving hundreds of prisoners. The acting adjutant to the warden of Ward 1 was forced to resign. Roman, who had taken charge at the crucial moment, finally became the acting warden. Fia, from being an unnoticed female prisoner, became Mrs. Fia. Fia was also very confident when she came to Ward 5. According to her plan, not to mention a month, she would have this small and dilapidated Ward 5 completely under her control in just half a month. Unfortunately, her ideals were far from reality. Fia had considered various ways to deal with problems, including the possibility that Warden Anton would notice something was wrong, or that Ward 5 was too small to cause any major trouble, etc. But she never expected it. She and her carefully cultivated group of beautiful female prisoners. They were stuck at the very first step. Listening to the complaints around her, Mrs. Fia frowned in deep thought. She believed there were men in the world who could remain unmoved by women, but how could so many people be so uninterested? Was this fifth prison ward truly rife with male promiscuity? Actually, it was just her good timing. From inmates to guards, everyone in the fifth prison ward was completely bewildered by Tang Lei's combination of spicy hot pot and chili peppers. All their passion was in the chili peppers. In layman's terms, they were drunk. If they had arrived a few days later, these female prisoners probably wouldn't have encountered so many obstacles in the fifth prison ward. But Fia hadn't had enough. She tossed her red hair, silencing her sister's complaints. Stop with the nonsense. Let's take turns. What do you think makes these men different from those in other wards? The female prisoners chimed in all at once. The biggest difference is that they don't look like women. I think they seem to really enjoy planting potatoes. I've never seen such diligent prisoners in other wards. Most of them were up early enough that they didn't even need the assembly whistle. Who's so eager to go to labor camp? Another said, I kept hearing them talking about chili peppers, but chili peppers are just a seasoning in our food. Could it be some secret weapon that the 5th prison district has been developing? They're always nowhere to be seen during mealtimes. I had my eye on a few to target, so I planned to go and build rapport during mealtimes. But they vanish as soon as the bell rings. They only come back when the whistle blows. Taking that long to eat? What idiots! The female prisoners discussed, not forgetting to curse and vent their frustrations. Fia quickly sifted through the information, but she was equally baffled. What? The prisoners in the 5th prison district are secretly making a secret weapon called chili peppers during mealtimes? What are they planning to do? Blow up the prison? Fia herself was startled by this outrageous speculation. Just then, the last female prisoner spoke up. There's something strange about this. Besides chili peppers, I've heard quite a few people talking about a name these past few days. Tang Lei, is that their leader? The name doesn't sound like it's from our fighting nation, does it? But I haven't seen any mixed-race prisoners. Tang Lei. A thought flashed through Madame Fia's mind. She suddenly remembered what Roman had said before she left. Could it really be this cook? Madame Fia was very clever. She instantly came up with several possibilities. Could this great Xiao man, on the surface a cook, be the leader of the prisoners behind the scenes? Does Warden Anton know? Is it possible that she could team up with Tang Lei to take down Anton, or perhaps seduce Anton? Madame Fia hesitated. Even if it were seduction, she wasn't particularly interested in men in their 40s or 50s. Younger men in their 20s or 30s were much more appealing to her, but she needed to get closer to these two to decide what to do. Lady Fia's thoughts raced, and she made up her mind. Alright, for the next few days, since temptation is useless, you'd better behave yourselves and not let Warden Anton find any loopholes. Gather as much information as possible about Tang Lei. As for me, a seductive smile appeared on her alluring face. I'll personally go and meet this obstacle in our great Xia cook, Tang Lei. Her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Any man who wasn't a saint would be unable to escape her grasp. The female prisoners were invigorated by Lady Fia's words. Great! Big sister! We're waiting for you. These brainless men are too despicable. Big sister will give us a chance to vent our anger. Soon, the female prisoners found out the location and time Tang Lei would appear. It was too easy, everyone in the prison knew it. Mealtimes, the 5th canteen, he would definitely be there. Having received accurate information, Mrs. Fia finished her work that day and strolled towards the 5th canteen, a place she always disdained. Walking along, she had even already planned it out. How to approach Tang Lei, how to probe this mysterious man, and how to win him over. But no matter how meticulously Fia planned, before pushing open the door of the 5th canteen, she never imagined. Her perfect plan had failed once again. It was ruined. Not only was it cold from the very first step. That was she, the highly respected Mrs. Fia, who stirred up trouble in the 1st and 2nd prison wards. She condescended to come to the 5th canteen and personally tempted a lowly cook. But surprisingly, I didn't see any. As soon as I pushed open the door to the 5th canteen, I was greeted by the aroma of food, and a sea of people. Everywhere was packed with people. Some were sitting and eating, others were still queuing. The huge canteen was overflowing, not to mention the cooks. She couldn't even see the food window in the distance. The strangest thing was that with so many people, it wasn't chaotic at all. The prisoners queuing here were all ridiculously well behaved. There was no arguing, not even a queue jumping. Fia even saw several people in logistics department uniforms, along with prison guards, mingling in the prisoners' food queue. Extremely harmonious. But it was precisely this harmony that was unsettling. Fia's delicate eyebrows furrowed. She had never seen these people so well behaved in either the first or second prison wards, unless a prison guard was strictly watching over them with batons and stun guns. When had she ever seen prisoners so well behaved? But no matter how well behaved they were, there were just too many people. She obviously couldn't just squeeze to the front to see the cook named Tang Lei. The first meeting was crucial, and rudely pushing her way through went against her principles. So, Fia randomly approached a prisoner. "Hello, I'm Fia, new to Zone 2. First time here, don't know what this place is like." The prisoner glanced at her, his eyes widening instantly, but he blurted out instinctively, "First time here? Don't come to the 5th canteen. The food here is horribly awful. Even dogs wouldn't eat it." "Fia, do you think I'm stupid?" Having spent so many years in prison, she'd be a fool to believe that. Even dogs wouldn't eat it, yet so many of you are lining up here? The prisoner snapped out of his daze, seeing she wasn't leaving, and chuckled sheepishly. "Ah, sorry, I just blurted it out." He was among the first batch of prisoners to come to the 5th canteen. Naturally, he was also among the batch who fooled his fellow inmates the most. Although he couldn't fool them anymore, it had become muscle memory. Seeing Fia momentarily distracted, he'd blurted out. Fia gave a charming smile. "It's alright, I don't blame you, but I'm really curious. I'm late again, could I wait in line with you?" "No way." The grinning prisoner's eyes remained fixed, but his mouth, as if by muscle memory, started slurring his words again. "No cutting in line, you have to wait at the back." After saying that, he remembered she was such a beautiful woman. If he waited at the back, he wouldn't be able to see her. So, reluctantly, he tried to get closer. "Or, tell me your name, and I'll call you next time. You can come earlier." "Fia. Thank you, sir." She smiled slightly, turned around, and went to wait in line. "It's just waiting, right?" Fia knew all too well that in an unfamiliar place, one couldn't be too conspicuous. She had to follow the local rules first, so that this place would follow her rules. Fia lowered her eyes, hiding the ambition in them, and quietly stood at the back of the line. She could feel the scrutinizing gazes coming from all directions. As a woman who was beautiful enough, Fia was used to it and even enjoyed it. Even while queuing, her posture exuded an indescribable charm. But not long after. She couldn't maintain her pose any longer. It was fine when there was no smell, but now, standing in the cafeteria, constantly surrounded by the tempting aroma of food, Fia realized that she was actually a little hungry. And the closer she got to the food window, the hungrier she became. Hunger made it difficult for her perfect smile to hold up. However, this wasn't bad either. Fia calculated. When it was her turn in line, she could use this opportunity to plead with Tang Lei, feigning pitifulness. Maybe she could even get special treatment. Men, after all like gentle women. Coincidentally, such women were the rarest in prison. Just then, the last person in front of her walked away, and Fia caught up. "Excuse me, I'm so hungry." Wait. She was getting food at the 5th cafeteria. Why is it an old man with gray hair? Where's Tang Lei, the young chef from Daxia? Old Bawan glanced at Fia, then tapped the pot. "Unfortunately, we just finished. You'll have to come earlier next time." Fia, clutching her hungry stomach, was stunned. She suddenly realized that she didn't need to pretend, she was pitiful too. "Wait, how can there be no food? Old Bawan, are you a new female prisoner? The 5th canteen is always short of food. So now, if they estimate there's no food, they'll go eat at the 3rd or 4th canteen first and then come back. It's rare to see someone as foolish as you waiting like this." Fia fell silent. So these bastards stared at her for so long, and not one of them came up to tell her the truth? Damn it, a bunch of dogmen. But compared to the others, Fia keenly noticed the problem in old Bawan's words. "You've all eaten at the 3rd or 4th canteen, why are you back?" Old Bawan pointed to a window nearby. "Besides the main meal, everyone can get a snack there. You're lucky you made it this time. Go on, today it's soup dumplings." Fia glanced around and found that besides old Bawan, there was no one else at the window. She thought Tang Lei was probably at this snack window, but when she got closer, she only saw a blonde, doll-like girl. "Hello?" Fia asked hesitantly. "Yelena, here for a snack? Give me your prisoner number." This was a small program they had recently developed. Although Yelena had an excellent memory, she couldn't have to look at so many people every day. So the logistics department made this little gadget. It could prevent prisoners from repeatedly coming to get food and drinks by scanning their prisoner numbers. Fia gave her the number, completely confused, and Yelena put 2 soup dumplings on her plate. She even reminded him, "Eat faster, break time is almost over." Fia knew, of course, that time was running out. But where was Tang Lei? She couldn't help but ask. "I heard the head chef of the 5th canteen is from Great Xia? I've always been interested in Great Xia, why haven't I seen him today?" Yelena, "Oh, Brother Tang finished his work today, so he went to do something else." The main dishes were finished, and the snacks were all pre-made, just needing to be steamed. So Tang Lei confidently left the fifth canteen to argue with Bella and the logistics department about the ingredients. Yelena didn't see anything wrong with it. Hearing this, Feiya was completely stunned. She had prepared so much, gone hungry all afternoon, and she hadn't even seen Tang Lei. Feiya couldn't accept it. She wanted to get a few more questions out of him. Suddenly, ding-a-ling, the bell rang wildly. All the prisoners who were still chatting and gossiping instantly stood up, lined up neatly, and walked out. Yelena looked at Feiya. It's time. Looks like you're going to go hungry, sister. Yelena's eyes held genuine expectation. If you're not going to eat them, give them back to me? Feiya quickly refused. I'll eat them. She'd already lost enough by getting nothing this time. A smart woman knows when to cut her losses. With that, she elegantly stuffed 2 soup dumplings into her mouth. Then, ugh, her elegant expression shattered instantly. Feiya stared wide-eyed at Yelena, her alluring eyes glistening with tears. Yelena coughed lightly. I was just about to say, eat slowly, it's hot. The freshly steamed soup dumplings, their outer skin unremarkable, were filled with piping hot broth. Tang Lei and the others had made them last night. They followed Tang's mother's traditional method. First, they selected pork skin and pork, simmering them into a thick broth. Then they put it in the freezer until it solidified into a glistening aspic, which they then mixed with the filling and stuffed into the dumpling wrappers. After steaming, the aspic inside the bun automatically melts, filling the thin skin with a mouthful of delicious broth. There's a saying about eating these soup dumplings in Daxia. First open the window, the opening in the center of the broth, then drink the soup, swallow it in one gulp, and your mouth will be full of flavor. One explanation is that the essence of these soup dumplings lies in the broth. The other is because this broth is indeed a bit too hot to swallow. You absolutely can't swallow it in one gulp. But Mrs. Feiya knew nothing of this. She only knew that the bell had rung to end the break, and if she didn't eat now, she wouldn't be able to eat anything that afternoon. The result of that one bite was that tears instantly streamed down her face. It wasn't that she wanted to cry. It was purely a physiological reaction. Yelena was already used to seeing people crying while eating in the fifth canteen, and seeing that getting her soup dumplings was hopeless, she sighed regretfully. With tears welling in her eyes, Feiya swallowed the soup dumpling hard, intending to ask Tang Lei a few more questions, but she was suddenly stunned by the lingering taste in her mouth. A touch of saltiness, a touch of savory, combined with the melt-in-your-mouth meat filling. Feiya subconsciously recalled the sensation of eating just now. She had just swallowed it? She hadn't even had a chance to fully savor it. She hadn't properly tasted the flavor, hadn't even discerned what it was. Feiya didn't consider herself a person with a strong appetite, but at this moment, she couldn't help but drift into a daze. It wasn't until a sharp whistle blew at the door that she snapped out of her daze, realizing something was wrong. It was almost time for exercise. All prisoners had to return to their cells immediately. The guards who had been eating in the fifth canteen had already given her warning looks. Feiya no longer had time to ask Tang Lei questions. She turned and followed the group leaving the fifth canteen. As she walked, the more she smacked her lips. The more she thought about it, the more she felt so hungry. Not eating at all would have been better, but after taking that one bite and tasting it, she was even hungrier. But where was there anything to eat now? Feiya had never felt so miserable because of a single bite of food. Even after returning to her cell and sitting down, Feiya was still somewhat dazed. Her closest female prisoners surrounded her, chattering all at once. Big sister, you're back. How did it go? Is that cook at the fifth canteen already captivated by you? Haha, of course. If you want to, what man can resist? By the way, Warden Luo Meng sent someone to ask how your progress is. Do you think we can send a reply with a time frame? Before Feiya could speak, the female prisoners giggled, feeling they could finally hold their heads high in front of the men in the fifth ward. But Feiya's expression was complicated as she slowly said, "No, go tell Luo Meng that this matter needs careful consideration." Ah, the female prisoner who relayed Luo Meng's message widened her eyes in surprise. Is this really that difficult? Feiya was speechless. What could she say? She hadn't made any progress at noon. She hadn't even seen that Great Xia man, and she'd gone hungry for nothing. If Feiya understood Great Xia culture, she would understand. Her situation could be vividly described as losing both her wife and her army. Since entering the Siberian prison, Feiya had never encountered such a miserable situation. At the same time, a sudden sense of unease crept into her heart. Thinking back carefully, the men in the entire fifth ward seemed quite different from what she had imagined. Whether it was queuing or trying to strike up a conversation, their attitude towards her was far too cold. Feiya had no idea. Before her, 2 attractive women, Bella and Lena, had already shown the male prisoners in the fifth canteen through their own experiences. Being too nice to a woman doesn't guarantee she'll be yours, but getting Tang's food into your mouth truly brings happiness. Therefore, the men eating in the fifth canteen now uniformly possessed extremely high resistance to the temptation of beautiful women, especially those appearing in the canteen wanting food. Don't even think about it. This put FIA in a difficult position. She had to start reanalyzing what the mentality of these men in the fifth ward was. Seeing her complicated expression, the female prisoners close to Faya sensed something was wrong. They exchanged glances, looking at each other uncertainly. One of them hesitated before speaking. "Big sister, did you not find anything good at the fifth canteen today?" "Well, not entirely nothing," Faya replied, regaining her composure and lightly licking her red lips. "I discovered that this great Xia cook, Tang Lei, might be a potential collaborator. Putting aside his intelligence, methods, and appearance, his cooking skills, weren't entirely untouchable." "Ah!" The female prisoner who relayed the message gaped even wider, stammering, but Warden Luo Meng ordered, to speed things up. Fei snorted coldly, "Let him rush. Let him come to the fifth prison area and settle accounts with me if he dares." She said casually, "Giving him some space is fine. Last time, I dealt with him too early, so the promised sentence reduction didn't even come through. A couple more days this time won't matter. She wasn't going to get out anyway." "Okay, I understand," the female prisoner who relayed the message whispered. Beep beep. The sharp whistle rang out again. Rest time over. Everyone, back to work. The female prisoners also stood up reluctantly and began to walk out. Madame Fia followed at the back, touching her nails, a cold smile flashing in her eyes. "It's only been a few days, and Roman is already in such a hurry. It seems that there's something Roman fears about in District 5. Roman's character is known to all as trash." Fia didn't expect this man to fully honor his promise. Perhaps, seizing this leverage would be a good opportunity. But before that, Fia decided to stick to her initial plan. She needed to meet Tang Lei first. Without figuring out what was going on with the men in the fifth prison ward, and what their fiery temper was, she wouldn't be able to move an inch. But with so many people, she couldn't possibly outsqueeze these burly men. Even getting a meal in the fifth canteen would be difficult. How could she possibly see the head chef? As Fia pondered this, a somewhat familiar, gruff voice suddenly reached her ears. She looked up and smiled. "It's you, Dennis and Ivan, long time no see." It was late afternoon. Before the prisoners' mealtime arrived, Tang Lei, who had been busy for several days, finally found some time to prepare some beauty and health-enhancing snacks for Yelena. Everyone had been too busy these past few days, and Yelena wanted to help. But she was frustrated but unable to exert herself. Every effort she made inevitably resulted in ruined kitchen utensils. After breaking the cutting board and crushing buns several times, she fell into deep self-doubt and became emotional, just like Lao Lu. Tang Lei had initially watched Yelena's antics in the kitchen as if it were a show, not taking it seriously. Seeing the little girl genuinely upset, he suppressed a laugh and came out to comfort her. "Don't cry, it's all done for now. Next time you'll definitely have a chance to shine. I'll make you something nice to eat to help you recover." Yelena's eyes lit up at the mention of food, but she said listlessly, "But Brother Tang, I didn't help at all. I'm so useless. I don't deserve to eat, boo-hoo." Tang Lei chuckled and ruffled her hair. It's okay. I'll put it on your tab. You can help next time. Just don't do anything like jumping into ice water in a fit of rage again." Old Bawan, who had been listening intently, immediately widened his eyes upon hearing this. "What? Yelena, you jumped into ice water? Didn't you tell me last time that you accidentally fell in?" "Yelena, Dad, let me explain. I want to see what other lies you can come up with to fool me." The empty fifth canteen erupted in chaos. Tang Lei chuckled and shook his head, mentally flipping through the book Basic Medicinal Cuisine. Skipping the gas station section, let's head straight to the beauty salon. Shortly enough, Tang Lei found a dessert he'd been eyeing: red bean, lily bulb, and lotus seed sweet soup. He'd specifically ordered red beans from Bella for this. Leaving early at noon today was also for this. This dessert is quite common in Daxia, but different methods result in vastly different outcomes. The most important thing is mastering the cooking time for the red bean paste. It needs to have a sandy texture, without any hard skin, but it can't be overcooked, otherwise it will completely dissolve in the syrup, losing its characteristic red bean paste flavor. Tang Lei had already soaked the red beans at noon. Now he took them out and put them in the pot. Once they'd split open, he scooped them out, wrapped them in a prepared cheesecloth, and repeatedly pounded them. In the dense cheesecloth, the cooked red beans were repeatedly crushed until they were smooth and powdery. After pounding, he rinsed the red bean paste in shallow water. The paste fell into the water, leaving only the red bean skins, which Tang Lei tossed aside. Then he let it sit, filtered it, added lily bulbs, lotus seeds, and white fungus, and cooked it all together with the red bean paste. As he put the lid on, a slightly hoarse female voice suddenly appeared before him. "Young man, what are you making?" "Red bean paste soup," Tang Lei replied instinctively, his mind still on the pot. "This is good for replenishing qi and blood, especially for women. Your complexion hasn't been very good lately. Eat more of this, it'll improve your complexion more than makeup." He looked up, frowning. "Who are you?" Yelena was nowhere to be seen. Standing before Tang Lei, across the food-serving window, was a strange red-haired woman. Fia smiled slightly. "Hello, young man. I'm the new inmate, replacing Dennis, to wash the dishes." As she spoke, she leaned closer, languidly resting her head on the window sill. Her beautiful curves, barely concealed by her prison uniform, were on full display. Every movement exuded mature charm. Tang Lei nodded. "Oh, that's good. But next time you need to let me know beforehand. Otherwise, if I see a strange inmate wandering around, I'll just call for them to be taken away. Anyway, there were plenty of guards and staff around here." Fia's alluring smile froze. Tang Lei casually lowered his head, continuing to stir the red bean paste. "What's wrong with Dennis? And his brother can't come either?" Fia touched her nails and smiled. "I don't know, it seems he has an upset stomach. Yvonne too, they won't be here until tomorrow." Tang Lei frowned. "An upset stomach? The Dennis brothers eat at the 5th canteen every day, they shouldn't have any problems." But thinking about it, he hadn't checked the canteen after get-off work since they moved out. Could it be that it's been too long without anyone, and rats have taken over? He waved his hand. "You're here too early today. There are no bowls or food yet. You go check the kitchen first. Catch some rats." Fia stopped touching her nails. She forced a smile. Buddy, I'm new here and not familiar with the area. I didn't eat much for lunch. Could I eat something first?" She glanced at the red bean paste simmering under Tang Lei's hand, her expression suggestive. She'd been starving, and her cravings were incredible. Not to mention the faint sweet aroma wafting from the window. Just from what Tang Lei had said earlier, Feiya was tempted. She touched her face. Of course, there were no cosmetics or skincare products in prison, but Feiya hadn't given up on her pursuit of beauty. She always knew her face was a powerful weapon. And this cook had just said that this stuff could restore a pale complexion to its rosy hue? Better than cosmetics? Even though Feiya didn't entirely believe that food could have such miraculous effects, what woman could resist such temptation? Feiya looked at Tang Lei with pitiful eyes and whispered, "Just a little bit, please." In the past, even the most hard-hearted man, seeing a beautiful and alluring woman so pitifully begging him, asking for nothing more than a little food, she should have agreed long ago. But reality took another 180-degree turn from what Feiya had imagined. Tang Lei decisively refused her. "These aren't for you. If you're really hungry, go get some steamed buns from the freezer." He even moved the pot back a bit, showing her through his actions. "Don't even think about it." Feiya said unwillingly. "Why? Didn't you say you were very nice to women? Am I not a woman?" She lowered her voice, sounding aggrieved. Tang Lei raised an eyebrow, feeling bewildered. Being nice to women doesn't mean any woman can eat them, does it? If any woman could just come and order food based on having a couple extra ounces of meat, would this cafeteria even be able to stay in business? It's not like it's your private kitchen. If you don't want steamed buns, go catch some mice first. Feiya, you little brat. You're completely stubborn. She rubbed her nails impatiently, barely containing the anger that had been building up inside her all day. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out from the cafeteria entrance. "Brother Tang, are you done with your work?" It was Yelena. She carried a large bag of groceries in one hand and grabbed Baldy Lao Lu with the other, looking very excited. "Brother Tang, I can't help much, so I went and found someone who can. And there are groceries too. Things you haven't used before." "Ha!" She paused. "I saw Tang Lei, and I also saw." He was practically leaning over the food-serving window, in an extremely intimate posture. FIA. From Yelena's perspective, Tang Lei and this unfamiliar yet stunning female prisoner were practically pressed together. Even with her usual carefree demeanor, she paused awkwardly. "You too." Tang Lei seemed pleased to see her and waved. "Come on, Yelena, try this sweet soup I made for you." Hearing there was food, Yelena's slight, inexplicable embarrassment vanished instantly. She let go of Lao Lu and happily ran into the kitchen carrying the seafood. Coming. Feiya, left standing outside, frowned slightly, secretly observing Yelena, assessing the relationship between the two. Just then, Yelena saw her face. Aren't you that?" Feiya smiled charmingly. "Yelena, the lady who cried while eating soup dumplings. No wonder your voice is hoarse, you're still burning yourself." Feiya's smile suddenly froze. This little girl, she's just like that chef from Desya. How annoying. Tang Lei, oh? Another one cried at the 5th canteen today? How many is that now? Yelena, I've lost count. But, Yelena looked at FIA, big sister, what are you doing here? FIA explained her excuse for replacing Dennis again. Yelena was skeptical, really? But your attitude is different from the other prisoners. The prisoners in the 5th ward who were responsible for washing dishes would only eagerly call for Tang Lei to cook. They'd eat as soon as they finished cooking, and then get back to work. Who would be peeking through the window, only staring at him, not at the food? Yelena instinctively felt something was off about this woman. FIA smiled charmingly, hee, it's hard for any woman not to stare at a man like Chef Tang. Her voice was low and seductive as she stared directly into Tang Lei's eyes. Just a little longer of eye contact, but then Tang Lei chuckled and looked down at Yelena. See? I told you, there used to be a line of girls chasing after me that could go on for a month without repeating themselves. Now you believe me. You really are charming. Fia was taken aback. Yelena paused, then suddenly pouted, what's so great about that? I can chase after them too. Tang Lei had just casually boasted, not taking it seriously afterward. It wasn't until he saw Yelena's face turn completely red that he realized something was wrong. What's wrong, Yelena? Are you hot? Are you angry? Is red bean paste really that good for your blood? Looking closer, Tang Lei was puzzled. Wait a minute, you haven't eaten or drunk anything yet. I'll drink it right away. Yelena blushed and quickly scooped up a spoonful of red bean paste syrup and put it in her mouth. Delicious. Girls probably love sweets more. After taking a sip of the sweet soup, Yelena forgot all about her earlier blush and heart pounding. She started by scooping up mouthfuls of red bean paste. So sweet. What's that grainy stuff inside? I've never had it before. Tang Lei, red bean paste, isn't that what you use in your bread? Yelena shook her head, eating with gusto. It's different. The difference is huge. Brother Tang, what you made is so delicate, it melts in your mouth, and it's even a little chewy. So sweet and fragrant. Tang Lei, that's probably white fungus, a common tonic and beauty product in Daxia. Yelena was happily eating inside, while FIA stood outside, feeling restless and anxious once more. She couldn't help but look at the bowl in Yelena's hand and said to Tang Lei, so much, my sister might not be able to finish it, right? Before Tang Lei could answer, Yelena looked up and said, I can finish it. Don't talk nonsense. I probably can. FIA. She really thought these two were a bit off. She had initially thought they were a young couple. But no. Such a straightforward, clueless guy. How could a girl openly say she could eat a lot in front of her lover? Did she have absolutely no regard for her image? FIA carefully observed Tang Lei, trying to find subtle changes in his expression. But Tang Lei said with satisfaction, being able to eat is a blessing. Eat slowly, I'll make you more if you're still hungry. FIA's nails dug into her palms. Her years of experience, which she considered absolutely accurate, seemed to have a tiny problem. Before she could think it through, Tang Lei gave her a warning look. If you have nothing better to do, go catch some rats. The food will be ready in a bit. Don't come so early next time. Fia gritted her teeth inwardly. Although somewhat unwilling, she knew that dawdling any longer would arouse suspicion. Besides, to have a chance to meet Tang Lei alone, she had deliberately used some methods to arrive earlier than the other inmates. So, now, she had to catch rats all by herself. It was only because Fia knew that Dennis's stomachache had absolutely nothing to do with the rats. Otherwise, she wasn't sure if she could calmly go to the kitchen. After she left, the canteen became much quieter. Old Six, who had been watching the commotion for a while, crept over. Hey Tang, I think that pretty girl just now seems to like you. Tang Lei thought for a moment, really? Old Six, definitely. She doesn't even seem interested in your food. Doesn't that mean she's in love with you? Tang Lei, thanks, my good brother. He rolled his eyes and shoveled Old Six a piece of meat. Stop talking nonsense. Go chop some vegetables. A little while later, Old Bavan, who had gone out to chat with Anton, returned. Everyone in the 5th canteen was present, and Tang Lei began preparing dinner. He had originally planned to make some stir-fries, but thanks to Yelena and Old Six's joint efforts, the 5th canteen now had a huge bag of seafood. Tang Lei had never made this kind of thing before, and seeing an opportunity, he made a last-minute decision. Let's try some seafood in a dipping sauce tonight. Seafood in a dipping sauce isn't picky about the type of ingredients. Basically, anything from the sea can be used. Tang Lei found a lot of 9-hole snails, abalone, scallops, art clams, and mostly shrimp in that large bag of seafood. He decided to cook a whole pot of them. Lazai, also called cooked marinade, is a method of preparation that Daxia has recently developed and improved. Compared to the Japanese method of simply stuffing seafood into your mouth, Lazai is more in line with the dietary habits of Daxia people and is also more complex and delicious. Even the first step, cooking, requires skill. When cooking shellfish and snails, scallions and ginger must be added to the pot, and the water temperature must not exceed 80 degrees Celsius. Many chefs, to save time, add seafood after the water boils. While it's cooked, overcooking shellfish causes the meat to easily separate from the shells. This is a common mistake even for those who frequently eat seafood. He picked out a few empty shells first, then searched for meat at the bottom of the plate. But Tang Lei controlled the water temperature, preserving the seafood's integrity to the maximum extent. However, as he cooked, Lao Lu cried out in despair, raising his hand to stop him. "Tang, you're cooking it like this. You're destroying the soul of the seafood. The soul of the seafood is its natural sweetness. The best ingredients often only need the simplest processing." "Give me a break," Tang Lei said calmly, "try not eating it later. Japan is too small, has too few resources, and doesn't have as many excellent gourmet ancestors as Great Xia. They can only eat it raw, yet they keep saying they're eating art, not gourmet food. What a lackey." Upon hearing "don't eat it," Lao Lu immediately shut up. He was really afraid that he wouldn't get a single bite of the seafood he'd snatched from the second canteen. Then he'd have to go and wail with his cousin, Luo Meng. "Have some decency, Tang." Stopping Lao Lu, Tang Lei started cooking the shrimp while simultaneously gutting the seafood that required extra processing. His hands moved incredibly fast. By the time he finished, the first shrimp he added were just curled up and half cooked. Meanwhile, the vegetable broth Lao Bawan was preparing was almost done. This vegetable broth was made by simmering several fragrant leafy greens, scallions, ginger, onions, celery, carrots, etc., in water. The half-cooked seafood was added to the vegetable broth and gently simmered over low heat. Plop. The last scallop, its shell still firm, opened. "Almost done," Tang Lei waved his hand. "You can take them out now." He strained the vegetable broth. The seafood, having been cooked again, had absorbed the fresh aroma of the various herbs, steaming and fragrant. Tang Lei didn't rinse it with cold water, letting it cool completely. Because seafood that has been rinsed before is very prone to releasing its fishy smell again if it comes into contact with raw water. Next to, the final step. The soul-stirring sauce. Sixth brother, watch closely and learn well. What is the soul of this sauce? Tang Lei took out the affordable Russian-style soy sauce and vinegar he had found, added a little sugar to enhance the flavor, then added mustard and chile to increase the stimulating taste. Finally, he took out a small bottle from the cupboard. He poured out a tiny bit, sparingly. Sixth brother asked curiously, "Tang, what's this? Why not put more in such a big pot?" Tang Lei decisively shook his head. "Don't even think about it. This stuff isn't spicy, but too much will make you cry." This was the treasure he had recently redeemed from the system. Sichuan peppercorn oil. This oil also comes from Sichuan, known for its unique numbing flavor. The numbing and the spicy together constitute the culinary culture of Sichuan, and it also created today's pot of spicy seafood sauce. The sauce was prepared, and the vegetable juices used to cook the seafood were added back in. Finally, it was poured over the cooled, piled-up seafood. And that's how the dipping sauce was made. A complete dipping sauce's flavor changes depending on how long the seafood is marinated in the sauce. But Tang Lei and the others were too lazy to wait that long. Tang Lei took the lead and sneaked a bite. Not bad. The freshness of the seafood, the aroma of the plants, and the sauce all blended together. The first bite was slightly sour, the second spicy, and after swallowing, only the fresh and fragrant taste remained. Yelena also picked up a few, her little mouth turning red from eating, unwilling to stop. Old Lu and Old Bawan were more curious about the unique texture of this seafood. This numbing sensation. I don't think I've ever tasted it before. Another specialty of Great Xia? I think this is better than pure spicy. Tang Lei smiled, thinking to himself that it was indeed true. For the Russians, who aren't good at spicy food, numbing spiciness is much more palatable. In terms of spiciness, Sichuan cuisine isn't even the spiciest in Great Xia. However, to save a few people from crying while eating in the fifth canteen, he'd wait and pull out those tongue-burning dishes later. After enjoying a few bites of seafood, Tang Lei continued cooking, but he didn't need to lift a finger for the rest. Besides Lao Lu and Lao Bawan, the other prisoners who came to help gradually arrived. Alexei was among them. Seeing Tang Lei busy, he quickly put on his chef's uniform, washed his hands, and rushed over to help. Before taking action, Alex glanced around discreetly and whispered to Tang Lei, "Tang, did you know about the Dennis brothers' trouble? They were talking to me about how the chili peppers were growing after lunch. How come they suddenly have stomach problems?" The observant Alex sensed something was wrong. Tang Lei thought for a moment. "Oh, I have an idea. A female prisoner just came and replaced Dennis." Alex was a little anxious. A female prisoner? Could it be one of those new ones in the second ward? "I feel something's off about them. Did she harm Dennis?" Tang Lei reassured him, "Don't worry, she wouldn't dare to hurt anyone here. Go back and check on the Dennis brothers. If anything seems wrong, find a guard." Alex nodded. What about you? She might be a dangerous element. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. It's alright, she, is catching mice right now. Alex? After catching the mice, she still has to wash the dishes, Tang Lei sighed. It's a pity she can't wash them as fast as the Dennis brothers. Alex, is the only point washing dishes? Anyway, Tang Lei said calmly, just do what you need to do, don't worry. She can't cause trouble. It was just a simple sentence, but hearing it, Alex's complicated feelings suddenly calmed down. Okay, Chef Tang, what are you making today? I'll help. Tang Lei gestured for him to take a large plate of already prepared seafood with sauce to the serving window. He continued, as for the rest, let's make some red wine braised beef, and stir-fry a small vegetable dish. Considering that seafood is cooling, it would be best to balance it out with some beef and warming red wine. Otherwise, the combination of the cooling seafood and the Siberian cold might give these people diarrhea, and his fifth canteen would lose face. Let's skip rice for dinner today and have noodles instead of stir-fried noodle dish. Ever tried it? The answer was a chorus of never. A group of people looked on expectantly. Tang Lei smiled and started directing Lao Lu, Ali, and Lao Bawan again some chopping meat, others getting the wine. He grabbed a few eggs and started making the stir-fried noodles. He diced tomatoes, sautéed scallions in oil until golden brown, then added beaten eggs and scrambled them. He then added boiling water and brought the broth and eggs to a boil over high heat. After several rounds of boiling, the aroma of the eggs permeated the broth. The diced tomatoes were also cooked into a natural tomato sauce. Then he added the noodles, cooking them until they were chewy and tender. One bite hot, sweet, and sour. Just a touch of salt was all it took to make it more fragrant than any broth made with complicated seasonings. After preparing 2 meat dishes and a staple food, plus a small stir-fried vegetable dish, the food was brought to the serving window. Tang Lei and the others sat down to fill their stomachs first. The inmates who had come to help saw the food and, without old Bawan lifting a finger, each took a portion and started eating. This was a privilege reserved for these helpers. They didn't have to endure old Bawan's trembling hands as they ate. Just as they started eating, the logistics staff from the construction site next door slipped in, laughing and joking. Chef Tang, is it ready already? Thank you so much, Chef. Tang Lei waved his hand. You've all worked hard too. Help yourselves to whatever you want. Got it, got it. They were already experienced at freeloading, so they didn't need to shout. Hey, seafood today. I ate at the second canteen once before, but it's too far. I've been too lazy to go ever since. This taste, tisk, this is so much better than the raw seafood at the second canteen. Old Six, head down eating, didn't forget to look up. Are you being polite? I'm already changing the menu. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Just kidding. A burst of laughter filled the fifth canteen with a cheerful atmosphere. Except, to avoid suspicion, Fia, who had diligently searched every nook and cranny for ages, emerged slowly from behind the freezer, covered in dust. She smelled the aroma. A smell she'd never smelled before. She felt hungry. Hungrier than at noon. But why? These people. They're all eating. But not one of them remembered to call her. Not only did no one call her, they were even eating with gusto. Fia stood there for a few seconds, realizing no one was really paying attention to her, and finally gritted her teeth, deciding to let it go. Never mind. I'll eat first. She went to the food window again. This time, Tang Lei saw her. Oh, I forgot about you. Fia thought he had finally had a change of heart and felt guilty. Then Tang Lei asked, did you catch the mouse? Fia smiled through gritted teeth. No, the kitchen is very clean, no trace of a mouse. Tang Lei waved casually. Okay, then you can eat. Eat quickly, I still have to wash the dishes later. Fia's smile was stiff like a mask, and she didn't want to say another word. She went straight to get her food. Normally, she didn't eat much, even in a place like prison. She was careful to eat less oil, less salt, and less food. But today, perhaps because of pent-up anger, or perhaps because the food in the fifth canteen was just too delicious, Fia grabbed a spoon and ladled herself a huge bowl. Only after finding a seat did she realize what was happening, and she frowned slightly at the overflowing bowl. Are you crazy? If I can't finish it, I'll just throw it away. Thinking silently, she first used her fork to pick up a piece of seafood in a broth and stuffed it into her mouth. The next moment, a slightly sour and slightly numbing umami flavor exploded in her mouth. With each chew, a gentle bite revealed tender clam meat that melted into a mouthful of rich, fragrant juice. Fia swallowed it whole. Her eyes widened slightly as she savored the taste, which she had never experienced before, and couldn't help but ask a prisoner sitting not far away. What does this taste like? The prisoner, recognizing the female inmate, knew immediately. Never tried this before. It's the fifth canteen's specialty chili pepper. Spicier than anything we've had before. But Chef Tang added something else this time. It must be another secret of Daxia. Delicious. Specialty chili pepper? This is the one everyone in the fifth canteen has been talking about? Feiya subconsciously stuffed a bite, then another. The more she ate, the faster she ate. Her red lips became even more vibrant. Sweat beaded on her nose and forehead. Her expression grew increasingly grave. This is bad. Feiya's heart sank. The good news was that she roughly understood why the inmates in the fifth ward frequently mentioned Tang Lei and weren't very interested in the new female inmate. The bad news was, she simply couldn't think of any way to change these people's minds. How could this food be so delicious? This, if it were her, she might also choose to eat her fill first, then think about other things. There's an old saying in the Great Xia dynasty, when people are well fed and warm, they think of sex. There's some truth to that. Eating is an instinct rooted in the DNA of any living being, the primary need. For these prisoners coming for reformation, they had no other needs to choose from, making eating even more crucial. For the first time, Feiya doubted her confident methods. The food was this delicious. What confidence did she have in replacing Tang Lei's appeal to these prisoners? At this moment, Feiya suddenly felt incredibly defeated. Compared to her influence in the hearts of men, her dominance in the dating scene was no match for a man. Moreover, judging from what these prisoners said, Tang Lei, the cook, has even developed all sorts of new cooking methods. He even gets the prisoners to help grow ingredients, which they can then exchange for extra snacks. Thinking back to what Tang Lei made for that little doll-like girl, those beauty and health desserts, Feiya almost ground her teeth to powder. She suddenly understood why those spies Luo Meng had planted were so stupid as to go and pull out human chili peppers. Even she, a seasoned manipulator of hearts and minds, was actually slightly tempted. Who wouldn't want specially prepared delicacies? But this can't go on. Without taking down Tang Lei and the fifth canteen, this mountain that firmly held the minds of the prisoners in the fifth ward, she couldn't stir up trouble in the fifth ward. She couldn't create trouble for Anton, and she couldn't complete her deal with Luo Meng. But taking down Tang Lei was easier said than done. And what if he really did kill him? Then there would be nothing to eat. Feiya thought heavily, her mind still heavy, but she kept stuffing food into her mouth. After the seafood, this diced chicken is pretty good, very smooth and tender. Quickly, think of how to deal with Tang Lei. This beef is so tender and delicious. No, finding Tang Lei's weakness is more important. Feiya ate and thought, her eyes gradually wandering, her complex thoughts almost making her dizzy. Until a thump sounded, Feiya suddenly came back to her senses. Tang Lei was standing in front of her at some point, smiling slightly at her. There was a strange gentleness on the clean and handsome face of the great Xia man. Then, Feiya heard a devilish whisper. "It's time, get up and wash the dishes." Still eating. Feiya, you brat. This is so annoying. She sluggishly stood up, forcing a smile. It's not that Chef Tang's cooking is so delicious, it's the first time I've ever had such good food, it's a bit. Tang Lei nodded repeatedly. No problem, but if you don't wash the dishes as quickly as the Dennis brothers today, let them do it again tomorrow. You don't need to come. Feiya's unspoken praise choked back instantly. You son of a bitch. Tang Lei waved casually and went back to the kitchen. Feiya stared at his retreating figure, the rare glimmer of warmth she'd felt shattering completely. A gentle great Xia man? Pa! What a devil! She hurried to the sink and joined the other prisoners in clearing the dishes. Originally, Feiya had hoped to use this opportunity to get some information out of the other prisoners. But soon, she completely lost her chance to speak. Because there were just too many people coming to eat. As soon as the break bell rang, hundreds, even thousands, of prisoners seemed to appear out of nowhere. The first batch arrived, got their food, and ate happily. Those who arrived later missed out, turned around, ran to other canteens, ate a little, and then ran back. In short, no one wanted to leave without getting something from the fifth canteen. Feiya, a highly respected female prisoner in the second ward, hadn't experienced such intense labor in many years. As she collected the dishes, she secretly cursed herself. The idea of taking over the dishwashing was so stupid. Next time, she'd definitely find someone else. They worked until almost all the prisoners had finished eating, and then the assembly bell rang again. Feiya had barely managed to finish her work. She glanced instinctively at Tang Lei, only to see him also packed his things and coming out with old Bawan and Yelena. "Brother Tang, let's go home. Are you going to Commander Anton's place tonight? I'll drive you." Tang Lei nodded. "Let's go, I won't be coming over tonight. I've almost finished preparing the food for you all. I'll have to trouble you guys, old Six and old Bawan, and our excellent comrade Yelena." A thoughtful look suddenly flashed in Feiya's eyes. Yelena? That name sounds so familiar. Watching Tang Lei and his group laughing and joking as they walked out of the fifth canteen, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Feiya's face. She remembered, Yelena was someone. Back in her cell, Feiya summoned her trusted female prisoner who had delivered the message. "Go tell Warden Roman something. Half an hour later, another roar erupted from the warden's office in the second prison ward. "Darling, are you all right?" Lena whispered. "How can I be all right?" Roman clutched the note he had just received, trembling with rage. That great Xia dog. Dog! He wanted to smash something, but as soon as he raised his hand, the pain from the still healing wound on his hand jolted him awake. So, in a fit of anger, he kicked over the table. He actually dared to live with Yelena. Lena's eyes narrowed. Living together? They are. The fighting nation, or rather, Western countries in the general sense, have relatively open views on men and women, especially in such a harsh and isolated place. Cohabitation between opposite sexes means almost anything can happen. Roman stared at the note repeatedly. They're living together now. They dare to live together. Oh, my Yelena. She must have been tricked by that cunning Xia dog. Otherwise, how could such a pure and good girl like her agree to let a Xia dog stay at her house? She knows perfectly well that we're engaged. Lena, hiding in the shadows, quietly pursed her lips and cautiously said, or maybe, it's just a simple arrangement. Tang, that Xia guy doesn't seem to have anywhere to stay here, does he? He used to live in the cafeteria. Her words only fueled Roman's anger. A Xia dog who doesn't even have a place to live. A penniless bastard. What right does he have? What right does he have? The thought that Tang Lei, who was inferior to him in every way, had gotten close to Yelena before him and might even have developed a relationship. Roman felt a pain worse than if he were being stabbed with a knife. No, I have to think of something. Roman, panting heavily, paced back and forth in his office. Where's that Xia dog? Tell him to come see me. Lena went out and spoke briefly with her adjutant, returning with an embarrassed expression. He took the day off today. He left the 5th canteen and had an appointment with Warden Anton. He said he wouldn't be back until tomorrow, but dinner has been prepared in advance. Why should I care about his food? Roman roared. But with Anton involved, he ultimately dared not act rashly. He's lucky he's not here. I'll let him go for now, but I can't let Yelena continue like this. Before, I thought she was still young and would mature someday. Now it seems I still need to educate her, to prevent her from going astray with swindlers. Roman sighed, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Madam Yeager, good afternoon. I'm Roman. I have some matters to discuss with you. Regarding your daughter. Meanwhile, Tang Lei followed Anton to his home. As a warden, Anton's home was remarkably simple. A simple 2-story house, clearly built by himself. There was a small, lush garden in front of the entrance. Tang Lei glanced at it with interest, then fell silent. These leaves, why do they look so familiar? Anton coughed lightly. This is also your, glutinous rice chili paste. Mainly because my wife and daughter are also very interested in your ingredients. My daughter is studying agronomy, and she asked me to get some seeds to try. As for these seeds, Anton had given them to old Bawan, who swept them from the kitchen floor. No need to elaborate. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. Pretty good. The Anton family seemed quite simple and unpretentious. Everything they did was practical. He liked them. They were clearly good at being useful. Upon opening the door, Tang Lei first saw 2 pairs of excited eyes. 2 women, one tall and one short, with strikingly similar features, stood in the doorway and waved to him. You must be Tang Lei, the cook from the Anton prison ward, the one with divine gifts. Tang Lei was taken aback. Divine gifts? Surely not. I wouldn't presume. I'm just an ordinary cook. Anton patted him on the shoulder. It's all right, Tang. My wife is a devout Christian, but don't worry about any taboos. She's practically become your follower now. He made a joke. Tang Lei nodded knowingly. He'd been in prison for so long that he'd forgotten. The fighting nation is, in fact, a religiously significant country. Their state religion, Western Orthodoxy, played a crucial role in the formation of the fighting nation. Therefore, the majority of the population is religious, and even those who aren't religious habitually connect culture and religion. In other words, they talk about God all the time. However, Tang Lei found the Russians' religious beliefs quite astonishing. For example, they like to have religious followers bless everything they do. But to bless even missiles and ships is a bit absurd. If gods could evolve with the times, Tang Lei believed the Russians would probably have a cyber god, like a Gatling gun performing a ritual. Thinking about it this way, it's understandable that Anton's wife, Raisa, considers him a divine gift. After all, good things are always divine. After some greetings, Tang Lei was welcomed into the house by Raisa and her daughter. A lively cheer erupted. Anton, my old buddy. You've finally arrived. 4 or 5 people were already seated in Anton's spacious living room. They were all around 40 or 50 years old, the oldest with graying temples. But regardless of age or clothing, they all shared one common habit. That's at straight backs. Even sitting and chatting, they exuded an air of upright dignity. Tang Lei glanced around and understood. These must be Anton's old comrades. No wonder they'd been on the battlefield and carried guns. Even if they were 10 years older, they wouldn't be like that big oaf, Roman. Anton took off his hat, a smile appearing on his serious face. You old guys are having a good time, but I still have to work. I came as soon as I finished my work. The oldest one laughed heartily. That's right, Anton, you were the youngest among us back then. We've been busier than you all these years, so naturally we're more relaxed than you now, haha. Anton looked around. Peter isn't here. Hearing that name, their eyes lit up. He said he's busy in the capital and can't come. TCH, busy what? He just doesn't care to come here, saying it's some godforsaken place. The oldest, Alexander, quickly nudged him to shut up. Alright, you talk too much. Anton was taken aback. Oh, I see. He was just straightforward, not unreasonable. Now that he heard that, he understood. Some of his old buddies had retired, while others were still making their mark in the government and military. People strive for higher positions, and for him, the warden of a remote prison, even with a high military rank, it wasn't exactly a desirable place. Alright, let's not talk about that. Alexander smoothed things over. Anton, didn't you say you had some good treasure? Let's see it. Right, let's not talk about those unpleasant things. Brother Anton, I came all this way. If you don't have anything good to offer, I won't come. Haha, yeah, Siberia is just too cold. Alexander's old bones flare up in the cold, and if it weren't for your influence, I really wouldn't have been able to get him to come. The group of old comrades laughed and joked. Anton, recovering from the slightly complicated atmosphere, also smiled. Don't worry, don't you trust me? He patted Tanglei. Let me introduce you, this is the new cook in my prison ward's canteen. Don't let his youth fool you, Tang's cooking is absolutely amazing. Especially since you're all old foodies, if you don't try it, I feel like your lives aren't complete. The old comrades exchanged surprised glances. They had naturally already noticed the young man Anton had brought. His appearance was completely different from that of the Russians. They didn't take it seriously, assuming it was just Anton's adjutant or orderly. Unexpectedly, this was Anton's treasure. Yarov, the man who had first cursed Peter, was the most outspoken. Good heavens! Brother Anton, we all know you don't have much to offer in Siberia. If you missed us, just say so. You should have come for your sake, why bother sending a cook? He didn't take Anton's words seriously at all. Thinking about it, these veterans had distinguished themselves in battle. Even after retirement, their lives wouldn't be bad. Especially these food-loving, fun-loving guys. What kind of delicious food hadn't they tasted in this fighting nation? Even if there was gourmet food, it would have to be some 5-star restaurant, a special supply from the capital. Why would they come all the way from the prison to have a meal with the canteen cook for a gathering of old friends? Brother Anton, no need, just seeing you is worth it. The group chimed in. Alexander smiled slightly. Anton, actually, we thought about it before we came. We wondered if you were having a hard time in prison and missed us. Now that you seem alright, we're relieved. As for your little cook, anything will do. Don't serve us anything fancy, like lobster or abalone. We're too old for that. They knew Anton well enough. This guy was frugal and upright. If he spent a fortune to entertain them, what kind of old friend would he be? Anton, no, wait. I'm not bragging, but life in Siberian prison is great now, why don't you believe me? Tang's food, for example, couldn't compare to even a 5-star restaurant. But seeing his old friend's yes expressions, Anton sighed and patted Tanglei on the shoulder. Come on, Tang, show them what you've got. Tanglei smiled. Sure, just you wait and see. Faced with this group of big shots, he wasn't flustered. He stepped forward and put on an apron. I'll start with a hot pot. You all eat first, then I'll bring out the rest. It was strange, really. When he first entered, he looked like just a somewhat handsome young man. His physique was even a bit thinner than the Russians. But when he put on his apron and picked up the spatula, a sudden, imposing aura emanated from him, startling the veterans. Here, he was the undisputed king. The veterans nodded instinctively. Wait a minute? What's hot pot? This was the extent of what Anton and his wife and daughters were explaining. The kitchen and dining table were already set up, and all the ingredients were out. While everyone was chatting, Tanglei went into the kitchen and took out seasonings from his backpack. Thanks to his limited edition snacks, he had gained several thousand more repeat customers recently. The progress bar for the 10,000 point task was nearing its end. Tanglei had earned a huge amount of points as a result. Plus, the chili peppers planted by the prisoners had mostly sprouted and were growing well, expected to be ready for harvest in 3 weeks. Tanglei was now incredibly generous when exchanging seasonings. They just threw in a whole hot pot broth. This was nothing like the makeshift mala tang from the cafeteria. Even in Daxia, only authentic local hot pot restaurants had this. There were 14 different spices alone. Plus, there was beef tallow and a rich bone broth that had been simmering since noon. The broth was already thick and milky white. When the ingredients were added, it immediately released a fragrant aroma. The group of people chatting in the restaurant paused. Yarlif sniffed. What's that smell? Achoo! It's so pungent. And it smells a little good too. He instinctively peeked into the kitchen. This time, Anton calmly held him back. It's okay, this is just the beginning. Tang Lei continued working in the kitchen. Considering that some of these people weren't young anymore, he made a half-and-half hot pot today. Those who can handle spice will have the beef tallow broth, while those who can't will have the tomato broth prepared on the side. Once both broths are ready, add some ingredients that can withstand long cooking times, like corn, and bring them to the table. After all, hot pot is always best enjoyed while it's cooking. Next come the various ingredients perfect for the hot pot. Potato slices, baby bok choy, and various mushrooms go without saying. Thinly sliced slices of fatty beef and lamb, slices of beef tripe and lung, and a variety of other meats. Finally, there are Tang Lei's specially made fish fillets, crab sticks, and various meatballs. These aren't your average flour products, they're all made with real ingredients. The seafood contributor, naturally, is the selfless Lao Lu. Especially the beef balls. Tang Lei specifically looked up the famous Shanta handmade beef balls from the system's recipe book. The very kind that became popular in Daxia after being featured in a Stephen Chow movie. Hand-picked and pounded, the meat was incredibly chewy and springy, a testament to Yelena's own efforts. It's no exaggeration to say that after finishing, Tang Lei even picked out a few pieces to personally test their ping-pong ball-like elasticity. They were truly amazing. But when these ingredients were served, the group of veterans were dumbfounded. This? Raw? How do you eat it? They had never seen anything like this before, requiring them to cook it themselves. Just then, the pot boiled. The vibrant red oil on top bubbled and bubbled, releasing the unique aroma of the spices that had completely blended with the bone broth. Just a gentle simmer. It made the Anton family, who were waiting by the pot, drool uncontrollably. Come on, let me demonstrate. Without a word, Anton picked up a slice of meat and dipped it into the pot. Seeing they weren't worried, Tang Lei reminded them, if you feel the flavor isn't strong enough, you can make a dipping sauce. He had already prepared several different kinds of dipping sauces and placed them on the table for the VIPs. Anton waved his hand hastily. Okay, Chef Tang, you're busy. I'll take care of these little things. Tang Lei went back to the kitchen. Several old comrades exclaimed curiously, good heavens, isn't this young man one of your men? We've never seen you treat your soldiers so politely. Anton shook his head. What are you talking about? Can this compare to my soldiers? This cook, he's a gem. You rascal, Yarif laughed. You've been craving food in Siberia these past few years, haven't you? Even if it smells good, how delicious can it really be? Come on, let me try some. Anton reminded his old friends, let me make this clear first, one flavor is spicy and the other isn't. Think carefully about whether you can handle it before you put it in. How spicy? Compare it to the taste of vodka. Yarif laughed loudly, looking down on me. I've been drinking vodka for years. He was the first to poke a slice of fatty beef with his fork and dip it into the spicy broth. In just a few seconds, the thinly sliced meat changed color, and Yarif eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. I'll see just how good it is. A meat roll dripping with red broth was stuffed into his mouth, and Yarif's laughter suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Choking? A person next to him teased. Yarif didn't answer, blinking as he chewed. Anton, already used to the scene, grinned. 3, 2, 1. Hiss. Yarif suddenly opened his mouth. Hiss. What's this taste? There was the aroma of meat, the salty aroma, and more than that, an indescribable feeling. One bite, and Yarif felt a surge of heat throughout his body. Good heavens, it really tastes like vodka. But compared to a drink that's gone in one gulp, this taste was more fragrant, more complex. Even though he'd swallowed it for a while, Yarif was still smacking his lips, savoring the taste. Alexander, ever cautious, was still observing. Like wine? Tell me, is it good? Describe it. Before Yarif could answer, he forked another piece of meat and dipped it into the pot. I'll try it again. He'd eaten the previous piece too quickly to taste it. The only thing he remembered was, it was kind of delicious. Seeing his reaction, the others understood immediately. They all laughed and cursed, then started digging in themselves. They were brave and confident, all heading straight for the spicy broth. Anton calmly turned to his wife and said, Honey, could you get us a box of tissues? Yarif chuckled. Anton, you're getting fancy now, needing tissues for a meal, haha, woman, hiss. He shoved in another mouthful, panting heavily. Ouch, so spicy. No, how can this be so spicy? Wow. The bite was both spicy and scalding hot, and Yarif let out a scream, his eyes instantly turning red. Anton grinned, pushing a tissue in front of him. I told you, if you can't handle spicy food, eat the kids' version. Now, Yarof's old face also turned red. I don't accept it. Damn, Anton, why can you eat so much? I want more. He hadn't even noticed. Even if it was incredibly spicy and hot, he hadn't considered spitting it out. Alexander carefully turned his fork to the tomato broth, first dipping a piece of baby bok choy. The bok choy needed to be cooked a little longer, and Alexander mentally prepared himself for the possibility of crying before putting it in his mouth. The baby bok choy soaked up the broth, and the moment it entered his mouth, it exploded into a rich, slightly sour soup. The bone broth simmered all afternoon, and the tomatoes had fully blended together. The gamey taste of the meat was completely masked by the sweet and sour tomatoes, while a touch of sweetness brought out its umami flavor. Alexander had only eaten a single leaf of lettuce, but he felt this broth was even more delicious than the meat. He stopped talking and quickly started dipping various ingredients into the pot. Everyone except Alexander experienced the spicy broth. Only one managed to hold on without crying. The rest of them had teary eyes. Yarof, wiping his eyes, saw Alexander silently and quickly eating the tomato broth, even faster than the others. He immediately felt resentful. Brother, how could you not join your brothers? Come on, eat. Eat the spicy stuff. Men can cry, it's not a sin. Unable to resist the urging of his mischievous older brothers, Alexander said helplessly, actually, you can rinse it with water? It's not that spicy. No way, ouch. If it's not spicy, it has no soul. Anton casually remarked, actually, our prison ward has had special spicy food eating events too. Those who can eat spicy food without batting an eye are rare warriors. Yarof, what? Your prisoners can eat that? No way, I don't believe it today. I'll have another piece. Yarof, are you sure you can handle this? Don't lose to these young punks at your age. A group of veterans gathered around the hot pot, their competitive spirit suddenly ignited. Eat. We have to win today. Try these slices of meat. My God, how did they cut them so thin? They practically melt in your mouth. You want something more substantial? Then try these meatballs. I bet I spent ages cutting them with a knife. Don't forget to eat vegetables, you're all getting on in years. This was the advice from the eldest, Alexander. Yarof was enjoying his meal, sweat pouring down his forehead and nose. Hearing this, he threw off his coat and burst into laughter. Not young? Brother Alexander, I don't feel that way at all. 20 years ago, we could gather together and chug vodka together. 20 years later, we're still together, still able to eat spicy food. We're no worse than young men. Brother, younger brother. We're not old yet. Anton looked at his old friends whom he hadn't seen for many years, and a relaxed smile finally appeared on his serious face. Yes, that's right. Initially, when he approached Tang Lei, wanting him to cook a good meal for the gathering, he only thought about how he was nearing 50. Some old friends, once seen, are gone forever. But Tang did even better than he expected. Even though some of them had graying temples, even though these veterans had seen bullets, and lived most of their lives, at today's dinner table, in the lively atmosphere of everyone gathered around, chatting and eating hot pot, under the stimulation of the spicy and fragrant flavors, they could do more than just reminisce. They could rediscover that thrill-seeking, confident, and courageous heart they once possessed. Who can escape the passage of time? But the heart can. 2 more beers. Tonight, we'll drink until we drop. Just like 20 years ago. To our motherland. To ourselves. To our courageous hearts. At this moment, no one mentioned the delicacies of the capital or the Michelin-starred restaurants. This hot pot, made by a canteen cook at an old friend's house, had already captured their hearts. When Tang Lei came out again, he saw the table was almost empty. Not to mention the meatballs and vegetable leaves. Even the tripe, duck intestines, and duck blood, which are rarely eaten by the Russians, had been devoured in considerable quantities. It seemed they were truly enjoying themselves, and all reservations had vanished. Seeing him come out, Yarof's eyes lit up. Hey, young man, you did a really good job. We've never had this kind of spiciness before. It's a specialty of Daxia. I'm glad you like it. Tang Lei smiled and started carrying out the dishes he'd been busy preparing. Considering the strong aroma of the hot pot, Tang Lei didn't make any more heavy, oily, or salty dishes. He simply prepared a few light and refreshing side dishes to finish things off. Of course, the peony fish slices and squirrel-shaped mandarin fish that Ndong had specifically requested were included. One of these dishes was light and fresh, the other sweet and sour, perfect for whetting the appetite. He also prepared a crispy vegetarian stew made with mushrooms and a tofu soup. It was excellent at soothing the restless stomachs of the big shots after the spiciness. The best way to relieve the spiciness would normally be with dairy products. Tang Lei was even prepared to make some milk-flavored desserts. However, seeing the beer bottles scattered all over the floor after the big shots had gotten drunk, he wisely refrained. This couldn't be eaten together. If you dare to eat, you dare to jump around. So, in the end, he opted for a clear broth. The veterans had already thoroughly enjoyed their meal and felt there was no need to serve any more dishes. "Young man, I think this hot pot is the best. Why don't you skip the fancy stuff and add some?" Wow. He saw the 2 fish dishes Tang Lei brought out and suddenly fell silent. Good heavens! These 2 dishes looked incredibly impressive. "Well, this is pretty good. Come on, let me help you carry them." "What else?" "Bring it all on." Squirrel fish and peony fish fillets were served. Upon seeing these 2 dishes, Anton perked up again. "Hey, these 2 dishes have quite a story behind them. You guys don't know, do you? A while ago, Roman from the 2nd prison ward was temporarily replacing that kid Kirill, and he even tried to make things difficult for me. He had this mess hall assessment. But when Tang brought out these 2 dishes, everyone's eyes widened. Even the inspector who happened to be passing by said they were amazing." "Yarov, oh, there was an inspector too? Then we'd better have a good taste." Alexander was a little worried. "Roman? Is that the Leff family?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yarov and several others already rubbing their hands together, reaching for their forks at the plate of fish fillets. "Hey!" Seeing that there were only a few peony fish fillets left, the cautious older brother decided to postpone his concern for his younger brother. "Don't you know anything about respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Brother, don't rush, let me test the poison for you first." "Get lost. We've been fighting side by side for decades, don't I know you?" Anton shook his head, recounting his prison exploits, then looked closely. "Damn, when did you guys get so fast?" Yarlev savored the fish slices, chuckling. "Delicious. Brother Anton, you're a real chef." He gave a thumbs up. "I must say, this fish, it's like fish but not quite meat, so fresh and crispy." "Delicious." Alexander, however, preferred the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. "You've put a lot of thought into this. We old folks can't handle anything too tough. This fish is not only tender, but the best part is, there aren't a single bone." This was incredibly thoughtful for someone his age. He squinted contentedly. "Ever since my eyesight and teeth started acting up, I haven't had a proper fish meal in years. Not to mention, this tastes even better than what I ate when I was young." "Anton, the cook you found is really good." Anton grinned. "I told you, I'm doing well, and I genuinely wanted to treat you guys to something nice to cheer you up, but you wouldn't believe me." "Now you believe me." "Yeah." Yarov suddenly slapped his thigh in his drunken state. "You little rascal. I just remembered. This is your cell block's cook. Do you eat this every day?" "Anton, not at all. You get tired of eating the same thing every day. Chef Tang only makes a different dish once a month, and he always makes a variety of meat and vegetable dishes. Braised pork, cumin lamb chops, sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy chicken. Tisk, everything's delicious." Yarlev couldn't take it anymore. "Shut up. I shouldn't have felt sorry for you." Just then, Tang Lei came out and brought a pot of soup to the group. Yarlev grabbed him. "Young man, I think you're pretty good. Interested in coming to the big city with me? I'll invest in you. We'll open a big restaurant." "Brother, although I don't have a family backing me like the others, I still have some money." Before Tang Lei could speak, Anton objected. "Hey, Yarov. I'm treating you kindly, why are you trying to poach my talent?" "No way. Let me tell you, the 5th prison district can't function without Chef Tang. Don't even think about it." Tang Lei was both amused and exasperated. Good heavens, anyone who didn't know better would think he was the boss of the 5th prison district. No way. Yarlev was just acting impulsively because of the alcohol. Hearing Anton's words, he knew he couldn't do something so dishonest. He immediately chuckled. Wrong, I'm drunk. "But brother, when are you free? I'd like to come see you more often." "If you're not free, I can come to your prison district. I won't bother you, I'll eat in the canteen myself." Anton was speechless. He still remembered what these guys had said when they first met. "What happened to eating doesn't matter, just seeing you is worth it. Good heavens, now it's okay if we don't meet." He laughed. "Sure, if you want to come, I'm happy to stay as long as you want." He used to think this place was cold and boring, no need for his old friends to suffer here. At most, he'd take advantage of his time off to visit the capital. He was happy to hear his old comrade was willing to come. Yarov laughed drunkenly. "Come on, you're willing to come. Haha, that Peter kid complained you wouldn't come. That kid's just unlucky." Another old comrade chimed in, his breath rippling with alcohol. "Pa, that ingrate. You were the one who saved him on the battlefield, Anton. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have been injured and forced to leave the battlefield, ending up in prison." Sigh. "Exactly. Now he's climbed up to the capital and thinks he's all that? You shouldn't have saved him back then." Alexander was still relatively sober, but having just enjoyed his meal, he didn't want to stop them. He just sighed. "Why are we still talking about this? It's better he didn't come. Such delicious food shouldn't be fed to an ingrate, right?" Anton laughed first. "Right. Who knew I'd be so unlucky? If I hadn't been assigned here, I wouldn't have met Tang. He patted Tang Lei hard, as if he truly had no regrets. Tang Lei's heart stirred, and he smiled slightly. Sir, in our great Xia, there's a saying, a loss may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Who can say for sure about a person's fate until the very end? Take this chicken and tofu soup tonight, for example. I guarantee that even Peter the Great, let alone the Emperor, might not have tasted it. Come on, everyone, try it. The crowd's somewhat gloomy mood was reignited by these words. Young man, you really dare to say that. But based on your cooking skills tonight, I believe you. Come on, try it. The group of veterans cast aside their earlier unpleasantness and happily began drinking the soup. Alexander's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Tang Lei, giving the young man a brief evaluation. Even setting aside his exquisite culinary skills, just looking at his mindset is remarkable. A truly formidable young man. Tang Lei noticed the veteran's scrutiny, smiled politely, and turned to go back to the kitchen. Today, he'd better spend more time with these old friends. His task was complete. Tang Lei was just about to tidy up the kitchen and go back. Just then, the door behind him opened, and Anton's wife, Raisa, tiptoed in. Chef Tang, you can leave it there, I'll clean up. It's so late, why are you going back to the 5th prison area? Tang Lei shook his head. No, I'm staying out now. I'll just have a friend pick me up later. Raisa glanced at the time and tried to persuade him to stay. Oh, why bother picking me up? It's so late already. Why don't you stay here for the night? We have plenty of rooms, and all the bedding is provided. You've had a long night, so get some rest tomorrow morning before you leave. Tang Lei glanced at the time and realized it was almost midnight. He thought for a moment, then I'll trouble you. It was so late, and so cold outside. He didn't want Yelena, a girl, to come all the way to pick him up. He figured he might as well stay the night. Raisa was overjoyed to hear this. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. We've been looking forward to seeing you for so long. Tang, you don't know, before Anton was in charge of the 5th prison district, always with a cold, expressionless face, he had absolutely no sense of fun. Since you came, he started bringing us good food, and he's not so stubborn anymore. He used to think the people of Daxia were weak and useless, but now he doesn't say that anymore. Haha, Tang, you've changed him. She chattered enthusiastically as she led Tang Lei upstairs and booked him a guest room. Come on, I made special arrangements because I knew his brother was coming. Now that we're one short, you can stay here. Is there anything inappropriate? Tang Lei wasn't picky. It's fine, no problem at all. Raisa smiled gently. Okay, I'll go down and check again. They'll be playing for a while longer. She considerately closed the door. Tang Lei glanced at the time again, suppressed the urge to call Yelena, and sent a text message. Little yeah, I'm not going back tonight. I'm going back to the cafeteria tomorrow. Don't come pick me up, get some rest. He figured Anton would be going to work tomorrow too, so he could hitch a ride. But for some reason, after sending the message, there was no reply. Was Yelena already asleep? Tang Lei frowned slightly, feeling something was off. This girl usually replied to his messages almost instantly. However, it was late at night, and Tang Lei thought that Yelena and old Bawan were together, so nothing should happen. He closed his eyes slightly, intending to rest first. Just as he dozed off, the system chimed. Congratulations, host. Side quest completed. Building connections, Part 1. Gaining the favor of the 5th District Supervisor. Tang Lei's sleepiness vanished instantly. Holy crap. This long quest was finally finished. He'd almost forgotten about it. The system continued broadcasting. Detected. The satisfaction rate of the diners at the gathering reached 80%. Congratulations, host, exceeding the quest target. Received. At the crucial moment of the reward, the system suddenly froze. He couldn't receive it. Are you even capable? Tang Lei mentally jabbed at it frantically. What's wrong, letting me down at this crucial moment? Believe me or not, I'll fix you using traditional methods from the Great Xia dynasty. The system paused strangely, then suddenly asked, Host, what are some traditional methods for fixing systems? Tang Lei, have you ever seen people repairing old-fashioned TVs and computers? Bad connection, static? Just slap it, kick it, and it's fixed. The system paused for 2 seconds, then quickly replied. Bug detected. Currently fixing it. Host, detection indicates that the reward for completing the original build connections task should have been the appreciation of Major Anton, the warden of the 5th prison district. However, according to the latest results, Major Anton's appreciation level is already maxed out. It cannot be obtained. Tang Lei was stunned. Good grief. So, he'd already maxed out Anton's favorability, and now the reward was ruined. This is truly, absolutely outrageous. Wait, you guys completed the reward so hastily? The system was speechless. Who knew that with such a peculiar host, who was just cooking normally, seemingly not doing anything out of line, He'd helped the fifth prison warden stabilize the prison, and his favorability had skyrocketed so much that the mission rewards couldn't keep up. This was unprecedented in the system's history. How about this? Tang Lei, fearing the stupid system would just cancel his reward, quickly made a request. How about giving me a different reward? Let me continue the lottery. Since I exceeded my quota, I get to decide which prize pool I want to draw from. The system buzzed for a while, so, which prize pool does the host want to draw from? Tang Lei's mind raced. I want to draw from the prize pool related to intermediate chefs. This was the best and most useful prize pool he could currently identify. Skills and recipes were like finding a needle in a haystack, and he could get them by completing just a few tasks. But intermediate chefs were different. The only thing he knew of related to intermediate chefs was the mysterious point shop that had been unlocked through special circumstances. This was a valuable resource, and something he, as a beginner chef, couldn't normally access through tasks. He'd finally found a weakness in the system. Now was the perfect time to exploit it. Even if they disagreed, he wouldn't lose out. The system buzzed this time, and after a few seconds, it spoke again. Okay. Tang Lei keenly noticed that this voice seemed different from the previous mechanical announcements. You agreed pretty quickly. He probed. System, there are always some people in this world who deserve to have their boundaries relaxed. Upon hearing this, Tang Lei raised an eyebrow. But after the system finished speaking, it fell silent. Only a large golden lottery wheel appeared on the interface in his mind. Tang Lei's consciousness stood before the lottery wheel, pondering for a moment, then chuckled. Sure thing, let's draw. What's there to be afraid of? He wiped his hands and began to voice his own message. Good luck, good luck, good luck brings joy and love, give me a prize. A golden light flashed. This time, the golden light didn't transform into a recipe or any skill. Instead, it shot straight towards Tang Lei. In the blink of an eye, Tang Lei felt a heat in his eyes. The system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the essential basic skill for intermediate chefs, physical enhancement eye enhancement. Wow! Tang Lei's eyes widened in surprise, a little excited. Eye enhancement? Is it like in the novels I read? What about X-ray vision? Seeing beautiful female CEOs. Making a fortune gambling on stones. I knew it. Every system should have these amazing abilities. As he spoke, Tang Lei's lips curled up. If he hadn't been completely clueless about using his eyes, he would have been opening them wide and trying them out right now. Ahem, I mean seriously trying them out. The kind that's law-abiding and absolutely censored. The system beeped, seemingly speechless. Let me reiterate, host, I am the chef god system. Everything is for better food. After the eye modification, you'll be able to judge the quality of ingredients and the cooking temperature with just one glance. This is a divine skill that countless chefs dream of. Tang Lei? Damn! He felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His previous excitement vanished instantly. No way, that's it? Damn it! This chef god system is so realistic, so down to earth. It has absolutely no lofty ambitions. The system disagreed with Tang Lei's statement. Host, we are a down-to-earth system, coming from the masses and returning to the masses, a new era system that has transcended lowbrow tastes. Tang Lei. Fine, this is still a political commissar system. 6. He was speechless. Unable to immediately open his eyes to experience lowbrow tastes, Tang Lei only felt utterly bored. Sleep, sleep. He pulled the blanket over himself, devoid of desire. He slept until dawn, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 7 in the morning. Tang Lei glanced at the time, tidied himself up, and went downstairs. Since arriving at the prison, his sleep schedule had become increasingly like that of an old man. Especially with a bunch of eager children now craving breakfast, sleeping in became increasingly difficult. However, no matter how diligent he was, he couldn't compare to a few truly old men. As soon as Tang Lei went downstairs, he saw Alexander, the one with gray hair from yesterday, coughing while holding a cup. Seeing Tang Lei, he nodded slightly. Young man, you're up early. Tang Lei smiled. Just call me Tang. Why are you up so early? Before Alexander could speak, he coughed again. Cough, my old ailment's acting up again. Can't sleep. Seeing Tang Lei's probing gaze on his chest, Alexander smiled. It's nothing serious. I didn't take care of myself in my younger days, got chilled a few times, my lungs aren't very good. Don't worry. Tang Lei paused. He didn't think this veteran was simply suffering from the cold. After all, most parts of Russia aren't very warm. The next moment, another worried voice rang out. Brother, I heard you cough. Your old ailment's acting up again? Sigh, I told you shouldn't have worked so hard back then. Yarov muttered as he walked into the living room, his eyes lighting up when he saw Tang Lei. Oh, a chef gifted by God. Tang Lei awkwardly rubbed his nose. I'm flattered, just call me Tang. Yarov was about to say something when Alexander coughed again, and he quickly went over to him. How are you? Is it serious this time? should I take you back? Alexander's somewhat aged face flushed from coughing. Hearing this, he waved his hand. No rush, it's rare for me to come see Anton. Seeing Yarof's anxious helplessness, Tang Lei couldn't help but ask, Senior, has he taken any medicine? He thought Alexander's flare-up was partly due to the Siberian cold, and partly because the spicy hot pot he ate last night might have been a bit too much. If he had a pre-existing condition, he couldn't go without medication. But then Yarof sighed. It's no use, brother. This isn't an illness, it's an old injury. That's why he can't take medicine, it will only make it worse. Back then, we got separated from the main force. Brother, while covering the retreat, had his left lung pierced. There were no doctors around. The blood. The sight was terrifying. Tisk tisk. Although he was lucky to survive, but... Alexander interrupted his description helplessly. Yarof, are you a walking sieve? You tell me everything. He looked apologetically at Tang Lei. I didn't mean to scare you, little brother. Your generation is far removed from war. Tang Lei shook his head. Far removed, but we haven't forgotten. War is for the sake of peace. There's nothing to be afraid of. Alexander paused, then smiled knowingly. Yes, I completely forgot, you're from Great Xia. He coughed lightly again. Tang Lei stood up. I'll get you a cup of hot water. Walking into the kitchen, Tang Lei was about to get the water when he suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. The next moment, several lines of text suddenly appeared before his eyes, floating above the thing like annotations. What was that? Tang Lei looked closer. It turned out to be a piece of ginger left over from yesterday's cooking. A few lines of small writing read ginger, one of the essential seasonings for cooking, pungent in flavor, can remove the fishy smell, slightly warm in nature, enters the spleen, stomach, and lung meridians, and has the functions of inducing sweating to relieve exterior syndromes, warming the middle jiao to stop vomiting, warming the lungs to stop coughing. Tang Lei's eyes widened abruptly. Warming the lungs and relieving coughs. Wait, system, is this the result of your essential chef's eyes modification? The system chimed in, yes. Understanding ingredients is the foundation of good cuisine, but this doesn't seem to be just about cooking. Tang Lei murmured. The system paused. The cuisine of the Great Xia dynasty is vast and profound. If it only serves to fill one's stomach, wouldn't that be a waste of 5,000 years of history? When it said this, its voice was still the dry, monotone system tone, but Tang Lei inexplicably detected a faint arrogance in it. He smiled. System, you seem to have a little secret. It's like you've switched to a different system. The system immediately shut up. Tang Lei poked it twice without any response, then shrugged. Not bad, your down-to-earth modification has some effect. The system blinked twice, seemingly wanting to reiterate, this is a divine skill. But due to Tang Lei's sudden outburst, it ultimately said nothing. Tang Lei gently stroked the ginger, glancing at the last line, for cough relief, and an idea struck him. Since medication would irritate Alexander's old injury, what about a gentler food therapy? Tang Lei closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then chose a recipe. Ginger milk pudding. It was actually a common dessert in Daxia. The method was simple. Just take ginger juice and milk, and gently pour them together at the right temperature. The ginger protease in the ginger would immediately react with the milk protein, turning into a jelly-like solid. Tang Lei started heating the milk while quickly chopping 2 pieces of ginger and extracting the juice, putting it in a bowl. Controlling the temperature was the biggest challenge in making ginger milk pudding. Tang Lei waited until the milk was almost boiling before removing the pot from the heat, gently shaking it, just about to estimate the temperature by feel. Suddenly, another annotation floated up in the milk pot. Temperature, 75 degrees Celsius. Wow! Tang Lei rubbed his eyes. This is actually quite useful. Paying attention to the temperature, Tang Lei remembered something else. I think I had a similar feeling before. It was during the cafeteria competition. That time, he was intently watching the oil in the pan, observing the heat of the fried fish, and it seemed he could glimpse inside through the oil surface. Host, the temperature is about to exceed the limit. The system suddenly warned. Tang Lei looked and, sure enough, it was about to reach the optimal 70 degrees. He quickly gathered his thoughts, holding the milk pot in one hand and the bowl of ginger juice in the other. With both hands moving simultaneously, the two liquids gently collided in mid-air. In an instant, they blended together. The Russians love fresh milk, which is high in fat, making it perfect for Tang Lei. In just a few seconds, before the milk could even deflate, the two solidified into a milky white with a slightly yellow tinge in the bowl. With a shake, it wobbled and swayed. That's it. Tang Lei picked up the bowl and walked out of the kitchen, only to hear Yarof was nagging him. Yarof was always a straightforward and outspoken person, still quite impatient even in his 40s or 50s. In such a short time, he'd been rambling on and on. Why hasn't Tang arrived yet? I'm so hungry. Brother Alexander, if I have a good chat with him later, could he make me some breakfast too? Alexander, maybe if you avoid talking about the bloody battlefield. Tang Lei chuckled. He quickly brought over 2 bowls. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just about to get some hot water, but then I remembered a local snack from my hometown. Maybe you'll like it. Not knowing the effectiveness of the nutritional supplement, Tang Lei didn't want to disappoint Alexander, so he only mentioned it was a snack. Upon hearing food, Yarof's eyes lit up. I love it. I love it. After last night's hearty meal, coupled with Anton's endless tales of the legendary tales of great Xia cuisine in the 5th prison district, he now had a strange trust in Tang Lei's culinary skills. Tang Lei was all too familiar with this kind of response. See you every day at the 5th canteen. He set out the utensils for the 2 of them, reminding them, it might be a little spicy, eat slowly. Spicy? Yarof couldn't stand anyone questioning his spiciness right now. Come on, I might have eaten too much spicy food. As if he wasn't the one whose eyes welled up with tears yesterday, Alexander smiled and thanked Tang Lei, tentatively scooping up a piece with his spoon. This is pudding? A small, creamy yellow piece, soft and bouncy, almost slipped off the spoon. Alexander quickly put it in his mouth. The first taste was a rich, milky aroma. Compared to pudding, this dessert was much softer. It melted almost instantly in his mouth into a sweet, rich liquid, its gentle warmth traveling down his throat to his stomach. Alexander was taken aback. He wasn't particularly interested in sweets. But this bite, while sweet, also had a hint of spiciness, far from ordinary sweetness. Unlike the intense spiciness of last night, this spiciness didn't sting his tongue. Instead, it brought a lasting warmth that spread through his chest and lungs. His left lung, which had been aching since arriving in Siberia, suddenly felt better. Alexander subconsciously patted his chest, his hand already scooping up another spoonful before his mind could process it. Not bad, fragrant, smooth, and uniquely flavorful, truly worthy of the great Xia flavor, he said. Tang Lei noticed that from the moment he swallowed the first sip of ginger milk curd, the veteran silently stopped coughing. It did have some effect. Tang Lei nodded secretly. If you like it, I'll give you the recipe later so your family can make it. The lungs are the most difficult organ in the human body to heal on its own. Even if Alexander's old injury is incurable for life, at least this bowl of ginger milk pudding will make him feel a little better. Later, when he has the chance, he can make some other things. Before Tang Lei could finish his thought, he heard Yarof say happily, "Brother, you're such a cultured person. Such a nice compliment. Little Tang, all I know is that it's delicious. You little rascal, this makes me feel warm all over. Can I have a copy of the recipe too?" Tang Lei naturally agreed, sure. These veterans all seemed a little uncomfortable. A bowl of ginger milk curd delicious and warming, what's not to like? He wasn't worried at all about any health problems. After all, whether it's medicinal cuisine or dietary supplements, the Great Xia emphasizes gentleness, ensuring the body isn't harmed, and focusing more on stimulating the body's own potential. Some men might overfill their gas station and get nosebleeds that doesn't count. Alexander, seeing how easygoing Tang Lei was, and how he was about to write down a recipe after just a few words, grew increasingly appreciative. The item may be small, but it reveals a person's character. This young man's ability to casually provide a recipe wasn't just generosity, but also confidence. Confident in his own culinary skills, completely unafraid of others learning. Alexander fell into thought. Yarlef, standing nearby, had almost become sworn brothers with Tang Lei in those few words. Anton hadn't arrived yet, and Alexander hadn't been paying attention to him, so he completely let loose and started gossiping. "Hey, Tang, when did you arrive at the Siberian prison? Have you been with brother Anton ever since?" Tang Lei nodded. Yarof sighed, "You really missed out on good times. Actually, when your Siberian prison warden was in charge, he had high hopes for Anton. Who knew he'd suddenly disappear like that? Otherwise, you'd be doing quite well now, following Anton. What about Roman? He's trash." Tang Lei raised an eyebrow at the mention of the warden. "You know about him? I see nobody in the prison wants to talk about him. I wonder if there's some taboo." "No taboo," the shrewd Yarof said casually. "It's just that his family is quite influential. The Kirill family, you know. In our fighting nation's military, there's one marshal and 4 generals. The head of the Kirill family is one of the 4 generals. Your unlucky warden was the next heir of the Kirill family. He came to Siberia specifically for training, and he did a good job. His disappearance was sudden too. Until it's settled, the Kirill family doesn't allow others to talk about it." Tang Lei nodded, trying to imagine an excellent and decisive warden. However, the mere mention of Kirill conjured up the image of the canteen chef stuffing canned herring into the pot. Heard Kirill loved canned herring? Hiss. Tang Lei gasped, quickly banishing the pungent thought. But, Yarof suddenly lowered his voice, "I heard the Kirill family has brought him back. However, there were some problems, and it's uncertain whether he'll be able to return. As for Roman, the acting warden, sigh." Tang Lei pondered. He hadn't forgotten that Roman was still a thorn in his side, a persistent obstacle in his path of slacking off. Even after Kirill's long absence, Roman remained the acting warden. If he could return, then Roman wouldn't be a threat. But that was too far off. Tang Lei only considered it briefly before giving up. He'd better rely on his own efforts. Roman's injuries would likely take some time to heal anyway. Once he's done, he'll add more time and extend Roman's duration. Yarlif, unaware of his thoughts, assumed his newly acquainted little brother was reluctant to speak because of Roman. It's alright, I can tell you're a cowardly, mild-mannered guy who's never been in a fight. That good-for-nothing Roman is just relying on his family's connections. I'll sneak up and trap him. Ouch. Yarif rubbed his head, suddenly stopping. Alexander snapped out of his reverie and slapped him lightly. Yarif, what are you saying now? Don't let things slip by if you're not sure. And don't drag Tang into fighting with some respectable officials. You'll be locked up right here. Yarif grinned, remaining silent. After reprimanding him, Alexander turned to Tang Lei, his expression instantly softening. He said gently, Tang, I think you're a nice guy. Do you have a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to a beautiful woman? Tang Lei was taken aback. Goodness, why did those words sound so awkward coming from Alexander's mouth? And they sounded strangely familiar. Alexander scrutinized his expression, somewhat puzzled. Aren't you guys supposed to love hearing about beautiful women? Actually, it's the daughter of a family friend. Tang Lei. The words family friend's daughter instantly triggered his PTSD. A muscular, round figure immediately flashed into his mind. Damn! Tang Lei's hair stood on end, and he quickly shook his head. No, I don't need it. After saying that, Tang Lei realized his refusal was a bit abrupt and softened it. I have a target. Okay, Alexander said regretfully, that's a bit of a shame. To be honest, my family friend's daughter is really beautiful. I dare say, you've probably never seen such a beautiful girl. Speaking of beautiful, Tang Lei touched his nose, thinking to himself, that's not necessarily true. Thinking back to when Xiao Ye first came to the cafeteria to find him, it was a fleeting glimpse, but she was incredibly beautiful. And then this stunning beauty started spending all her time in the kitchen helping out, even clinging to a bowl. She completely disregarded her looks. Over time, Tang Lei became numb to beauty. Whatever, absolutely nothing. Just then, a phone rang. Tang Lei picked up the phone and chuckled. Just as he was thinking this, Yelena called. He answered casually, hello? Xiao Ye, I'm coming right away. Tang, it's me, a gruff voice interrupted him anxiously. Tang Lei glanced at his phone again, confirming it was Yelena's number. Old Bawan? Why are you calling using Yelena's phone? Old Bawan on the other end of the line said urgently, what? You didn't see her either? Tang Lei frowned slightly. No, I was with Commander Anton yesterday. I sent her a text message, but she didn't reply. What happened? Old Bawan, yesterday we were busy serving dinner at the canteen, and just as we were about to go home, she suddenly received a call saying she had to go out. I thought she was like before, sigh, anyway, I didn't think much of it and went home. But she didn't come back all night. Tang Lei's expression turned serious, he sensed something was wrong. Old Baban continued, I was a little uneasy last night. This morning, when I came to the cafeteria, I found her phone under the condiment bottle you always use in the kitchen. This isn't right, no matter where she went, how could she not have her phone? Tang Lei frowned. So, Yelena is out of contact, and she's been out of contact all night. Suppressing his unease, Tang Lei immediately said, Old Bavan, wait for me in the cafeteria. I'm coming right now. You keep her phone safe. Just then, Anton came out, buttoning his uniform. What's wrong? Tang, are you coming back to the prison with me? Tang Lei nodded. Let's go. Yelena might be in some trouble. I need to get there quickly. Anton and Old Bavan were old friends. Hearing this, he frowned and immediately took out his keys to open the door. Yarlif curiously joined in. What's going on? Want me to come along? You should rest first. Anton pushed him back. I heard Alexander coughing this morning. Sit with him and don't run around. Yarif was a little unhappy, so Tang Lei slipped him a note. Senior, this is the dessert recipe I just wrote. The others will wake up soon. Can you show your skills to them? Hey, this is good. Yarif accepted it happily. Xiao Tang, are you really? Hey, are you human? There was a soft knock on the door, and Tang Lei and Anton hurriedly disappeared from the door. Along the way, Tang Lei frowned. Anton comforted her, I know that little girl too. She's not that easy to bully. Don't worry too much. To be precise, based on the military rank and force value he knew, you should be worried about whether she will beat someone else up casually. Tang Lei touched his nose. It's not that I don't believe in her ability to protect herself, it's just, thinking that it was her, I felt a little worried for no reason. Anton glanced at him and shook his head. Youth is wonderful. He didn't say anything more, stepped on the gas, and the car sped to the prison gate. I need to take care of my official business first. Anton was, after all, the head of a district, and couldn't simply neglect his duties. He could only say, if you need any help, just let me know. Tang Lei nodded and hurried to the fifth canteen. As soon as he entered, he saw old Bawan with a furrowed brow, sighing heavily. Seeing Tang Lei arrive, he quickly said, I've already asked around, but I haven't seen her. The car's gone too. Where did that girl go? Don't panic, Tang Lei said. When was the last time you saw her? Yesterday. Has she been behaving strangely lately? Old Bawan scratched his head. Does her sticking to the fifth canteen every day count? She used to dislike coming here. Tang Lei, that doesn't count, it's a normal reaction. Then that's it? I just checked, and there are no call records from last night on her phone. What could this be? Well, Tang Lei said, Old Bawan, go home first and see if there are any clues in her room. I'll look in the canteen. She left her phone here, maybe there'll be something else. Old Bawan slapped his forehead. Right. I completely forgot. I'll go right now. He turned and left. Tang Lei searched the fifth canteen, but found nothing. Just as he was about to calm down and think things through, suddenly, he heard a clanging sound. You seem to be in a hurry, Chef Tang. A slightly husky female voice sounded, languid yet alluring. Tang Lei raised his eyes expressionlessly. A stunningly beautiful woman with red hair elegantly lifted her prison uniform and sat down opposite him. It's you. Tang Lei raised an eyebrow. It's me. Fia casually twirled a strand of her long hair, winked at Tang Lei, and was about to say something, when Tang Lei said, Dennis has diarrhea again. Fia's alluring smile faltered, recalling an unpleasant memory. No. Seemingly afraid that Tang Lei would ask her to catch mice again, Fia's speech quickened. I came for you, Chef Tang. Tang Lei was silent for 2 seconds. You're so eager to wash the dishes for me? But there aren't any dishes right now, so why don't you go? I'm telling you, Fia's smile faltered. Chef Tang, you're a smart man, why pretend to be stupid? The person you want to see is gone, aren't you worried at all? Tang Lei's eyes deepened. He crossed his arms, gently resting his chin on them, looking at Fia. You've already come looking for me, why should I be worried? A faint, cold smile curled at the corner of Tang Lei's lips. See, now, aren't you worried? Mrs. Fia's face turned icy. Tang Lei stared at her expressionlessly. Speak, what did Roman ask you to do? Fia was startled, narrowing her eyes. You know? If anyone knew about her deal with Roman, it should be Anton. How could this lowly cook mention Roman so easily? It seems so, Tang Lei nodded, not surprised. You're bluffing me. Fia frowned. All's fair in love and war, Tang Lei shrugged, just a guess. He was simply using Fia's reaction as a process of elimination, but he hadn't expected to be right. This indirectly proved that everything bad here was definitely related to Roman. So, Roman took Yelena away? And what did he send you here for? Roman hadn't dared to lay a hand on him for a month, so why would he harm Yelena because of him? He remembered Roman's feelings for Yelena were more like unrequited love. Fia shrugged. I told you, Chef Tang, I came for you. You call her Xiao Ye? So affectionate, she chuckled, covering her mouth. But you actually know nothing about her situation, don't you? Don't you want to know her identity, her family? Tang Lei, his curiosity piqued, replied, yes, tell me. Fia paused. You really want to? Shouldn't the correct reaction at this moment be panic, excitement, or retorting that he knows the other person well? This wasn't what she expected. Fia suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness, like punching cotton. She vaguely sensed something was wrong, but she was already seated there, and there was no reason to leave. Fia changed her tone. I've heard that in Great Xia, when it comes to relationships, social standing is very important. Her eyes were fixed on Tang Lei, her smile alluring yet malice-laden, like a beautiful snake. Do you think you and that girl are a good match? Tang Lei was silent for 2 seconds, somewhat bewildered. No, what does being a good match have to do with it? He wasn't paired with Yelena as a couple. What? Their purely platonic cooking and eating relationship, at most just meal buddies, is now considered a pairing? Fia scoffed disdainfully. I've seen too many young people like you, blinded by love, not caring about compatibility, just wanting to be a simp. Why bother? Chef Tang, you've got some skill, insisting on clinging to a woman you can't have. Excuse me for interrupting, Tang Lei said speechlessly, raising his hand. Tell me, is there any possibility? Every time, it's Yelena who comes to me first. Or rather, she's clinging to him because of his cooking, and you can't get rid of her. Fia's throat tightened. And, Tang Lei said calmly, what you just said, I think is more suitable for your boss, Roman. Fia was stunned, then fell silent. Well, Roman was just a lovesick simp. Even Roman's imagined rival, Tang Lei, who had used sweet words to steal Yelena away. Even the one Yelena actively sought out. This This was too painful for Roman. Feiya's beautiful red lips twitched slightly. He's not really my boss, we're just business partners. At this moment, she absolutely didn't want to have such a boss. This was too humiliating. However, Fia felt a surge of pleasure. Since you and Yelena have no romantic feelings for each other, there's even less reason to care about her whereabouts. Tang Lei said calmly, she's my friend, and I care about her safety. Fia grinned, don't worry, she and her family went home to prepare for their wedding. You two probably won't see each other again. Since Chef Tang won't be sad about this, I can rest assured. Boom! Tang Lei's pupils contracted. Married? How come I've never heard her mention it? Besides old Bavan, does she have any other relatives? Tang Lei suddenly paused. He remembered the day he talked to his mother. Yelena's eyes were red-rimmed. Could it be that her biological mother had come looking for her? Fia's languid voice pulled him back to reality. You're not her man, why bother telling you? Right? Tang Lei said coldly, with whom? Roman? Fia toyed with her long hair, casually replying, maybe, or maybe some other man, as long as he's from the Left family. Speaking of which, that little girl isn't considered a suitable bride by the Left family. Roman has a bright future ahead of him, maybe she's not good enough for him. Not good enough. Tang Lei sneered, his gaze suddenly turning cold. To hell with that. He looked coldly at Fia. You know where they went. It was a statement of fact. Fia blinked. What, even if I told you, would you really go chasing after her 1,000 miles away? Tang Lei said calmly, this place is deserted, we can only drive. They only left overnight, they couldn't have gone very far. You really want to chase after her? Fia pouted. You don't want to marry her, so why bother? I can't ignore it. Tang Lei's expression turned cold and stern. His usually gentle dark eyes suddenly sharpened. Fia's heart skipped a beat when she met his gaze. Tang Lei looked down at her and said slowly, she's my mother's officially registered daughter-in-law, it's not up to some damn left to be picky. If Yelena were truly marrying willingly, for happiness, he wouldn't say anything nonsense, he would prepare a ton of delicious food and drinks to wish her happiness. But what is this? In the dead of night, when she herself was completely unaware and oblivious, her family and friends were taken away by a heartless mother, taken to marry off a group of complete strangers. What left? What noble family? Just look at Roman, and you know what a bunch of idiots they are. And Yelena? She's simple, hardworking, and resilient. At a young age, she's already a proud soldier, rooted in this frozen land. These achievements, do those so-called nobles even deserve to criticize her? Who's good enough for whom? These scumbags are unworthy of her. Tang Lei could figure it out with his bare hands. If Yelena really wanted to, why would she secretly slip her phone into the kitchen? When she drove away, was she conflicted, harboring a vague premonition and a hidden hope? Tang Lei knew that Yelena, though seemingly strong, actually cared deeply for her family. Whether it was her rambling onto old man Bavan or the tears welling in her eyes when she spoke of her mother, it all showed that this young woman had a very soft heart. But sometimes, it was precisely this soft heart that became a knife used against her by others. Tang Lei exhaled and looked coldly at Fei Ya. Now, I'm asking you. Tell me, how you planned it, how you got there, which direction you went. I suggest you tell me everything without holding back, and don't even think about lying to me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. After a brief silence, Feiya's face turned cold, and she sneered. Regret? Do you think I'm easily scared? Tang Lei sighed. Sure enough, I'm not good at making threats. Feiya, you know that. Bang! A muffled sound cut her off. Feiya slowly lowered her head. A gleaming kitchen knife was embedded in front of her, penetrating deep into the wood. Feiya was dumbfounded. Damn it! This wasn't a struggle. It was a test. How could someone so simply and brutally pull out a knife? Tang Lei said calmly, simple, but effective. Don't you have anything to say? Feiya silently raised her eyes, the icy expression on her face melting away. She complained softly, has no woman ever told you that this is ungentlemanly? Tang Lei reached for the kitchen knife. Hey, don't rush. Feiya quickly said, pressing Tang Lei's hand and looking directly at him with her watery eyes. I can tell you what that little girl left behind. Look at me. Her voice gradually lowered. Tang Lei stared at her expressionlessly, his system-modified eyes revealing even the slightest blackheads and fine wrinkles on Feiya's face. Tang Lei. He couldn't help but mentally poke at the system. Can you sometimes turn this skill off? I don't really want to see it. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, and looking at her like this greatly diminishes Feiya's beauty. The system beeped, no. Please engrave the glorious profession of chef into your soul. Always view everything with a chef's eye. Tang Lei silently scrutinized Feiya. What is a chef's eye? Is it edible or delicious? You can't just cook a person like that, can you? How disgusting. While he thought casually, Feiya herself was startled. She held a PhD in psychology, and her ability to manipulate people in prison wasn't solely based on her beauty and figure. Her eyes were her most hidden trump card. Or rather, it was a technique defying the categorization of instruments. Hypnosis. Direct eye contact, drawing the viewer's gaze, was the first step in hypnosis. When the target was fully focused, they would unconsciously be guided by her words, falling into her grasp. Unless they possessed unwavering willpower and were already on guard. This tactic of hers was almost always effective. Her ability to appear in the cafeteria at this time today was also due to this method. But why? Fia's pupils constricted, suppressing her terror, and she lowered her eyes. Why? In the eyes of the handsome man before her, there was no defensiveness, no resolve, but there was a terrifying horror. As if she were looking not at a living person, but at prey? Ingredients? He really wanted to kill. Or rather, killing was to him as commonplace as slaughtering pigs or fish. Fia clutched her chest, her heart pounding. What a terrifying man. Her infallible hypnosis had failed her for the first time, but Fia no longer wanted to study hypnosis. She silently closed her eyes. This time, her eyes weren't just moist, she truly wanted to cry. For you. Fia slowly pulled a slip of paper from her person, her fingertips trembling. Tang Lei snatched it, somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he so defiant just now? Why is he suddenly so cowardly? But since it concerned Yelena, he didn't bother thinking too much and simply opened the note. The note was in Yelena's handwriting. Delicate, yet messy, it showed the writer's restless state of mind. Ilsk bus station. Tang Lei recognized the place. That was the closest train station to the prison. Every day, a train would depart from the easternmost and northernmost part of Russia, crossing the permafrost and leaving Siberia. Yelena, was she here? Tang Lei immediately pulled out his phone to check the train schedule and then called old Bavan. At the same time, he strode out. Leaving now, maybe, he could still make it. If not, he'd just have to buy a ticket too. Tang Lei sighed. What could he do? She was his mother's nominal daughter-in-law. Several minutes passed after he disappeared through the door, and Feiya remained seated, motionless, stunned. The image of Tang Lei's condescending gaze kept replaying in her mind. That coldness, that domineering, murderous aura. Feiya clutched her chest, feeling her heart pounding, and muttered to herself. What is this? The feeling of being smitten. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door again. Tang Lei reappeared at the cafeteria entrance, looking at Feiya while making a phone call. Hello, Commander Anton? I almost forgot, there's an escaped inmate in cafeteria number 5 who's been causing trouble. Could you come back and arrest her? Is she being too idle because she's not doing enough work? I suggest increasing her training. Feiya, to hell with being smitten. She nearly had a heart attack. She gritted her teeth and said, weren't you in a hurry to leave? Tang Lei put down his phone. Yeah, but I can't just run there on foot, so I asked a few big shots for help. As soon as he finished speaking, several voices came from behind him. They're here. Hey, Brother Tang, it's a good thing I came with Anton to check you out. What a coincidence. You want to drive fast, huh? Don't worry, I was known as the #1 speed demon in the regiment when I was young. A group of Anton's old comrades walked over, laughing and joking, and said to Tang Lei, heard you're going to chase after a girl? Don't worry, I guarantee you'll win her over. Come on, let's come back and have hot pot again. Feiya glared at the group of imposing veterans, silently clutching her chest. Although she didn't know who these people were, it was clearly bad. She suddenly thought, Roman's deal. Maybe she should just quit? Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, in a small coffee shop, Yelena sat by the window, her chin resting on her hands, staring blankly out the window, lost in thought. On a tall building not far away, several lines of large characters stood out. Ilsk passenger station. Sunlight shone on her snow-white face, but it couldn't erase the melancholy in her eyes. Don't daydream. Sitting opposite her was a middle-aged woman. Her long, light blonde hair was styled in a high bun, which made her face appear even more stern and somewhat harsh. She was dressed in jewels, making it clear at a glance that she was a wealthy woman. Mom. Yelena hesitated before being sternly interrupted again. Call me madam, Mrs. Olga Yeager said coldly. I really shouldn't have let you run wild outside for so long. You still have no manners at all. Yelena lowered her eyes, expressionless. She neither argued nor answered. Mrs. Yeager, not getting the response she wanted, was somewhat displeased. We're going home soon, what nonsense are you thinking about? Yelena fiddled blankly with the coffee cup in front of her, and said softly, nothing. I just feel like I haven't properly said goodbye to father, and to Tang, my friend. They'll be unhappy if I leave so hastily. Yelena said softly. Madame Yeager scoffed, your father? I haven't even settled accounts with him yet. All these years, he's raised you into this. Look at you now, besides this face, what else do you resemble me? Yelena frowned slightly. Madame Jaeger warned coldly, I'm reminding you, Yelena, no, you shouldn't have this name. You should be called Valentina Jaeger. You didn't originally have noble blood, it's because of me that you have this opportunity to go home. This is something I got for you, it's a rare opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to come into contact with high society. You're not young anymore, you should think this through. Yelena was silent for a moment. I think my current name is fine too. What do you know? Madame Jaeger interrupted. Forget it, that's not your concern. Instead of thinking about these random things, you should think about how you're going to change when you get home. Change what? Yelena looked up in surprise. Madame Jaeger, learn how to be a truly elegant and noble woman. Learn all the manners and etiquette of aristocracy. No more driving that reckless car. And no more jumping around like a savage. And your clothing, your speech, how to be a good wife. No, Yelena said blankly, Mom, no, Mrs. Jaeger, I think that's too far off. Besides, what I know is also very useful, isn't it? Without a car, how can she get closer to Tang Ge and get some snacks? If she can't run around, how can she compete for food in the ever-growing army of freeloaders? Yelena whispered, She just wanted to see this mother she hadn't seen since birth. Why did things seem different from what she imagined? Before she could finish, Mrs. Jaeger slammed her hand on the table in anger. You still dare to say that? Useful. You've been incredibly rude. Lef, no man would be satisfied with you. Yelena was bewildered. What do I need a man's satisfaction for? Besides, Dad and Brother Tang both said I'm doing great. Brother Tang? Mrs. Jaeger seemed to have found an outlet for her anger, the one Luo Meng told me about, the cook from the 5th canteen. She was furious. Yelena, I never knew you were so stupid. As my daughter, you're getting too close to a cook? Absurd. Break it off immediately. When we get back to the Jaeger family, don't let anyone know you're still with that lowly cook. No, Yelena suddenly interrupted, a cook isn't lowly. She said earnestly, Brother Tang's cooking is delicious, and I'm happy helping him. Not only me, but many people in the 5th prison ward like Brother Tang. A cook can bring happiness, madam. Mrs. Jaeger scoffed, happiness? You're still young. How much money does he earn? If he were a star chef, that would be one thing, but a prison canteen cook? Ha! Compared to the men I know, what is he? You want to spend your life with him in the Siberian cold winds? Happiness? Can it fill an empty stomach? Yelena hesitated. Well, it seems it really can. With her father, she'd go hungry 9 times out of 3. With Tang Ge, she'd never go hungry. To be honest, she even felt she'd gained weight recently. Yelena glanced at her little belly and secretly gestured with her hand. Shut up. Mrs. Jaeger was completely enraged. He's just a penniless nobody. You and he are from completely different worlds. Like you, sitting here drinking coffee. Can he? He can't even get into this place. Beep beep. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded, interrupting Mrs. Jaeger's shrill rant. Announcement. Suspected prisoner escape from a Siberian prison has occurred in this cafe. Martial law is now in effect. Announcement. With 3 sirens, a group of heavily armed guards appeared one after another, standing guard at the cafe's entrance. A tense atmosphere instantly spread. All the customers in the cafe stood up nervously, exchanging glances, not daring to utter a word. Even Mrs. Jaeger paused, a hint of fear appearing on her arrogant face. Prisoners? How do they manage people in prison? Are they just freeloaders? They're definitely not freeloaders, I assure you, madam. A voice, seemingly polite yet not entirely polite, rang out. A dark-haired, dark-eyed man pushed open the cafe door. In the silence, he strode in as if no one else was there, grinning at Yelena. Good morning, Yelena. Brother Tang. Yelena jumped up, her movement so large she almost overturned the table. Her eyes lit up with surprise. Why are you here? Tang Lei sighed. You left without even saying goodbye. I was so sad. Ah, Yelena lowered her head shyly. I'm sorry, Brother Tang. I hadn't thought it through. I was thinking of leaving a note. And you just wrote a place name, Tang Lei chuckled, glancing meaningfully at Madame Jaeger beside him. If you hadn't written it clearly, I would have thought you'd been kidnapped. I couldn't help but worry. Madame Jaeger's pale face regained some color, and she retorted angrily. You're that canteen cook? What are you trying to do? Aren't we under martial law to arrest criminals? Tang Lei nodded. Yes, human trafficking is a serious crime, worth arresting. It just so happens that this place is close to the Siberian prison. Arrest them and lock them up on the spot. Major Anton will get another achievement, isn't that great? You! Madame Jaeger pointed a finger at Tang Lei, trembling with rage. Do you know who I am? Tang Lei said sternly, you're a suspected human trafficker. Pfft, Yelena couldn't help but chuckle quietly, then quickly straightened up. Ahem, Brother Tang, this is my mother. Oh, I see, Tang Lei smiled. I think I just heard her say I'd never be able to get into this place in my life. I thought she owned a coffee shop. Mrs. Yeager, as if deeply insulted, erupted in fury. How dare you, a cook, speak to me like that? And what right do you have to impose martial law on this cafe? I'm going to report you. What if I were to impose martial law? Another voice called out. A gray-haired veteran entered the cafe, complaining, Yaref's driving is still so unpleasant. Oh, madam. He pulled out a military badge and held it to Mrs. Yeager. In the name of Colonel Alexander, I suspect this place is harboring criminals. Are you going to report me? Mrs. Yeager stared at the military insignia, momentarily stunned. Tang Lei was also somewhat surprised. Colonel? He remembered that Commander Anton, at the rank of major, already held a very high position in prison. No wonder he was Anton's elder brother. Yaref chuckled and rummaged through his pockets as well. I'm not that impressive, little brother. I just retired this year, only managed to get a lieutenant colonel. Several veterans behind him also reached into their pockets. Tisk, Captain, it'll do. Sigh, a mere major, not too bad, right? Mrs. Yeager was completely dumbfounded. Even though she knew nothing about military insignia, she understood what these ranks represented. These veterans were all highly decorated. Those who had retired were all right, but the few who hadn't were definitely not someone she could afford to offend. If it were a direct descendant of the Yeager family here, they could at least put up a fight. But she was just. Just then, another angry male voice rang out. Olga, you've been bewitched. Old Baban squeezed through a group of veterans and rushed over. He roared, I told you when you wanted to leave. You're not allowed to take Yelena. She's my daughter. She has nothing to do with you anymore. He had already heard everything on his way here and was also furious. But the moment Mrs. Yeager saw old Baban, her previously panicked face immediately turned haughty and disdainful. You raised her? I haven't even said anything about you. You raised my daughter into this wretched state. What a waste of all the good looks I gave her. Old Baban sneered. What did you give her? Did you abandon her on the ice plains as a newborn and neglect her? Or were you busy having affairs with your lover and almost let her die of carbon monoxide poisoning? Tang Lei frowned, his eyes turning cold. Several veterans also looked unfriendly. Yelena, caught in the middle, wanted to offer advice but didn't know how to begin. Upon hearing this, she froze. She hadn't seen her mother since she could remember. She only knew a few old photographs kept by her father, Old Man Bavan. She had always believed that her mother had a compelling reason for leaving. Yelena looked pleadingly at Madame Yeager. Mom? You really. Madame Yeager seemed to have a mask ripped off, losing all composure and screaming. Otherwise? Go with you to starve and freeze? You went to the battlefield and we don't even know if you'll come back. I'm so young and beautiful. What's wrong with wanting a better life? Tang Lei understood. In Madame Yeager's eyes at that time, Yelena was probably a burden preventing her from climbing the social ladder. But to be so cruel to her own daughter, this woman's heart was truly vicious. Yelena instinctively took a step back, distancing herself from her mother. Hearing Mrs. Yeager's accusations, old Baban's face showed deep weariness and age. His voice was colder than frozen fish. All right, Olga, I don't want to waste my breath on you, but remember, my daughter is not a bargaining chip for you to appease those scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Yelena was shocked. Appease? A bargaining chip? What do you mean? Tang Lei spoke up. Little yeah, tell me, do you really want to get married? No, married. Yelena was bewildered. What marriage? I didn't want to get married. She reacted quickly, looking at her birth mother in disbelief. You said you were just taking me home to see. That makes sense, Tang Lei shrugged. Madam, it seems the accusation of human trafficking wasn't unfounded. He explained to Yelena, I only just found out that she was sent by Roman to trick you into marrying Roman or one of his scoundrels. Yelena's eyes widened, both shocked and furious. You lied to me. I already said. I have nothing to do with that engagement. I don't want any noble blood. Madame Yeager said impatiently, what do you know? Yelena, come here. Old Bavan sighed and beckoned to his daughter. No need to say more. Yelena glanced silently at her birth mother, lowered her head, and stepped forward. Stop! Mrs. Yeager exclaimed urgently, I'm warning you. This is your only chance. If you leave now, don't ever acknowledge me as your mother again, and never see me again. Yelena paused in her steps. Old B.A., in a panic, was about to speak. Tang Lei patted him, giving him a reassuring look. Let me handle this. He looked at Yelena and began to reason with her. Little Yelena, have you seen your mother since you were born? Yelena shook her head blankly. So, you haven't spent a single day with her since you can remember? Yelena was confused. Yes. Tang Lei coaxed her gently. Well, you see, your mother and you don't really have much of a relationship. Although she gave birth to you, she also wanted to kill you, so she's paid for it. Besides, old Bawan probably gave you everything she was owed during the divorce. Old Bawan angrily retorted, "Ha! I was still in the army when she ran away. That heartless woman took everything from the house. Not a single grain of rice was left for the child." Tisk, Tang Lei shook his head. "That makes things easier then, Yelena, you want a mother, right? Since this mother is so outrageous, let's get rid of her. I'll find you a new one." "Ha!" Yelena was stunned. "A new one? You can find a new one?" Old Bawan also scratched his head in bewilderment. "He's getting on in years, really." "Yes," Tang Lei gave an example. "Look at my mom, you saw her on the phone last time. She adores you. She's told me so many times, she'll treat you like her own daughter." That wasn't entirely wrong. Tang's mother dreamed of having a daughter, so Tang Lei didn't hold back in his flattery. Yelena shyly tugged at the hem of her dress. "Really? Really? I'm not that good, I don't know any etiquette." No, Tang Lei said firmly, "there's no need for all that. She only met you once, and she already insisted that I invite you to my house this year. That's how hospitable we are in Great Xia." Yelena, so with a new mom, what about my dad? Tang Lei, "My dad likes you too, you can have two dads. Double the love. It doesn't matter, right?" His logic was impeccable, his reasoning clear. "When we have time, let's go to Daxia for a visit. You'll have a more reliable mom who likes you more, and my mom will be happy too. Plus, you can be a huge help to me. My life will be much easier." Isn't that perfect? Yelena was completely baffled by this whole set of conclusions and tried to think it over. It seems so? It seems everyone is happy, so it must be a good thing, right? Besides, even if not everyone, what if Brother Tang said he would be happy? Then it's a good thing. Hey! Seeing that Yelena genuinely thought this was a good thing, Mrs. Jaeger, who was quite perceptive in this regard, became furious. "You cunning little brat from Great Xia! Don't take me for a fool. You're clearly. What's clearly?" Tang Lei shrugged. "Anything I say is better than your marriage fraud, right? I'm telling the truth." Jaeger was furious. Under what circumstances would someone recognize a woman's mother as their own? Isn't this also marriage fraud? Those cunning people of Great Xia. She was about to unleash a torrent of abuse when Tang Lei dropped his final trump card. "And my mom makes amazing pastries, even better than mine. When we go to Great Xia, there will be even more delicious food. We can bring some back." Yelena nodded repeatedly, snuggling behind Tang Lei, and said apologetically to Mrs. Yeager, "Madam, I think Tang is quite right. I'm not the daughter you wanted, and you are not the mother I imagined. So, please go back." Seemingly realizing her words had been too harsh, Yelena said softly and kindly, "Well, you can find another daughter, I don't mind. Just like she found a new mother." Madame Jaeger's lips trembled. You. Tang Lei stepped forward, blocking her glare at Yelena, and gestured for her to leave. Although it was a gesture of invitation, everyone present, including those drinking coffee in the cafe, looked at Madame Jaeger with a hint of disdain. Madame Jaeger hadn't been looked at like that in many years. She clenched her handkerchief tightly. "You'll regret this, cook. The Jaeger family won't let you get away with this." Tang Lei smiled faintly. "Your train's about to arrive, madam. If you're not leaving, we can send you back to the Siberian prison to discuss human trafficking." "Humph." Madame Jaeger flung her sleeve and strode out of the coffee shop. She came glamorous and arrogant, and left dejectedly. Yelena watched her retreating figure, sighed softly, and ultimately said nothing. "So it was Jaeger?" Yaruf said. "I know two Jaegers, but their wives aren't hers." "Oh, she wouldn't have married Jaeger's illegitimate son, would she?" "Yes," old Bavan said grimly. "She's remarried, and the man she married wasn't any good. She looks glamorous, but those noblemen don't really care about her." "No wonder," Yaruf said knowingly. Olga, confident in her beauty, failed to achieve the fame and fortune she desired. No wonder she ultimately set her sights on her beautiful daughter. Yelena lowered her head. Tang Lei patted her head, offering silent comfort, then glanced up to catch Alexander's teasing gaze. "So you were saying you already had a target?" He chuckled. "Okay, I admit she's no less beautiful than my family friend's daughter." Tang Lei awkwardly touched his nose, quickly saying before the others could react, "All right, the matter is resolved. Everyone must be hungry, right? Why don't we go back to the cafeteria and eat first? I'll cook some good dishes, to thank everyone for their help." "Great." Yaruf was the first to cheer. Hee. "I've been waiting for you to say that, Chef Tang. You said you'd cook good food, that's more sincere than any thanks, haha." The group immediately chuckled and walked out. Only old Bavan scratched his head blankly. No, he seemed to have overlooked something? There was a feeling, like someone was going to steal his cabbage. But before he could figure it out, he was pulled along by several enthusiastic veterans. "Come on, Brother Bavan, I haven't eaten anything this morning. I'm starving." Serves you right for not getting up early. Tang made us a delicious morning tea, hee hee. Shut up. Drive faster later. Yelena, who had calmed down a bit, leaned out and said shyly, seniors, how about a ride in my car? I drove here, it's not too slow. Yarif glared at her, hey, you little brat, you think you can be faster than me? Holy crap. He pointed at the large SUV in front of him, stunned, this is your car? You look so delicate. Driving this thing? Can your feet even touch the ground? No, Yelena laughed even more sheepishly, I always jump out, but stepping on the gas is no problem. Want to give it a try? Yarlif grinned, try what? How about we race? Let's see who gets there first. Tang Lei, who had ridden in a two-seater before, grinned, if you want a race, how about we bet a prize? You really think I'd lose to this little girl? Yarif laughed, I'll bet my medals. I've been racing for 20 years and never lost. Little girl, you don't need to. Then I'll bet my medals too. Yelena whispered, how about this? She pulled a bronze medal from her pocket. Tang Lei didn't understand. But seeing Yarif's suddenly widened eyes and gradually opening mouth, Tang Lei understood and quickly whispered a reminder. Put it away quickly. Yours looks better than his. Yelena replied softly, it's okay, brother Tang, I still have. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Yarif was embarrassed. We're not in the same military unit, you know. Well, forget about the medals, let's make a bet. Whoever wins can make one request in the future, how about it? Yelena glanced at Tang Lei subconsciously. Tang Lei nodded, sure. This was flexible, suitable for emergencies without being too hurtful. Old Bavan, standing to the side, started scratching his head again. This really didn't seem right. Ever since Tang arrived, his standing as a father with his daughter had plummeted. Just then, Tang Lei reached out and pulled him up. Old Bavan, come on up. We'll get a couple of bottles of wine, and I'll make some snacks. You and these guys can drink to your heart's content. That's what he said. Old Bavan was incredibly soothing. Yeah, I haven't seen my old buddies in years. It's quite a coincidence to see them today. Let's go. The group cheerfully split into two groups and got into the car. At this moment, Yarif and the others hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. An hour later, at the entrance of the 5th ward of the Siberian prison, Tang Lei couldn't help but laugh. Senior, are you all right? I'm fine. Alexander, who had just been assigned to Yelena's car, covered his forehead. You're something else. This is the first time I've seen someone drive even more terrifyingly than Yarif. Yelena bowed her head apologetically. I'm so sorry, I was hungry too. I couldn't resist. A screeching sound of brakes rang out. Yarlif's car arrived a few minutes later, and everyone who got out was also weak in the knees and dizzy. Tang Lei quickly went to help them up, but Yarif was still stubbornly insisting. No, it's okay. I'm not dizzy. Not at all. I was a little off this time, but I can be faster next time. Okay, I'll definitely do it next time. Tang Lei gestured for Yelena to help him catch up. Come on, let's go eat. Just as Tang Lei stepped into the 5th canteen, his gaze fell on a figure, and he suddenly stopped. Oh? In the spacious 5th canteen, only one person sat. His forehead was gleaming white, and Tang Lei recognized him immediately. It was Luo Meng. Good heavens, what a small world. Luo Meng had apparently been sitting there for a while. Hearing the noise, he turned around. He gave Tang Lei a smug yet sinister smile. You're back, great Xia Man. It seems you've heard that Yelena left, huh? He suddenly stopped, speechless as he stared at the blonde head peeking out from behind Tang Lei. Yelena, you didn't leave. Yelena already knew that Roman had summoned Mrs. Jaeger, and she already didn't have a good impression of him. Hearing this only made her more annoyed. She grabbed Roman's sleeve, her face cold, and said, I won't leave. And I won't marry you or anyone in your family. If you dare bother me again, I'll beat you up. She gestured with her little fist. But, Roman stammered, but Mrs. Jaeger is your mother, she said. He couldn't understand what was going on. Clearly, Yelena was very fond of that lady. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have tolerated her so many times. Yelena, from now on, she's no longer my mother. She announced, we've decided to let each other go. She can find a new daughter, and as for me, Tang Ge said he can help me find a new mother. So from now on, I have absolutely nothing to do with you. Roman's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. He tried to think, a new mother? An old mother? They can change her? They can do this. In the chaos, he glared at Tang Lei. You cunning great Xia Man. Did you lie to Yelena again? Tang Lei shrugged. I've never lied to her. We already agreed. From now on, my mom will also be Yelena's mom. He grinned at Luo Meng. A loving family, right, Yelena? Luo Meng blinked, forgetting all about posing, and jumped up. You! How dare you! A family? This means marrying Yelena. Luo Meng was almost driven mad with jealousy. Yelena, we've known each other for so long, and you've fallen for him? You. The moment that insulting word escaped his lips, Tang Lei swiftly stepped forward, grabbing Luo Meng's chin with one hand and pressing down on his shiny scalp with the other. Click! Roman was forced to shut his mouth, swallowing back the curse. Tang Lei grinned, quite pleased with himself despite Roman's furious glare. What's wrong, acting warden? Do you still want to talk with me? We can talk in your office. A flicker of fear flashed in Roman's eyes. His hands, still throbbing, were a stark reminder. This wasn't a place for discussion. Ugh! He struggled to pull his head out. Tang Lei casually released him, flexed his fingers, and chuckled. His face screamed, "If you talk nonsense again, I'll hold you down." Just then, a groan came from behind them. Yarif, who had been carried in, shook his head, finally feeling a little better. He looked up and saw Roman. Huh? Isn't this the left kid? Roman, as if finding a way to regain his composure, proudly puffed out his chest. You recognize me? Yarif scratched his head. Oh no, I just remember the left family has a hereditary tradition of male baldness. Tang Lei puffed. He suddenly turned his head and, out of Roman's sight, mouthed something to Yarif. Kirol. Roman's face turned from sunny to angry at Yarif's comment about baldness, and he was about to lash out at Yarif. But Yarif, dazed, sized him up a few times. Oh, I know, you're the left kid who's in charge of the first prison ward on behalf of Kirill, right? Kirill is coming back. Ouch. Before he could finish speaking, Alexander smacked him on the head. What did I tell you? You're spouting nonsense again. Yarif jolted awake. Oh, haha, just kidding. Roman's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. He just glared at Tang Lei and turned to leave. Only after Roman's figure completely disappeared did Yarif scratch his head in confusion. Little Tang, why did you tell me about Kirill? My big sieve just leaked again while I was feeling dizzy. Tang Lei grinned. That's the effect I wanted, senior. I have to thank you for doing me a big favor. Yarif's eyes grew even more bewildered, while Alexander seemed to sense something and exchanged a glance with Tang Lei. He smiled knowingly. Goodness, you're quite the little fox. Yelena also looked at Tang Lei in confusion. Brother Tang, what's going on with Kirill? Roman seems really angry. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, only feeling that Roman wasn't just angry. There was also a hint of fear. Tang Lei habitually ruffled her hair and smiled. That's exactly what I wanted to make him angry. He was really worried about how to deal with Roman. After all, Roman had been entrenched in the Siberian prison for years, and with his family's protection, he was truly difficult to touch. For example, regarding his embezzlement of prison funds, Anton had investigated for so long but hadn't found any crucial evidence to seriously damage Roman. He, a mere cook, was even less capable. So, Tang Lei had a sudden inspiration. Since he couldn't touch Roman, why not let Roman make the first move? To destroy someone, first make them arrogant. Why not let him give Roman a little push? So, Tang Lei, using Yarif as a scapegoat, casually told Roman. The real warden, Kirill, was returning. And what did this mean? It meant Roman's acting warden position was about to be over. This means Roman will not only lose half of the power and status he has painstakingly built, but he may also face purging. So, Tang Lei stroked his chin and smiled. Roman certainly wouldn't willingly sit idly by and wait to die. He might not dare to confront the Kirill family, but before losing his power as acting warden, he would definitely deal with Anton first, and deal with the 5th prison district, which was waiting for a chance to settle old scores with him, completely nip the possibility of being purged in the bud, and eliminate himself, this thorn in his side. Like this, first like this, then like that, and finally, Tang Lei waved 2 fingers, gesturing a circle in front of Yelena. Then we can corner him and then seize the opportunity to strike. Got it. After saying that, Tang Lei looked up and saw several pairs of bewildered eyes. Yelena, Old Bawan, Yarif, and several other veterans. They were all staring at him blankly. If this were a comic book, their eyes would be practically steaming with confusion. Tang Lei. After a few seconds of silence, a grumble broke the silence. Yelena rubbed her stomach. Brother Tang, how about we eat? Hungry. Food. Alright, Tang Lei chuckled. He turned and headed towards the kitchen. The others, not wanting to be idle, washed their hands and offered to help. As they passed Tang Lei, Alexander lowered his voice and chuckled. Have you told Anton about this plan? Tang Lei shook his head. It was just a sudden inspiration. Besides, I'm just a cook. All this fuss is for self-preservation. There's no need to tell Commander Anton, he's quite busy. Alexander was speechless for a moment, thinking, you call yourself a cook? Want to protect yourself? You clearly want to get rid of the top dog in the prison. He gave Tang Lei a deep look. Have you ever thought about becoming a prison guard? Or leaving the kitchen for politics? Never, Tang Lei shook his head repeatedly. His life goals had always been very simple. My ultimate ideal is to have no worries about food and drink, no mortgage, a stable job, and a warm home with a wife and kids. Alexander. Alright, he smiled helplessly, that's not bad either. Thinking about it, it makes sense. It's peacetime now. Simple, ordinary happiness isn't bad. If the prerequisite isn't having to bring down your boss, it really is quite ordinary. Not far away, old Bawan and Yarif were fighting over a chef's hat, laughing heartily. Yelena washed her hands and looked at Tang Lei expectantly. Brother Tang, what are we eating today? Tang Lei rummaged through the freezer and pulled out 2 huge frozen fowl from the bottom. There's even a goose. Let's have this. In the part of Great Xia closest to the fighting nation, this one dish is famous. Stewed goose in an iron pot. People in Great Xia have their own customs no matter where they eat. Just as horse meat is eaten in autumn, goose must be eaten after a snowfall. While there's no scientific explanation, the taste is undeniably different. But in Siberia, with its perpetual snow and frozen soil, Tang Lei doesn't adhere to such strict rules. Besides, he's not planning to stew it in an iron pot today. While he calls it goose, his actual cooking method is based on a duck dish. Ginger duck. This is another famous dish from the coast of Great Xia, but unfortunately, due to limited ingredients, it might not be a perfect replica. Tang Lei chose this mainly for the sake of the ginger. Duck and goose meat are inherently cooling, but with the addition of ginger and numerous complex spices, it can dispel lung dryness and promote blood circulation. The people present are either elderly and can't tolerate the cold, or Yelena, a woman naturally prone to feeling cold. They all need to nourish themselves. Tang Lei first thawed the 2 geese, then deftly separated them at the joints with a cleaver. He then distributed the goose meat to several eager veterans and Yelena. Come on, this is perfect for you. Just chop it up with a knife, cut it into pieces this big. The men immediately got to work with great enthusiasm. To be honest, these guys were all tough characters. The chopping was swift and efficient, and their eyes gleamed with ferocity. Old Bawan scratched his head. Good heavens, that's ruthless. Tang, what should I do? Tang Lei glanced at the time, thinking that by the time he finished, it would be almost time for the prison's mealtime. There was no need for Lao Lu and Ali to help, he could just cook today's communal stew as well. He directed old Bavan to take out the pork tenderloin, chop it up, and wash it. They'd make spicy pork tenderloin later. Old Bavan finally got the right to chop meat, feeling quite gratified. Hey, I've finally caught up with the group. No, Yarif laughed heartily. Brother, you're behind again. I've already chopped it. Chopping with several knives at once, that's so fast. Tang Lei chuckled and comforted old Bavan. It's alright, you'll need to get their food later anyway. Only then, under old Bavan's instantly brightened gaze, did he go to receive a pile of chopped goose meat. Geese aren't as fatty as ducks, which suited Tang Lei perfectly. After simply washing away the gamey smell and oil with starch, Tang Lei scooped the goose meat out. Then, he chopped some onions, celery, and carrots, tossed them into the goose meat, and massaged it in. Is this for eating too? Yelena's face fell at the sight of the carrots. Tang Lei smiled. Not for now, this is just for marinating the meat. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, these vegetables can indeed be marinated. Because these vegetables contain active enzymes, which, after contact with the meat, make it more tender. Then, pepper and salt are sprinkled in to give the goose meat a base flavor. But that's not all. After adding the seasonings, the goose meat marinates on the side. Tang Lei finds half a bottle of wheat beer, rock sugar, and soy sauce, and starts mixing the seasoning sauce. At the same time, he heats oil in a wok, adding a few sesame seeds in addition to regular vegetable oil. This step is also to maximize the aroma of the goose meat. Once the oil is hot, it's time for a crucial step in this dish. That is sautéing the ginger. Ginger duck, oh no, now it should be called ginger goose. The uniqueness lies in this one ginger. The ginger isn't cooked with the goose meat, but rather first sautéed in the oil at high heat. The oil is only ready when the moisture and aroma are completely infused into it, until the ginger slices become thin, crispy pieces, like sheets of paper. Next, a few spices are needed: cinnamon, angelica root, and kodanosize root. These were naturally items Tang Lei had obtained from the system shop. He currently has several thousand points, and being in a good mood today, he's spending lavishly. As soon as the spices are added, everyone in the kitchen starts sniffling. Tang Lei is working when he looks up and sees a group of bright, watching eyes. He helplessly touches his nose. I don't need your help for now. Why don't you go watch outside? I'll call you back later. One reason is that the fumes are heavy right now, and staying in the kitchen is bad for your lungs and health. The other reason is, everyone is staring at him, and he's feeling immense pressure. Those heavy, greedy looks make his spatula grip heavier. Alexander, being the most rational, was the first to smile and turn his gaze away. Alright, then we'll just watch from outside the window. If there's anything to chop or cut later, call us. Okay, sure, we will. Tang Lei coaxed him away, finally able to continue. The fragrant oil was ready, it was time to put the goose meat into the pot. But there was a trick to this goose meat. No water, no frying, just put the whole thing into the pot. Braise. The entire dish relied entirely on the oil, not a drop of water could be added. Tang Lei poured the pickled vegetables and goose meat into the pot, then, after a moment's thought, picked out a few pieces of carrot. He thought to himself, oh well, the little girl's already had enough bad luck today. Let her be picky, he thought, I'll just secretly make her some carrot cake another day. Then, he poured the prepared sauce into the pot, and finally added a finishing touch of maltose, letting the natural malt aroma permeate the goose meat, giving the thin skin a reddish sheen. Slurp. Even after Tang Lei put the lid on the pot behind the window, Yarov still hadn't shut up. He stared for a long time, finally stopping. So you guys eat like this every day? You call this prison? It's not like I can't go to jail. Ahem, Alexander sighed, reminding his unreliable old buddy, stop talking nonsense. A perfectly good lieutenant colonel, coming here to go to jail. What's wrong with him? At most, Alexander said thoughtfully, we can ask Tang if he'd be willing to provide the seasonings or the recipe. We'll take it back and have someone make it. But, the money can't be less. Yarov's eyes lit up, there's that trick too? No problem, no problem. Not only can the money not be less, I'll practically stuff it in. It's all thanks to you, my brother Alexander. Tang Lei was completely unaware that another sum of money was about to be stuffed into his pocket. He had already prepared the ginger goose, covered the pot, and set it aside to simmer. These 2 large geese filled 2 pots, but it was still far from enough to feed over 1,000 people. However, this dish was laborious and time-consuming, so Tang Lei couldn't make too many. He could only let a few of his buddies have a taste for now. As for the prisoners, when there are enough geese, we'll make a big stew of goose in an iron pot. With the main dishes done, Tang Lei remembered he wanted to treat his buddies to some drinks, so he prepared 2 more appetizers. One was the spicy pork tenderloin he had prepared earlier, and the other was a more delicate stir-fry, jade hairpin chicken wings, or stir-fried boneless chicken wings. Both dishes were a bit spicy, but considering their stomachs had just been through hot pot, Tang Lei decided to make them a little more numbing. Ahem, for everyone's health. After all, the proctology department here uses rather rough methods. Back to the 2 stir-fries. The spicy pork tenderloin was a rare dish from the capital of Great Xia. Old Bawan had already cut the tenderloin for them. Tang Lei added an egg white, then mixed it with cornstarch and salt, the usual routine. First remove the gamey smell, then tenderize the meat, followed by scallions, ginger, and garlic. He was chopping inside, while a group of people outside marveled. He always chops like this? I feel like all the garlic cloves are the same size. Old Bawan was still helping in the kitchen, so Yelena proudly demonstrated for everyone. They're all the same size. Tang can chop and slice with the precision of a ruler if he wants to, and fast. Watching the knife's continuous tap-tap sound, a veteran sighed. This guy's talent for cooking is wasted, he seems fast enough to chop people. Yarov scoffed, that's truly wasted. On the battlefield, you kill as many as you can save. But cooking is more than just saving lives. If this guy didn't cook, how much happiness would we miss out on? The veteran suddenly realized, sigh, look at me. It's an old war habit. Having food is always better. Alexander thoughtfully said, what you said isn't entirely unreasonable. I heard a rumor before. The most mysterious and strongest fighting force in the Great Xia Army isn't the Army, Air Force, or Special Forces, it's the cookhouse. Yelena's eyes widened, really? Alexander nodded, yes, the Great Xia Army's cookhouse. They say they can cook while fighting. What else do they need to do on the battlefield? Caramelize sugar? They can wipe out the enemy just by delivering food. They're incredibly famous. A group of veterans suddenly realized, I see. No wonder Tang is so powerful, the Great Xia's cooks are truly unfathomable. Outside, their conversation grew increasingly serious, while Tang Lei remained completely oblivious inside. He simply chopped some seasonings, then soaked them in a bowl to make ginger and garlic water, and began preparing the sauce. He added soy sauce, scallions, and ginger, then a small spoonful of vinegar for flavor. Many people have a misconception about cooking. They think that if a chef adds sugar, the dish will be sweet, and if vinegar is added, it will be sour. In reality, the flavors of Daxia cuisine are quite unique. Most meat dishes contain sugar, but when they are actually served, they have no sweetness at all. The vinegar in this pork tenderloin dish is the same. Adding it doesn't necessarily change the flavor, but without it, it just doesn't taste right. After preparing the sauce, he thickened it with potato starch water, and then he could start stir-frying. Despite the extensive preparation, the dish was actually cooked in just 10 minutes. The oil temperature reached 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. The pork tenderloin was quickly swept in the oil, and Tang Lei, with his system-modified eyes, could precisely judge the moment it was cooked through with a single glance. In just a few minutes, a large pot of pork tenderloin mixed with non-spicy green and red peppers was ready. Then, chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns were added to the pot, lightly fried, and then the cooked tenderloin was added, followed by a thickened sauce. After a few stirs, the pork tenderloin was evenly coated with a glistening sauce. Served on a plate, the aroma and steam instantly blurred the view from the window, and also blurred the vision of the hungry veterans. Slurp. Yarif gasped again. I remember I have a few bottles of liquor in the trunk. The prisoners aren't allowed to drink. Let's eat quietly with the food before they come. This suggestion instantly won unanimous agreement. Even Yelena peeked out. Senior, may I drink too? Auntie. Yarif was about to refuse when he remembered the horrific scene of being thrown 2 miles by the girl during a car chase. So he changed his mind. Grandma, alright, just a little bit, okay? Yelena nodded repeatedly, obedient and honest. I can drink. I have excellent drinking manners. Old Baban was helping Tang Lei chop vegetables, unaware of his daughter's actions. However, another person caught Yarif red-handed. How many of you? Supervisor Anton, who had rushed to the 5th canteen after finishing his official duties, stared wide-eyed. He looked at his old comrades, then at Tang Lei, who was busy tossing the wok. Wait, you're already eating? What about him? Wait a minute. Yarif, do you remember you said you came to visit me? How could it have happened so quickly? You don't even remember him while eating something delicious. Yarif slapped his thigh. Hey, I knew something was missing. I'm going to call you right now. He patted Anton on the shoulder. I'll go get the wine. He dashed off, leaving a group of veterans scratching their heads guiltily. Really, we really didn't forget you, Anton. Don't you trust us, brothers? We were just thinking of calling you after the food was all ready. Never mind, Anton sighed. He thought about it and realized he could understand. After all, he'd also accidentally forgotten to bring food for his wife and daughter before. He sat down, saw Yelena, and relaxed. You're back. Are you all right? Yelena shook her head. I'm fine, thank you, Uncle Anton. Brother Tang has already taken care of it for me. Anton breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, otherwise your father really would have risked his life. Speaking of which, I heard this was Roman's doing again. Yelena frowned. Yeah, it seems he called the men. I'll definitely beat him up when I get the chance. You can't just beat up officially appointed officials, Anton said firmly. So keep it quiet, don't get caught. If you're unsure, remember to ask me for the surveillance footage. Don't worry. Yelena nodded vigorously. I have experience with this. Anton and Alexander exchanged a glance. Yeah, just don't tell your father. Speaking of Roman, Alexander lowered his voice and said to Anton, didn't you also want to investigate him? How's it going? Sitting idly by and waiting for death wasn't Anton's style. Ever since discovering that Roman was a major parasite in the Siberian prison and that he was always looking to devour him and completely control the prison, Anton had been wanting to remove Roman from his position at all times. But despite his military achievements, he was ultimately alone. It was already a miracle he hadn't been devoured by Roman. Bringing him down was far too difficult. Hearing this, Anton's thick brows furrowed. He's done too many disgusting things, but I haven't been able to get the key evidence. Roman's womanizing in private was only a matter of personal moral failings. The only thing that could truly bring him down was proof that he had violated national laws. Therefore, Anton had been trying to find evidence of Roman's embezzlement and bribery. But Roman wasn't entirely clueless. Such evidence was incredibly difficult to obtain. Moreover, even if I find it, I'm worried I won't be able to send it out. Anton sighed deeply. The higher UPS have good intentions, but they can't keep their eyes open all the time. Not to mention this is the Siberian permafrost, far from the political center, enough for the Left family to control everything. If Chief Inspector Kirill were still here, we wouldn't be afraid of the Left family, but, alas. Alexander patted Anton helplessly. That's true, you've worked hard. Anton shook his head. No matter where I am, my heart will always be loyal to this land. As long as my efforts are rewarded, any amount of hardship is worthwhile. Alexander hesitated. Well said. So if Roman becomes even more irritable and causes you trouble in the future, can you handle it? Anton was stunned. So Alexander then recounted Tang Lei's actions. He didn't hide it from everyone present. One was his complete trust in his old brother, and the other was, anyway, everyone's thoughts had always been focused solely on those two. They wouldn't understand anyway. After listening to Tang Lei's luring the dog to jump over the wall, then waiting for the opportunity to beat it, rhetoric, Anton, who could understand, fell silent. Are you all right? Alexander asked worriedly. Anton, no, I'm fine. I just feel. Are all young people these days so ambitious? He seems unassuming, just an ordinary cook. But when it comes to scheming, he's planning something big. Wow. If other young people said that, Anton would probably scoff, thinking it was just a hot-blooded young man talking nonsense. But with Tang Lei, Anton was starting to believe him. He always felt that this young man, once he set his mind to something, it seemed like he'd never failed to achieve anything. Anton, the Siberian prison administration needs this kind of talent. The canteen needs him even more, Alexander shrugged, and I asked him, and he said he just wants a wife, kids, and a warm bed. I'm just saying this because maybe you could talk to him more. I think he already has a plan in mind, maybe even more than you think. Alexander said meaningfully, because his eyes aren't limited to management. Anton pondered for a moment. I'll go now. Hey, no! Alexander quickly stopped him. Is there something unsafe? Anton asked, puzzled. No, Alexander said solemnly, it's that you'll interfere with Tang's cooking, making us eat even later. Anton, disturbing the chef is a sin. Anton, fine. He was speechless. At this moment, Tang Lei had already begun preparing the next dish, jade hairpin chicken wings. This dish is a variation of Kung Pao chicken, a delicacy from southeastern Asia. It's both delicious and visually appealing. Tang Lei thought that these veterans probably wouldn't stay long. They'd only eat a meal or two before leaving. So he decided to focus on making interesting dishes. The main focus was on creating a dish that was visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious, giving these veterans a culinary feast from a land of gastronomy. The magic of this jade hairpin chicken wing ball dish lies in the first step, deboning. Only the middle part of the chicken wing is used for cooking, resulting in a finished product with absolutely no bones. This is incredibly friendly to the elderly and children with weak teeth. After the chicken wings thaw, the back of a knife is used to strike the joint. With a muffled sound, 2 thin wing bones break instantly. Then, holding the knife down with one hand and gripping the wing bone with the other, a gentle pull is made. 2 intact bones, along with the joint, are pulled out, without damaging the chicken wing meat at all. Tang Lei's hands moved incredibly fast, striking, pressing, pulling one wing in just a few seconds. Before long, Old Bawan finished chopping the vegetables and also finished a large bag of chicken wings. This bag of about 100 wings was obviously not enough for the prisoners, so Tang Lei planned to make one batch first, and then cook a second batch while they ate. Then, I cracked an egg, added cornstarch and salt, and stirred it into a batter. I then rubbed the chicken wings into the batter. Don't be fooled by the raw, fishy smell of the egg. Once cooked, it has a unique aroma. The famous Daxia tomato scrambled eggs, egg fried rice, and other dishes owe their flavor to this eggy aroma. After coating the boneless chicken wings with the batter, I poured on a layer of sealing oil. Once everything was coated, it was time to make the jade hairpin part. This hairpin design also comes from a traditional Daxia women's attire. Jade hairpin chicken wings are made by inserting chopped vegetable strips instead of the 2 wing bones into the chicken meat. These vegetables can be green and red peppers, or carrots, potatoes, lotus root strips, etc. When they're first inserted, they look loose and about to fall off. But this is the second magic of the dish. Once the oil in the pan is hot enough, I place the chicken wing balls with the vegetable inserts into the pan. The egg batter coating the chicken wings instantly turned a golden brown, releasing a fragrant aroma. Meanwhile, the skin and meat quickly contracted in the oil, naturally wrapping around the vegetable strips. The fat from the thin skin of the chicken wings was rendered out by the high temperature, creating a crispy crust. At the same time, the fresh aroma of the vegetables and the meaty fragrance of the chicken wings blended together in the oil. While the chicken wings were frying, Tang Lei took out the pan and started frying Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers. Sichuan peppercorns are small, and after frying, they easily embed themselves in the meat, affecting the texture. So Tang Lei even added the other seasonings only after frying the Sichuan peppercorns and taking them out. Once the scallions, ginger, and garlic were all ready, the golden brown fried chicken wings were taken out and placed in the sauce pot. With a gentle toss. Achoo! Old Bawan sneezed loudly first. What's going on? Tang, this is so exciting. Did you put the wrong ingredients in? No. Tang Lei laughed heartily. If you hadn't sneezed, I would have failed. With so many delicious seasonings in there, who could resist? After you sneezed, did you feel your nose clear up and your whole body warm? Old Bawan felt it. It really is. Holy crap, is this also the magic of the great Xia chef? What? Tang Lei shrugged. This is called the millennia-old experience of the great Xia ancestors. Amidst a pot of fragrant, spicy sauce, the chicken wings were tossed a few times, turning from golden to a bright orange red. With a gentle flick, the sauce coated them. Thin skin, tender meat, glistening with oil. Without even touching them, you could sense the deliciousness beneath that thin, crispy skin. Some famous chefs in Great Xia would also add crushed peanuts for even more flavor. However, Tang Lei didn't have any on hand, so he simply substituted cedar nuts, a staple of the Russian diet. These small nuts are usually used by the Russians to stuff rye bread and bake bread. Seeing them in the food was quite novel. Yarov had already returned with several bottles of wine, and seeing Tang Lei pouring food into the dishes, he immediately waved excitedly. Come on, Tang, let's eat first. We won't have to fight with the other prisoners later. Tang Lei could tell at a glance that these people were already itching to eat. Then he looked closer and saw two small stir-fried dishes. The main dish of ginger goose was almost ready, and just a simple stir-fried vegetable dish would finish. So he didn't refuse. Okay, old Bawan, you go ahead too. I'll get one more side dish, it'll be right out. Old Bawan's eyes lit up when he saw the bottles of liquor. Pure dew? You have good taste, old buddy. This is my favorite vodka. Tang Lei glanced at it curiously as well. What, is it particularly strong? No, old Baban shook his head. Don't let the fact that our vodka is a strong liquor fool you, it's actually not that strong at all. Right, Yara found a kindred spirit, like pure dew. It tastes like dew on the palate, like a seemingly demure beauty. You have to taste it, and then, cough cough. Old Baban slapped him hard on the shoulder, desperately trying to signal with his eyes, my daughter's still here. Yaraf, the spittoon, choked on the slap and quickly shut up. Only Yelena remained bewildered, staring blankly at old Baban. Dad, isn't this liquor strong? Then why do you like it? Old Baban stammered, it's mainly because it goes very well with frozen fish. The group of veterans at the table burst into knowing laughter. Shut up. Don't mention frozen fish, it's disgusting. The group opened bottles and began toasting each other, no one noticing that Yelena shrank to one side, her eyes sparkling. If it's not too strong, she can drink more. While the group was dividing the drinks, Tang Lei came out with a stir-fried potato dish. Prepared hastily, just a few dishes, please forgive me. Goodness, Yaraf grinned, I've heard that people from Great Xiao like to be modest, you really dare to say that? If this is called hasty, do we usually eat pig swill? Saying this, the group disregarded their status as warden, lieutenant colonel, and so on. They gathered together cheerfully, raising their glasses in unison. First toast. To the chef who brought us such delicious food. Enjoy. Tang. Good, Tang Lei laughed heartily, raising his glass in return. Thank you all for your help today, seniors. To you for protecting our country, your spirit never fades. Cheers to our meeting. With that, he raised his glass and downed it. The pure liquor touched his throat, and Tang Lei immediately understood. Well, this famously strong vodka is surprisingly refreshing on the palate. It was also somewhat viscous. Swallowing it felt like a cool flame, quite peculiar. He was still savoring it when a group of veterans froze. Ha, you drank it all? Damn, didn't they say the people of Great Xia can't handle strong liquor? No, Tang, are you alright? Take your time. Tang Lei calmly tasted it. It's not that I can't handle it, this is much better than all kinds of chili peppers. The group subconsciously recalled how they had been crying from the spiciness of the hot pot the day before, and collectively stopped. It seems that's really true. The unfathomable people of Great Xia? Tang Lei chuckled inwardly. Actually, purely in terms of taste, this liquor wasn't actually spicy, it was just high in alcohol content, had a strong after effect, and was easy to get drunk on. But none of this mattered to Tang Lei, who had a system that provided him with the physique of a chef. He drank it like water. Tang Lei chuckled, again. A few minutes later, old Bawan pressed him down, saying sadly, stop drinking, eat some food. There's only so much wine, don't chug it all. Right, eat some food. The few veterans who had been staring blankly finally realized what was happening. From now on, they would absolutely not have any more stereotypes about the people of Great Xia. In that moment of hesitation, Tang had drunk so much. Come on, try a couple of dishes to go with the wine, Tang Lei said with a smile, finally putting down his glass, which relieved everyone. Alexander first poked a piece of tenderloin with his fork, somewhat surprised. How can this be so tender? Western cuisine also has its pursuit of ultimate tenderness. For example, a medium-rare steak, the kind that sizzles and bleeds when you bite into it. Alexander had also tasted the legendary top-grade steak, which was said to yield only a few pieces from a carefully raised cow. The medium-rare cut of pork, with its freshness comparable to biting into a live cow, is all about tenderness and delicate flavor. But in Alexander's opinion, that tenderness wasn't necessarily bad. However, compared to Tang Lei's plate of pork tenderloin, it suddenly felt bland and tasteless. It lacked the salty, savory, and spicy flavors, lacked the touch of stimulation on the tongue, lacked that savory, earthy quality. In short, it didn't seem like something a human would eat. But this tenderloin? Coated in a glistening, shimmering broth, one bite and the salty, savory, and spicy broth immediately flowed into your mouth. It had a meaty texture, yet was so tender it seemed like you didn't even need to tear it apart. It was warm and fragrant. Why bother with steak? That bloody broth, could it possibly taste as good as this broth? Those who say it's delicious are just ignorant. Except for vampires. Tang Lei laughed heartily at Alexander's exclamation. Hey, back in the day, some people in Great Xia liked these foreign things too. Saying they didn't know how well done a steak was just ignorant. But I think we've already passed the primitive stage of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Why eat raw food anymore? It's disrespectful to the seasonings our ancestors, who have cultivated and selected them over thousands of years, have done. In my hometown, we do eat blood, but not raw. We have duck blood vermicelli, pig blood sausage, spicy blood curd, spicy garlic sheep blood. Yaref's eyes widened as he listened, shoveling rice into his mouth as he spoke. Stop! Stop! Tang! If you keep talking, I won't be able to leave. Several veterans were also frantically eating, saying this as well. Wait, Tang, keep going. Can't you at least listen if you can't even finish your rant? Brother, I'm afraid I won't get to eat this many times in my life. Tell me more. I'll go back and tell my grandson to study hard and go to Great Xia to eat good food. Tell me in detail, where in Great Xia is the best food? I'm thinking of having my daughter look for a Great Xia husband in the future. Tang Lei scratched his head, regretfully. Sigh, it's not that I don't want to tell the seniors. It's just that there's so much. Everywhere is delicious. And the delicious food is all different. How can we possibly finish talking about it? Upon hearing this, everyone present lost their appetite. Except for Anton and his daughter, Old Bawan, who ate without any problem. Old Bawan grinned to Tang. We have blood and stuff here, and Bella went to get all those ingredients, didn't she? Look. Don't worry, Tang Lei nodded. I'll arrange it for you sooner or later. The veterans felt even more indignant. But there was nothing they could do. Sigh, they couldn't really stay here and sit in jail. Their homes were still far away. At this moment, their gazes towards Anton even carried a hint of envy. Good lad, Anton, we were saying it was a pity you left so far from the center. Now they felt a little sorry for themselves. Honestly, the delicious food on the table before them, the ginger goose, emitting a strange, warm aroma, was comforting, oily but not greasy, with large chunks of goose meat that were tender and chewy. The slightly numbing and spicy chicken balls and pork tenderloin, causing a slight tingling sensation on the tongue, paired with hydrosol and vodka, made the blood boil after just a couple of bites. The stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar, refreshing and appetizing, were a perfect complement, in no way inferior to the main meat dishes, but rather blended together harmoniously. And then there were the kinds of even more wonderfully delicious dishes Tang Lei described. How infuriating! Why couldn't they have tasted them? The veterans had experienced everything in their lives, achieved fame and fortune, and thought they had no desires left. But sitting here today, eating, their mouths were still watering. Besides themselves, they thought of their wives, parents, children, and grandchildren. In an instant, they understood Anton's feelings about inviting them to this gathering. What a regret it would be if their loved ones and old friends couldn't taste it too. But let's not even talk about how cold Siberia is. Even prisons aren't places you can just walk into. You shouldn't be in prison, Tang. Why don't you open a shop in the capital? Tang Lei thought to himself, this isn't my choice, his face a picture of inscrutable mystery. Ahem, if I don't go to prison, who will? I'm here to save the world with delicious food. These words fooled a group of veterans who limped along, exclaiming, damn, you're really enlightened, Tang. That's true. Anton, still on official business and not drinking, chimed in. Seriously, since you came, the 5th prison ward has become so much more peaceful. Before, fighting and brawling were commonplace in the prison. As long as they didn't attack the guards, there was no way to stop them from fighting amongst themselves. Now, ahem, they focus more on stealing vegetables and planting chili peppers. They're so well behaved. Right, speaking of chili peppers. Tang Lei remembered his 1,000 precious chili pepper plants. How are my chili pepper plants doing? I haven't checked on them yet. Generally, chili peppers have a growth cycle of 1 month, after which they can bear fruit continuously. A little over a week has passed now. They should all be seedlings by now. Anton scratched his head at the mention of chili peppers. You know, it's really amazing. All those chili pepper seeds of yours actually sprouted. Although they're not all the same height, none of them died. You know, the Russians are different from the Great Xia. The Great Xia have farming and food ingrained in their DNA. Even someone who's never grown vegetables or cooked before, holding seeds in a spatula, has some idea of what's going on. It's almost like metaphysics. But the Russians? Thousands of years ago, they were a semi-integrated nomadic people. They could raise cattle and sheep. Farming, robbing was more reliable. Even with mechanization and scientific farming, they only grew basic food crops. They rarely developed exotic seasonings and cooking methods. Plus, with Siberia's permafrost year-round, besides digging potatoes, they couldn't do much else. But the small handful of seeds Tang Lei gave them miraculously took root in the permafrost? Tang Lei said thinking this was probably the effect of the system modifying the seeds. Besides, your planting manual is also very useful. Those who studied it carefully grew exceptionally well. Some people even grew bigger potatoes. Tang Lei scratched his head. He really didn't know that. The system's planting manual is this amazing? he'd have to check it out later. Hearing Tang Lei and Anton discussing chili pepper cultivation, Alexander seemed thoughtful. Tang, is this the chili pepper you're growing, the main ingredient for last night's hot pot? You said it's the kind our fighting nation doesn't have? Tang Lei, yes, I brought it from Great Xia. Buying seasonings is too difficult. If we can grow them, it's much easier to eat. Then I have an idea, he patted Yarif, who was engrossed in his food. Yarif, have you forgotten what we were talking about? I remember your relatives have invested in quite a few shops. Ah, right. Yarif looked up suddenly. I wanted to say that. How could I forget again? Tang, since you can provide the raw materials, you can supply the hot pot too, right? How about we cooperate? Since you're not leaving the Siberian prison, how about you provide the recipe? I'll find someone to open a shop, and we'll split the profit 70/30. You get 70%, I get 30%. This is good stuff, more people should try it. He secretly thought he wanted to see more burly Russian men eating while crying from the spiciness. Let me be frank, we used to not eat much spicy food, and it was cold. I think the spiciness of your hot pot will make anyone sweat buckets, and they won't be able to stop eating it. It's incredibly fragrant. It has potential. Tang Lei was taken aback. He hadn't really thought that far ahead. But it wasn't impossible, it was just hot pot broth. It could be made, but, he coughed lightly, it's not just chili peppers, but it's a good idea, I'll think about it carefully later. His hot pot spices were over 10 kinds. Some of them could be grown, but others were too much trouble, requiring large-scale imports. And after the chili peppers matured, how to increase production and add varieties. A whole bunch of farming plans instantly popped into Tang Lei's mind, when he suddenly glanced at Anton, whose eyes were shining. Wait a minute. We need Commander Anton's approval first. Won't that disrupt prison order? Tang Lei awkwardly touched his nose, thinking to himself, I get so carried away with farming. How could he forget that this kind of land is mostly for inmates? No. To Tang Lei's surprise, Anton seemed quite delighted. You mean, if we plant these chilies, you can buy them? And Tang, besides potatoes and chilies, do you have anything else that can grow like this? Tang Lei shook his head. I'm not sure, just an idea I could try. You know, sir, I'm from Great Xia, after all. Got it, got it. Anton nodded repeatedly. Tang, you don't know, growing potatoes is a labor program for prisoners, and also a way for the prison to increase its income. Tang Lei understood. That's normal, Great Xia does it too. A famous economic crime prison in a certain city even trained a large number of high-level jade carving masters. It's a way to subsidize prison operations and reduce the burden on the state. Well, so, our place is small, the northernmost, and the coldest, plus I don't have any ability to make money. The facilities in the 5th prison ward are arguably the worst. Relying solely on the funds allocated by the government, and then being exploited by Luo Meng, they're dirt poor. Growing a little chili peppers could allow the prisoners to eat more delicious food. If they grew more and sold it, wouldn't that be more valuable than potatoes? Oh, I understand. Tang Lei nodded. To get rich, start by farming. Simple and unpretentious, yet powerful. Anton nodded, somewhat dazed. Yes. To get rich. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. Damn, even prisons are trying to get rich now, how ridiculous. Tang, Anton said, gripping Tang Lei tightly. The atmosphere around him was getting lively, even without drinking. He seemed 7/10 drunk, his old eyes reddening. If it really can grow, if it can generate income. You're truly the savior of District 5. Raisa was right, you're a God-given cook. From now on, you provide the seeds and planting methods, and you get half the profits. The rest, use it for prison construction. Tang Lei was stunned. Half? That's too much. This boss just dumped his burden and still gets half? Not much, not much. Anton said solemnly. They had tried planting other things here, but those just wouldn't grow. The frozen soil was too cold and hard. He had even consulted 1 or 2 experts. The conclusion was that unless there was large-scale soil modification replacing frozen soil with fertilizer, building greenhouses, installing supplemental lighting, and precise temperature control, nothing else mattered. But while it sounded good, where would they find the money? So, the potatoes have been planted ever since. When Tang Lei's chili peppers finally grew, Anton was pleasantly surprised, but didn't think too much about it. He was just thinking about having some fun. Now, with Yarif and Alexander's advice, he suddenly realized. No wonder Daxia said that farming could make you rich. Common vegetables might not cost much, but this rare seasoning, once the market opened up, wow. Moreover, Anton always felt that for this amazing Daxia person like Tang Lei, growing just one thing wouldn't be enough. There must be other good things. So Tang, you absolutely have to take this money, and for everything else we do later. Tang Lei scratched his head, thinking, it's just farming, why is Anton so excited? Fine, fine. Tang, you have to take my money too. Yarif chimed in from the side. Didn't you say that hot pot, as long as you have the ingredients, doesn't require much cooking skill? I'll contact someone later. As he was speaking, a sudden ding rang in Tang Lei's mind. Special mission triggered. Veteran Yarov received mission 3, expanding connections. Tang Lei's spirits lifted. However, this mission wasn't about cooking for someone, but rather, cooperate with Yarov to open 10 Sichuan-style hot pot restaurants in Russia. Showcase the authentic Great Xia. Reward system shop completely upgraded. Good heavens. Tang Lei stroked his chin. This is really going to give the culinary desert a little spicy shock. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. Could this be considered a form of cultural export? But this export wasn't free. He'd take half the profits from the base ingredients, and he'd also get a share of the profits from the restaurant. He was both exporting and getting these Russians to come and spend money. Hey, that's what you call making money without even trying. Just then, he heard Yarov calling him repeatedly. Tang, are you listening? Yes. We'll refine the cooperation when you get back. Tang Lei snapped out of his reverie and nodded sincerely. It's not so much about making money, you know. It's mainly about letting more of these fighting Russians taste the delicacies from Great Xia. Yarov, slightly dizzy, stammered, I know. You're too kind, Tang, but I won't skimp on the money. Brother, Shaw, uncle's got money. This is ridiculous. Why are we messing up the seniority system? Tang Lei smiled. Okay, alright, how about this? The broth will come from the 5th prison district, and I won't ask for as much profit sharing. After all, running the shop will definitely be your responsibility. I won't interfere. Just give me what you think is appropriate. I only have one request. The shop name must include Great Xia Sichuan, since that's the origin of hot pot. Also, it absolutely must be clean and hygienic. If he doesn't see it and it gets messed up, ruining the reputation of Great Xia cuisine, that would be a huge loss. Yarov nodded repeatedly. No need to say anything. I'll personally oversee it for you, brother. A group of veterans immediately booed. What do you mean just watching? You just go out and eat there all the time. Yarov retorted. Then why don't you guys go and eat there? The veterans, oh. Yarov, our half-brother. Shouldn't we eat our fill for a few days first? A few days? Tang Lei hesitated for a moment, then kindly reminded them, ahem, seniors, while hot pot is delicious, don't eat it all at once. Especially the spicy kind. Don't you see, in the Sichuan region of Great Xia, the most common hospital is a proctology department. Tang Lei remembered having a roommate from Sichuan in college. He once confidently told him, a person who grew up in Sichuan and Chongqing and hasn't had hemorrhoids. It's simply impossible. But the people present hadn't yet grasped Tang Lei's earnest advice. They were also confidently asserting their own opinions. Looking down on me, Tang? I may be a bit old, but I can still handle the spiciness. Let's go eat later, we can count how many people cry from the spiciness. Tang Lei's gaze shifted downwards with a complicated expression. Fine, he did his best. Some lessons need to be experienced firsthand. Oh, by the way, Alexander added, Tang, you could also get a few recipes from Daxia cuisine and have them try making them at the restaurant. Tang Lei looked hesitant. These recipes are a bit different from desserts. Alexander paused. Oh, is it inconvenient to share? That's all right, I was just asking. No. Tang Lei shook his head. Don't even mention sharing, printing is fine too. It's just that I'm afraid most chefs won't be able to make them just by looking at the recipes. He turned and went back to the kitchen, returning a moment later with a notebook. Look, these are the recipes and experiences I've summarized. Several heads gathered around with interest, but after a few minutes, they sat back down, looking bewildered. Appropriate amount? A little? Some? How much is that? Slow fire? High fire? What is that? They looked at it twice, from all angles, and felt this wasn't a recipe. It was a cultivation manual. Tang, you cook using this? Ah, yes, Tang Lei nodded. That's how we Great Xia people cook. Alexander tried to understand. Is there anything more specific? Like how many grams? How many minutes? Tang Lei gestured. I really don't know. I just weigh it in my hand, look at it, and that's it, right? Alexander, what's heat control? What temperature? Tang Lei, this gentle and strong heat technique is hard to explain, but you don't usually need to be that precise when cooking. We have some simple secrets. The group sat up straight, their eyes full of curiosity. Tang Lei gave an example. For instance, heat the pan, then add cold oil. If bubbles appear at the tip of the chopsticks, it's ready to fry. Oh, I forgot you don't have chopsticks, so just poke it with anything. Anything? That's not precise, is it? Tang Lei, why be precise? It's not an experiment. Another example is our Great Xia's secret for cooking rice. After you've put in the rice, then you hold up your hand. He held up a meaningful finger. I'm not insulting you, I mean no matter how big the pot is or how much rice there is, just put the water up to the first knuckle of your hand, and there won't be any problems. Ha! A group of burly men and Yelena looked completely bewildered. Why? It doesn't make sense. It's not scientific. A group of people, regardless of age or gender, were now looking at each other like bewildered children, their faces full of question marks. Tang Lei pondered for a few seconds, deciding there was no real explanation. Fine, just remember it like this. Isn't this something every Daxia person who cooks themselves would understand? If all else fails, just consider it, a mysterious power from the east. Old Bawan, the only one left who knew a little about cooking, was completely dumbfounded. Daxia cuisine, is it really that hard to learn? Tang Lei rubbed his nose, thinking, how to put it? It's not that difficult. Many housewives and husbands can prepare a feast without a recipe. But if you ask them how much seasoning they use, that really varies from dish to dish, and even from one time to time. Tang Lei thought for a moment. Take vinegar, for example. The vinegar of the Great Xia dynasty is most famous in Jinzhou, but even the same brand tastes different. Ningbo Prefecture vinegar is stronger, Dongyu vinegar is milder. They taste the same for the first month, but after a year, 10 years, new vinegar, aged vinegar, fragrant vinegar, rice vinegar, sweet vinegar, vinegar for cold dishes, can they all be used the same? Seeing the group of experts teetering on the edge, Tang Lei quickly stopped them. So giving them a recipe won't help. The chef still has to rely on his own ingenuity. However, seeing the somber looks in their eyes, Tang Lei felt a pang of guilt. He suddenly thought of Alex, the young man who had offered to help. Tang Lei, the recipes aren't good, but I can train a few people to cook. If their attitude towards reform is good, we can ask them if they'd like to cook after they get out. Reform? Yaraf was taken aback. Tang, you're going to teach prisoners? Soldiers are inherently upright and incorruptible, and they were skeptical when they heard about teaching prisoners. Tang, although some of them have been wrongly convicted, most of those who come in are bad apples, bullies. Don't be too kind. Tang Lei nodded. I know, so I'll carefully screen them. If there are any with ulterior motives. He fiddled with his knife and smiled slightly. Several veterans suddenly felt a chill, instantly recalling Tang Lei's slicing motions. They silently turned their heads. Good that you know what you're doing. Anton added, private fights are forbidden in prison, just leave them alive. Tang Lei grinned. Don't worry. If there really were such a clueless person, he'd casually throw in a line like, I was stabbed 10 times in the back, but I slipped and accidentally stabbed myself. Alright, Yaraf took a deep breath. I'll trust you this once. Let's give it a try. Tang Lei. Well, things have gotten mixed up again. He saw that the others were getting a little tipsy and was afraid that if they continued chatting, their brotherly camaraderie would turn into a father-son dynamic. He quickly said, don't just drink, come and eat. Eat, eat, eat. The table was lively again. But the time for a joyful gathering was always short. A few bottles of wine were down, and a few dishes were finished. The prisoner's work bell was about to ring. Alexander was still relatively sober. He glanced at the time. Alright, Tang, you're still very busy, so we won't bother you any longer. He kicked the drunken Yaraf. Get up, help Tang clear the plates and bowls. Tang Lei was about to say leave it there when Alexander raised his hand to stop him and also called out to Anton. Tang, thank you for your hospitality, but we can't stay long. And brother Anton, it's about time we parted ways. We brothers will be heading back once we've sobered up. Anton wasn't surprised. He sighed softly. Brother, who knows when we'll see each other again. Take care. Not at all, Alexander said cheerfully. Traffic is so fast these days, we might be back for dinner again anytime soon. Anton? His sadness suddenly choked him up. No, brothers, aren't you all feeling unwell? Can't stand the cold? Alexander, well, to be honest, my lungs weren't feeling too well the day I arrived. I coughed a few times, but then it stopped. Maybe we've adapted. And the food we've had these past few meals has warmed us up. It wasn't as cold here as I thought. Yeah, my old leg pain doesn't seem to hurt as much here, the other veterans chimed in. Maybe we have some connection with Siberia. Anton, you guys want to be on good terms with the cooks at the Siberian prison, don't you? Tang Lei casually asked, getting used to it. What time are you leaving? Want some steamed buns or flatbread for the road? To Tang Lei, this was just a perfectly ordinary greeting. In Great Xia, visiting someone usually starts with have you eaten? And ends with take some food for the road, right? But here, Tang Lei saw the veteran's drunken eyes light up instantly. Yes, good buddy. My car's big. It can carry a lot. Tang Lei silently looked at Anton. Sir, the seniority isn't something I added. Anton silently covered his face. Alright. Go back and rest. Don't drink and drive. Sober up before you go. New regulations this year. Drunk driving is now a 30,000 ruble fine. Tang Lei clicked his tongue in disbelief. This was different from Great Xia, where the seriousness of drunk driving was practically self-evident. In the fighting nation where vodka is ingrained in their culture, drunk driving was a classic offense. The Russians had conducted a survey in the capital. In just 20 days, 1,497 drivers suspected of alcohol poisoning were caught on the streets of the capital. More than 600 of them were subsequently found to have actually been drinking, and more than 60 of them were driving while intoxicated. The accident rate is obvious, but they just won't change it. Sigh, they're just playing around. It's only in recent years that the higher UPS realized they couldn't afford to continue like this. That's when they started fining people. But if the Russians could just fine people and detain them for a few days, would they still behave? Would they still be Russians? So Anton could only worry himself sick and keep reminding them, grumbling and cursing. It's not like when we were young. Drunk driving is no good. Behave yourself. And take your bottles with you. Don't disrupt the atmosphere of my prison. It's alright, Tang Lei patted Yelena. If you seniors insist on drunk driving, we can have another contest with Yelena. This time we can bet a medal. Forget it, forget it. Yarov sobered up a bit after hearing this. Let's go, let's go. We'll have another chance. They quickly tidied the table and ran off. Anton sighed and nodded to Tang Lei. I'll have to trouble you again later, Tang. I'll go keep an eye on those drunks, make sure they don't fall in the snow. Tang Lei nodded. It's alright, it's my job. Take care, sir. Old Bawan also stood up, slightly drunk, clutching his stomach. Tang, I'm going to take a shower, I'll come back and help you. He also hurried away. The fifth canteen suddenly fell silent. Tang Lei scratched his head. It's really a bit strange. He walked towards Yelena, who was still sitting upright at the table. Little yeah, are you full? You should go rest too. Yelena looked up, her blue eyes shining brightly, as if she had become a different person. Brother Tang.